I clearly obtained an S-tier talent, yet I chose the ability to copy because I know what others have is always the best. My classmates all laughed at me, calling me a big idiot. To this, I just chuckled. Wait till I grow strong, I'll blind you with my titanium alloy dog eyes. Because my copying ability isn't a talent, it's a system. Within 3 meters, I can directly copy another's talent. A C-tier talent detected 2 meters ahead, copy? A cold mechanical voice echoed in my mind. No, I scoffed, C-tier talent? That's too weak. It has to be at least S-tier to match such a heaven-defying ability. Just now, Su Qingyan awakened an S-tier talent. I suppressed the ecstasy in my heart and started looking for her. At this moment, Su Qingyan was standing alone at the edge of the square, her aura completely unapproachable, like an ice queen. How should I approach Su Qingyan? I secretly planned in my mind. The talent detection on the square continued when suddenly a voice that shocked everyone rang out, SSS tier talent. What? The whole square went silent instantly, everyone stunned. An SSS tier talent awakener had appeared. There in the center of the square, a boy in a plain school uniform stood dazed, then joy surged through him. Ha ha, I can't believe I've awakened an SSS tier talent, the peak of martial arts will definitely be mine. The boy shouted arrogantly, full of pride. For the past 1,000 years, any genius who awakened an SSS tier talent, as long as they didn't fall midway, became a peerless powerhouse at the pinnacle of the blue planet. Damn, isn't that the underachiever Li Chang? This loser actually awakened an SSS tier talent, awesome, now he's really soaring high. With an SSS tier talent, even a dog could become a martial god. Who would have thought, this kid looks so ordinary, definitely a hidden genius, appearances are truly deceiving. Listening to the discussions around me, my heart pounded uncontrollably. Missing this once-in-a-millennium opportunity would be an outrage against heaven. As for Su Qingyan's S-tier talent, it would have to wait till next month to copy, since the copying ability needs a month to cool down. Our Jiangling No. 1 high school is on the rise, and SSS tier genius has emerged. The principal trembled with excitement, his eyes burning as he stared at Li Chang. The surrounding teachers were equally excited. An S-tier talent, though rare, was still seen occasionally, but an SSS tier, that was truly a one-in-a-million genius. They must immediately list Li Chang as a key training target. Our Jiangling No. 1 high school is going to produce a martial god. The principal blurted out excitedly, his whole being caught in fervor. The other teachers nodded in agreement, and SSS tier genius was worth their full investment. Li Chang, could you give me an autograph? You're definitely going to become a top fighter. I posed as an enthusiastic fan, excitedly rushing to Li Chang's side. By now, Li Chang was completely carried away by his pride, and happily grabbed the pen and paper to sign his name. An SSS tier talent detected 1 meter ahead, copy? Do I even need to ask? I immediately chose to confirm. Not copying an SSS tier talent would be a true act of a fool. Ding! Copy successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining SSS tier talent, Hundredfold God Body, training speed 100 times faster than an ordinary person. This really is a liftoff. Deserving of an SSS tier talent, a 100 times training speed, who can stand against that? Ha ha ha. Seeing me successfully get an autograph, other students immediately swarmed up, surrounding Li Chang. Li Chang was even more pleased, willingly signing autographs for everyone. The teachers looked on with satisfied smiles on their faces. Suddenly, a slash of bloodlight flashed, accompanied by a chilling sound, and Li Chang's head was instantly chopped off by a classmate with blood-red eyes. My god, Li Chang is dead. Chen Shan, have you gone mad? Why did you kill him? The scene immediately descended into chaos. I stood nearby, watching Li Chang's corpse, a chill running through my heart. What's going on here? In the distance, the principal was completely dumbfounded. My SSS tier genius is gone just like that? The teachers around him were equally stunned, unable to accept the reality for a moment. Boom boom boom. A terrifying yuan force enveloped the entire square, and I suddenly felt completely immobilized. Is this the power of a congenital strong person? Able to suppress the whole area with just a thought, everyone was terrified. The young man who killed Li Chang was suppressed by the mighty yuan force. Roar! 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 The murderer's body trembled violently, his skin turning red, growing sharp claws and pitch-black fur. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, that monster was burned into a puddle of blood by the principal's yuan force. That student was transformed by a demon, it's been dealt with, everyone continue the detection, the principal said through gritted teeth, his voice echoing over the square. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, my back soaked with cold sweat. It seems I need to keep a low profile. Finally having obtained an SSS tier talent, I can't afford to be a short-lived ghost. Better head home for now. Name, Qin Xiao, talent, Hundredfold God Body, SSS tier, level, body tempering first heaven, cultivation technique, basic body tempering art, martial arts, falling cloud palm, F tier beginner, vitality, 2.5, 30 days until the next copy. I looked at my attribute panel and breathed a sigh of relief. This is a heaven-defying talent that could make me a martial god, better test out its effects first. I ran the body-breaking art and immediately felt a warm current surging through my body, as if an invisible energy was continuously flowing into me. Is this the power of an SSS tier talent? Simply too strong. Time silently passed, 4 hours later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to body tempering second heaven. I slowly opened my eyes, utterly amazed. This cultivation speed is simply heaven-defying. I threw a punch into the air, bang. The air exploded, instantly forming a vacuum zone. This power startled me, making me marvel at the terror of this talent. I continued to immerse myself in cultivation, full of anticipation for the future. Bro, you're back? I heard someone with an SSS tier talent died at your school, is that true? A clear voice came. I stopped cultivating and walked out of the room. A youthful and beautiful girl, my sister Chin Xinu, holding a phone, grinned and said, "The principal's in big trouble this time." I took the phone and saw that the screen was ablaze with hot searches about Li Chang, shock. A history's shortest-lived SSS grade talent has appeared in Jianglin City. TSK, this Li Chang is really unlucky, even in death, he becomes a topic for consumption. However, the principal stepping down was something Wang Hao did not expect, that principal was a person of innate level. It seems this incident has a big impact, a future potential martial arts legend has just disappeared, clearly someone has to take the blame. Although the demons are too secretive, someone must take responsibility. Such things are also unavoidable, right? If it weren't for Li Chang's talent being too monstrous, perhaps the demon wouldn't have shown up. After reading, Wang Hao returned the phone to his sister. Let it be, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Wang Hao shrugged, thinking to himself. Go, what talent did you awaken? Wang Xinyue curiously looked at Wang Hao, she still didn't know his talent. Mine is SSS grade. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, then spoke with full confidence. Wang Xinyue stuck out her tongue, go, if you're not going to say, then forget it, claiming to be SSS grade, do you think I'm a fool? There can't be that many SSS grades. Good, are you participating in the martial arts exam in 1 month? Wang Xinyue seemed to think of something and asked. After awakening a talent, 1 month later, one can participate in the martial arts exam. Students excelling in the exam can enter top martial arts universities, study higher-level martial arts techniques and knowledge, and gain more resources and various subsidies. Wang Hao pondered for a moment and then said, I should participate, the martial arts exam is just a small dish for me. Wang Xinyue smiled sweetly, raising her fist, go, I believe you can do it, come on. Once you get into a top martial arts university, we can move away from this place. Wang Xinyue said expectantly. Wang Hao nodded, the area they lived in was a refugee zone. The surrounding environment was extremely poor, and it could be invaded by demons at any time. If they could get into a top martial arts university, they would gain the right to live in the city center and have their own residence in a safe area. Looking at his sister, who was filled with infinite longing, Wang Hao secretly made a firm resolution. He must take his sister away from this place, it was truly too terrible here. Then, the two chatted for a while longer. Wang Hao then returned to practice his body forging technique. In the following days, Wang Hao practiced his body forging technique. Bang! Wang Hao's fist struck the force measuring device in the room. 800 kilograms. The measuring device displayed a terrifying number. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 4th layer of body forging. Ha! Wang Hao gently exhaled, 4th layer of body forging. Feeling the explosive power within his body, Wang Hao felt truly refreshed. A tribute panel. Name, Wang Hao. Talent, 100 speed divine body, SSS. Realm, 4th layer of body forging. Technique, basic body forging technique. Martial arts, falling cloud palm, F grade, perfect. Vitality, 8, 1 vitality equals 100 kilograms power. Soul, 1. Time until next copy, 27 days. In the past few days, Wang Hao not only practiced his body forging technique, but he also broke through to the 4th layer of body forging. Simultaneously, he was practicing the falling cloud palm. While practicing the falling cloud palm, Wang Hao felt as if he had divine assistance. In just a few short hours, he went from beginner to proficient, reaching mastery level. After 1 more day's practice, he even attained perfection. He was just 1 step away from the legendary god level. The higher the proficiency in martial arts, the greater the explosive damage. 2 people with identical realms, the one with higher proficiency can easily kill the one with lower proficiency. The falling cloud palm is a compulsory martial art at their high school, though it is merely F grade. Yet its power is incredibly great, and its training difficulty is much higher than ordinary F grade martial arts. Among thousands of students at their school, less than 100 people have successfully trained to mastery, and it seems no student has achieved proficiency. As for perfection, there is even less to say, basically no student has succeeded in training. Truly worthy of the SSS level talent, Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Before, he had worked hard for several months to just get started. With the SSS level talent, in just a few days he made consecutive breakthroughs, directly reaching perfection. Wang Hao even felt that if he trained for another day or two, he could even reach divine level. If he reached divine level, defeating enemies across levels would be as easy as eating and drinking. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a violent knocking sound erupted. Wang Hao frowned. Who is it? Wang Hao, I know you are home, hurry up and open the door, or I will smash your door down, a fierce voice called from outside the room. Wang Hao then walked towards the door. A big man wearing a white tank top and beige shorts glared at Wang Hao with a fierce expression. I've come to collect protection fees, you haven't paid this month's protection fee, the big man said menacingly. Chapter 5, Killing Zhang Hu. Wang Hao frowned. This guy is Zhang Hu, the thug in their refugee area, relying on his strength to do as he pleases in this area. The people of the refugee area all hate this guy deeply. You want to smash my door? Wang Hao took a deep look at Zhang Hu and said coldly. Zhang Hu's body trembled. What's up with this kid? Why does his gaze hold such intimidation? Boom boom boom. Zhang Hu gritted his teeth, then his body shook, and a cold aura suddenly emerged from him. Kid, I'm telling you to pay the protection fee, don't you understand human language? This is the refugee area, it's no problem to kill you. I guess you don't want to lose your life over some money. Zhang Hu said in a deep voice. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. If it was before, he might have paid. But now. Rumble. Wang Hao said nothing, just swung his fist directly at Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu's pupils contracted, sneering inside, he actually wants to make a move against me. A mere first-level body refining waste, he really wants to die. As a thug in this refugee area, Zhang Hu was naturally well aware of the strength of the surrounding residents. Wang Hao was just a first-level body refining piece of trash, standing still and letting him hit would be fine. Zhang Hu cracked a smirk, his eyes filled with ridicule, showing no intention of dodging. Bang! Zhang Hu's body was instantly sent flying by Wang Hao's fist. He crashed heavily into the street fence, making a crisp collision sound. Impossible! Zhang Hu trembled, looking at Wang Hao with extreme terror in his eyes. Aren't you just first-level body refining? How is this possible? Zhang Hu wiped the blood from his mouth, shocked. Who told you I'm first-level body refining? Wang Hao said faintly. Zhang Hu forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart and swallowed the blood in his mouth. Isn't that Wang Hao? Who is that lying on the ground? That's Zhang Hu. Don't you recognize him? The guy who has collected so many protection fees, truly disgusting. Oh wow, how did the Wang family kid become so powerful? That Zhang Hu was actually a fourth-level body refining warrior, and he got knocked down by Wang Hao. Wow, could it be that he awakened incredible talent? Suddenly, a wave of discussion arose around. Many people looked at Wang Hao with astonished expressions, as if they were seeing this handsome young man for the first time. They all knew Wang Hao, neighbors living nearby, and now he was attending first middle school, having just awakened his talent a few days ago. In more than half a month, he would take the martial arts exam. You don't have to pay your protection fee anymore. Zhang Hu gritted his teeth and said, his tone full of anger, realizing that he had actually been beaten back by Wang Hao. Simply a great humiliation. Did you make a mistake? Wang Hao sneered, then slowly approached Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu's heart trembled with a bad premonition. What does this guy want to do? How much are you willing to pay for your life? This is the refugee zone, killing you is no problem at all. I think you wouldn't want to lose your life over a bit of money. Wang Hao raised the corner of his mouth and then spoke. Zhang Hu's heart sank. Weren't those the very words he had just said to Wang Hao? Now it's my turn? Zhang Hu's body shook uncontrollably. Wang Hao was too bold to dare threaten him. My boss is the leader of the Black Wind Gang, Black Wolf. If you dare to kill me, he won't let you go. Zhang Hu said, trembling. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, the leader of the Black Wind Gang. Wang Hao certainly recognized him, he was a martial artist at the 9th level of body refinement, just one step away from the peak 10th level. But, a mere body refinement 9th level can't scare me. Wang Hao, with a body refinement 4th level strength, plus his perfect level cloud falling palm, even if Black Wolf wanted his life, it would take some effort. Moreover, in a few days, he wouldn't even be at body refinement 4th level anymore. I gave you a chance, since you want to die, then I'll grant you that. Wang Hao said coldly. Cloud falling palm. Wang Hao used his perfect level cloud falling palm directly. A huge palm wind, along with a faint shadow, accompanied by powerful impact, rushed straight toward Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu's heart was entangled with fear. What kind of palm technique is this? It's so powerful. Bang! Zhang Hu's body was instantly shattered by Wang Hao's cloud falling palm. Good job, Wang Hao. I've never liked that son of a gun, well done. Wang Hao, well done. Wow, that is a perfect level proficiency of the cloud falling palm. Wang Hao is amazing, he actually cultivated it to perfect level proficiency. The neighbors around immediately burst into cheers. People in the refugee zone are used to life and death, so naturally, they wouldn't be frightened by the bloodshed before them. Many people looked at Wang Hao with shining eyes, perfect level cloud falling palm. This is a genius, he must be only 16 years old, yet he has managed to achieve perfection. No wonder that Zhang Hu had no power to resist under Wang Hao's hand. Zhang Hu's death was not unjust. Perfect level cloud falling palm already has power comparable to some E-grade martial arts. Wang Hao exchanged a few words with the neighbors, then began checking the spoils on Zhang Hu's body. Chapter 6, Warrior Mall. In the room, Wang Hao looked at the pills in his hand. Body refinement pills, these are pills that assist in body refinement training, each one costs 10,000 star coins. This Zhang Hu seems to have made a good haul. Surprisingly, he carried 2 bottles of body refinement pills. A total of 20 pills, plus an anonymous star coin card. Wang Hao glanced and found there were even 100,000 star coins inside. Truly a killing people and setting fires golden belt. Wang Hao looked at the pills and the star coin card in his hand, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Next, he would be leaving here for a while. Wang Hao had no idea when that black wolf would come. It was better to stay low for now. Once he breaks through as a warrior, killing that black wolf would be no different from killing a chicken. Wang Hao then sent a message to his sister, explaining the situation, and started packing some things to leave home. Warrior Mall. Wang Hao then headed to the Warrior Mall. Having just gained 100,000 star coins, he wanted to buy some powerful martial arts to further enhance his strength. Sir, what would you like to purchase? A staff member in a Warrior Mall uniform respectfully asked Wang Hao. The staff at the Warrior Mall are all of very high quality. They will not ignore Wang Hao just because he is young. Wang Hao looked at the bustling martial arts mall around him, with many people exuding a thrilling aura. There were also many inspectors in law enforcement uniforms patrolling around. They maintained the order of the martial arts mall. It was precisely because of the patrolling enforcers that few people dared to act wildly here. At the same time, the martial arts mall had a variety of items for sale. I want to see if there are suitable martial arts. Wang Hao spoke. The staff's eyes lit up, then led Wang Hao to the martial arts area. Charging Sky Fist, F-rank martial arts, a fierce and overbearing fist technique. Price, 10,000 star coins. Misty Step technique, F-rank martial arts, the footwork is swift and elusive, very confusing. Price, 20,000 star coins. Steel Body, F-rank martial arts, after practicing, one can achieve a steel-like body, greatly increasing defense. Price, 20,000 star coins. Wind Slashing Knife technique, E-rank martial arts, practiced to the extreme can cut through wind and waves. Price, 60,000 star coins. Wang Hao looked at the wide array of martial arts before him, a bit dizzy. The staff was not anxious, just quietly waiting. I'll take this, Wind Slashing Knife technique, and Misty Step technique. Wang Hao took a deep breath and said. Wang Hao was very interested in knives and had always wanted to learn knife techniques, but his talent was not enough. Now with SSS level talent, wouldn't it be a waste not to learn knife techniques? Movement techniques were also extremely important, useful for chasing and running away, and had great effects. Sir, I see you don't have a weapon, would you like to get an alloy combat knife? The alloy combat knife is on sale, only 20,000 star coins, the staff continued with a smile. Wang Hao pondered for a moment, then I'll take one. An alloy combat knife is indeed a good item, usually costing 30,000 star coins, but now only 20,000, so he decided to buy it. Moreover, he now had knife technique scriptures and really needed a suitable knife. Wang Hao left the martial arts mall with 2 martial arts and an alloy combat knife. Next, I need to find a place to cultivate, use up those body refining pills, and also learn these 2 martial arts, Wang Hao thought to himself. 5 days later. Training room. The training room is a specially designated place for cultivation, found everywhere in this world. You can enter and cultivate for a fee, and no one will disturb you. Wang Hao held the alloy combat knife, swinging it continuously, with sweat flowing down his back. Swish. Suddenly, a sound of breaking wind appeared in the air. Mastery level, Wind Slashing Knife technique. Wang Hao's eyes brightened. It should be enough for the time being, Wang Hao thought. This E-rank martial arts was indeed much harder to practice than F-rank. Wang Hao had practiced both the Wind Slashing Knife technique and the Misty Step technique for the same amount of time. He had reached mastery with the Wind Slashing Knife technique, while the Misty Step technique he had already reached perfection level. As for the Falling Cloud Palm, Wang Hao had practiced it to the divine level. The divine level Falling Cloud Palm's power was no less than the Wind Slashing Knife technique, even carrying a slightly sharper aura. If others knew that Wang Hao had already practiced the Falling Cloud Palm to the perfection level, it would definitely shock the entire Blue Star. To cultivate martial arts to the perfection level shows extraordinary talent. Divine level training is basically very difficult to succeed except for Grandmaster level individuals. In these 5 days, Wang Hao had been enhancing his strength at the martial arts hall. He had used up all the body refining pills. Wang Hao's body was like a bottomless pit, consuming body refining pills at a rate far beyond normal people. After swallowing them, in just half an hour, they were completely consumed. Ordinary people can make a body refining pill last for a whole day, while Wang Hao finished them in just half an hour. But his cultivation speed was also extremely shocking. In just 5 short days, Wang Hao's strength broke through to the 7th level of physical training. The later stages of training for martial artists are increasingly difficult. Wang Hao, with a hundredfold training speed, consumed 20 body refinement pills to break through 3 levels. For ordinary people, breaking through is even harder. It is common for them to take months just to break through 1 level. Chapter 7, Entering the Wilderness. Opening the attribute panel, Wang Hao silently recited some thoughts in his heart. Name, Wang Hao. Talent, 100 Speed Divine Body, SSS. Realm, 7th level of physical training. Skill, Basic Body Refinement Technique. Martial Arts, Falling Cloud Palm, F rank. Spiritual, Wind Chopping Blade Technique, E rank. Mastery, Ethereal Step Technique, F rank, Perfect. Vitality, 15. Soul, 1. Time until next duplication, 22 days. Feeling the raging power within him, Wang Hao felt a genuine sourness in his heart. Unfortunately, the body refinement pills are used up, Wang Hao thought. If only he still had body refinement pills, he should be able to reach the 10th level of physical training and attain the strength of an ultimate martial artist in another half-month. But regrettably, the body refinement pills are gone, making training far too slow. If others knew Wang Hao's thoughts, they would probably die from anger. To hit the 7th level of physical training in less than 10 days is considered slow. It's simply monstrous. No, it surpasses even monsters. Wang Hao's star coins were nearly depleted as well. He must go to the wilderness to fight, hunting demons and monsters to acquire resources to continue with rapid upgrades. Wang Hao pondered for a moment, then left the training room. Endless hard training is not a good thing. Only by combining it with real combat can one truly enhance their strength. At the Black Wind Gang's base, a fierce and menacing man held a tablet in his hand. What played on it was the footage of Wang Hao killing Zhang Hu. This little punk dares to kill my Black Wind Gang's people. He is simply asking for death, the man said viciously, his eyes filled with killing intent. The man was the leader of the Black Wind Gang, Black Wolf, a martial artist at the 9th level of physical training. Boss, that guy is Wang Hao from Zhonglin Zhong. I heard he only has the strength of the 1st level of physical training. Did he obtain some treasure to kill Zhang Hu so easily? One of the subordinates said with a glimmer in his eyes. Black Wolf's eyes lit up at this, realizing the kid had suddenly become so powerful. Perhaps he experienced some lucky encounter. You all hurry and catch this kid for me. I want him alive. I will make him understand the consequences of offending my Black Wind Gang. Black Wolf said in a deep voice. The subordinates in the base immediately accepted the command and left. Wang Hao, holding a metal combat knife and carrying a backpack, ventured into the wilderness alone. I heard there's a martial artist at the 6th level of physical training who killed a 1st level monster in the wilderness and dropped an inner core. That inner core is worth 1 million star coins. Oh wow, that's incredible. A 1st level monster actually dropped an inner core? That's beyond ridiculous, it's just too outrageous. That's right, not many 1st level demons drop inner cores. That lucky guy killed a monster and got it. If I could also get an inner core when killing a monster. Don't kid yourself, even if you got one, with your 2nd level of physical training, could you keep it? % yuan and asterisk. People around instantly started arguing, their faces turning red. As Wang Hao listened to the discussions around him, he couldn't help but think that guy was really lucky. Wang Hao then passed by the crowd and walked toward the wilderness. The wilderness was chaotic all around. Not only were there battles between people and demons, but fights among people were also frequent. Killing and treasure robbing are common occurrences in the wilderness. In the wilderness, what is more terrifying than monsters is the human heart. You never know when the person next to you will turn against you. Even the closest companions are the same, no one will be responsible for your life. Roar! Wang Hao was searching for monsters in the wilderness. Suddenly, a beast's roar echoed from not far away. The sound was deafening, extremely intimidating. Wang Hao's pupils shrank. There was a monster. Swish! The sound of wind breaking echoed as a monster with sharp teeth lunged directly at Wang Hao. Wang Hao immediately used his ethereal footwork. His body instantly became light and agile, easily dodging the monster's attack with a gentle flicker. It's the Azure Fang Rat. Wang Hao looked at the monster not far away. The Azure Fang Rat, a 1st-tier demon beast, sharp-toothed, exceptionally agile, loves to devour human blood, and its claws are extremely sharp. The fangs are excellent material for making weapons and are quite valuable. Wang Hao's mind instantly recalled some information about the Azure Fang Rat. Blade of Wind Slash. Wang Hao looked at the ferocious monster not far away and directly activated his Blade of Wind Slash. Hiss hiss hiss. The Azure Fong Rat, seeing that Wang Hao dared to take the initiative to attack, let out a sharp screech and launched an attack at him. Boom! Wang Hao's sword technique was incredibly swift, striking the Azure Fong Rat and producing a crisp collision sound. Whoa! Wang Hao's blade of wind slash had reached a proficient level, every move was extremely precise. The ethereal footwork allowed Wang Hao to easily evade the Azure Fong Rat's strikes. Before long, the Azure Fong Rat was covered in blood, looking extraordinarily pitiful. Swish! Wang Hao seized the opportunity and delivered a fatal blow to the Azure Fong Rat. The alloy battle knife struck the Azure Fong Rat's neck. The Azure Fong Rat was instantly killed, its life force extinguished. Looking at the dismembered Azure Fong Rat, Wang Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart. So I am already this strong? In just a short time, he had killed a first-tier monster. Chapter 8, Obtaining the Inner Core. The first-tier Azure Fong Rat is considered relatively powerful among first-tier monsters. Typically, it would take great effort for a level 8 body tempering practitioner to slay one. Yet, relying on his proficient blade of wind slash and perfect ethereal footwork, he had easily defeated it. It seems that my strength far exceeds that of an ordinary level 8 body tempering practitioner, Wang Hao thought. If I were to use the god-level cloud-falling palm, I would be confident enough to compete with a level 9 body tempering warrior. Wang Hao took a deep breath and then went to collect the Azure Fong Rat's fangs. He continued to search for other monsters. The battles in the wilderness had just begun. Blade of wind slash. Wang Hao, holding the alloy battle knife, the knife emitting a chilling aura, killed another first-tier monster. As the battle continued, Wang Hao's practical experience grew richer. In just a few hours, he had slain dozens of first-tier monsters. His backpack, which he carried on his back, was filled with various materials. Next, he planned to sell these materials, enough to sustain his training for a while. Wang Hao slowly walked towards the exit of the wilderness, carrying his backpack. Thud thud thud. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps came from not far away. Upon listening carefully, there were also shouts and curses accompanying the footsteps. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, someone was coming. Not far away, a ragged man, carrying a package, was running desperately. A group of fierce and menacing individuals chased closely behind him. Old Lu, here is the inner core for you, I'll lead them away, meet us at the old place. Suddenly, the ragged man threw a box to Wang Hao and shouted loudly. Inner core. Wang Hao's pupils shrank. No, he is trying to use me. Swish. Wang Hao did not hesitate to slash at the box thrown by the man with his alloy battle knife. Snap. The box was directly split open by Wang Hao's alloy battle knife, revealing nothing inside. The man clearly did not expect Wang Hao to be so decisive, not hesitating at all, directly breaking the box. Xiaohua, stop playing tricks, the inner core is not something a level 6 body tempering person can possess. Hand it over obediently, and I can spare your life. The man chasing from behind said with a slight smirk, his voice deep. The man named Xiaohua had a pale face, gasping for breath, looking fiercely at Wang Hao. The person chasing Xiaohua was from the Blue Moon Gang, and their leader, Lan Shan, was also a martial artist at the 7th level of body tempering. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. They actually want to use me. Little brother, I know you are not his teammate. You should leave, we won't do anything to you. Lan Shan said to Wang Hao. Wait, hand over the inner Dan, or I'll kill you right now. Wang Hao ignored the man and spoke to Xiaohua. Xiaohua looked astonished. Hand over the inner Dan, does this foolish kid not understand what he is doing? Lan Shan stared blankly at Wang Hao, wondering what this kid meant. He really doesn't care about his life. Ah, kid, you have guts. Here, see if you dare to catch it. Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something, a hint of mockery crossing his lips as he pulled out a blood-red inner Dan from his bosom. It was the inner Dan that a first-level demon beast had exploded with. Xiaohua tossed the inner Dan to Wang Hao, who caught it without hesitation. Seeing the inner Dan in Wang Hao's hands, Lan Shan and the others ceased their chase, looking at Wang Hao with malice. Wang Hao casually stored the inner Dan in his bag and then said lightly, What? Do you want to rob me? Lan Shan, furious to the point of laughter, shouted, I want your life. Then, Lan Shan directly ordered his subordinates to attack Wang Hao. Wind/blade technique. Seeing his opponent dare to attack him without knowing death, Wang Hao immediately launched his wind/blade technique. Swoosh. Wang Hao used the ethereal step to dodge Lan Shan and the others' attacks, his ally battle knife reaping lives like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Not far away, Xiaohua watched the sudden explosion of battle, feeling a shock in his heart. This boy, what terrifying power. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Lan Shan's underlings were all at the 4th or 5th level of body tempering, unable to even touch Wang Hao's clothing corner. Eerie wails and sounds of collision echoed in the space. Watching as his subordinates were killed like chickens by Wang Hao, Lan Shan felt as if his heart was bleeding. Kid, you are seeking death. Lan Shan roared, then charged at Wang Hao. Falling Cloud Palm. Wang Hao directly used his god-level Falling Cloud Palm, a powerful palm wind accompanied by immense impact. It slammed fiercely toward Lan Shan. No! Lan Shan shouted loudly, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, and then he was directly smashed into pieces by Wang Hao's Falling Cloud Palm, with no part of his body intact. Leader! I surrender, don't kill me. Spare me, I'm a good person, don't kill me. Lan Shan's subordinates saw their leader easily killed, his body turned into pieces. They were scared to death. What kind of demon is this, killing without blinking? It's simply a reincarnation of a great demon. Chapter 9, 1,000,000 star coins. Wang Hao snorted coldly, ignoring their pleas for mercy. After a while, every member of the Blue Moon gang was wiped out by Wang Hao alone. Not far away, Xiaohua's expression changed from mockery to horror. This guy is too terrifying. So many people from the Blue Moon gang were all annihilated by Wang Hao alone, and he seemed completely unharmed. Little brother, I have given you the inner Dan, can I leave now? Xiaohua said trembling, not daring to show any more sarcasm. The bloody scent beside him constantly stimulated Xiaohua. What kind of man is this, simply absurdly strong? I saved your life, how will you repay me? Wang Hao tilted his head, glanced at Xiaohua, and said lightly. Xiaohua's heart trembled. The boy before me, after killing so many people, showed no change in his expression. Moreover, his eyes seemed to look at a dead person. Could it be? Fear wrapped around Xiaohua's heart. I am willing to give you 100,000. Before Xiaohua could finish his words, Wang Hao's knife had already swung down. Puff! Accompanied by a splatter of blood, Xiaohua's body fell straight down, blood continuously flowing from his wound. Xiaohua's eyes remained dazed, clearly not expecting Wang Hao to act decisively and show no mercy. You can repay with your life. Wang Hao murmured to himself. Looking at the fallen Xiaohua, Wang Hao felt no psychological burden whatsoever. You were the one who tried to harm me, I just gave you the ending you deserved. If it weren't for my extraordinary strength and having seen through Xiaohua's scheme, I would have already become a corpse. Then, Wang Hao swept away all the spoils from Lan Shan and the others. These guys actually have quite a lot of loot. Too bad there's no star coin card, Wang Hao mumbled quietly, looking at the pile of herbs and valuable materials. Wang Hao carried several large bundles and slowly walked towards the exit of the wilderness. A heavy aura of death enveloped Wang Hao, as if he were a god of killing. Many passers-by saw Wang Hao's appearance and dared not entertain any thoughts. Warriors Market. Green-tooth mouse fangs, iron wolf skins, purple forest grass. The staff carefully counted the items in Wang Hao's packages. Their gaze towards Wang Hao also became respectful. These items could not be safely brought out of the wilderness without extraordinary strength. Although this young man appeared young, his power was undoubtedly immense. These items and the blood on his body were the best proof. Sir, these items total 600,000 star coins, the staff said respectfully. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. 600,000 star coins, not bad. By the way, there's this item, take a look at it too. Wang Hao directly pulled out Xiaohua's beast core. The staff's eyes lit up. Of course, he recognized this item. Sir, this beast core can be priced at 1,000,000 star coins in our warriors market, the staff said. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction. 1,000,000 star coins are good, this should be enough to buy body refining pills to cultivate to the 10th level of body refinement. Sure, I also need to purchase some other things. Wang Hao said. After a while, Wang Hao left the warriors market with 100 body refining pills, a full set of combat gear, and 2 E-rank martial arts books. Training room. Wang Hao posed in a strange manner, feeling intense heat wrapping around him. His body crackled with popping sounds. Upon closer inspection, he actually had a faint golden light shimmering on him. This Vajra technique is so hard to practice, it took half a day to finally get started. Truly worthy of being an E-rank martial art, this star coin is well spent. Wang Hao murmured softly. The golden light on Wang Hao was indeed the effect of the E-rank technique, Vajra technique, he purchased from the warriors market. After getting started, it can envelop him in a layer of golden light, capable of resisting damage from enemies. This martial art is also extremely difficult to train. It took Wang Hao half a day just to get started, but the effect is remarkable. Once he activated the Vajra technique, Wang Hao felt a significant boost in his physique and attack power. He also purchased another E-rank martial art, Heaven Origin Blade, a strike that can be used as a killing technique. Practiced to perfection, it can rival ordinary D-rank martial arts. As for the divine level, it seems no one has been able to achieve it yet. The manual states that if one could cultivate the Heaven Origin Blade to the divine level, they could even comprehend the sword intent that only innate warriors could grasp. After gaining the power of the blade intent, paired with the strong treasure blade, killing enemies was as easy as eating and drinking. Thinking of the power of the blade intent, Wang Hao's heart burned with heat. Wang Hao had never heard of anyone comprehending the blade intent before reaching the innate realm. If he could understand it quickly, even a postnatal warrior would be unable to withstand his attack, right? Following this, Wang Hao continued to train in the training room, practicing his Vidra technique and Tianyuan one blade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Hao, holding a alloy battle knife, continuously struck at the alloy wooden dummy in the training room. The proficiency of Tianyuan one blade was slowly increasing. Time flowed slowly. Chapter 10, Body Refining 10 Layers. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the body refining 10 layers. The mechanical voice of the system rang in Wang Hao's mind as he breathed slightly heavy. A trace of a fierce aura was on him, with a hint of golden light wrapping around. Bang! Wang Hao struck the force measuring device in the training room with a powerful punch. The measuring device emitted a clear collision sound. The entire training room seemed to shake. 4,000 kilograms of immense power. Wang Hao stared at the number on the measuring device, his pupils contracted. A surging sense of strength filled his body. Wang Hao, with just his physical body, had struck with a force of 4,000 kilograms, and this was without using any martial arts. Generally, a postnatal warrior's physical strength was only around 4,000 kilograms, Wang Hao thought to himself. His current strength was already not inferior to regular postnatal warriors. If he added the Tianyuan one blade, the corner of Wang Hao's mouth slightly lifted. Postnatal warriors could easily be obliterated. Attribute Table. Name, Wang Hao. Talent, 100 Speed Divine Body, SSS. Realm, Body Refining 10 Layers. Cultivation Method, Basic Body Refining Technique. Martial Arts, Falling Cloud Palm, F rank, Divine, Wind Slashing Knife Technique, E rank, Divine, Ethereal Step Technique, F rank, Perfect, Tianyuan one blade, E rank, Perfect, Vidra Technique, E rank, Proficient. Vitality, 40. Soul, 1. Time until next copy, 12 days. Looking at his attribute table, Wang Hao felt a sense of regret. His training was still a bit slow, although his realm had broken through to body refining 10 layers. The Tianyuan one blade still couldn't reach the divine realm. However, the perfect level Tianyuan one blade was already enough. It was not much worse than some D-rank martial arts. The Vidra technique had only just reached the proficient level. Wang Hao tested a bit. The proficient level Vidra technique could probably immunize him from 10% of damage. Although it was just 10%, that was already terrifying, and after using the Vajra technique, his attack power greatly increased. Next, let's continue training. After breaking through as a warrior, he would consider other matters. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Wang Hao's communication device sounded a crisp notification. Wang Hao frowned slightly. Who could it be? Then, Wang Hao opened the message on the communication device. Wang Hao, your sister stole something from our Li family. Hurry over here, a cold voice rang in Wang Hao's ear. Wang Hao's pupils contracted. Stealing? How ridiculous. Wang Hao knew his sister's character all too well. Although she was a bit quirky, she would definitely not engage in petty theft. Stealing was simply a joke. It was the Li family, and if they couldn't provide him with an explanation, then they shouldn't blame him for being unsympathetic. Immediately, Wang Hao left the training room and headed towards the Li family's direction. Li family. In the vast hall. Everywhere were precious porcelain and various precious calligraphy and paintings. A sweet-looking girl glared angrily at the person opposite her. Wang Xinhua, at such a young age, not learning well, but wanting to steal, your brother probably isn't a good person either. When he comes, we'll catch him together, the young lady of the Li family, Li Lan, mocked. Behind Li Lan stood a group of Li family servants, all looking at Wang Xinhua with derision. Wang Xinhua's face turned red, and she scolded in a delicate voice, I didn't steal anything, you're framing me. Li Lan's eyes flashed with a trace of sarcasm. She thought, just a worthless beggar from a slum area. If I say you stole it, you stole it. No room for you to resist. Not far away, many people were pointing and whispering. I can't believe it, such a beautiful young girl is actually a thief. Maybe it's the Li family framing her, maybe they're bullying the poor girl on purpose. The Li family is so big and powerful, why would they frame a young girl? Seriously, use your brain. Exactly, and flies don't bother with a seamless egg. If the girl didn't do anything wrong, who would frame her for no reason? Listening to the gossip around her, Wang Xinhua felt a surge of grievance in her heart. She was just shopping here, how did she get accused of stealing? She had clearly done nothing wrong, so why was she being framed? Li Lan heard the gossip around her and a slight smile curved her lips. Wang Xinhua, oh Wang Xinhua, it's no longer about whether you stole or not. Just wait to carry the reputation of a thief for the rest of your life. Li Lan seemed to think of something, and a trace of satisfaction surged in her heart. The crowd gathered more and more, all pointing and whispering about Wang Xinhua. Get away from me! Wang Hao's voice rang out from outside. The cold tone almost made one feel an authentic chill. Wang Xinhua heard Wang Hao's voice and could no longer hold back. Tears kept flowing down her face. Wang Hao pushed through the crowd and gently hugged his sister. "Don't worry, I'm here. Everything will be fine," Wang Hao said kindly. "Brother. I really didn't steal anything." Wang Xinyue sobbed as she spoke. Wang Hao patted Wang Xinyue's hair gently and softly said, "I believe you. I'll handle this." "Heh, what a big mouth. You'll handle it? Do you even know what your sister stole?" Li Lan sneered when she saw Wang Hao appear. Chapter 11, Sister's Crisis. Wang Hao coldly stared at Li Lan, as if he were looking at a dead person. "Is your life worth enough?" Wang Hao spoke indifferently, his tone devoid of any emotion. Li Lan's pupils shrank. She had already investigated. This Wang Hao was just a useless piece of trash with no talent. My life? Ridiculous. The surrounding crowd was also stunned. This young man has gone crazy. He's asking for the life of the Li family's eldest daughter. Has he not woken up? Exactly, that Li family's eldest daughter is a genius with an A-level talent, and a martial artist at the 5th level of body training. This guy probably hasn't even awakened his powers yet. Let's go, no need to watch. Even with our feet, we can tell this guy is done for. The crowd around them watched Wang Hao as if he were a fool. Wang Hao didn't pay any attention to the strange looks around him. He just coldly stared at Li Lan. Li Lan felt uneasy under Wang Hao's icy gaze. Get these two idiots and arrest them. How dare they threaten me? Li Lan gritted her teeth and said in a soft voice. As the eldest daughter of the Li family, everyone in Jianglin City had to respectfully address her as Miss Li. This guy was asking for her life, he was truly asking to die. If she didn't teach him a lesson, who knew how people would talk about her? Li Lan's servants, hearing her words, all looked at Wang Hao with malicious intent. How dare he threaten their young mistress? He clearly didn't want to live. Catch them alive. I want them to know what happens when you threaten me, Li Lan. Li Lan ordered. Immediately, the servants behind Li Lan rushed toward Wang Hao. Wang Hao's lips curved slightly. Catch me alive? Ha! Falling Cloud Poem. Wang Hao directly used the Divine Level Falling Cloud Poem. With the 10th level of body training and the Divine Level Falling Cloud Poem. Directly charging towards the crowd that came rushing in. The powerful poem wind seemed to carry the breath of destruction for everything. Boom! A violent booming sound echoed through the air. The tremendous shockwave lifted the entire space, creating fierce air currents. Bang bang bang! With a series of intense tearing sounds, the crowd rushing towards Wang Hao was instantly shattered by his attack. Wang Hao gently covered Wang Xinyue's eyes, not wanting her to see this bloody scene. Surrounding people were dumbfounded, wondering what had just happened. Blood splattered everywhere, and pieces of flesh lay scattered around. People around felt nauseous, their stomachs churning, the scene was just too bloody. Li Lan stared blankly, unable to comprehend. How could this be? Wang Xinyue's brother was supposed to be an untalented waste, what was that devastating attack just now? That is a god-level falling cloud poem. My nephew studies at Jianglin No. 1 High School, and he can do that move too. How is that possible? God-level falling cloud poem? How old is he? How could he master such a powerful technique? This must be a joke. Do you understand what genius means? Many of those servants from the Li family were at the 8th or 9th level of body refinement. If it wasn't god-level falling cloud poem, how could he wipe them out with one strike? Hiss, this guy is just too strong, he looks like he's only in his teens, yet he has such strength. The Li family has kicked a metal plate, this kind of genius-level sister would steal from them, it's just too ridiculous. Big brother, you weren't saying this just now. What do you know? This is a different time from before. Wang Hao found the discussions around him amusing. These guys, who couldn't even judge right from wrong, weren't worth his concern at all. Words were like the wind, they were just wall grass. Li Lan's body trembled continuously, her gaze towards Wang Hao filled with extreme fear. She couldn't see a shred of emotion in Wang Hao's eyes. Only a faint indifference, as if he were looking at a dead person. He wants to kill me? Li Lan's heart was filled with terror. My dad is, you can't kill me. Li Lan trembled as she spoke. Wang Hao said nothing, just coldly stared at Li Lan, then slowly moved closer to her. Li Lan's body trembled even more. Speak, why did you wrong my sister? Wang Hao then asked. It was Qin Xiao from No. 3 High School, he confessed to your sister, and when she rejected him, he asked me to help ruin her reputation. Li Lan quickly stated. Chen Xiao? Wang Hao murmured softly, having never heard of him before. That Chen Xiao is my classmate, he seems to be the grandson of the third elder of Lingxiao Pavilion. Wang Xinyue softly spoke. The grandson of the third elder of Lingxiao Pavilion. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. He knew Lingxiao Pavilion was a famous force in Jianlin City. The leader of Lingxiao Pavilion, Lin Shan, was a martial artist of the 8th level of acquired stage, incredibly strong, and extremely popular in Jianlin City. So what if Lingxiao Pavilion was strong? They dared to bully my sister, and not even the heavens could protect you. Wang Hao had already sentenced that turtle son to death in his heart. At such a young age to have such a cruel heart, if I don't give him a chance to restart, he will surely cause trouble in the future. Noticing Wang Hao's expression seemed a bit off, Li Lan's heart grew a bit hopeful again. I have a good relationship with Qin Xiao. If you dare to kill me, Lingxiao Pavilion won't let you go. Li Lan continued. Wang Hao gave Li Lan a meaningful look. Did this guy really think Lingxiao Pavilion could intimidate him? Brother, why don't we let it go? Lingxiao Pavilion is too powerful. Wang Xinyue weakly said. Wang Xinyue also didn't expect that simply rejecting someone would lead to such wrongful suffering. Wang Hao rubbed Wang Xinyue's head. He kindly said, the small Lingxiao Pavilion, no need to worry. Not far away, Li Lan's heart sank. He's not afraid? Li Lan's expression changed again, becoming terrified. She knew she had no ability to resist Wang Hao's attack. I have a postnatal pill, please don't kill me. I am willing to give you the postnatal pill, and also a lot of star coins. My father he's very rich. Li Lan said, speaking incoherently. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Postnatal pill. This is a pill that can speed up the condensation of the Yuan power seed. After reaching the 10th level of body refining, one must condense the Yuan power seed within their body. Only by condensing the Yuan power seed can one become a postnatal martial artist. Once the Yuan power seed is formed, a martial artist's overall attributes are greatly enhanced. A first-level postnatal martial artist can easily crush several powerful extreme martial artists. The postnatal pill is worth millions of star coins and is often sold without a market. This little girl actually has a postnatal pill. Give me the postnatal pill and the star coin card. Wang Hao said, his eyes cold as they stared at Li Lan. Li Lan quickly pulled out a box and a star coin card from her pocket. Wang Hao took the box and the star coin card from Li Lan's hands. Inside, there really was a crystal clear pill. It was indeed the postnatal pill. Wang Hao's heart rejoiced. This little girl didn't lie to me. Wang Hao then put the items away. Li Lan saw Wang Hao take her things and her expression brightened. You dare to take things from me, Li Disiajie? When my father returns, I'll make you taste the feeling of being sliced into pieces. At this moment, Li Lan's heart was filled with endless hatred. She would definitely kill Wang Hao. Put. Suddenly, a cold and sharp flash of light appeared. Li Lan felt her whole body become cold in an instant. Why? Li Lan's mind was full of confusion, and then she lost consciousness. I never promised not to kill you. I only asked you to hand over the things. Wang Hao shrugged and said. The crowd around them immediately erupted. He really killed the Li family's eldest young lady. Amazing. Now, the head of the Li family will definitely be in an uproar. So ruthless, such a delicate beauty was just killed. What a waste. Delicate beauty? Ha! That's a cold-blooded killer who doesn't blink when she kills. You think she's really some kind of good person? Li Lan's death immediately caused a huge uproar. They never expected Wang Hao to really kill Li Lan. She was the eldest daughter of the Li family. While the Li family wasn't a particularly large noble family, it was a powerful force in Jianlin City. The eldest young lady being killed was a huge news. Moreover, the head of the Li family was a postnatal martial artist and well known in Jianlin City. Wang Hao ignored the surrounding chatter and quickly left the Li family with Wang Xinyue. Wang Xinyue was also dumbfounded. The eldest young lady of the Li family was gone just like that. Not long after Wang Hao and the others left, the head of the Li family returned to the Li family. Looked at the scene around him, his heart wrapped in endless anger. His own daughter was dead, his most beloved daughter. Looking at the bloodstained floor, felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Lanner, I will definitely avenge you. Shouted loudly. His roar echoed through the entire street. Passers-by were startled by the sudden sound. The news of Li Lan's death quickly spread throughout Jianlin City. Although the Li family wasn't a particularly large noble family, Li Lan was a little demoness who had good relationships with many young masters of Jianlin City. Many people were extremely concerned about this matter. Su family. Wang Hao killed Li Lan. A breathtakingly beautiful woman with city-like elegance slightly flashed her eyes. It must be a coincidence of the same name. In our school, Wang Hao is someone who doesn't even have talent. It's not to mention that Li Lan is an A-grade talent, someone at the 5th level of body refining. She also has strong protectors around her. Even if Wang Hao were an S-grade genius, he couldn't possibly take down Li Lan right now. It shouldn't be him, Su Qingyan thought to herself. Thinking of that lonely-looking boy, a hint of disappointment flashed in Su Qingyan's eyes. What a pity, no talent, sigh. Then, Su Qingyan continued her training, a chilling cold energy dispersing from her body. While everyone else was focused on Li Lan's situation, Wang Hao was in the training room with his sister, practicing. Now that he had the acquired essence pill, he naturally had to make good use of it. Once he broke through to warrior level, what did it matter if the head of the Li family was there? He was just trash that could be eliminated at any moment. In the training room. 2 days later, Wang Hao adjusted his condition to the best. Wang Hao swallowed the acquired essence pill, as warm energy flowed out of the pill. Within Wang Hao, a warm force circulated throughout his body. Chapter 13, Breakthrough, acquired first level. Then, Wang Hao executed the basic body refinement technique, and his body produced popping sounds. The elemental energy in the air seemed to be attracted as it slowly gathered toward Wang Hao's dantian. Boom! Wang Hao punched hard at the alloy puppet in the training room. A powerful aura exploded from Wang Hao's body, and the alloy puppet was instantly smashed to pieces by his immense strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to warrior level, achieving acquired first level. The system's voice echoed in Wang Hao's mind, and he felt joy in his heart. Finally broken through, now he was a warrior too. Attribute table. Name, Wang Hao. Talent, 100 Speed Divine Body, SSS. Realm, acquired first level. Technique, Basic Body Refinement Technique. Martial Arts, Falling Cloud Palm, F grade, Divine, Wind Slashing Blade Technique, E grade, Divine, Ethereal Step Technique, F grade, Perfect, Heavenly Origin 1 Blade, E grade, Perfect, Diamond Technique, E grade, Proficient. Vitality, 80. Soul, 1. Time until next replication, 10 days. His vitality was directly at 80, which meant Wang Hao now possessed a terrifying strength of 8,000 kilograms. Furthermore, with the boost from the elemental energy seeds and martial arts, Wang Hao was confident he could deal 10,000 kilograms of damage. The basic body refinement technique was no longer enough to support his training, Wang Hao thought. After breaking through to warrior level, more reliance was on the elemental energy seeds within his body. The more elemental energy that the seeds gathered, the higher the explosive damage could be. Next, he needed to buy a new technique, Wang Hao thought. If he continued training with the body refinement technique, who knows how long it would take to break through. Additionally, once he became a warrior, the medicinal pills for training became much more expensive. The energy pills used by warriors could help their elemental energy seeds grow faster. However, the price of energy pills was steep, costing 100,000 star coins for just one. Ha! Wang Hao gently exhaled, ready to continue obtaining resources. Acquired level techniques, along with energy pills for training, would be a huge expense. But, that Li Lan was also very considerate. Before dying, she contributed a star coin card to him. Wang Hao checked it and found there were actually 5 million star coins inside. It really showed the abundance of a big family's offspring. A mere young lady carried so many star coins with her. As for the Li family, if they dared to mess with me, I would let them know the consequences. If I open that card, would there be even better things? Wang Hao couldn't help but think. Brother, have you broken through to warrior level? Wang Xinyu's eyes widened with curiosity as she looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao affectionately patted Wang Xinyu's head and then said, "That's right, your brother is now an acquired warrior." Wang Xinyue blinked her big eyes. "My brother is a martial artist." Although Wang Xinyue was young, she understood what it meant to be a martial artist at 16, it was simply a genius beyond genius. Many of their teachers in the third high school were already at the level of martial artists, and her brother, at 16, was a martial artist. Brother, you can't really have SSS level talent, right? Wang Xinyue looked at Wang Hao with a cute face. Wang Hao smiled and said, "That's right, but this matter cannot be leaked, otherwise, it will cause big trouble." Wang Xinyue covered her mouth, indicating that she would absolutely not say a word. Wang Hao then took his sister to Jianglin City's most luxurious place, the Zhenlian Shopping Center, ready to treat her to a good time. Once one breaks through to become a martial artist, it's like entering another world. No one would easily offend a martial artist. A martial artist, to a certain extent, is already different from ordinary people, representing a significant personal strength. Inside the Zhenlian Shopping Center, Wang Hao took his sister and bought many beautiful clothes, as well as a lot of snacks they used to want but couldn't afford. After they finished shopping, they directly carried the large and small bags back home. In the refugee district, at the entrance of Wang Hao's home, members of the Black Wind Gang were looking around at the entrance of Wang Hao's house. The house had already been vandalized and was a complete mess by the Black Wind Gang. "Boss, that Wang Hao isn't really going to not come back, right?" said a lackey of the Black Wolf, yawning with a toothpick in his mouth. The Black Wolf casually threw a stone, which smashed against Wang Hao's house, saying, "Wait another day, if he still doesn't come back, we'll go directly to his sister's school. Everyone had a sinister smile, they all knew Wang Hao's sister. She was a student at the third high school and very beautiful. They had previously lacked an excuse to target her, but now her brother dared to mess with the Black Wind Gang. Let her brother's mistakes be repaid by her. A group of them continued waiting on the streets of the refugee district. Many residents saw what was happening but had no means to intervene. They could only pray in their hearts that Wang Hao would not come back. As for dealing with the Black Wolf, they never even thought about it. The Black Wolf was a formidable warrior at the 9th level of body refinement. They certainly didn't believe Wang Hao could handle him now. Although Wang Hao had an extremely high talent, how could he grow to such a level in a short time? After all, even geniuses need time to grow. Chapter 14, Black Wolf, Death. Wang Hao returned home with his sister and found a group of sneaky people at his door. Who are you, and what do you want? Wang Hao said coldly, his eyes glaring at the group before him. The Black Wolf rubbed his eyes. Wasn't this Wang Hao? This kid actually came back. And behind him, that was... The Black Wolf stared at Wang Xinyue, dressed in a white dress and resembling a fairy, his eyes fixed wide open. Wang Xinyue was already very beautiful, and now in her new dress, she appeared even more pure and enchanting. Kid, you killed my Black Wind Gang's people, and you dare ask who I am, the Black Wolf said coldly. Wang Hao frowned. Black Wind Gang. Oh, it turned out to be that Zhang Hu who collected protection fees before. I almost forgot if he hadn't come. Brother, they smashed our home. Wang Xinyue said weakly, hiding behind Wang Hao. Wang Hao raised his eyebrows, looking at the dirty and chaotic house around him, feeling a surge of anger. Since you are looking for death, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Hao said coldly, then put down the bags in his hands and took out his ally combat knife. Not far away, the Black Wolf saw Wang Hao looking like he wanted to fight, and a smirk crossed his face. Kid, if you beg for mercy, I can give you a quick death, but... Otherwise, I will make you suffer, the Black Wolf said in a low voice, his gaze at Wang Hao extremely cold. Wang Hao, run! This Black Wolf is at the 9th level of body tempering, you can't defeat him, a panicked voice suddenly called from not far away. Wang Hao's heart warmed, it was Uncle Lin, their neighbor. Uncle Lin, don't worry. These guys aren't enough to make me run away. Wang Hao replied, then coldly stared at Black Wolf and his group. Heavenly Origin Blade. Wang Hao whispered, and the energy in his body seemed to be drawn, directly gathering at the alloy blade. A strong and overwhelming aura surged over Wang Hao's body. Not far away, Black Wolf and the others trembled, the energy. Wang Hao is a martial artist, how is that possible? No! Wang Hao, spare me! I will never dare again! Black Wolf shouted loudly, panicking. The pressure coming from Wang Hao made him feel as if he was facing a towering mountain, with no inclination to resist at all. In the distance, Uncle Lin and others were also dumbfounded. Wang Hao has become a martial artist. Whoosh! Wang Hao would not care for Black Wolf's pleas, the aura gathered by the alloy blade burst forth. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a massive roar. Black Wolf and his group were instantly obliterated by Wang Hao's attack, blood and chunks of flesh splattering everywhere. The scene was extremely bloody, sickening to behold. After eliminating Black Wolf and his band, Wang Hao collected the spoils from their bodies and prepared to leave the refugee area. Wang Hao, you are amazing! You actually got rid of the Black Wind Society, this tumor. Damn Black Wind Society, finally eradicated. Daughter, you can rest in peace. Wang Hao, thank you for helping us get rid of the Black Wind Society. The surrounding neighbors, seeing that Wang Hao had eliminated the Black Wind Society, all excitedly celebrated as if it were the new year. The Black Wind Society, relying on its strength, had done as it pleased in the refugee area. The people had suffered greatly under them for a long time. After chatting briefly with the neighbors, Wang Hao took his sister and left the refugee area. Everyone knew that Wang Hao had already become a martial artist, living in a different world from them, so no one tried to keep him. Wang Hao and his sister randomly found a hotel in the city to settle down for the time being. Once Wang Hao was admitted to a top martial arts university, he could buy his own house in the city center. With hundreds of billions of people on the entire Blue Star, the refugee area was already overcrowded. Not to mention the safe and prosperous city center, where the exorbitant prices were a barrier. Just having a city household registration blocked most people's pathways. Only those with a city household could qualify to buy a house in the city center. The ways to obtain household registration were mainly two. One was to join the Martial Arts Alliance and achieve merit. The other was to get into a renowned martial arts university. Outstanding students could obtain a city household registration. Martial Artist Shop. Still bustling everywhere, various people moved around the martial artist shop. After arranging a hotel for his sister Wang Xinyue, Wang Hao came alone to the martial artist shop. Wang Hao crossed through the lively crowd and directly arrived at the martial arts techniques area. Do you have techniques for martial artists to cultivate? Wang Hao directly asked the staff. Sir, are you looking to purchase techniques for postnatal martial artists? The staff respectfully asked Wang Hao. Wang Hao frowned. What's the problem? The staff took a deep breath and incredulously said, could it be that you are already a martial artist? Wang Hao nodded. I just broke through not long ago. Immediately afterwards, Wang Hao released the energy from his dantian, an extremely frightening aura radiating from his body. The staff's pupils contracted. Wang Hao looked young, yet had already broken through to become a martial artist. He was a prodigy. This was his opportunity. If I can win this person over, there might be further opportunities ahead. A spark of excitement ignited in the staff's heart. Chapter 15, The Celestial Martial Association, The Knife's Momentum. Sir, have you considered joining the Celestial Martial Association? As long as you pass the assessment, you can receive a postnatal level cultivation technique for free, the staff member continued. Wang Hao pondered for a moment. He knew that the Celestial Martial Association was an organization founded by the top martial artist, the divine warrior Ling Tian, the strongest of all. Its influence spread across the country. It was a true giant. Ling Tian was a top martial arts expert who achieved the title of divine warrior hundreds of years ago. After his breakthrough, he forcefully defeated many veteran divine warriors. The Celestial Martial Association he founded was renowned globally, and even many foreign martial experts joined this organization. However, the conditions for joining this organization were extremely strict. First, you need to be recommended by internal members, and second, you must pass the Celestial Martial Association's assessment. The assessment standards of the Celestial Martial Association were very high. Many top students from prestigious martial arts universities aspired to join, but failed the assessment. In fact, the difficulty of the Celestial Martial Association's assessment is even higher than that of competitive fights. But once you pass the assessment, the rewards are substantial. Not only do you receive a city residence permit, but you'll also be awarded a villa and various cultivation resources like martial techniques. More importantly, once you join the Celestial Martial Association, you are one of them. Any force that wants to deal with you must think twice. Can I do it? I just broke through to being a martial artist. Wang Hao squinted his eyes and asked. The entry barrier for the Celestial Martial Association has always been high. Ordinary postnatal martial artists simply cannot join. Only those who reach the innate level are eligible to participate in the assessment. The staff member, hearing this, respectfully replied, the Celestial Martial Association has now established a new department. As long as you are at the martial artist level, you can participate in the assessment. Once you pass, you will become a preparatory member of the Celestial Martial Association. Then, the staff member introduced the assessment. I see, Wang Hao finally understood. Only martial artists under 18 can participate in this assessment. Upon passing, they automatically become preparatory members of the Celestial Martial Association. Once they reach the innate level, they can directly join the Celestial Martial Association without any further assessments. Wang Hao took a deep breath. The Celestial Martial Association. By passing the assessment, he would also gain a city residence permit, a small house in the city, and an advanced postnatal cultivation technique. Okay, I'll participate. Wang Hao declared. The staff member's eyes lit up, then proceeded to handle the paperwork for Wang Hao. After completing the formalities, Wang Hao bought an F-class battle knife and then left, waiting for the assessment to begin. In the advanced training room, Wang Hao held an F-class Ironblood battle knife, a chilling aura wrapped around him. Wang Hao immersed himself in practicing the Tianyuan blade, constantly swinging it in the advanced training room. The air was filled with the essence of the blade. Just a little more, just a little more. Wang Hao had been practicing for 2 days, and he had reached the divine realm with the Tianyuan blade just yesterday. But Wang Hao felt that he was still a little short of grasping the blade's momentum. That little bit was a gap as wide as the heavens and the earth. The blade, relentless, knows death but not life. Wang Hao recalled how he had used the Tianyuan blade to wipe out the lives of the Black Wolf gang in the refugee area. His blood surged, fueled by the power to annihilate everything. Extreme damage, the might to kill all. Swish, swish, swish. It seemed that something in Wang Hao's mind broke open. I understand now, so this is the blade's momentum. An exceedingly fierce aura enveloped Wang Hao's body. Tianyuan blade. Wang Hao whispered. Gently closing his eyes, a sudden wave of powerful energy burst forth from his body, seemingly coalescing into a large blade made of air. It directly slashed towards the super puppet in the advanced training room. Wang Hao clearly did not swing his own knife, yet the attack had already been unleashed, crashing directly towards the super puppet. SSSS. A violent tearing sound erupted from the super puppet's body. Then it exploded with a loud bang. Wang Hao opened his eyes, looking at the distant exploding super puppet, revealing a smile. The blade momentum is set. No warrior below the 4th level can withstand my blade momentum. Wang Hao's heart was filled with confidence. For every warrior below the 4th level, the more they come, the more I will kill. As for the fourth level, Wang Hao was still unclear. Because once someone reaches the fourth level, their strength undergoes a tremendous transformation, and their elemental force significantly increases. At the same time, their explosive power also moves up a notch. Those below the fourth level are still considered early stage. Upon reaching fourth level, one is already considered mid-stage. Mid-stage warriors can easily crush early-stage warriors. The chasm of realms is not so easily crossed. Although Wang Hao was extremely confident in his strength, he would not become arrogant enough to underestimate everything. He now possessed SSS grade talent. As long as he followed the steps, he would eventually become a martial god. Moreover, in 8 days, he would duplicate a new talent. Wang Hao had already made up his mind to copy Su Qingyin's talent. Coincidentally, that day everyone would participate in the martial assessment, and he would take the opportunity to copy her talent. Additionally, the assessment of the Tianwu conference would start in a day. Wang Hao had one more day to improve his strength. Wang Hao placed great importance on the Tianwu conference assessment. Passing it would allow him to obtain a relatively advanced postnatal training technique. Chapter 16, The Boiling Jianlin City. Wang Hao had already checked, and the techniques sold at the warrior shop were all relatively low tier. The training efficiency was low, only those top forces had fast training techniques. Since he had the talent for 100 times training speed, it was natural to maximize this advantage. To be the fastest, the strongest man. Therefore, the next step was to fully immerse himself in training diamond art. Wang Hao then devoted himself wholeheartedly to the training of diamond art. Lingxiao Pavilion. A series of crackling sounds echoed from a room. 2 powerful guards stood at the doorway, as if they had not heard the sounds coming from inside the room. A short boy, with a grim expression, was constantly smashing the valuable items in his room. Among them were ancient porcelain and various precious calligraphy and paintings. The luxuriously decorated room was a chaotic mess due to the boy's destruction. Everywhere there were shattered ceramics and precious antiques. If I can't go take revenge, I'll smash everything in this room, the boy angrily declared, not stopping his hand and continuing to destroy everything he could see. The boy was Qin Xiao, the grandson of the third elder of Lingxiao Pavilion. He was also a classmate of Wang Xinyue. After learning of Li Lan's death, Qin Xiao was so furious he felt ready to explode. Li Lan had gotten into trouble because of him. If others found out that someone had been killed while helping him, and he remained indifferent, Qin Xiao didn't know how he could continue living in Jianlin City. Moreover, Qin Xiao was not very old, yet his personality was extremely domineering. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Li Lan to help him deal with Wang Xinyue. Now, Li Lan's death ignited Qin Xiao's anger. That Wang Hao actually dared to kill Li Lan, and Li Lan had said she had a very good relationship with him. This was a slap in the face for Qin Xiao. Ever since Li Lan's incident, he had been shouting to take revenge for her. However, his grandfather, Chen Hong, had stopped him and confined him at home, preventing him from going outside. Creak. The sound of the door opening echoed in the room. An old man with a white beard, face serious, walked in. Get out, don't bother me, I don't eat. Qin Xiao didn't even look, grabbing a teapot and throwing it directly. Chen Hong caught the teapot thrown by Qin Xiao and sighed deeply. Ah Xiao, Grandpa isn't stopping you from taking revenge. Grandpa promises you, once the preliminary member assessment of the Tianwu Club is over, I will personally twist off that Wang Hao's head and send it to you. Chen Hong watched his grandson in pain, feeling heartbroken. Grandpa woo, why do we have to wait? You weren't like this before. Chen Xiao could no longer hold back, tears filling his eyes as he sobbed in Chen Hong's embrace. Chen Hong gently touched his grandson's forehead and then kindly said, Good grandson, this time there are important figures from the Tianwu Club in Jianlin City. Our Lingxiao Pavilion must also act cautiously. Let's talk about everything after the Tianwu Club matters are settled. Wang Hao's killing of Li Lan seemed to have been overshadowed by the selection of preliminary members for the Tianwu Club. What was once a hot topic suddenly fell silent. The Li family's pursuit of Wang Hao also stopped abruptly. The entire Jianlin city was eagerly awaiting the start of the preliminary member selection for the Tianwu Club. The Tianwu Club's preliminary member selection is a great opportunity. If I can join the Tianwu Club, I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. Did you see the conditions for participation? Martial artists under 18 years old, this alone eliminates 99% of people. They really intend to cultivate geniuses. I heard that the geniuses passing the assessment will receive great training. This has never happened before. That's right, but it's also good. Concentrating resources on talented individuals can help humanity grow stronger quickly. What's the use of geniuses? When facing monsters, they all cower like dogs. I think it's better to give resources to those experienced fighters. Every street and alley was buzzing about the Tianwu Club's preliminary member selection. This was not just happening in Jianlin City, discussions were taking place all over the country. This selection seemed to be nationwide. As long as they met the conditions and passed the assessment, they could receive great training from the Tianwu Club. All families, forces, and gangs that met the conditions signed up. After all, this was the Tianwu Club, the organization of the heavenly martial god, who wouldn't want to join? In the high-level training room, Wang Hao was still practicing his golden body technique. Countless golden lights shimmered on the surface of Wang Hao's body. Every punch Wang Hao threw seemed infused with unmatched power. Boom boom boom. Wang Hao's fist swung in the high-level training room, the air constantly roaring. As time went by, the roars grew louder. Bang! After an unknown amount of time, Wang Hao's fist unleashed a wave of golden light. The golden wave struck the super puppet in the high-level training room, instantly turning it to dust. Ding, congratulations to the host, the proficiency of the golden body technique has improved to perfection. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be a surge of power lurking within him, that was the power of the golden body technique. Chapter 17 Martial Arts Alliance. This, golden body technique, lives up to its E-grade martial art. Wang Hao felt that after the proficiency of the golden body technique reached perfection, his strength seemed to have surged greatly. Now, even mid-level postnatal martial artists, he was confident he could challenge. The power circulating within him gave Wang Hao absolute confidence. After breaking through as a martial artist, the system seemed to have become smarter. The increase in martial arts proficiency would also receive prompts. Opening the attributes, Wang Hao silently thought. Name, Wang Hao. Talent, 100 Speed Divine Body, SSS. Realm, Early Postnatal Stage. Technique, Basic Body Refining Technique. Skill, Sword Intent, Beginner. Enhancing the power of knife techniques by 50%. Martial Arts, Falling Cloud Palm, F-Level, Divine, Wind Cutting Knife Technique, E-Level, Divine, Ethereal Step Technique, E-Level, Perfect, Heaven Origin Knife, E-Level, Divine, Diamond Technique, E-Level, Perfect. Vitality, 90. Soul, 1. Time until next replication, 7 days. 3 Divine Level Martial Arts, 2 Perfect Level Martial Arts. If others knew that Wang Hao had cultivated this fast in less than a month, it would surely blow their minds. Cultivating martial arts requires not only talent but also a lot of time. Many innate martial artists just master one perfect level martial art. Reaching the perfect level in martial arts is already an extraordinary accomplishment, let alone the divine level. That is something only martial arts grandmasters can achieve. Now, I should be invincible at the early acquired stage. A smile curled at the corner of Wang Hao's mouth. Although his martial arts level is not high, his high proficiency is enough to dull some advantages of higher level martial arts. Not to mention that Wang Hao has also grasped the knife momentum. Although he just started, it is still extremely impressive. After all, only innate martial artists can comprehend something like knife momentum. Wang Hao has never heard of anyone at the acquired level who understood it. Next, it's time to participate in the assessment of the Tianwu conference. After sending a message to his sister, Wang Hao went straight to the assessment location of the Tianwu conference. Walking on the streets of Jianglin City, Wang Hao felt that the atmosphere around him seemed much more lively than usual. Many people were discussing the Tianwu conference assessment. Today is the start of the Tianwu conference assessment, I can't wait. Yes, I wonder what geniuses will appear. I heard that Su Xinghe from the Su family will also participate. It seems he is already an acquired 5th layer master. What? Isn't he only 18? How could he already be an acquired 5th layer? Those from wealthy families eat body refinement pills and vitality pills like they are candy, not to mention that Su Xinghe's talent is also extremely high. Chen Tian, the young master of Lingxiao Pavilion, will also participate. He is also 18, but his level has already reached the acquired 6th layer. The Tianwu conference assessment is surprisingly so boisterous? Wang Hao muttered in his heart as he listened to the discussions around him. Although he already knew this assessment was important, the people around him were all talking about it. Wang Hao still felt a bit unbelievable, even a little blood-boiling. Su Xinghe, Chen Tian. Let's see who the real genius is. Wang Hao took a deep breath and then quickly walked towards the site of the Tianwu conference assessment. Jianglin City, Martial Arts Alliance. At this moment, the Martial Arts Alliance was packed with people. Everywhere there were guards in Martial Arts Alliance uniforms patrolling around. The assessment of the Tianwu conference was also taking place at the Martial Arts Alliance. The Martial Artists Alliance was surrounded by countless spectators, making it impossible to squeeze through. Wang Hao squeezed for a long time before reaching the entrance. Entry is prohibited. As Wang Hao was about to enter, the guard said coldly. Wang Hao then took out the identity token given to him by a staff member at the Martial Artists Mall. Seeing Wang Hao take out the identity token, the guard respectfully let him in. Who is that guy? The guard actually let him in. He should be here for the assessment. Just look at the guard's expression. That boy looks about the same age as my cousin from the first high school. How is that possible? Could he already be a martial artist? Don't look at geniuses with your narrow-minded perspective. Do you know what a genius is? Cultivating is like having a cheat. but this is too outrageous. Wang Hao naturally did not know that his entry had also caused a stir. However, Wang Hao knew he would not care about it, as his goal was the stars and the sea. Once inside the Martial Arts Alliance, staff members immediately welcomed Wang Hao. Take him to the assessment location. Moments later, Wang Hao followed the staff to the assessment location. The assessment location was a huge square. Not far from the square there were many powerful VIPs seated. Those coming for the assessment were all standing in the center of the square, waiting for the assessment to begin. There were over 200 people here for the assessment. All the people coming for the assessment had cold faces. No one was willing to bow down to anyone. After all, anyone who could break through as a warrior before the age of 18 was a top talent, naturally proud of themselves. Wang Hao looked at so many people around him and couldn't help but click his tongue. So many geniuses were hidden in Jianglin City, how come I never noticed before? Chapter 18, Why are you barking like a dog? Wang Hao quietly waited around as the other geniuses were also waiting. Although they were all gifted, in front of the Grand Martial Arts Assembly, they still felt like ants. I wonder what kind of assessment this time will be, a genius whispered in the crowd. No matter what, Li Tai, will definitely pass, a burly young man said coldly. Heh, who can't talk big? Just don't leave in disgrace later. A boy in white mocked from the side. Su Xinghe, do you really think you're the only one who can fight in Jianglin City? I've always let you win. Li Tai couldn't help but retort when he saw Su Xinghe daring to mock him. Getting beaten like a dog is letting you win? You, Li Tai, are too magnanimous. Ha ha ha. Su Xinghe continued to mock. Everyone in the square looked at Li Tai with strange eyes. Although Li Tai was also a talented genius, he had always been suppressed by Su Xinghe. As everyone knew, Li Tai had never won a match against Su Xinghe. So, in the eyes of everyone, Li Tai's words were simply a joke, completely lacking credibility. Seeing everyone looking at him strangely, Li Tai's face became exceptionally ugly, and his eyes gazed at Su Xinghe with extreme hatred. Suddenly, Li Tai seemed to notice something. You little brat, what the hell are you looking at? Want to die? Li Tai yelled as he saw a very young boy in the square, instantly flaming with rage. Wang Hao? Are you talking to me? Wang Hao's tone was icy, his eyes fixed intently on Li Tai. Seeing Wang Hao's fierce tone, Li Tai's anger rose even more. What a little brat, how dare you be so arrogant? What's wrong? Not convinced? Do you want me to practice with you? Li Tai said mockingly. I can't deal with Su Xinghe, but can I handle this little brat? Everyone around watched the two with eager eyes. Although Li Tai didn't compare to Su Xinghe, he was still much stronger than most of the people here for the assessment. It wasn't necessary to offend Li Tai over a little brat like this. Whoosh! Wang Hao didn't speak, he charged directly forward. Li Tai's eyes were filled with mockery. Little guy, playing with me is seeking death. Just when he was in a bad mood, let's teach this arrogant little brat a lesson. Immediately, Li Tai's energy surged, forming an energy armor on his body. At the same time, both hands were wrapped in energy, an overwhelming force condensing in his hands. Bang! As soon as Li Tai's energy condensed, Wang Hao was already close. He extended his hand, directly slapping Li Tai's face. With a crisp sound, Li Tai was actually sent flying. Why are you barking like a dog? Wang Hao shouted loudly after sending Li Tai flying. Everyone around was instantly dumbfounded. Where did this boy come from? He actually slapped Li Tai flying. This Li Tai must be a fake. Although Li Tai had always been suppressed by Su Xinghe, he was still a postnatal third-level warrior. And he was a genius with an A-level talent. Li Tai, who was sent flying, only felt his brain swell, buzzing as if it would explode, having been struck down by a little brat. His face burned with pain, and blood continually seeped from the corner of his mouth. A cold, indifferent voice entered Li Tai's mind. What is that dog barking? How dare this kid? Who is this young man? How come I've never seen him before? He's incredibly strong. Yeah, he sent Li Tai flying with just one slap. It's simply unbelievable. That's Li Tai. Could this be a top genius hidden by some powerful force? The people around began to discuss, marveling at Wang Hao. Even the big shots not far away noticed Wang Hao's performance. Master, should we intervene? A middle-aged man in the VIP section respectfully said. Beside him stood a majestic man, his eyes flickering with unusual light, carefully observing the situation in the square. This man was Guan Shang, the head in charge of selecting preparatory members for the Tianwu Association in Jianglin City. Good, very good. I never expected such a young warrior to appear. I wonder where this kid comes from. Guan Shang looked at Wang Hao in the distance with excitement on his face. Before long, a staff member handed over some information. Wang Hao, 16 years old. Guan Shang stared at the information in his hand, his pupils shrinking. He was only 16 years old. I ask you, why are you barking like a dog? Wang Hao then stamped heavily on Li Tai's chest with one foot. Li Tai felt as if a mountain crushed down on him, unable to move at all. The people around saw that Wang Hao was relentless in his power and were all astonished. Where did this brat come from? He was just too domineering. Kid, do you dare to let me go? You snuck up on me earlier, let me stand up, and we can compare our skills. Even though Li Tai lay on the ground, his body trembling but his tone showed no fear. A glimmer of ridicule flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. This worthless fool, sneak attack? Even after being beaten like this, he still wanted to compare skills? Crack! Wang Hao brutally stomped down on Li Tai's rib, accompanied by a faint tearing sound. Li Tai's ribs were mercilessly crushed by Wang Hao. Ah! Li Tai screamed as if being slaughtered like a pig, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed around. This kid was too ruthless. Can't you understand human language? I ask you why you are barking like a dog? Wang Hao, without caring about Li Tai's misery, continued to ask. Li Tai's heart was engulfed in extreme pain, and he had no thoughts of fighting back anymore. This young brother, you're going too far, he only mocked you. Is it necessary to torture him like this? At that moment, a cold voice rang out. Everyone turned to look. A man in a green shirt coldly stared at Wang Hao. That's Chen Tian from Lingsha Pavilion, is he going to stand up for Li Tai? That would be interesting. Yes, it seems this young man is in danger. Chen Tian is at the 6th level of postnatal. Do you think this young man can take down Chen Tian as well? How is that possible? Chen Tian is at the 6th level of postnatal. Although this young man is strong, it shouldn't be. Everyone began to murmur among themselves. Wang Hao's expression remained unchanged. So what if he was at the 6th level? Is he your father? Do you want to stand up for him? Wang Hao coldly asked Chen Tian while stepping on Li Tai. Although he didn't have much confidence to deal with someone at the 6th level of postnatal now, with his mastery of the knife's momentum and various powerful martial skills, Wang Hao was confident enough to have a go. Chen Tian's expression stiffened. This kid doesn't seem to know who I am, Chen Tian. Looks like it's necessary to teach you a lesson. Chen Tian said icily. Chapter 19, the selection begins. Wang Hao kicked Li Tai aside, then said, I want to see what skills Li Tai's father possesses. Chen Tian's face was dark, this guy's words were truly venomous. What's wrong? Does Chen Xiao want to use his power to bully the weak? At that moment, Su Xinghe spoke up. Su Xinghe stood next to Wang Hao, his eyes locked onto Chen Tian's. Little brother, you did wonderfully. That Li Tai has a mouth like he's eaten something sour, he deserves a good lesson. Su Xinghe praised Wang Hao. Wang Hao blinked and offered Su Xinghe a friendly smile. No matter what, since Su Xinghe was willing to stand beside him now, everything was good. Quiet down. The assessment is about to begin. Just as everyone was still enjoying the drama, a stern voice came from not far away. Guansheng slowly walked towards the square. As soon as Guansheng spoke, the crowd fell silent. No one wanted to leave a bad impression on the examiner by making noise. Chen Tian stared fiercely at Wang Hao, then snorted coldly, not bothering to engage further. Wang Hao and Su Xinghe also turned their eyes away, focusing on Guansheng. I am Guansheng, the hall master of the Wind Hall in the Tianwu Society. I am in charge of this assessment. This time, the Tianwu Society is selecting members, and there are a total of 10 spots in Jianglin City, which means that 95% of you will be eliminated. Guansheng spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with shock. A 95% elimination rate was truly terrifying. They all knew that they were young geniuses under the age of 18, having stood out among thousands already. And now, they had to eliminate so many spots. Wang Hao's expression remained unchanged. With a 95% elimination rate, he should be okay. Wang Hao observed that most of the people in the square were low-level martial artists, below the 4th level of the acquired stage. There weren't many above the 4th level. His chances of passing should be quite high, Wang Hao thought. Guansheng's gaze swept across the crowd and then landed on Wang Hao, noticing that Wang Hao showed no signs of fear or hesitation. Looks like this kid is quite confident, Guansheng thought. Is there anyone who wants to withdraw? Once the assessment starts, you cannot back out halfway, Guansheng continued. Immediately, a stir arose in the crowd. Withdraw? With a 95% elimination rate, many people hesitated, wondering whether they should back out. Soon after, some people did choose to withdraw. Before long, only 150 participants remained in the square. Many who felt their strength wasn't enough decided to step back. Li Tai, who had just been defeated by Wang Hao, was also carried away. As he was being taken out, Li Tai glared at Wang Hao, as if he wanted to kill him with his stare. Wang Hao, of course, didn't care at all. Guan Shang looked expressionlessly at those leaving and said nothing. After a while, the square finally cleared out completely. Very well. Since no one else wants to withdraw, I announce that the assessment begins now. Guan Shang declared. With Guan Shang's announcement, the square stirred again. The first test is a strength test, we will take the top 80. Guan Shang stated directly. Then some staff members brought out advanced strength testing equipment. No martial arts allowed, you can only rely on your own physical strength. Violators will be disqualified immediately. Guan Shang added. As soon as Guan Shang spoke, everyone looked serious, relying only on their body's strength seemed to prevent some geniuses from using powerful martial arts. After all, martial arts from big families were definitely stronger, giving opportunities to those from lesser backgrounds. Wang Hao looked at the restless crowd around him, feeling a surge of excitement. Finally, it had started. Before long, the assessment began. The staff brought out the forms for the participants and began testing them one by one in order of their names. Lin Yan, go on stage for the test, the staff member said. Before long, a man in a black coat stepped onto the stage. Bang! Lin Yan's fist slammed into the force tester. Lin Yan, 6,000 kilograms, next, Wang Xia. Wang Xia, 6,100 kilograms. The tests were in full swing, and many people were tense, watching the test's progress. These low-level warriors generally produced power around 6,000 kilograms, while a few with greater talent could hit around 7,000 kilograms. It seemed he should pass the strength test without a problem, Wang Hao thought. Next, Wang Hao, the staff called out loudly. Wang Hao took a deep breath, finally it was his turn, and he quickly stepped onto the stage. So this is Wang Hao, the one who slapped Li Tai flying. Wang Hao, why does that name sound familiar? Hiss, a couple of days ago, there was a guy who killed the eldest daughter of the Li family, could it be this Wang Hao? Oh no, it's quite possible, it should be this person. Beside, Su Xinghe's eyes lit up upon hearing, the one who killed Li Lan, interesting. Didn't expect he was such a bold person, it was so interesting. In the distant VIP seats, an old man with white hair watched the young man on the testing stage, his veins popping. This guy is the one who made my grandson throw a fit for so long. When I find the chance, I will definitely catch you and take revenge for my grandson. Chen Hong's gaze was cold. Wang Hao stepped onto the testing platform, taking a deep breath, his blood energy circulating heavily, followed by a powerful blow. Bang! Wang Hao, 9,000 kilograms, next, Su Xinghe, the staff member said, his pupils constricting at the terrifying strength of the young man. As soon as the staff's words fell, the entire place fell silent. No way, 9,000 kilograms? I'm in the third stage of postnatal, and I can only manage over 6,000, was there a mistake? Damn, that's ridiculous, 9,000 kilograms, how old is this Wang Hao? Could he already be a mid-level warrior? It's possible, Li Tai's strength is not something everyone can handle, this young man seems to be a dark horse. Impossible, a mid-level warrior must have a strength of at least 10,000 kilograms, he should still be a low-level warrior. The surrounding discussions continued endlessly. Everyone was shocked by Wang Hao's strength, 9,000 kilograms, this is currently the highest strength. Su Xinghe looked at the young man on the testing stage, feeling uneasy, wow, 9,000, ridiculous. And this young man's realm surely hasn't broken through to mid-level, monster. In the distance, Guan Shang had an eager expression. He knew very well that Wang Hao's realm was only the first stage of postnatal. Chapter 20, Chen Tian's Strength. How can someone with just the first stage of postnatal have such terrifying strength? Truly an extraordinary talent. In the VIP seats, Chen Hong's pupils contracted, 9,000 kilograms, as a high-level warrior, he naturally knew what this number meant. This Wang Hao has incredible potential, if he were to join the Tianwu Association. Chen Hong's eyes flashed with cold light, as if weighing something. Chen Tian, on the other hand, wore a face of disdain, but it's just 9,000 kilograms, I can casually hit 1 or 2 tens of thousands, a bunch of worthless trash. Su Xinghe, 14,000 kilograms, next, Chen Tian. The staff member then announced. Su Xinghe was a 5th stage postnatal warrior, hitting 14,000 wasn't surprising, Wang Hao was only at the first stage of postnatal and just 16 years old, how could he compare? As soon as Su Xinghe's number came out, the focus of the discussions quickly shifted to Su Xinghe and Chen Tian. Chen Tian looked disdainful, it seemed he was going to take first place. Chen Tian casually stepped onto the stage as if he hadn't prepared at all, lazily throwing a punch. Bang! With a violent sound, the force tester displayed the number. Chen Tian, 20,000 kilograms. Next, Yi Jin. The staff member continued to announce. So this is the damage of a mid-level warrior, just a casual strike is 20,000 damage, Wang Hao thought while looking at Chen Tian on stage. My goodness, Chen Tian is terrifying. 20,000 kilograms of strength is already not much weaker than some high-level warriors. Yeah, it's too ridiculous. I thought that Wang Hao was powerful enough, but I didn't expect this Chen Tian to be even more terrifying. It seems that Chen Tian is definitely on track for the Tianwu Association. Aren't you just stating the obvious? If Chen Tian can't make it, who else could? You? Su Xinghe looked at Chen Tian on stage, feeling a heavy sense of pressure in his heart. This Chen Tian is just too strong. Clearly only a rank higher than himself, but his strength is a full 6,000 kilograms more, and it seems he hasn't even used his full power. Chen Tian then stepped down from the stage, glancing disdainfully at Wang Hao as he left. The VIP Chen Hong saw his own young lord display 2,000 kilograms of strength and felt ecstatic. No matter how talented that little brat was, it didn't matter. If he encountered our young lord, he would be crushed in an instant. Chen Tian's appearance directly lifted the atmosphere to a climax. Those who appeared afterward all had lower levels, generally around 6,000 kilograms of strength. After a while, the assessment finally came to an end. Many people in the square were anxiously waiting for the announcement of the results. The staff did not waste everyone's time. They quickly announced the list of those who passed the first assessment. Chen Tian, Li Te Lu, Xiangshan, Wang Hao, Su Xinghe. As the staff announced, those who failed the assessment immediately left the square. In a short time, only 80 contestants remained in the square, waiting for the continuation of the assessment. Next, Guan Sheng came again to the center of the square. You are all geniuses from Jianglin City, congratulations on passing the first assessment. Next, we will proceed to the second assessment. Ultimately, a warrior needs to demonstrate practical combat ability. No matter how strong the power, if it cannot be used, it is useless. We in the Tianwu Association do not need useless people. The second assessment is simple. There will be a total of 3 rounds of battles. You will compete one-on-one, and winning 3 in a row will allow you to pass the assessment and join our Tianwu Association's reserve team. If you lose, you are out. It's that simple, Guan Sheng explained. As soon as Guan Sheng's words came out, everyone present felt a surge of excitement and blood boiling. Warriors ultimately need to demonstrate practical combat ability. Wang Hao took a deep breath. He believed that as long as he didn't encounter Chen Tian or Su Xinghe, he should feel no pressure. Then everyone headed to the other side of the square. The arena was ready. Wang Hao followed the crowd but suddenly felt someone in the VIP area was watching him. Wang Hao turned his head, noticing an old man with white hair. What's up with that old man? Did I offend him? That cold gaze sent a chill down Wang Hao's spine. Wang Hao, that old man is the third elder of Lingxiao Pavilion. The Li Lan you killed has some connection to his grandson, that's probably why he looks at you with disdain. Su Xinghe said, standing beside Wang Hao. Wang Hao blinked, that old guy from Lingxiao Pavilion? I haven't even settled scores with him yet. Thanks for the reminder, Su brother. I understand. Wang Hao replied with a smile. Wang Hao, don't worry, with your strength, you will definitely pass this assessment. Once you become a reserve member of the Tianwu Association, that old man will just have to stare helplessly. Su Xinghe continued, laughing. Getting on good terms with such a genius is definitely wise. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. As long as he passed the assessment, that old guy wouldn't have any way to deal with him. Moreover, with his speed of improvement, it wouldn't take long before he could turn Lingxiao Pavilion upside down. At that time, it wouldn't be up to them anymore. Shortly after, everyone arrived at the edge of the arena. First match, Chen Tian vs Li Te. Second match, Lu Xiong vs Xin Lian. The staff continued announcing the battle pairings. I'm fighting Zhang Xiao. As Wang Hao listened to the staff's announcements, he felt a mix of anticipation and determination. The memories began to rise in his mind. Zhang Xiao's strength is only 7,100 kilograms, he should be able to crush easily. As long as he doesn't face Chen Tian and Su Xinghe, there should be no problem. Then the battle on the arena began. As soon as Chen Tian stepped onto the stage, he directly eliminated his opponent without any suspense. Everyone gained a deeper understanding of Chen Tian's strength. As Wang Hao watched the battles on the stage, he gathered plenty of insights. Though these people's martial arts comprehension levels weren't as high as his, their timing and angles were indeed worth learning. After watching several matches in a row, Wang Hao felt exhilarated. The battles on the stage continued, with various confusing martial arts and powerful attacks flashing across the arena. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Next match, Wang Hao vs Zhang Xiao. Both fighters, please come to the stage, announced the staff. Wang Hao took a deep breath and slowly walked toward the arena. A man in a blue shirt with an ugly expression was watching from below. It was Zhang Xiao, who was right there when Wang Hao knocked Li Tai away. What a joke. Forget it. I'm here, so let's just get on with it, Zhang Xiao thought. Then, under the watch of the crowd, both of them stepped onto the stage. Chapter 21, Battle with Lin Long. Both fighters ready, battle start, the referee announced as the two took their positions on the stage. Bang! Wang Hao said nothing and directly swung his fist. The powerful life force surged around him. Jiang Shao, standing opposite him, turned pale. This Wang Hao is like a fierce beast. I concede. Before Wang Hao's fist even reached him, Jiang Shao had already spoken. He couldn't withstand that kind of punch. The spectators murmured, this Jiang Shao is too cowardly. He conceded before even fighting. Wang Hao raised his eyebrows, he actually conceded. Then Wang Hao reined in his life force. Wang Hao wins. Next match, Su Xinghe vs Wang Lihu. After the referee's announcement, Wang Hao stepped down from the stage. Time slowly passed. Su Xinghe's opponent also conceded immediately. After all, his postnatal 5th level strength made conceding not shameful. The first round ended smoothly like this. In the second round, Chen Tian's opponent also conceded. Wang Hao's second round, however, was a battle, but his opponent couldn't even take one of Wang Hao's punches. Directly eliminated. The last match of the third round, Wang Hao vs Lin Long. With the announcement from the staff, everyone's eyes were fixed tightly on Wang Hao. It was actually Lin Long. Oh right, it's the last match, only this person left. Wang Hao began to recall Lin Long's data from the first assessment. 7,600 kilograms, could it really be another elimination without a fight? Wang Hao grumbled to himself, he thought at least he would have to go through a fierce battle to get through. There must be some kind of collusion, Wang Hao thought. Not far away, Guansheng suddenly sneezed, who was talking about me? Guansheng looked at Wang Hao, who was ascending the stage, with delight in his eyes, a 16-year-old genius martial artist, meeting him in this small place, Jianglin City. What incredible luck, if he performs well, he can easily crush those big geniuses from the capital. As if he thought of something, there was a gleam of pleasure in Guansheng's eyes. Wang Hao, let's have a straightforward battle. Lin Long looked at Wang Hao with fighting spirit in his eyes. Wang Hao raised his eyebrows, as you wish. Then, after the referee announced, the two charged into collision. Bang! Wang Hao's fist struck Lin Long with a crisp sound, but Lin Long's expression didn't change. His fist also struck Wang Hao. Bang! Wang Hao was hit by overwhelming force. The body stepped back 2 steps. Are you hiding your strength? Wang Hao stared at Lin Long with fiery eyes. This terrifying strength is definitely more than 7,000 kilograms, it might even reach 10,000 kilograms. My talent allows me to temporarily boost my combat power. Wang Hao, be careful, let me show you how strong I really am. Lin Long explained, as his body burst forth with incredible speed. This Lin Long has such swift power, it has far surpassed the early stages of the acquired realm. I didn't expect Lin Long to have such a hidden trump card. It seems Wang Hao is in danger, Lin Long's strength seems to have directly multiplied by several times. Yes, I guess Wang Hao will fail. It's a pity for such a genius to encounter someone he shouldn't have. Seeing Lin Long's sudden surge in power, everyone in the crowd gasped in astonishment. Who would have thought that Lin Long had such a skill? In the VIP section, Chen Hong looked at Lin Long, who had suddenly become stronger, feeling a sense of pleasure in his heart. Little beast, when you fail the assessment, it will be your death day. Guanshan watched the battle on the stage, feeling a bit uneasy. He should have arranged for Wang Hao to face a weaker opponent. If Wang Hao messes up here, how could he bring him into the Heavenly Martial Conference? Although Guansheng is a hall master, he still has to follow the rules. Even though he highly regarded Wang Hao, he couldn't directly let him enter the Heavenly Martial Conference. The Heavenly Martial Conference requires everyone to go through a careful assessment. No one can decide that with a simple word. Of course, if you are an elder-level figure, that's another story. Forget it, whatever I gain is my fortune, whatever I lose is my fate, Guansheng comforted himself. Geniuses shine wherever they go, even without the Heavenly Martial Conference, with his talent, he can carve out his own path. Wang Hao naturally had no idea that Guansheng was starting to lose hope in him. After Lin Long's talent boost, his strength increased dramatically, and he was now locked onto Wang Hao in battle. It seemed that Lin Long's strength had reached the 4th level of the acquired realm. Using ordinary attacks, it was clear he wouldn't be able to defeat him. In that case, let's do this. Wang Hao suppressed his previous contempt and channeled his inner energy. The diamond technique activated, wrapping Wang Hao's whole body in a golden glow. Wang Hao felt his strength growing immensely out of nowhere. At the same time, the ethereal steps were activated, his swift movements fluttered like leaves dancing in the wind. Lin Long's attacks couldn't even touch Wang Hao's body. Lin Long looked at Wang Hao, who was suddenly glowing with golden light, and his heart sank. How is it possible? Could it be that Wang Hao also has some boosting martial arts or talent? Lin Long gritted his teeth, accelerating his inner energy, trying to suppress Wang Hao once more. But no matter how Lin Long struck, he couldn't touch Wang Hao. Wang Hao moved like the wind, always in front of him but impossible to hit. Gradually, the aura around Lin Long began to weaken. The golden light on Wang Hao was so dense, this is the perfect level diamond technique, how could it be, this is just too outrageous. Not just that. Look at Wang Hao's steps, Lin Long can't even touch him. This is the ethereal steps, and it's at the god level. This Wang Hao is terrifying. Oh my goodness. I don't even have a perfect level martial art, and Wang Hao has already mastered the god level. It's just infuriating. Wang Hao's golden light and extremely ethereal steps instantly sparked heated discussions. In the crowd, Su Xinghe looked at Wang Hao with excitement. This Wang Hao is truly amazing. Now Lin Long's strength might not be far from mine. Wang Hao can actually suppress him with ease. I wonder if Wang Hao has a girlfriend. I introduced my sister to him, asking him for some guidance. This is god-level martial arts, simply extraordinary. Beside us, Chen Tian already had a gloomy face. The god-level, Misty Step, combined with the perfect level, Vajra technique, made it clear to Chen Tian what kind of comprehension was required. Even a genius like him had not perfected any martial art to the perfect level. Chapter 22, Double God Level, shocking the entire venue. As for god-level skills, Chen Tian never thought he could reach that realm. Far away in the VIP area, Chen Hong's face was equally dark. This little beast is incredibly terrifying. It seems he cannot be spared. Even if he passes the assessment, I must find a way to kill him. The other spectators in the VIP area were also astonished. The god-level, Misty Step, was truly unbelievable. Jianlin City is about to produce a true dragon. Guanqing exclaimed with joy beside him. This Wang Hao has surprised him too much. A 16-year-old warrior with god-level martial arts, not even the past martial god, Ling Tian, was this strong. Guanqing felt as if he were in a dream. He thought Jianlin City had no powerful talents, but it turned out he had struck gold. On the stage, Lin Long was almost in despair. He couldn't even touch Wang Hao, feeling incredibly stifled. He could only go for one last strike. Fire Dragon Fist. Lin Long roared loudly, circulating his primordial energy rapidly. A terrifying primordial energy gathered in his right hand, as if flames were surging. The temperature in the air seemed to rise in an instant. Wang Hao's pupils contracted. Was this guy finally going to unleash his ultimate move? Falling Cloud Palm. Wang Hao also used his martial skill. Rapid primordial energy gathered in Wang Hao's palm, and a violent roar sounded in the air. A massive palm print appeared. The air seemed to boil with swirling primordial energy. A trace of despair flashed in Lin Long's eyes. The powerful impact rushed directly at him. Lin Long's primordial energy extinguished in an instant, and then he was directly blasted off the stage by the powerful force. Another god-level martial skill, Falling Cloud Palm. This kid is cheating. I refuse to accept. We're all human, but this difference is just too much. 2 god-level martial skills and 1 perfect-level martial skill. That's terrifying. I'm numb. Don't call me to practice martial arts anymore. I am not worthy. +1. +1. Wang Hao's Falling Cloud Palm caused the entire city to erupt again. The people in the distant VIP area stood up in unison. What kind of genius is this? He's simply not human. Judge, did I win? Wang Hao felt a bit uneasy as everyone looked at him with burning eyes. Isn't it just god-level martial arts? I have more to show. If you knew I had also comprehended the knife intent, it would be even more. Wang Hao couldn't help but think. God-level martial arts, isn't it just about having hands? After this battle, Wang Hao had a clearer understanding of his own strength. God-level martial arts were even more powerful than he had imagined. Lin Long's strength was already much greater than an ordinary postnatal 3rd level. Wang Hao even felt that Lin Long's strength might have already touched the edge of the postnatal 6th level. The judge beside him was also a bit stunned. Dual god-level skills were simply ridiculous. One couldn't cheat like this. Wang Hao wins. The judge took a deep breath and then announced the battle's outcome. After the judge announced the result, Guanqing couldn't wait to rush to the stage. Wang Hao looked at Guanqing, who suddenly rushed over with a face full of enthusiasm, feeling somewhat uneasy. What's wrong with this president of the Tianwu Association? Does he have some special preference? Little brother, do you want to join our Tianwu Association? Guanqing looked at Wang Hao with fiery eyes. The kind question was asked. Wang Hao looked at Guanshang in front of him. Haven't I already passed the test and can become a preliminary member? What more do I need to join? Wang Hao looked at Guanshang beside him, asking in confusion. We'll talk in the Martial Arts Alliance. Xiao Chun, arrange for these people and handle their preliminary member matters. I want to discuss something with my little brother Wang Hao. Without waiting for Wang Hao to respond, he swiftly took Wang Hao away. The crowd beside the arena was completely stunned. Is this the treatment for a genius? In the VIP area, Chen Hong watched Guanshang taking Wang Hao away, filled with unwillingness, his hands even trembling. 1 door to divine-level martial arts could be said to be luck, but 2 doors, that is true talent. Wang Hao is a true peerless genius. Chen Hong was filled with despair, knowing all too well about his grandson's matters. After failing to confess to someone, he thought of ruining others' reputations and even wanted to take their lives. Moreover, Wang Hao's performance today was etched in Chen Hong's mind. He was domineering. The Li Tai was just scolded once and was directly beaten like a dog. His own grandson committing such acts. Chen Hong clenched his fists tightly. Under the arena, Su Xinghe was already somewhat numb. Determined to introduce his sister to him, Su Xinghe felt incredibly excited in his heart. A dual divine martial arts genius, and with his sister being so beautiful, surely she could capture Wang Hao completely. Soon, Wan Shang's assistant led the successful candidates to the Martial Arts Alliance's room for the relevant procedures. In the Martial Arts Alliance's room. Master Guan, are you saying that I can directly join the Tianwu Association and become an official member? Wang Hao said incredulously. Just now, Guan Shang said he would make him an official member of the Tianwu Association. Guan Shang nodded and then said, our Tianwu Association has the most powerful resources and strength in Blue Star. I believe you know about our Tianwu Association, otherwise, you wouldn't have come to participate in the test. But doesn't your Tianwu Association require an 8 level to join? Wang Hao then asked. Guan Shang's face was full of smiles, and he said, that is for ordinary geniuses. For a genius like you with extraordinary perception, being at the acquired level is enough. Alright, I will join. Wang Hao said without hesitation. To become an official member of the Tianwu Association is naturally better. You made the right choice. Trust me, you will never regret it. Guan Shang said with a beaming smile. Then Guan Shang explained to Wang Hao the organizational structure and various benefits of the Tianwu Association. The headquarters of the Tianwu Association is in the capital, while other branches are spread throughout the country. Members of the Tianwu Association have an internal assessment system. Besides the president Ling Tian, the martial god, there are several vice presidents, also figures at the martial saint level, immensely powerful, famous globally as great masters. There are many branches below, and under each branch, there are several halls, with a total of 12 branches and 72 halls. Guan Shang is the master of the 7th branch, the Wind Chase Hall, and is also a master-level expert. This is a rough outline of our Tianwu Association's composition and structure. You don't need to worry about that for now, we have a contribution point system for each member. Contribution points can be exchanged for martial arts, various resources, and even star coins. Basically, anything available in Blue Star can be redeemed in the Tianwu Association. For you just joining us, we will provide you with a villa in Jianglin City, as well as 3 sea-level and below martial arts, and a top-tier cultivation method, all of which you can choose yourself. Additionally, you will receive a monthly subsidy of 1 million star coins for your own expenses. Chapter 23, Join, the Zhaoqi Qingmu Technique. Guan Shang spoke eloquently about the benefits of the Heavenly Martial Association. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, a monthly subsidy of 1 million star coins, 3 sea-level and below martial arts, 1 top-tier cultivation technique, and a villa. This Heavenly Martial Association is incredibly wealthy. I won't say much more, these are just the most basic benefits. In addition, our Heavenly Martial Association releases a large number of tasks every day. Completing tasks can earn you contribution points, which are extremely useful and can be exchanged for many things. Star coins can also be exchanged for contribution points, but I wouldn't recommend doing that. Moreover, every member must complete at least 3 tasks each year, or they will be expelled from the Heavenly Martial Association. Guan Shang continued. Wang Hao nodded, this was only natural. An organization cannot give you so much without a reason, contributions are essential. This terminal is for you. It contains information about the Heavenly Martial Association, and you can also use it to exchange for martial arts. Guan Shang said, pulling out a mechanical terminal. He scanned it in front of Wang Hao, and it automatically attached itself to Wang Hao's hand. Wang Hao looked at the terminal on his hand, feeling incredibly magical. The terminal had almost no weight, it felt like nothing was there when bound to his hand. This terminal does not track or record any of your personal information, so you don't need to worry. It is just for convenient communication among Heavenly Martial Association members, and you can also use it like a phone and install any applications available on the market. Guan Shang explained. Wang Hao played with the terminal, finding it truly magical. He could hardly believe such an amazing device existed. Master Guan, if I want to choose a cultivation technique, which one should I select? Wang Hao asked directly. When it comes to cultivation techniques, Guan Shang would clearly know better. Although he had extraordinary talent, Wang Hao didn't understand so much. Guan Shang looked at Wang Hao with satisfaction. Good, he knows how to make use of the resources around him. Guan Shang was generous, who does it like a genius, especially someone like Wang Hao, a once-in-a-century talent. What is your talent? Guan Shang asked directly, as he needed to understand Wang Hao's talent in order to better choose techniques for him. My talent is to improve my cultivation speed, regardless of whether it's a technique or martial art, I practice at an extremely fast pace. Wang Hao replied. Wang Hao didn't want to reveal that his SSS-level talent allowed him to cultivate at 100 times the speed. That was too scary, just look at Li Chang, he revealed his SSS level and soon met his end. Better to stay low-key. Guan Sheng fell into deep thought, considering the implications of Wang Hao's fast cultivation speed. If that's the case, I have two options for you. One is the Zhaoqi Qingmu technique. It's quite difficult to practice but provides continuous life force recovery and has a very fast energy recovery rate, also being extremely effective for healing injuries. The other is the 3-turn vitality technique. This technique is also quite difficult to cultivate. Each realm requires practicing 3 times to advance, but its energy damage is incredibly strong, almost 3 times that of ordinary vital energy. Both of these techniques can reach the Master Realm directly. After reaching Master Realm, there are further advanced techniques, but those will require contribution points to exchange for. Guan Sheng stated. Zhaoqi Qingmu technique, 3-turn vitality technique. Wang Hao weighed the pros and cons. One was for recovery, and the other had terrifying damage. Wang Hao found it hard to choose. Master Guan, which one do you think I should choose? I really can't decide. Wang Hao scratched his head and said. Guan Sheng's eyes were filled with appreciation. He had expected Wang Hao to choose the 3-turn vitality technique right away. He had witnessed Wang Hao's fiery nature during the incident with Li Tai in the square. Wang Hao's temperament was incredibly explosive, and the 3-turn vitality technique had such strong killing power. Wang Hao must be extremely excited. He didn't expect that he would come to ask me. Indeed. I suggest you choose the Zhaoqi Qingmu Ju. This skill may not have high power, but its recovery ability is excellent, and it can create a super strong foundation. As for power, with your speed of martial arts practice, you can totally make up for it with martial skills. After all, if you don't die, you have a chance to output. Guan Sheng said with a smile on his face. Wang Hao nodded, indeed, and he can copy other talents later, so he really doesn't need to worry about power. Next, Wang Hao exchanged for the Zhaoqi Qingmu Ju at the terminal. After Guan Sheng talked to Wang Hao about some matters regarding the Tianwu conference, he directly let him leave. As for the selection of martial arts, Guan Sheng believed that Wang Hao could make the right decision himself. However, with his talent, choosing an C-level martial art with closed eyes wouldn't be a problem. Mr. Wang Hao, I am your personal assistant, Chen Xuan. You can directly assign me any tasks. A refined young man stood beside Wang Hao, having waited at the entrance of the martial alliance for Wang Hao. As soon as Wang Hao came out, he immediately approached him. You have a personal assistant? Wow, this Tianwu conference is amazing. Wang Hao looked at the young man beside him and couldn't help but exclaim. Wang Hao could tell that this young man was a martial artist at the 9th level of body refinement. Using a martial artist as an assistant. Okay, Brother Chen, now take me to see the villa that the Tianwu conference prepared for me. Wang Hao said. Wang Hao was extremely looking forward to the villa prepared for him by the Tianwu conference. Chen Xuan nodded and then led Wang Hao out of the martial alliance. As soon as Wang Hao came out of the martial alliance, there were a large number of people waiting at the entrance. This is Wang Hao, who masters the dual communication god-level martial arts. He is indeed very handsome. This Wang Hao looks so young, could he not be adult yet? As far as I know, Wang Hao is only 16 years old, and the most important thing is that he doesn't have a girlfriend. What? Such a powerful genius doesn't have a girlfriend? I must rescue him. Dude, wake up, you are a male, you can't rescue him. Okay, I confess, I have a sister. The crowd watching outside the martial alliance looked at Wang Hao with admiration. It had been a long time since Jianglin City had produced such a peerless genius. That Chen Tian was strong, but compared to Wang Hao, no, it was not even comparable. Chen Tian was already 18 years old, while Wang Hao was only 16, and Wang Hao mastered dual communication god-level martial arts. This alone was enough to crush Chen Tian. Wang Hao looked at the crowd and felt it was strange. It's just a 16-year-old martial artist, dual communication god, what's the big deal? Wang Hao ignored the crowd and directly followed Chen Xuan to his villa at the Tianwu conference. Oh, right, he still has a sister. Wang Hao remembered. Then, Wang Hao and Chen Xuan went directly to the hotel where he had stayed before. Chapter 24, Su Qingyan. Jianglin City, Su family. Su Xinghao also had a terminal in his hand, but it looked obviously inferior to the advanced one in Wang Hao's hand. Brother, congratulations on passing the Tianwu conference's preliminary member selection. A clear, pleasant voice echoed. A stunning girl in a dress, with exquisite features, walked gracefully through the hall. The girl's delicate figure in the air seemed incredibly enchanting, and her cold temperament could almost overshadow the world. Sister, I met a particularly powerful young man during the assessment. Do you want me to introduce him to you? Once this opportunity is missed, there won't be another. Su Xinghe said, his eyes lighting up as he looked at his beautiful sister. Su Qingyan frowned slightly, the image of the dejected boy when awakening his talent flashing through her mind again. I wonder how Wang Hao is doing now. Su Qingyan thought to herself. Forget it, brother, you should just focus on your training. I don't want to think about these things right now. Su Qingyan sighed softly. Sister, I'm really not joking with you this time. That person is a world-class genius who masters the dual cultivation martial arts, and he's only 16 years old, with limitless potential. He looks great too, one word, handsome. Su Xinghe saw that his sister had no reaction, and continued to persuade her. Su Xinghe had high hopes for Wang Hao, and among that group of people, his relationship with Wang Hao should be the closest. When he becomes Wang Hao's brother-in-law, he could ask him to guide him in martial arts and he'd be flying in no time. Su Qingyan's expression changed in surprise. 16 years old, mastering dual cultivation martial arts, such extraordinary talent. Seeing his sister's expression shift, Su Xinghe continued, Sister, he is extremely popular right now. At this moment, I still have some small favor with him. Once he takes off later, TSK. I won't be able to do anything then. Su Qingyan slightly closed her eyes. A scene appeared in her mind again. It was an autumn night, and 6-year-old Su Qingyan was playing alone in the playground in the city. At that time, Su Qingyan did not look as beautiful as now, and she was often bullied by other children. They would always take her things, and sometimes even pull her little braids. Su Qingyan was naturally very competitive since childhood, so she would not report these things. On a rainy night, that group of children messed up her pretty little braids and even snatched away her favorite doll. At that moment, a dirty little boy rushed over. He wanted to get Su Qingyan's doll back, but the little boy could not fight against so many people. He was beaten up badly, but the little boy did not give up at all, charging again and again. Su Qingyan cried and begged them to stop, but they wouldn't listen. Su Qingyan couldn't remember how many times this happened. She only remembered that the moon in the sky drifted from one side to the other. Finally, perhaps the kids got tired of beating up or were scared by the little boy's toughness, they surprisingly returned the doll. The little boy was bruised and battered, yet he smiled as he handed the doll back to her. Moreover, the little boy carefully tied up her little braids again. Su Qingyan still remembers the little boy's serious expression at that time. Though he looked ragged, he stirred something in her heart. After that, the other children never bullied her again. That little boy, Su Qingyan never saw him again. Later, Su Qingyan investigated many times and finally discovered the boy's identity. He was Wang Hao. Unfortunately, Wang Hao had no talent, otherwise. As the eldest young lady of the Su family, Su Qingyan knew very well what it would be like for untalented people to step into the dangerous world of martial arts. So, she would rather have Wang Hao be an ordinary person. Su Qingyan's eyes were lost in thought, her mind filled with images of Wang Hao. No need, brother, I will rely on my own efforts to reach the peak of martial arts. I don't need anyone, and don't mention this again. Hearing this, Su Xinghe let out a gentle sigh. He knew his sister's character very well. Since she said this, she definitely had no thoughts on the matter. Since you don't want to think about it, then forget it. You didn't see Wang Hao's last move, the cloud-dropping palm. It was incredibly powerful. Su Xinghe continued. What did you say? Wang Hao? Cloud-dropping palm? Su Qingyan's mind echoed with shock. Was it really Wang Hao? Seeing his sister suddenly gaze at him eagerly, Su Xinghe. The mind is filled with doubts. Brother, hurry up and say something. Su Qingyan urged as she saw her brother's confused expression. Su Xinghe then detailed to Su Qingyan about Wang Hao's last battle. Are you sure he used the falling cloud palm? Su Qingyan looked at Su Xinghe with a tense face. Su Xinghe nodded. As a preparatory member of the Heavenly Martial Association, I can recognize this. Su Qingyan's body trembled slightly. Could it really be Wang Hao? Then, Su Qingyan took out her phone, opened a picture, and asked excitedly, Is this the Wang Hao you were talking about? Su Xinghe took his sister's phone and looked at the screen. How do you have a photo of brother Wang Hao? Hearing this, the corners of Su Qingyan's mouth lifted slightly, and tears seemed to gather in her eyes. Brother, are you sure this is our new home? Wang Xinyue looked at the luxurious villa in front of her, with a big swimming pool and a beautiful garden, asking in surprise. Wang Hao nodded and then spoke, That's right, your brother is now a member of the Heavenly Martial Association. A villa like this is nothing. Wang Xinyue ignored Wang Hao's words and directly started to tour around the villa. Mr. Wang Hao, here are your and your sister's city household registration, and all the related documents for this villa. Chen Xuan respectfully handed a pile of documents directly to Wang Hao. Wang Hao took it and carefully checked it, finding nothing missing, then put the items away. I never thought there would be a day when I, Wang Hao, could live in a villa. Wang Hao looked at the luxurious villa, equally satisfied. At the same time, his desire for power grew even stronger. Only with enough strength can one obtain everything they desire. Wang Hao then spent a day relaxing with his sister, enjoying food, drinks, and entertainment, without practicing any martial arts or techniques. Just enjoying life. Chapter 25, Breakthrough, Postnatal Second Layer. Early the next morning, Wang Hao got up early. After washing up and having breakfast, Wang Hao headed straight to the training room. This villa also had a dedicated training room for Wang Hao to practice martial arts. Wang Hao held a book called Vital Qi Azurewood Technique and began to flip through it. This book was sent directly to Wang Hao's villa after he exchanged for it. Following the energy operation route in the manual, Wang Hao carefully operated his inner strength. After a while, Wang Hao finally grasped the running route. The Vital Qi Azurewood Technique slowly operated, and the energy from the sky was absorbed by Wang Hao like a whale swallowing water. Wasn't it said that this Vital Qi Azurewood technique was difficult to practice? How come it worked for me right away, and the absorption speed was incredible? Wang Hao was a bit dumbfounded. When he used the basic body refining technique, some inner strength was absorbed, but the speed was as slow as a snail. This Vital Qi Azurewood technique is amazing. Wang Hao felt the swift inner strength circulating in his body and was filled with joy. Alright, I also bought 10 Vital Qi pills, let's see how they work. Wang Hao then took out a bottle and poured out the Vital Qi pills inside. This Vital Qi pill tastes almost like chewing gum. Wang Hao chewed a couple of times after putting it in his mouth and then swallowed it. As the Vital Qi pill entered his body, Wang Hao instantly felt his inner strength speeding up like it was in overdrive. Wang Hao didn't get distracted and fully concentrated on operating his inner strength. After an hour, the energy from the Vital Qi pill was finally absorbed. The Vital Qi seed in Wang Hao's body revealed faint cloud patterns. The number of cloud patterns on the Vital Qi seed represented the level of a postnatal warrior. The condensation of 2 cloud patterns becomes the postnatal second level, 3 becomes the third level. The later the condensation of the cloud patterns, the more difficult it becomes, and the required elemental power rises sharply. Practicing at the postnatal stage is really too hard. Wang Hao felt that his vitality pill had completely lost its energy, feeling somewhat gloomy. Moreover, he hadn't condensed even 1 cloud pattern. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and immediately swallowed another vitality pill. Damn, I haven't broken through yet, this is ridiculous. Wang Hao felt that he only had 1 seed of elemental power with 1 cloud pattern, unable to hold back his complaints. He had spent 3 vitality pills to condense the first cloud pattern. Then he spent 6 more continuously and still hadn't condensed the second. It was truly a bottomless pit. If others knew about Wang Hao's practice method, they would definitely be shocked. Others take a long time to absorb 1 vitality pill completely. Those with poor talent may take a week to absorb just 1. Moreover, others typically absorb elemental energy from heaven and earth. After all, 1 vitality pill is worth 100,000 star coins. How could an ordinary family afford long-term use? But for Wang Hao, it took just 1 hour to consume 1. If Wang Hao keeps practicing like this, even the richest would become the poorest. This is the last one. If I don't break through with this one, I'll practice next time. Wang Hao gritted his teeth fiercely, then swallowed the last vitality pill. The vast elemental power surged in Wang Hao's body, and he activated the aura-creating greenwood technique, constantly absorbing elemental power. Wang Hao's body also radiated a faint green light. 1 hour later. Boom! A powerful momentum erupted from Wang Hao's body, as the second cloud pattern of his elemental power seed was completely formed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the postnatal second level. The system's prompt sound rang in Wang Hao's mind, and he gently breathed a sigh of relief. The power within him seemed greater, and his own strength had increased. Unfortunately, this practice method was simply too costly. Wang Hao had spent 1 million star coins just to reach the postnatal second level. If he continues to practice like this, just thinking about it feels terrifying. Wang Hao initially thought that 1 million star coins a month was already a lot. But now it seems that it was only enough for just 1 day of practice. Forget it, wealth is just an external thing, strength is the foundation, and as long as he is strong enough, everything will follow. He opened the attribute panel and silently chanted in his heart. Name, Wang Hao. Talent, 100 Speed Divine Body, SSS. Realm, Postnatal Second Level. Cultivation Method, Aura Creating Greenwood Technique. Skill, Blade Momentum, Beginner, increases blade skill power by 50%. Martial Arts, Falling Cloud Palm, F rank, Divine Connection, Wind Slashing Blade Technique, E rank, Divine Connection, Ethereal Step Technique, E rank, Perfect, Heavenly Origin Blade, rank, Divine Connection, Diamond Technique, E rank, Perfect. Vitality, 120. Soul, 1. Time until next replication available, 6 days. His vitality broke through 100 and reached 120, meaning Wang Hao's physical strength had attained 12,000 kilograms. He is only at the postnatal second level, that Su Xingha at postnatal fifth level only has 14,000 kilograms. When he reaches postnatal fifth level, Wang Hao doesn't know how strong he will be. And that Chen Tian, in a few days, once he breaks through, he could take him down in an instant. By the way, there's also that Chen Xiao from Lingxiao Pavilion, let him develop quietly for a few more days. If any old guy from Lingxiao Pavilion acts shamelessly, then he would be in danger. Next, Wang Hao had a meal in the villa and was ready to begin training in martial arts. Although he had no vitality pills, Wang Hao's training was still much faster than ordinary people. However, having gotten used to the fast training speed with vitality pills, Wang Hao now completely looked down on this ordinary pace of training. By the way, he still had 3 martial arts to choose from, Wang Hao suddenly remembered. Joining the Tianwu Association meant he had 3 C-rank martial arts to select as well. Immediately, Wang Hao opened the terminal. Wang Hao directly looked at the C-rank martial arts. Having such a terrifying speed of cultivation, it is truly a waste to learn those low-level martial arts. C-level martial arts are generally for innate martial masters and grandmasters to practice. Ordinary people practicing these high-level martial arts not only waste time, but they may not even succeed in their cultivation. Wang Hao looked at the martial arts in the terminal. Ninefold blade technique, C-level martial arts, can unleash 9 layers of power consecutively. After 9 layers, can counterattack and kill the enemy. Thunder sound skill, C-level martial arts, sound wave martial arts, shakes the spirit. Shadow demon steps, C-level martial arts, mysterious and unpredictable footwork. Cloud piercing body technique, C-level martial arts. Wang Hao looked at these martial arts, feeling an itch in his heart, wanting to learn them. Unfortunately, he could only learn 3 forms, and Wang Hao sighed in his heart. Chapter 26, Choosing Martial Arts, Wan Shang Shock. Wang Hao thought for a long time and finally made up his mind. He chose a blade technique martial art, a body technique martial art, and a fist technique. The reason for choosing the fist technique is to ensure that he can perfectly display his strength even when he has no weapons. Ninefold blade technique Shadow Demon Steps Thunderbolt Fist, let's exchange for these C-level martial arts. These martial arts are all powerful among C-level martial arts, but very difficult to learn. With Wang Hao's 100 times cultivation speed, he definitely didn't need to worry about whether he could learn them. Next, Wang Hao completed the exchange on the terminal, and after the exchange, he bought 50 vitality pills again. He still hadn't used the star coins that Li Lan had contributed to him last time, and now was just right to use them to enhance his strength. Wang Hao mastering dual-channel divine martial arts and becoming a member of the Heavenly Martial Association spread throughout Jianglin City in just one day. Even nationwide, it caused quite a stir. That is the Heavenly Martial Association, the #1 force, with a threshold so high that it almost drives ordinary people to despair. Wang Hao, with only a postnatal realm, actually joined the Heavenly Martial Association. Wang Hao was surely going to soar high. He was just 16 years old and had already broken through as a martial artist. While others at 16 were just awakening, how could they play happily? Jianglin City, Lingxiao Pavilion. Grandpa, why haven't you brought Wang Hao back for me? I want Wang Hao, I want Wang Hao. Chen Xiao cried loudly in his room, her noisy voice almost spreading throughout the entire courtyard. The guards at the door were twitching their eyelids. To capture Wang Hao. That is simply risking one's life. Now Wang Hao is a member of the Heavenly Martial Association. If anything happens to Wang Hao, the association could easily send a master to wipe out Lingxiao Pavilion. The guard began to ponder, wondering if he should consider moving. Following this foolish young master may probably lead to disaster. The 2 guards at the door exchanged glances, both seeing the same concern in each other's eyes. In the room, Chen Hong looked at his grandson who was crying loudly, his forehead filled with weariness. He had told Chen Xiao hundreds of times that Wang Hao was untouchable now. But Chen Xiao remained unyielding. What if he is a 16-year-old martial artist? When I turn 16, I will directly become a grandmaster, a martial sage. Chen Xiao cried and shouted. The guards at the door, hearing the words from the room, further solidified their thoughts. Becoming a grandmaster or a martial sage at 16? The young master must be crazy. Chen Hong looked at his unreasonable grandson. It seemed he had spoiled him too much. Grandson, listen to your grandpa, let's not provoke Wang Hao anymore. I really can't afford to mess with him now. Chen Hong sighed. Our brother Chen Tian is also from the Heavenly Martial Association, so what is there to fear? Besides, our brother Chen Tian is even stronger. Chen Xiao continued to shout. Chen Hong fell silent. Was Chen Tian strong? He was indeed strong, but Wang Hao. Chen Hong narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling Wang Hao's performance in the Martial Alliance Square. If he didn't take action, would Wang Hao not have any further actions? Forget it, after all, I only have this old life. My grandson is still young, since that's the case. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chen Hong's eyes. In the following days, Wang Hao stayed at home, practicing martial arts and skills. As for going out to hunt monsters for resources, no, I am a genius now. I won't step outside until I've squeezed out the last bit of star coins. If I encounter any demons and kick the bucket, my dear sister's good life just started will be over. No, I must cultivate and become stronger. Ding, congratulations to the host, C-level martial arts ninefold blade technique has reached proficiency. Ding, congratulations to the host, C-level martial arts shadow demon step has reached proficiency. Ding, congratulations to the host, C-level martial arts thunder fist step has reached proficiency. In the villa's training room, Wang Hao kept practicing several C-level martial arts. Indeed, C-level martial arts are much more difficult to practice than F and E levels. In the past, Wang Hao easily reached mastery and even perfection in previous martial arts, even reaching divine comprehension was not very difficult. But these few martial arts had only reached the proficiency level. Slash! Wang Hao punched into the air. Immediately, a flash of thunderlight erupted in the air. Wang Hao retracted the elemental force within him. Ding ding ding! Just as Wang Hao finished practicing, the terminal in his hand emitted a sound. Wang Hao directly opened the terminal. Hallmaster Guan, an electronic image displayed on the terminal. It was actually Guan Shang's figure. This terminal even has video call capabilities, quite impressive. Wang Hao, I see the martial arts you chose, you haven't even mastered them yet, right? No need to rush, after all, you've only been practicing for a few days. Many innate martial artists haven't even mastered them after a month or two, you should remain humble and not be impatient. Guan Shang comforted Wang Hao calmly. Wang Hao's eyes widened. Are those martial artists pigs? They can't even master it in a month or two, while I did it in just a few hours. Guan Shang looked at Wang Hao's wide eyes on the terminal, thinking he was being discouraged. He continued to say something. Hallmaster Guan, I have mastered all 3 martial arts. Wang Hao said next. What? You mastered all 3? Guan Shang's eyes went wide. This kid has only practiced for a few days. Guan Shang recalled when he was in the martial artist realm, practicing C-level martial arts took him 2 months to master. And Wang Hao, he has only practiced for a few days and already mastered 3 C-level martial arts. This kid is simply more powerful than cheating. Although the power of C-level martial arts is enormous, the difficulty of practicing is quite high. Many martial artists often practice D-level martial arts, focusing mainly on one C-level martial art. It seems this kid's talent is stronger than I imagined. Guan Sheng took a deep breath and then looked seriously at Wang Hao, saying, Wang Hao, you are not allowed to say to anyone that you mastered martial arts so quickly. Wang Hao saw Guan Sheng suddenly become serious and understood the severity of the matter, immediately nodding in agreement. That high-profile SSS-level talent, Li Chang, had already shown Wang Hao the consequences, and Wang Hao didn't want to follow the same path as Li Chang. The demons in this world are still very powerful. Moreover, the strength of demons at the same level is generally stronger than that of ordinary martial artists. I will suppress your fame as soon as possible. You focus on your cultivation, and in addition, I will give you 30 energy pills each month. Try to improve your strength quickly. Guan Shang continued. After saying that, Guan Shang hung up the call. Is this to protect myself? Wang Hao thought to himself, demons often target gifted martial artists, and if my fame rises, it might attract demons to watch me. Chapter 27, Breakthrough Again, Surprise Attack. But this Hall Master Guan is really stingy. 30 energy pills is only enough for a few days of cultivation? My current cultivation method is simply a pill gobbler. The 50 energy pills I exchanged a few days ago have already consumed half. Forget it, 30 will have to do, better than nothing. Then Wang Hao continued to start his cultivation again. A cafe not far from Wang Hao's villa area. A man sat in the cafe with a telescope, observing the villa area. Why doesn't Wang Hao ever go out? The man mumbled quietly. He had been lurking in this cafe for several days. This man was Shadow Killer, an assassin from the Shura Hall, and a lucrative job had come his way recently. 10 million star coins, just to kill a warrior at the initial stage of postnatal practice. Moreover, the client specifically requested Shadow Killer for this job. A genius warrior of dual spirits. I love killing geniuses like this. Before accepting the job, Shadow Killer naturally reviewed the information provided by the client in detail. Seeing it was from the Heavenly Martial Association, Shadow Killer initially wanted to refuse. However, the offered amount was just too much. Besides, Wang Hao was only a warrior at the initial stage of postnatal practice. No matter how talented, how strong could he be at such a low level? What genius youth! Without enough strength, even if he's a genius, if he loses his head, he still dies. Though Shadow Killer was only a 6th-level warrior of postnatal practice, his talent was incredibly bizarre. He belonged to the shadow system, able to briefly merge into the shadows and hide his form. He could also manipulate his shadow to assassinate targets. However, the shadow's strength was only half of his own, so when taking down weaker foes, sending his shadow would suffice. Thus, his reputation in Shura Hall was excellent, he had never failed. Kill success rate 100%. Even some high-level warriors couldn't react in time and were easily killed under Shadow Killer's shadow talent. Originally, Shadow Killer intended to control his shadow to kill Wang Hao. But Wang Hao was a genius warrior, what if he failed? That would alarm the prey. For the 10 million star coins, Shadow Killer ultimately decided to act personally. It was best to achieve a quick kill. Shadow Killer continued to wait in the cafe, not in a hurry. Patience was a basic quality of an assassin. A few days later. In the villa, inside the training room. The training room was filled with a light blue energy in the air. Wang Hao was also surrounded by many strands of light blue energy. Boom boom boom. A powerful force erupted from Wang Hao's body, sending a wave of energy shock throughout the training room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the third level of postnatal practice. A notification sounded in Wang Hao's mind, stirring up emotions that made him want to cry. It hadn't been easy. Wang Hao glanced at the pile of empty bottles in his training room. He had consumed 60 energy pills to break through to the third level of postnatal practice. It was simply outrageous. However, this advancement was also incredibly fast. In just a few days, he had broken through while practicing the relatively difficult creating Jadewood scripture. Other postnatal warriors might take a month or two to break through. Of course, other warriors wouldn't be able to consume energy pills like Wang Hao, treating them like candy. But in just a few days, Wang Hao's breakthrough was indeed shocking, reflecting how monstrous his 100-speed divine body was. Wang Hao's internal energy surged uncontrollably, like a rushing stream, constantly nourishing his body. The cloud patterns on the energy seed had now reached 3 stripes. Opening the attribute panel, Wang Hao silently recited. Name, Wang Hao. Talent, 100-speed divine body, SSS. Realm, 3rd level of postnatal practice. Cultivation method, creating Jadewood scripture. Skill, blade intent, beginner, increases blade technique power by 50%. Martial arts, falling cloud palm, F grade, dual spirit, wind/blade technique, E grade, dual spirit, ethereal step technique, E grade, perfect, heaven origin blade, E grade, dual spirit, diamond technique, E grade, dual spirit, shadow demon step, C grade, proficient, ninefold blade technique, C grade, proficient, thunder punch, C grade, mastered. Chi and blood, 160. Soul, 1. Time until next replication, 1 day. The power of Qi and blood had already reached 160, which meant Wang Hao's strength had reached 16,000 kilograms. If he were to use the enhancement of the diamond technique along with other martial arts to attack, Wang Hao couldn't even dare to imagine. The dual spirit level, diamond technique, was astonishingly powerful. Wang Hao roughly estimated that he could enhance his strength by about 80%. The other C-level martial arts seemed quite difficult to practice, and he hadn't made much breakthrough. Of course, this was also related to the fact that most of Wang Hao's time was spent absorbing essence pills for cultivation. However, Wang Hao did not expect that his fist technique was the first to reach mastery level. This was unexpected for him. Could it be that he was suited for practicing fists? No, men should wield blades. Fist techniques can roll aside and gather dust. Tomorrow is the day he can copy talents, and it is also the day of the martial arts examination. Wang Hao recalled the afternoon. The new principal of Jianglin No. 1 High School kindly called Wang Hao, asking if he had time to participate in the assessment tomorrow. Wang Hao thought for a second and decided to participate. He needed to copy Su Qingyan's talent, so he must go to school. Thinking about that stunningly beautiful girl, Wang Hao felt a ripple in his heart. No, I am not craving her body, I crave her talent. Women will only affect my speed of becoming stronger. In the past few days, many renowned martial arts universities had secretly called Wang Hao, offering to waive tuition, provide cultivation resources, and a subsidy in star coins every month. Wang Hao carefully learned that the top martial arts universities were the Imperial Capital's Diwu Academy, Xingchen Academy, and Magic City's Mo Academy and Tianhua Academy. These 4 martial arts universities had the strongest faculty and resources in all aspects. Among them, Diwu Academy was the most well-known. These top martial arts universities had never contacted Wang Hao. If you don't contact me, I'll just go anyway, ha. After practicing for a while, Wang Hao washed up and prepared to rest. Thinking about seeing Su Qingyan tomorrow, about copying Su Qingyan's talent, Wang Hao felt a bit excited. Early the next morning, Wang Hao got up early. After enjoying a wonderful breakfast in the villa, Wang Hao felt refreshed and prepared to head to school for the martial arts exam. Walking on the fresh air path, Wang Hao felt cheerful. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the air changed, and a faint killing intent pervaded. Wang Hao's pupil shrank. This was bad. Swish! A black shadow sprang out from the side of the path, the cold blade shimmering in the air. Chapter 28, Counterattack. New S-Class Talent. Shadow Demon Steps. Wang Hao immediately activated his C-level martial art, Shadow Demon Steps, his body retreating at an unbelievable speed. Screech! The blade did not hit Wang Hao, instead, it struck a large tree beside him, causing it to fall with a thud. The shadow assassin looked incredulous. What kind of footwork could dodge his sudden attack? Wang Hao stood not far away, his heart filled with killing intent. Daring to take my life, you will die. Wang Hao activated Diamond Technique, wrapping his body in faint golden essence, like a golden war god, charging directly at the shadow assassin. The shadow assassin, seeing Wang Hao not fleeing but charging toward him, revealed a hint of disdain. Did he really think that talent was invincible? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shadow assassin charged at Wang Hao with his knife. A powerful palm imprint shot out from Wang Hao's right hand. The air resonated with the rolling waves of energy. Shadow Blade Technique. The shadow assassin's blade seemed to turn into three in an instant, all attacking Wang Hao simultaneously. Boom! Wang Hao's falling cloud palm clashed with the shadow assassin's shadow blade technique, creating a violent sound of collision. Both of them staggered back several steps. Seeing that his blade technique was easily repelled by Wang Hao's palm technique, the shadow assassin gritted his teeth. The shadows on the ground suddenly came to life, charging toward Wang Hao as if they were real. Wang Hao noticed the shadow that suddenly appeared on the ground. A tightness gripped his heart. What kind of hellish thing is this? He quickly used the shadow demon step to retreat. Shadow Killer saw Wang Hao's strange movement and felt a severe headache. It seemed that this 10 million was not easy to get. Following that, Shadow Killer charged towards Wang Hao again, refusing to believe that someone could continue to use such a powerful martial art. The more powerful the martial arts, the greater the consumption of vital energy. In Shadow Killer's view, Wang Hao, who was at the early stage of postnatal, using such advanced footwork and just employing a powerful martial attack, must have insufficient vital energy to strike again. Wang Hao noticed Shadow Killer was actually coming after him and coldly snorted, "Your life is mine soon." Wang Hao did not leave, but continued to weave through the narrow path. Relying on his proficiency in the Shadow Demon step, Shadow Killer's shadow couldn't touch Wang Hao at all. Wang Hao wondered what this hellish thing was up to. This was also the reason he kept fleeing. Who knows if there was any poison or deadly sneak attack, it was better not to be caught by that shadow. Ding, congratulations to the host for mastering the sea-level martial art, Shadow Demon step. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Wang Hao's mind. He had broken through, and Wang Hao was filled with joy. His footwork had become even more mysterious. Shadow Killer's face was filled with irritation. What is this Wang Hao doing? How did he get faster again? After the breakthrough, Wang Hao realized that Shadow Killer's shadow could not touch him at all, and he immediately decided to make a bold attack. Thunder Punch! Wang Hao formed a fist with his palm, powerful vital energy flowing inside, gradually pouring into his hand. Shadow Killer saw Wang Hao suddenly change direction and felt happy inside. This was looking for death. Shadow Blade Technique. Shadow Killer unleashed his Shadow Blade Technique again. Wang Hao seemed engulfed in a thunderous power, his fist carrying an unstoppable momentum, striking heavily towards Shadow Killer. Boom! Shadow Killer's face turned to horror. Impossible, he felt an enormous power from Wang Hao's body. It seemed as if it could crush him. No! Shadow Killer shouted. Immediately, Wang Hao's fist had already crashed down. The Shadow's blade was instantly shattered, the fist striking hard against Shadow Killer. Bang! With a fierce clash, Wang Hao's fist pierced through Shadow Killer's chest. Blood flowed incessantly. Wang Hao breathed slightly, looking at Shadow Killer, whose eyes were wide open and already devoid of life, and let out a sigh of relief. Ding, detecting an S-level talent 0 meters ahead, do you wish to copy? Suddenly, a voice from the system rang in Wang Hao's mind. Ha? S-level talent? Wang Hao blinked. It seems to be related to that mysterious shadow, Wang Hao thought. Su Qingyan, I'm sorry, it's only next time. Wang Hao took a deep breath and then copied the talent of the young man before him. Ding, copy successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring S-level talent, Void Shadow. You can temporarily merge into the shadows and can control your shadow to act within a 10-kilometer radius of your body, with the shadow possessing half the strength of your main body. Void Shadow. Wang Hao's heart surged with joy. This was a fantastic skill for escaping, hiding, and even farming monsters. He began to imagine himself resting at home to train while his shadow ventured outside, killing and looting, exploring ancient treasures to gain resources. Then, Wang Hao began to handle Shadow Killer's corpse. He found a star coin card and a manual on Shadow Killer, Shadow Blade Technique, D-level martial art, an extremely mysterious blade technique that can simultaneously create several phantom blades to deal damage. So that was the martial art that the earlier guy used. Good, I accept it. Wang Hao also discovered a token on Shadow Killer. There is a 3-character inscription. 3, Elder Wang Hao of Lingxiao Pavilion. Wang Hao's gaze is icy. Besides him, no one else would come to deal with me. I wanted to let your grandson live a few more days, but since you've come seeking death, don't blame me for being rude. Elder Wang Hao of Lingxiao Pavilion isn't sure he can deliver a killing blow yet, but Chen Xiao, a trash who hasn't awakened his talent. Then, Wang Hao dealt with the corpse of the shadow assassin. It is now 7 o'clock, the martial arts exam starts at 9, I can deal with Chen Xiao first and still make it to school. Wang Hao took a deep breath and, after dealing with the shadow assassin's body and the blood on himself, headed towards Lingxiao Pavilion. Lingxiao Pavilion. Chen Zhao's room. Grandson, don't worry, I have hired assassins from the Shura Palace to kill Wang Hao, believe that results will come soon. Chen Hong said to Qin Xiao. Outside the room, a black shadow lay on the ground. So it really is this old guy, Shadow Wang Hao thought, Shura Palace, I remember you, daring to take my order, just wait. Shadow Wang Hao continued to lurk at the door of the room. Why is there not a single guard in this place? Shadow Wang Hao looked at the empty doorway and wondered. The third elder of Lingxiao Pavilion, doesn't he have any influence? Wang Hao had seen the estates of other bigwigs, all with plenty of guards, but he didn't expect this guy to have no defenses at all. Grandpa, once Wang Hao is dead, capture Wang Hao's sister, I want that cheap woman to suffer. Chen Xiao's gloomy voice echoed in the room. Chapter 29, Killing Chen Xiao, Enlightenment Tea. The Shadow Wang Hao outside felt a chill. I'll send you to the underworld soon. Chen Hong smiled and said, Grandson, don't worry, if Wang Hao is dead, his sister is easy to handle, you can play however you want then. Thank you, Grandpa, I will be obedient in the future. Grandpa, I'm thirsty. Chen Xiao said, looking sweet and innocent. Chen Hong's expression was relaxed, his grandson was truly too obedient. Grandson, don't move here, I'll go get you some oranges. Chen Hong said and then left the room. Chen Xiao looked at his grandfather's hunched figure, thinking of what Grandpa did for him. Once he became a martial saint, a martial god, he must. Put. Just as Chen Xiao was thinking about becoming a martial saint, a sound of splattering blood rang out, and Chen Xiao's pupils lost focus. Grandpa, it hurts so much, this was Chen Xiao's last thought. After Shadow Wang Hao dealt with Chen Xiao, he immediately left Lingxiao Pavilion. Not long after Shadow Wang Hao left, Chen Hong returned with a bag of oranges, slowly opening Chen Xiao's door. A heavy smell of blood lingered in the room. Chen Hong's heart sank. My grandson. Chen Hong looked at the lifeless Chen Xiao before him, fury filling his heart. Chen Hong's voice echoed in Lingxiao Pavilion. Chen Hong's body trembled continuously. Who killed my grandson? Who was it? I want him dead. Chen Hong's aura surged violently. Boom! With a violent roar, Chen Hong's aura broke through in an instant. Postnatal ninth layer, postnatal ninth layer. Now what use is the breakthrough? Chen Hong felt no joy from breaking through. His grandson's death came with this breakthrough, better off without it. Chen Hong's eyes were fixed on the surroundings. There was not a trace of evidence anywhere. There wasn't even the slightest sign of a struggle. It must be Wang Hao, it has to be Wang Hao. Chen Hong's heart firmly believed it was Wang Hao, without a doubt he had someone kill his grandson. As for whether Wang Hao made the move himself, Chen Hong never even considered it. In his mind, Wang Hao was nearly at the early stage of postnatal cultivation and could not stealthily infiltrate Lingxiao Pavilion. It's simply impossible. Wang Hao, whether it's you or not, I will definitely make you die. Chen Hong has already placed Wang Hao on his kill list. No matter if the murderer is Wang Hao or not, he will take Wang Hao's life to honor the spirit of his grandson in heaven. News of Chen Hong's breakthrough quickly spread throughout the Lingxiao Pavilion. At the same time, news of Chen Zhao's death also circulated in the Lingxiao Pavilion. Everyone knows about Chen Zhao's character. Although he was a bad person, he had a good grandfather. Good riddance. Many people in Lingxiao Pavilion thought this way. Chen Xiao in Lingxiao Pavilion was also known for ruthlessly bullying his subordinates, showing no respect to others at all. If it weren't for his powerful grandfather, even the people in Lingxiao Pavilion would have wanted to get rid of him. Jianglin No. 1 Middle School. Today is the day of the martial arts examination. Many students' parents are waiting at the entrance of Jianglin No. 1 Middle School for the results of their children's martial arts exam. The street is congested, and there are many martial arts alliance people patrolling around. Wang Hao sits in a luxury car driven by Chen Xuan, driving straight to the street in front of Jianglin No. 1 Middle School. When Wang Hao got out of the car, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Are these parents so enthusiastic? They clearly can't enter the school but are blocking the road at the school gate. But this situation is also expected. Just like the college entrance examination in Wang Hao's previous world, parents also waited at the school gate. However, the martial arts examination in this world is much more important than the college entrance examination in his past life. The martial arts examination, to some extent, decides your future. Once you enter a top martial arts university, the training and resources you will receive are unimaginable for ordinary people. Therefore, passing the top martial arts university means jumping up the social ladder in one fell swoop. Wang Hao took a deep breath and then walked towards the school gate. Wow, isn't that Wang Hao? I've seen his photo, he's a 16-year-old dual-talent martial arts genius. A cry of surprise came from the crowd. Everyone turned to look at Wang Hao. I've been so low-key, and still got recognized. Indeed, gold will shine wherever it is. At 16, he's already a martial artist. Such talent makes me envious. With such strong talent and looks, I, Zhao Ritian, can't accept it. I wish I could be Wang Hao's girlfriend. Talent doesn't matter, I just simply like Wang Hao's looks. I don't understand, is being a 16-year-old martial artist very impressive? I'm 8 years old and a primary school student, but I think I can become a martial saint at 16. Do you guys think I have hope? 7 and **% %. Wang Hao is the first genius in the last 100 years, right? I oppose, he's the first genius in the world. +1. Listening to the enthusiastic discussions around him, Wang Hao's heart was pounding. Am I really that outstanding? The first genius in the world. Too exaggerated, but it seems not unreasonable. Wang Hao silently gave a thumbs up to the guy who just dubbed him the first genius in the world. At the school gate, a middle-aged man in casual clothes was waiting with a smiling face. Hello, principal. Hello, principal. The incoming students greeted the principal, who smiled and nodded. After a while, Wang Hao finally arrived at the school gate and looked at the middle-aged man. Is this our new principal? Hello, principal. Wang Hao also greeted the principal. It's Wang Hao. Ha, you finally came. Come, I'll take you to the examination site. The principal said with a smile. Wang Hao was confused. Take me to the examination site. Immediately, the principal took Wang Hao and directly left. The students waiting to greet the principal looked bewildered. Is this the treatment of a top genius, with the principal personally welcoming him? Wait a minute, wasn't the principal here just waiting for Wang Hao? The surrounding students became even more envious. In the principal's office, the principal made a cup of tea for Wang Hao and handed it to him. Wang Hao gently accepted it. Wang Hao, this is 200-year-old Wu Dao tea, give it a try. This is a good thing, I usually don't take it out for ordinary people, the principal kindly said to Wang Hao. Wang Hao blinked and looked at the tea in front of him that emitted a faint fragrance, then gulped it down in one go. The taste is pretty good, just like fruit juice. Truly worthy of Wu Dao tea. Wang Hao gave a thumbs up and praised. Chapter 30, Did Wang Hao break his hand? The principal's eyes widened as he watched Wang Hao drink it all in one go. While the principal himself was savoring it slowly, afraid to miss any understanding, Wang Hao simply gulped it down. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through to master the C-grade 9-fold blade technique. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through the blade intent to small success, increasing the blade technique's power by 80%. Suddenly, the system's prompt sounded in Wang Hao's mind, announcing that he had mastered the 9-fold blade technique. The blade intent had actually broken through to small success, which could enhance its power by 80%. Not bad, this martial arts tea is truly a good thing. The realms of blade intent are entry, small success, great success, and perfection. As for the realm beyond perfection, Wang Hao was unaware. The principal was about to scold Wang Hao for wasting it, saying that Wu Dao tea shouldn't be consumed like that, almost like fruit juice. Do you know how many tons of fruit juice you could trade for that tea? Just then, a sharp blade intent erupted from Wang Hao, making it seem as though the entire space was about to be torn apart. A strong sense of oppression appeared on Wang Hao's body. Even the principal, who was a congenital warrior, felt a slight sense of pressure. The principal's face showed shock. This is blade intent. How is it possible? How could someone in the warrior realm comprehend blade intent? This is unreasonable. The principal stared closely at Wang Hao. This kid is simply a monster. Is this what a genius looks like? I'm feeling envious. After a moment, the blade intent around Wang Hao slowly retracted, returning to normal. Wang Hao, was that just now the blade intent? The principal took a deep breath and looked at Wang Hao in disbelief. Wang Hao nodded, that's right, it really is blade intent. The principal looked at Wang Hao as if he were looking at a monster. It was indeed blade intent. Wang Hao was terrifyingly powerful. As a congenital warrior, the principal had not comprehended any martial intent himself. Martial intent is a collective term for various intents, including fist intent, sword intent, blade intent, all sorts of them. Only those with profound understanding of martial arts can grasp these intents. Looking at the young boy in front of him who had already comprehended blade intent, the principal felt as if he was being overwhelmed by waves. This martial exam will be to kill fierce beasts in the secret realm. Wang Hao, you decide how to approach it, the principal continued. Originally, the principal wanted to ask Wang Hao if he was confident about coming first, but seeing the blade intent on Wang Hao's body. First? That should be easy with just a hand, perhaps even without hands. After giving Wang Hao a few reminders, the principal let him leave. After Wang Hao left, the principal gazed at the cup that Wang Hao had just drunk from, falling into deep thought. Could it be that Wu Dao tea really should be consumed like Wang Hao did? The principal's eyes brightened. He then carefully took out a small piece of Wu Dao tea leaves from his desk. After brewing the Wu Dao tea leaves, the principal gulped it down in one go. Indeed, the taste is quite similar to fruit juice. The principal licked his lips, feeling unfinished. Why is there no response at all? The principal was a bit stunned. My Wu Dao tea leaves out. The principal gritted his teeth. Open the attributes table, Wang Hao silently recited. Name, Wang Hao. Talent, 100 speed divine body, SSS, void shadow, S grade. Realm, postnatal 3rd level. Skill, Zhaoqi Qingmu Ju. Techniques, blade intent, small success, increases blade technique power by 80%. Martial arts, falling cloud palm, F grade, divine, wind cutting blade technique, E grade, divine, ethereal step technique, E grade, perfect, heavenly origin blade, E grade, divine, diamond ju, E grade, divine, shadow demon step, C grade mastery, ninefold blade technique, C grade mastery. Thunder fist, C level mastery. Health, 160. Soul, 2. Time until next copy, 30 days. Wang Hao looked at his attribute table, feeling very pleased inside. His knife intent had reached a minor completion, and other C-level martial arts had also reached mastery level. Now facing an ordinary high-level warrior should not be a problem, Wang Hao thought to himself. His soul attribute had also reached 2 points, which was upgraded after he copied the talent of Shadow Assassin. Wang Hao understood that to increase soul power, one must at least reach the master level to have a chance. Or cultivate deep martial arts that train the soul. However, martial arts that can train the soul are extremely expensive, and the lowest level is S level, which Wang Hao simply cannot afford. After reaching a soul attribute of 2, Wang Hao felt his perception had greatly increased. Not just regarding the surrounding environment, but also his control over his own body had significantly improved. Wang Hao stepped lightly and walked toward the assessment site in the campus. Many students in the campus noticed Wang Hao. They all looked at him with envy in their eyes. Wang Hao's performance in the selection of the Tianwu Society reserve members was truly outstanding. It can be said that in Jianglin City, if you randomly caught someone and asked, they might not know who the governor was, but they definitely knew who Wang Hao was. A 16-year-old warrior with dual-channel divine martial arts, this made him unique in Jianglin City and even across the whole country. Wang Hao, can you please sign my name? Just as Wang Hao was leisurely walking in the campus, a timid voice came from beside him. Wang Hao trembled and immediately recalled a month ago when he asked Li Chang for a signature, and then Li Chang went cold. That horrifying scene still echoed in Wang Hao's mind. A signature, impossible, it will never be possible in this lifetime. No, fellow student, my hand is injured, I cannot sign right now, I'm sorry. After speaking, Wang Hao ran away like the wind. The female student stood dazed in place, watching Wang Hao run off at high speed, somewhat not reacting. Wang Hao's hand is injured, the female student immediately seized the keyword. Then, Wang Hao's hand injury began to spread throughout the school. Wang Hao overpracticed and injured his hand. Wang Hao is still insisting on practicing with his injured hand, how hard-working he is. Wang Hao is too diligent in his training, his hand is seriously injured, and he is still struggling to practice martial arts. What? Wang Hao's hand is broken. Not long after, the news of Wang Hao's hand being broken spread throughout Jianglin No. 1 High School. Many classmates murmured, his hand broke during the martial arts examination, is this what genius is like? Wow, that's really frightening. While waiting for the martial arts test to begin on the playground, Wang Hao listened to the discussions around him and looked at his hand, falling into deep thought. My hand is broken, how come I didn't know? After a moment, the time finally reached 9 o'clock. The principal, with a sorrowful expression, slowly walked to the podium in the playground. On the podium were many teachers from No. 1 High School, waiting for the principal to speak. Students, this year's martial arts examination location is in the beastly secret realm, where you will fight fierce beasts, the principal announced loudly from the podium. Chapter 31, the martial arts examination begins. The principal's words echoed throughout the campus. The entire school was buzzing with excitement. To actually enter the beastly secret realm for the examination, the difficulty is too high. Entering the beastly secret realm, this is so thrilling. Yeah, I once went to the wild with my second uncle to fight beasts, thinking about that scene just makes me blood boil. You've been to the wild? That's amazing. I'm only at the 4th or 5th level of body training, I wouldn't dare go to the wild without someone leading me. Wang Hao listened to the discussions around him and thought to himself. Why does it feel like I'm surrounded by a bunch of elementary school students? These classmates are really too cute. Bored, Wang Hao listened. Suddenly, I spotted a breathtaking figure not far away. A stunning girl was wearing a white t-shirt and a white pleated skirt, her exquisite face seemed to absorb all the spirit of the universe. The girl had a neat single ponytail, and her delicate fair skin looked incredibly captivating in the air. That cool aura made people feel like she was to be admired from a distance but not to be trifled with. Many classmates nearby were frozen, staring at that girl as if she were the focus of the entire world. Su Qingyan. Wang Hao blinked, seeming even prettier. Wang Hao looked at Su Qingyan's charming and delicate figure, as if hinting at a youthful vitality. Paired with that cool aura, she was like a fairy from a serene lotus. Not far away, Su Qingyan seemed to sense Wang Hao's gaze, then turned her head, her exquisite cheeks appearing in Wang Hao's view. Wang Hao stared at Su Qingyan, whose head had suddenly turned, his heart pounding, wondering how such a beautiful girl could exist. My heart, don't you dare move. Su Qingyan noticed Wang Hao staring at her in a daze, unable to help but reveal a slight smile. That slightly raised corner of her mouth seemed to create the most beautiful scene in the world. Woman, you are playing with fire. Wang Hao took a deep breath. This woman is too dangerous, I must find a way to win her over, I can't let her harm other classmates, Wang Hao thought. The principal on the podium was still talking about the assessment this time. Students from all over the country would enter the same secret realm. Killing fierce beasts could earn points, which would rank the results of the martial arts examination, and performance in the secret realm would be broadcasted live. The fierce beasts in the secret realm were all first-tier beasts, and their strength was relatively weak. Points must be awarded for delivering the final blow to the beasts in order to gain them. Participating in the kill would not earn points. Students cannot steal points from each other, but they can use force to drive opponents out of the secret realm. Additionally, it is prohibited to harm classmates or other candidates, otherwise, there will be severe punishment. The assessment lasts for 3 hours, and after 3 hours, all students will be automatically teleported out of the secret realm. Boom! Suddenly, a giant magical array appeared above the podium, shimmering with all sorts of colors. Wang Hao regained his senses, tightening his gaze on the magical array above the podium. Is this the teleportation array? It can directly send us into the fierce beast secret realm. Students, the identity tokens you have will record the points you earn from killing fierce beasts, and there is also a switch on the token. If you encounter danger and want to leave the secret realm, just press the switch to exit, the principal continued. This token can also detect your life force. If the token determines that you are unconscious or have no combat ability, it will automatically teleport you out. Meanwhile, there were many staff members beside the playground distributing the tokens. The boys and girls on the playground tightly gripped the tokens in their hands, nervously watching the magical array on the podium. Finally about to start the grind. No, finally about to begin the martial arts examination? Wang Hao also focused intently on the array in the sky. Then, the principal on the podium suddenly emitted a blinding light from his hand, and the magical array on the podium started to slowly move. Jiang Li watched as the array expanded above, and the light of the array enveloped everyone. Swish swish swish. As the array's light expanded, everyone in the playground vanished in unison. Wang Hao felt his body engulfed in chaos, cold winds continuously blowing past him. After a while, a dazzling light seemed to appear before his eyes. Roar! A fierce roar came from afar. Jiang Li's body slowly fell into a forest. Everywhere were towering trees and dense bushes. Occasionally, there were faint sounds coming from nearby. The air had a subtle fresh feeling, completely unlike the hot atmosphere of Jianglin City. There were quite a few students around, wearing uniforms from other schools, seemingly not from his own. It appeared that this teleportation was random. Wang Hao looked around at the other students, everyone was being cautious. However, many had unfriendly expressions as they surveyed their surroundings. Classmate, which school are you from? You look a bit familiar. Just as Wang Hao was about to leave, a tall student beside him spoke up. As soon as the tall student spoke, Wang Hao felt a hint of hostility. What does that mean? Do they want to eliminate me? Wang Hao knew the rules of the assessment. If he was eliminated now, it would mean 0 points. So, during this martial arts exam, he not only had to be careful of the fierce beasts but also of the other students, as they were all rivals. What? Do you want to eliminate me? Wang Hao raised his eyebrows and looked meaningfully at the tall student. The tall student smiled and said, Are you planning to leave on your own, or should I ask you to leave? Let me clarify, I am at the 7th level of body refining, you. Smack! Before the tall student could finish, Wang Hao had already struck. A slap sent the tall student flying, crashing into a distant tree, knocking him out cold. Immediately, a golden light appeared on the tall student, teleporting him away. Do you all want to send me away too? Wang Hao said to the other students nearby. The other students looked at Wang Hao with horror, wondering what kind of strength this guy had. That 7th level of body refining was dealt with in just one slap. The 7th level of body refining meant they were advanced martial disciples, perhaps capable of competing with prestigious schools, yet they were out of the game just like that. I wouldn't dare, classmate. Please, excuse me, I have things to attend to. One student quickly spoke up. As soon as that student finished, others quickly made excuses to leave as well. Wang Hao watched the departing students, not showing any intent to stop them. After all, these people posed no threat to him. Chapter 32, Wang Hao's Points. Tiannan No. 1 High School. The principal of Tiannan No. 1 High School looked at Wang Hao having eliminated their promising student and was about to explode with anger. Who is that guy? I want all his information. The principal stared intensely at Wang Hao. Principal, that is Wang Hao from Jianglin City, an assistant beside the principal spoke up. The principal was stunned. Wang Hao. Isn't he a martial artist? How can he participate in the martial arts exam? Principal, that Wang Hao is still a student at Jianglin No. 1 High School, the assistant continued. This is outrageous. A martial artist participating against those merely at the body refining stage, I must report this, the principal cursed. In the secret realm, Wang Hao was searching for fierce beasts. He encountered quite a few fierce beasts that were taken down easily by Wang Hao. Wang Hao's battles were incredibly simple, he just threw a punch at any fierce beast he came across. No fierce beast could withstand Wang Hao's punch. Half an hour later, Wang Hao's points had already reached 500. He had killed 500 fierce beasts by himself. In the secret realm, there were many jungles, plains, and valleys, all hiding numerous fierce beasts. Wang Hao was not in a hurry, he was leisurely slaughtering the creatures around him. Jianglin No. 1 High School Playground. The principal of Jianglin No. 1 High School observed Wang Hao slowly searching for fierce beasts in the secret realm, not feeling anxious. The principal had been keeping an eye on Wang Hao's performance, his points should be in the hundreds by now. The principal thought to himself. Before long, a points leaderboard appeared above the playground. In Jianglin No. 1 Middle School, Wang Hao, 500 points. At Emperor Capital No. 1 Middle School, Manhwa, 48 points. At Magic Capital No. 1 Middle School, Lan Ling, 47 points. The principal looked at the score rankings on the leaderboard, his face beaming with joy. Wang Hao now had a whopping 500 points, while the second place had less than 50, a full 10 times more. Classmate Su Qingyan also did well, surprisingly earning 20 points, and the principal was incredibly pleased seeing Su Qingyan ranked 29th. Two students entered the top 50 in the nation, and one of them was at the very top. Who would dare to imagine this is Jianglin No. 1 Middle School? In past martial arts exams, although the format was different, Jianglin No. 1's best historical result was only in the top 100. After all, there are so many high schools across the country. This time, Wang Hao truly brought glory to the school, the principal was filled with a smile, first place, ha. Stepping on Emperor Capital No. 1 Middle School and Magic Capital No. 1 Middle School, what a thrill. Once the score rankings were released, all the middle schools were in an uproar. What is this Wang Hao? 500 points, isn't this cheating? Especially the principals of Emperor Capital No. 1 and Magic Capital No. 1, their faces went pale. In previous martial arts exams, it was always these two schools competing for first place, while other schools usually contested for third. What kind of school is this Jianglin No. 1, to have 500 points? This is insane. Not only the principals of Emperor Capital and Magic Capital, but all the other school principals went wide-eyed. Wang Hao, 500 points, it dazzled their eyes. The principal of Emperor Capital No. 1 directly called the relevant authorities to complain, this 500 points cannot be real. Hello, there are no modification tools or cheating in this martial arts exam, all data is completely normal, and the examinee's information matches perfectly. The principal of Emperor Capital No. 1 listened as the voice on the phone conveyed this, his face darkening. Normal, you tell me this is normal. While the principal of Emperor Capital No. 1 was on the phone, Wang Hao's points were rapidly increasing again. In just 10 minutes, he gained another 100 points, reaching 600. The principal of Emperor Capital No. 1 looked at the constantly rising scores, his face darkening to the point of wringing water out. In a certain place, at the relevant department. A stern-looking man at the relevant department stared at the screen, observing a young boy effortlessly slaying a fierce beast, then continuing to walk to the next place. This guy is too relaxed, it's like killing a chicken, no wonder he is a genius martial artist of the dual-channel Divine Martial Arts, amazing, the man muttered quietly. Director, many school principals have called to say that Wang Hao's score is inaccurate and want us to investigate thoroughly, a respectful voice chimed in. Humph, a bunch of useless fools, what inaccuracies. If they can, they should raise a 16-year-old martial artist themselves, all they do is rage and incompetence, the man coldly snorted. Is it so hard to acknowledge someone else's excellence? Really, at this age still acting like a primary school student. Send out an announcement, tell them how outstanding a talent Jianglin No. 1 has produced, the man coldly ordered. 16 years old, a genius martial artist of the dual-channel Divine Martial Arts, come on, is this reasonable? The principal of Emperor Capital No. 1 stared at the information on his phone, his eyes wide. He had previously vaguely heard rumors, but such things sounded like a joke, how could it be possible? With such a freak, first place is out of reach. Looking at Wang Hao's score now hitting 1,000 points, the principal of Emperor Capital No. 1 felt a bit disheartened. Not just the principal of Emperor Capital No. 1, but the other school principals were equally silent. There was nothing they could do, he was a freak. The principal of Jianglin number 1 looked at the information on his phone, and the relevant department even praised Jianglin number 1. Let's see who claims Jianglin number 1 is a third-rate school. It must be a top-tier school. Not convinced? Let's see who is at the top now. Wang Hao naturally had no idea what was happening outside at this moment. Wang Hao was still leisurely searching for fierce beasts, then striking them down in one blow. While Wang Hao was slowly looking for fierce beasts nearby. In a valley not far from Wang Hao, a group of students dressed in the same school uniform scanned the surroundings with fierce looks, searching for isolated students. They were students from Zhongshan number 1 high school. Leading them was a student with a special talent, Li He, who could sense the location of his classmates. Using his gift, Li He quickly gathered many classmates in just 30 minutes to act together in the secret realm. Whenever they encountered students from other schools, they eliminated them directly. Relying on their numbers, Li He and his group had already eliminated many students. At the same time, due to their teamwork, they had also earned quite a few points. Li He and the others then continued searching the area. Li He, there's a lone student over there. Let's go take him down, a classmate with sparkling eyes said. Just one? That's too much of a waste of time. Let's see if there are more students around. Li He replied hesitantly. The assessment time was approaching 1 hour, and their points were still not very high. Chapter 33, Eliminate Li He. They had spent too much time gathering classmates. So they hardly had any time left to kill fierce beasts. There are hardly any fierce beasts around, and no other students either. Let's deal with him, it's an easy task, the boy with sparkling eyes said. Hearing this, Li He reluctantly nodded. Immediately, the group started running quickly toward Wang Hao, the playground of Zhongshan number 1 high school. The principal watched the screen, seeing Li He and the others moving forward, and felt his heart jolt. What were these guys trying to do? He had been quite pleased with their performance. By taking advantage of their numbers, they had eliminated many opponents and killed quite a few fierce beasts. At this rate, they should have no problem against other key universities, not to mention the top 4 prestigious schools. But now they were looking to cause trouble for Wang Hao. Wasn't that lighting a lantern in a toilet, seeking death? Not only the principal, but many teachers beside him were also unsettled by Li He and the others' actions. Wang Hao's score had already reached 1,200 points, even putting all of them together wouldn't be enough for Wang Hao to worry about. The principal's eyes were filled with despair, watching his students provoke an unbeatable big boss. With so many of them, perhaps the principal's heart continued to struggle. In the secret realm, on the plain. You want me to withdraw from the assessment? Wang Hao looked at the uniformly dressed students in front of him, feeling strange. This was the first time he had encountered so many people gathered together. Li He's eyes turned cold as he said, "Isn't what I'm saying obvious enough? Do we really have to make a move?" Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, realizing that these people still didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. A gentle breeze blew through occasionally, making the hot secret realm feel noticeably softer at this moment. Yuan Hong, bring 2 people with you. Seeing that Wang Hao wouldn't back down, Li He instructed a student beside him. Dealing with just one person wasn't worth his personal effort. Immediately, a few students stood beside Li He, looking at Wang Hao with malicious intent. Kid, since you're seeking death, don't blame us for being rude. Remember my name, Yuan Hong said, his eyes glinting coldly, as he prepared to strike Wang Hao. Bang! 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 Wang Hao ignored their words and rushed out quickly. With 3 crisp snaps, Yuan Hong and the 2 students nearby were easily slapped away by Wang Hao. In midair, they were directly teleported out of the secret realm. Li He's expression instantly darkened. Who was this guy? Yuan Hong knew his own strength. Although he had only reached the 6th layer of body refinement, he had top-notch defensive talent. The boy before him had effortlessly solved him with a single slap. It looked so easy, even if Yuan Hong wanted to deal with him, he would have to exert some effort. Who is this? Could he be a super genius from the first high school in the imperial capital or the first high school in Magic City? Wang Hao rubbed his palm. Yuan Hong's skin was really tough, he almost hurt me with that. Fortunately, his soul power had broken through to level 2, allowing him to perfectly control his strength. Otherwise, with one slap, you might have died. We underestimated him, let's go. Li He said, his eyes revealing a hint of determination. Many classmates beside Li He were filled with rage. How could they just leave after he eliminated 3 of their classmates? I think you're mistaken. Did you forget to get out of the secret realm, or should I send you out? Wang Hao said in a flat tone, as if he were saying something very ordinary. As soon as Wang Hao spoke, Li He and the others looked at him with grim expressions. A group of dozens, and he wants them to get out of the secret realm? Ridiculous. Does he really think eliminating a few people makes him amazing? We could easily drown him with our numbers. Li He didn't want to resort to violence, he just didn't want to lose more classmates over such a tough opponent. After all, their goal wasn't to eliminate others but to earn points. But this guy spoke as if he wanted to eliminate them all, treating them like nothing. If that's the case, then let's fight. Let's all go together. I don't believe he can take on dozens of us. Li He said coldly. As soon as Li He finished, the surrounding classmates rushed toward Wang Hao in unison. Wang Hao watched as they charged towards him, his heart had no ripples, merely lightly swinging his fist. Bang! 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 Wang Hao didn't even need any martial arts or movement techniques, just a slight twist of his body allowed him to easily dodge all the attacks. As Wang Hao's fists kept swinging, Li He's classmates were eliminated one after another. Li He's eyes were filled with deep despair, his group couldn't even touch the opponent's body. Meanwhile, the opponent simply landed punches that directly dealt with his friends. A light punch, just a light punch, the gracefulness of it seemed to show he was afraid of using too much strength and hurting them fatally. So frustrating. Li He had never fought like this before. The opponent looked about the same age as them, yet his terrifying strength made them feel like a joke, playing with them. After a while, there was no one left beside Li He. Who are you? Li He's bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at Wang Hao. You don't deserve to know. Wang Hao replied dismissively. Bang! Immediately after Wang Hao's words, he threw a punch, sending Li He's body flying, soon wrapped in golden light and removed from the secret realm. Looking at the empty space before him, Wang Hao yawned. He thought these people would excite him, but unexpectedly, he felt nothing at all. Boring, so boring, Wang Hao thought, yet the feeling of bullying the weak was truly pleasurable. Wang Hao stretched lazily, then continued searching for other ferocious beasts in the secret realm. At this moment, the principal of Zhongshan No. 1 High School looked as pale as death. Li He had gathered almost all the elites from Zhongshan No. 1, and now they were all eliminated by Wang Hao. It seemed this year's performance would be at the bottom. A look of disappointment filled the principal's face. This Wang Hao was truly lacking in martial ethics, bullying a group of people by himself, the principal cursed in his heart. Why wasn't Wang Hao a student of his own school? In another part of the secret realm. A valley filled with rocks. A breathtaking girl in a white t-shirt and a white pleated skirt. Confronting three fierce beasts, the girl's stunning face flushed red, her hands gripping a long sword, her delicate body trembling slightly in the air. Chapter 34, The Imperial City. Wang Shua. Beside the valley lay several beast corpses. Clearly, Su Qingyan had already gone through a fierce battle, her internal energy somewhat disturbed. Seeing that Su Qingyan seemed somewhat weak, the three beasts charged at her. Su Qingyan bit her lip tightly, then thrust her long sword out with great speed. The sword seemed to carry some special power, producing a low, resonant sword cry. Aoo! The beast let out a painful howl. One of the beasts was pierced through by Su Qingyan's sharp sword, instantly losing its life. The remaining two beasts looked at Su Qingyan with a hint of fear in their eyes after witnessing their companion being killed. Oh, isn't this Su Qingyan from the Su family in Jianlin City? Do you want your big brother to help you? A rough voice suddenly called out from afar while Su Qingyan was confronting the beasts. Su Qingyan remained silent, merely pursing her lips, as her long sword swiftly struck out again. The sword made rapid attacks toward the monsters once more. Swish! Swish! With two sharp penetrating sounds, the remaining two beasts were ruthlessly pierced by Su Qingyan's sword, completely losing their breath of life. Su Qingyan's complexion instantly paled, clearly, her continuous attacks had greatly drained her energy. Su Qingyan's enchanting figure stood resolutely in the valley. Goddess Su is indeed powerful, no wonder she has an S-grade talent, but your stamina is running low, isn't it? The rough voice sounded again. Su Qingyan furrowed her brows slightly and slowly turned to look in the direction of the voice. There stood a robust boy in a blue school uniform, looking at Su Qingyan with excitement on his face. Wang Shua, what do you want? Su Qingyan said coldly, her delicate body lightly trembling in the air. What do you think I want? I know you really want to enter one of the 4 prestigious schools. If I eliminate you here, do you think you would still have a chance? Wang Shua replied coldly, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. A cold wind swept through the valley, blowing against Su Qingyan, her pleated skirt fluttering like the most beautiful picture in the valley. Combined with Su Qingyan's breathtaking face, she resembled a stunning beauty beyond compare. Su Qingyan took a deep breath. Is the Wang family from the Imperial City really so petty? Just because I refused your gift, you act so domineering? Wang Shua's face turned icy upon hearing this. Some time ago, when Su Qingyan visited the Imperial City, Wang Shua had encountered her and was immediately captivated. Especially upon discovering her S-grade talent, his desire for her reached its peak. He tried various means to win her over, but Su Qingyan remained indifferent, repeatedly rejecting his advances. Who was Wang Shua? He was from the powerful Wang family in the Imperial City. He offered his affection to a woman, yet she rejected him. What if she had an S-grade talent? Without growth, an S-grade was just waste. Wang Shuo looked at Su Qingyan with a cold gaze. The more he was unable to have her, the more he wanted her. Unexpectedly, he encountered this woman during the martial arts examination, and at her weakest moment, missing this chance would be as if he had invited lightning to strike him down. As long as you are willing to be my woman, I can help you gain points in this assessment to get into the 4 prestigious schools, plus I'll provide all kinds of training resources and martial arts techniques unconditionally. Wang Shuo continued. This was the best offer he could make. If this woman still refused, he would have no choice but to use force. Get lost. Su Qingyan's cherry lips slightly opened, coldly speaking. Heh, I know your brother passed the preparatory member assessment of the Tianwu Association a few days ago, but that's just a preparatory member. Do you really think you can rest easy? Wang Shuo continued, it's quite normal for preparatory members to die on missions, and I know this very well. Su Qingyan tightly clenched her fists, biting her silver teeth. Are you threatening me? Wang Shuo said this, clearly using her brother to threaten her. How could she not hear it? Wang Shuo showed a cruel smile. As long as you become my woman, there won't be any problems. Su Qingyan took a deep breath, her sword pointing straight at Wang Shuo, daring to use her brother to threaten her. Even if she had to withdraw from the assessment, she would teach him an unforgettable lesson. Seeing that Su Qingyan was actually thinking of resisting, Wang Shuo spoke. In that case, let's make you despair completely, huh? Immediately, an extremely chilling aura erupted from Wang Shuo. Boom! 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 It seemed to carry an overwhelming presence. 9th layer of body refinement. Su Qingyan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this Wang Shuo possibly be at the 9th layer of body refinement? An alarming aura constantly emanated from Wang Shuo. Su Qingyan clearly remembered that when she encountered Wang Shuo before, he was still at the 3rd layer of body refinement. How could he suddenly jump to the 9th layer, breaking through 6 small realms in a row? Su Qingyan knew Wang Shuo's talent. It was just an ordinary B-level talent. Even if he consumed body refinement pills like beans, it would be impossible to break through this fast. My dad invited 10 masters to guide me. If it weren't for the lack of time, I would already be at the 10th layer of body refinement. So, what? Are you still going to resist? Seemingly noticing Su Qingyan's shock, Wang Shuo continued. Su Qingyan furrowed her brows tightly. She was still too weak. If only she had strength like Wang Hao. The image of Wang Hao surfaced in Su Qingyan's mind, and a sense of helplessness spread in her heart. Is this the foundation of a top wealthy family? 10 masters guiding. Although this greatly affects the foundation, if one can achieve excellent results in the martial exam, many would choose this method. It seemed there was no hope left from the 4 major academies this time. Su Qingyan tightened her grip on the token in her hand. Wang Shuo looked at Su Qingyan with fiery eyes. Such a perfect woman would definitely belong to him. He then slowly moved closer to her. 9th layer of body refinement, let alone being exhausted now, even in his prime, he wouldn't stand a chance. Watching Wang Shuo approach slowly from a distance, Su Qingyan sighed softly and was about to activate the switch in the token. Fatty, stay away from Su Qingyan. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Su Qingyan's eyes brightened. This voice. Wang Shuo's face flushed red. He hated being called fatty, especially dead fatty. You little brat, do you want to die? Do you know who I am? Wang Shuo turned around with a trembling body, his eyes blazing with rage. Chapter 35, I am willing. Wang Hao looked at the sturdy boy in front of him, mocking, isn't it just a dead fatty? What more could he be? Wang Shuo's eyes were filled with fury, still daring to shout. Immediately, Wang Shuo charged at Wang Hao at high speed. A trace of mockery flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. He didn't know what he was getting into. Wang Shuo's body surged toward Wang Hao, seemingly carrying immense pressure. Smack! Wang Hao slapped Wang Shuo directly on the face. Wang Shuo was sent flying, crashing into a distant tree with a crisp sound. Not far away, Su Qingyan watched this scene with eyes full of wonder. Although she knew that Wang Hao's strength had already passed the martial artist level, it was still extremely shocking to see Wang Hao casually knock Wang Shuo, who was at the 9th level of body refinement, flying. Oh, he wasn't directly eliminated. Wang Hao looked at Wang Shuo not far away, his face flushed and trembling, with a look of surprise. This slap of his had been practiced many times. These at the 4th and 5th levels of body refinement were all dealt with by this one slap from Wang Hao. Wang Hao then took a closer look. The aura on Wang Shuo suggested he was at the 9th level of body refinement. This guy has some skills. He actually has someone at the 9th level of body refinement. You bastard, you beast, how dare you hit me? I want you dead, I want you dead. Wang Shuo was going insane. This guy directly called him fatty and humiliated him in front of Su Qingyan. Wang Shuo had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth, getting anything he wanted, with no one ever opposing him. Because Wang Shua's father was the head of the powerful Wang family in the capital, countless people want to ingratiate themselves with the Wang family. Naturally, the head of the Wang family spoiled his son to the extreme. Growing up, Wang Shua had only suffered a setback with Su Qingyan, but to him, Su Qingyan would eventually be his woman, and a little loss was nothing. But this guy in front of him keeps calling him fatty. Wang Hao looked at Wang Shua, who was nearly going insane, and found it somewhat ridiculous. Since you want my life, let's see if you can take it. Wang Hao's expression turned cold, and he had already made up his mind. While Wang Shua was still cursing by the side, Wang Hao was already launching his attack again. Boom! Wang Shua's eyes were filled with horror as he felt an unstoppable force rushing towards him. No, my dad is Wang. Before Wang Shua could finish his words, Wang Hao's fist came crashing down. The bones all over Wang Shua's body made cracking noises, and many actually shattered in an instant. Amidst Wang Shua's face of terror, he was directly enveloped in golden light and was teleported away. Spending the rest of your life in a wheelchair, don't mention it, it was just a small effort, Wang Hao thought in his heart. But that fatty just mentioned that his dad was Wang something, whatever, it's not important. Thank you, Wang Hao. A clear and pleasant voice suddenly sounded in Wang Hao's ear. Wang Hao turned to look at the stunning girl in front of him, her graceful figure already starting to take shape, her snowy white and delicate skin making it hard to look away. Her pale cheeks and the refreshing aura brimming with youthful energy attracted all the spirit of the world. Su Qingyan, I'm not late, right? Wang Hao smiled and slowly walked towards Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan smiled sweetly, softly saying, thanks to you, Wang Hao, otherwise. The two were leisurely chatting like that. On the playground of Zhonglin First High School. Su Xinghao watched the smile on his sister's face appear on the screen and twitched his mouth. When did his sister become so gentle? As a preparatory member of the Tianwu meeting, Su Xinghao naturally had the qualification to watch the martial arts examination in Zhonglin First High School. However, if his sister could really be with Wang Hao, Su Xinghao had already imagined the scene of Wang Hao calling him brother-in-law. At that time, he could also have Wang Hao give him some pointers on martial arts. It didn't matter what pointers he received, the important thing was that his sister truly liked him. The principal nearby watched the two idling and chatting, feeling a little stuck, but seeing the first score on the leaderboard at 1600, he thought, forget it, let them do whatever they want. The second place's score was still less than 100. What do you have to win with? Thinking about how the students of Diwu First High School and Mo First High School were being stomped underfoot by Wang Hao, no, by his own student, the principal felt genuinely relieved. In the secret realm, Su Qingyan followed Wang Hao, searching for fierce beasts in the secret realm. Your score has already reached 1800? Su Qingyan's eyes were somewhat dazed, 1800, and her current score was just over 60. That was a staggering 30 times more, simply unbelievable. Wang Hao scratched his head and said, isn't it just points? If it weren't so boring here, I wouldn't even bother hunting fierce beasts. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyan couldn't believe what she was hearing, someone actually got so many points just because they were bored. Wang Hao, it seems your first place is secured. Su Qingyan opened her delicate lips, her captivating eyes fixed intently on Wang Hao. Wang Hao blinked. That should be enough, right? Although he dealt with those fierce beasts like killing a chicken, other candidates didn't have Wang Hao's powerful strength. Dealing with one beast would take quite some time, and facing groups of fierce beasts was something one wouldn't dare to fight against. Not to mention having to face threats from other candidates. The reward for first place in the martial arts exam is a martial skill below Class C, plus 10 million star coins, and you can choose from the 4 prestigious schools. This reward comes from the Martial Arts Alliance, and the school will also provide additional rewards. Su Qingyan continued. There's a reward? Wang Hao was taken aback, how did he not know about this? Suddenly, Wang Hao remembered, the principal mentioned the rewards while on the podium, but at that time, it seemed like I was distracted by something. You don't know. Su Qingyan also looked at Wang Hao in disbelief. Wang Hao looked at Su Qingyan's adorable expression and thought she was extremely cute. Noticing Wang Hao's gaze, Su Qingyan's beautiful cheeks flushed slightly. It makes sense, Wang Hao has already joined the Tianwu Association, he must not care about these things. Su Qingyan continued. Wang Hao felt a bit embarrassed, could he really say he was too focused on watching her and didn't hear what the principal said? Su Qingyan, let's go hunt fierce beasts and sweep up the top 2 spots, giving the principal a surprise. Wang Hao recalled the cup of martial arts tea that the principal had, thinking the old man really got lucky with 1 cup of tea and 2 top 3 spots. Su Qingyan hesitated for a moment, worried if she might hold Wang Hao back. What's wrong? You don't want to? Wang Hao noticed Su Qingyan seemed a bit hesitant. Su Qingyan quickly shook her head, I am willing. Chapter 36, Sweep. Points surge. As soon as Su Qingyan finished speaking, her cheeks turned bright red in an instant. Wang Hao took a deep breath, feeling the faint and delicate fragrance coming from Su Qingyan beside him, how dare she break my will. The two continued to quickly search for fierce beasts around them. With Wang Hao's powerful strength, Su Qingyan's points soared rapidly. 11:30 a.m. At this moment, the martial arts exam had lasted for 2.5 hours, and many candidates had already been eliminated. Fierce beasts had been eliminated, and candidates had also battled against each other for elimination. Now, those who could still stay in the secret realm were basically those with exceptionally strong strength and talent. On the leaderboard, Wang Hao's points were still far ahead. At this time, Wang Hao's points had reached 2,800. Su Qingyan, originally ranked in the 40s, had climbed to 800 points with Wang Hao's help, sitting firmly in second place. In the first high school of the imperial capital. The principal of the first high school was looking at how Su Qingyan had surged to second place in just half an hour, and his face turned pale with anger. It was one thing for Wang Hao to be a double genius martial artist, but what on earth was this Su Qingyan? 1. Zhonglin First High School, Wang Hao, 2800. 2. Zhonglin First High School, Su Qingyan, 800. 3. Imperial Capital First High School, Manhwa, 188. 4. Motu First High School, Lanling, 186. The principal looked at the leaderboard, again seeing Zhanglin First High School and swore, "It's definitely cheating. How could one school produce two genius martial artists? I don't believe it. Not a drop of urine in the doping test." The principal of Imperial Capital First High School called the relevant department again, but this time, no one answered the call. Not just Imperial Capital First High School, other schools were also in shock. Su Qingyan. 800, is she unable to play anymore, or has she opened something again? Especially the principal of Jianglin No. 1 Middle School, who looked dumbfounded. Originally, his school's Lanling was ranked in the top 3. Now, not long after, she has been pushed out of the top 3. There must be a dark scheme, absolutely a dark scheme. This Jianglin No. 1 Middle School, a small 18-line school, has produced one genius martial artist, which is already outrageous. Now that another Su Qingyan has emerged, I won't accept it. The principal of Jianglin No. 1 Middle School looked at the data on the leaderboard, his face was almost smiling like a flower. Classmate Wang Hao was really powerful, bringing the school a second place. After the exam, he absolutely has to be rewarded well. In the secret realm. Wang Hao took Su Qingyan and continued to sweep through the ferocious beasts in the secret realm. When he learned about the first place, Zhangli, Wang Hao became even crazier, leading Su Qingyan in a massive slaughter in the secret realm. With Wang Hao's help, Su Qingyan also gained many points. On a plane in the secret realm. A boy wearing a black jacket had just dealt with a few ferocious beasts nearby, looking somewhat lazy. "Young Master Chen, the first place should be secure this time, right?" A dark-skinned boy exclaimed excitedly next to him. The jacket boy waved his fist. "It should be secure. With my body refining 8th heaven level, I am basically invincible among the participants in this secret realm." The jacket boy was Chen Hua from the Imperial Capital No. 1 Middle School, who also had S-level talent, and the Chen family was a wealthy family in the Imperial Capital. Chen Hua naturally did not lack cultivation resources and various techniques in martial arts. Moreover, he had the most professional mentors to customize the most reasonable training plans for him. He was also incredibly hard-working, which is why he had the strength of body refining 8th heaven at such a young age. The dark-skinned boy, Zhao Peng, was also a classmate from their Imperial Capital No. 1 Middle School. "Young Master Chen, I heard that Wang family's Wang Shua is now at body refining 9th heaven. I wonder if he will pose a threat to your first place." Zhao Peng seemed to think of something and said. Chen Hua's eyes showed a hint of mockery upon hearing this. "That waste, Wang Shua, is nothing, even if his dad found a master to guide him, so what if he reaches body refining 9th heaven now? He's still a waste, I could crush him with one kick. Moreover, strength gained from guidance, ha! He won't break through to a real martial artist for at least 2 years, by then, I might have already become a congenital level martial master." Zhao Peng listened to Chen Hua's words, sighing inwardly. This is the power of a wealthy family, with a master guiding them. "Young Master Chen, your talent is unmatched, and you work so hard in cultivation, there's no way Wang Shua could compare. Perhaps in 2 years, you could even be a master." Zhao Peng continued. Hearing this, Chen Hua felt a bit pleased, although he thought Zhao Peng was exaggerating. Who doesn't like to hear good things? Zhao Peng really was a talented person. However, that girl from Magic City No. 1 Middle School does pose a bit of a threat. A hint of caution flashed in Chen Hua's eyes as he pictured a young girl's image in his mind. Zhao Peng also seemed to recall something upon hearing this. Chen Hua was referring to the genius girl from Magic City No. 1 Middle School, Lan Ling, who also had S-level talent as a super genius. Moreover, Lan Ling's father was the governor of Magic City. She too lacked resources and was extremely willful and fearless. Forget it, it doesn't matter about her, this secret realm is so vast, otherwise, I might actually look for a chance to encounter her. Chen Hua then said, though he did not really want to run into her. But she's just a girl, if she were to fight with young Master Chen, she would definitely be crushed. Zhao Peng flattered from the side. Chen Hua said nothing, continuing to search for monsters in the secret realm with Zhao Ping. Young Master Chen, have you heard? Recently, a 16-year-old dual attribute martial genius appeared. Zhao Ping continued, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Chen Hua waved his hand. That kind of thing is obviously a scam. A 16-year-old warrior is one thing, but what do those country bumpkins know about martial arts? Really, Zhao Ping, you need to be more careful about those false and empty claims. The most important thing for a warrior is to stay grounded. Zhao Ping nodded. He agreed very much. The claim of dual martial arts was just unrealistic boasting. The two continued searching in the secret realm. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge rock smashed down from not far away. Chen Hua's pupils shrank, and he punched out. Bang! Chen Hua's fist hit the rock, and it shattered with a loud noise. The broken stone scattered across the plain. Beside him, Zhao Ping looked terrified. Where did this come from? Who is it? Chen Hua asked in a deep voice. On the vast plain, Chen Hua's voice echoed loudly in this expansive area. Hee, Chen Hua, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a surprise. Let's decide who is the best now. A crisp and ethereal voice sounded not far away. A girl with twin ponytails and a youthful face, looking quite mischievous, gazed at Chen Hua and Zhao Ping. Chapter 37, Chen Hua and Lan Ling. Chen Hua looked at the very sweet-looking girl in front of him and felt a bit of a headache. Although he wasn't afraid of this girl, her terrifying strength was simply too incomprehensible. At least at the body refinement stage, she was invincible. Lan Ling, I don't want to fight with you, don't give others an advantage. Let's just focus on hunting fierce beasts. Chen Hua said with a slight frown. Zhao Ping, listening to Chen Hua's words, was somewhat shocked. Chen Hua actually took the initiative to back down. Humph, is there still any suspense? As long as I defeat you, I'll definitely be number one. Are you scared? A sly glint flashed in Lan Ling's eyes as she spoke. Chen Hua pursed his lips. With Zhao Ping as his helper, as long as they steadily hunted fierce beasts, he would definitely be first. This Lan Ling, although powerful, was ultimately just one person. The speed of hunting was definitely not faster than his. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While Chen Hua hesitated, Lan Ling had already thrown another huge rock at him. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Hua continually shattered the rocks thrown by Lan Ling with his fists. Broken stones flew everywhere. Lan Ling, don't think I'm afraid of you. Chen Hua felt a surge of anger as Lan Ling continued to throw stones. Did she really take him for a soft persimmon? Lan Ling raised her fist. Chen Hua, then let's fight. Don't act like a turtle hiding in its shell. An anger flashed in Chen Hua's eyes. Damn it, drinking the toast but refusing the punishment. Did she really think he was scared of her? Immediately, Chen Hua charged towards Lan Ling at lightning speed. Lan Ling looked at Chen Hua rushing towards her, a shallow dimple appearing on her face. She scoffed. In the body refinement stage, she was invincible. Bring it on. Boom. Lan Ling punched out, and the entire air seemed to roar. Chen Hua's eyelids twitched wildly, but he had already charged forward. There was no turning back, so he also punched out. Bang! As their fists collided, Chen Hua was instantly sent flying by Lan Ling's blow. Is this it? Chen Hua? The super genius from the Imperial Capital's #1 high school? Not even enough for me to take a punch? Trash? Lan Ling taunted as she saw Chen Hua being knocked back by her punch. She immediately followed up with a series of classy insults. Zhao Ping stood there, staring blankly. What did he just see? Their school's super genius was actually being crushed by a little girl. Chen Hua's body trembled slightly. This Lan Ling was too much. Once he broke through to the warrior realm and gained elemental power, he must get his revenge. Lan Ling's talent was strength-based, and she was nearly unbeatable in the body refinement stage. Chen Hua knew that even if he broke through to the 9th or 10th level of body refinement, he still couldn't defeat this little girl. Lan Ling, don't celebrate too early, a temporary lead doesn't mean anything. Chen Hua said in a deep voice. Lan Ling snorted coldly, stop the nonsense, if you can't win, then get out of the secret realm. Chen Hua looked around at the environment, the plains offered no place to hide. Are those two Chen Hua and Lan Ling? Wang Hao asked while looking at the scene on the plains not far away. Su Qingyan nodded. She had done enough homework and was naturally aware of the talents from various schools. So, as long as we deal with them, then we secure the first and second place? Wang Hao continued. Killing these fierce beasts was really pointless. Why not eliminate the strongest competitors directly? Su Qingyan added, both of them are super geniuses with S-class talents, and they have no shortage of various training resources. External assessment agencies all believe that the first place must be decided among them. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. If that's the case, then let them go. Hey, you guys, the time is almost up, stop playing, and leave the secret realm. A voice suddenly rang out while Chen Hua hesitated on how to run. Lan Ling pouted. It couldn't be directed at her, right? Chenhua, if you don't leave, I will take action myself. Lan Ling continued to talk to Chenhua, ignoring the voice. Chenhua also ignored it, still contemplating how to deal with the current situation. Bang! A sudden, powerful attack struck Chenhua directly. Cold sweat broke out in Chenhua's heart. Was he going to die? What on earth? Boom! Chenhua's body was instantly knocked away by Wang Hao's palm, losing consciousness in midair, and then was enveloped in golden light, directly sent out of the secret realm. Goo goo goo! Zhao Ping beside swallowed hard. Who was this deity? It was terrifying. The body-refining genius Chenhua was eliminated with a single slap. Was he being too lucky? In the distance, Lan Ling blinked. Chenhua was eliminated? Are you leaving on your own, or should I help you out? Wang Hao said to Zhao Ping nearby. Zhao Ping looked at Wang Hao not far away, next to an incredibly beautiful girl, and felt a bit dazed. He didn't recognize him at all, but somehow this guy looked a little familiar, like he had seen him somewhere. Zhao Ping's body trembled slightly. Big brother, no need to trouble yourself, I'll do it myself. Wait. Wang Hao seemed to think of something, then spoke. Zhao Ping almost cried, Big brother, please don't tell me you want to act yourself. How many points does that Chenhua have? Wang Hao asked directly. Chen Ping breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out he was just asking about this, and immediately replied, Chen Xiao. Oh no, Chenhua's points are almost 200 now. Wang Hao smiled upon hearing this. Under 200, then it was fine. Alright, you can go. Zhao Ping felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Finally, he could leave. Staying here was too dangerous. Then, Zhao Ping directly activated the switch of the token, instantly being teleported away. Looking at the departing Zhao Ping, Wang Hao was extremely satisfied. Not bad, this guy was very cooperative. That girl named Ling, how many points do you have now? Wang Hao then casually asked Lan Ling. Lan Ling looked at Wang Hao's earlier performance, unable to react. Where did this guy come from? She immediately spoke, Little brother, I have a name, it's Lan Ling. Wang Hao listened to her crisp and tender voice, then looked at her petite yet overly developed body. A true youthful beauty. Wang Hao inhaled deeply and said with a serious face, Little girl, don't try to get close to me, I don't buy that. Quickly tell me, how many points do you have? Su Qingyan watched Wang Hao's behavior and seemed to brighten up instantly. Lan Ling made a bitter face and honestly said, Little brother, my points are just under 202. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, it should be stable now. Wait, she won't be lying to herself, right? Just now, Wang Hao saw this little lowly's fist. One punch almost knocked Chenhua out. No, I need to strip down. Oh no. I have to take out the token for a check. Chapter 38, Martial Exam Champion. Take out your token, I'll check it. Wang Hao said next. Lan Ling's eyes widened. Big brother, come here, and I'll show you. Lan Ling said with a pitiful look. Beside them, Su Qingyan looked at the pitiful little lowly in front of her. This really is a super genius from Magic City High School. This scene. You know your place. Wang Hao slowly moved closer to Lan Ling. A sly glint flashed in Lan Ling's eyes, and the power within her slowly circulated. Oomph, wait until you come close, I will knock you away with one punch. Boom! Just as Wang Hao was about to get close, Lan Ling attacked, her heavy fist directly smashing toward Wang Hao. Wang Hao smirked, knowing you wouldn't be this obedient. Wang Hao casually threw a punch. Lan Ling's heart sank, it's over. Bang! In the instant their fists collided, Lan Ling was directly sent flying by Wang Hao's punch. Golden light completely wrapped around Lan Ling, and her body disappeared from the secret realm. She really doesn't resist much. Wang Hao muttered softly, watching Lan Ling get sent out of the secret realm by him. Then, Wang Hao and Su Qingyan continued searching for beasts in the secret realm. However, Wang Hao guessed that Lan Ling couldn't have more than 800 points at most. Forget it, it's safer to aim for 1,000. The principal of Magic City High School watched Lan Ling from his school get knocked out by Wang Hao with one punch, feeling a chill in his heart. Not even in the top 3. Is this still a super first-tier school? Seeing the top 2 on the scoreboard still soaring, the principal was completely numb. The principal of the Imperial City High School sighed in relief, at least maintaining a top 3 position was secure. After a while, the martial exam finally ended. All the students were transmitted out of the secret realm. The ranking of the martial exam was immediately published. 1 Jianlin High School, Wang Hao, 3400. 2 Jianlin High School, Su Qingyan, 1001. 3 Imperial City High School, Chenhua, 198. For Magic City High School, Lan Ling, 196. 45 Tianshui High School, Su Huang, 51. 98 Tailin High School, 41. On the playground of Jianlin High School. The principal looked at the final ranking, feeling extremely excited, as Jianlin High School took the top 2 spots, making history. After emerging from the secret realm, Wang Hao saw his ranking on the scoreboard, feeling delighted. Sure enough, he was first. But that little spirit didn't deceive him, she really didn't even have 200. Su Qingyan looked at her high second-place score, feeling fantastic, her eyes even smiling. As the martial exam ended, the scoreboard was unveiled to the public. People in Jianglin City were naturally not surprised. At 16, a dual-talent genius warrior not taking first place would be questionable. However, that terrifying score of over 3,000 points still shocked many people's eyes. Killing thousands of first-level monsters just stood there waiting for you. Even a regular warrior would take a long time, not to mention having to search in the secret realm. Wang Hao is truly too strong. As for other places outside Jianglin City, everywhere was filled with shouts about dark secrets, problems, cheating, whatever darkness came, they cried out. Especially people from the Imperial and Magic cities paying attention to the martial exam were furious. Jianglin High School, what a mediocre school, how can they take the top 2 positions? This is unreasonable, it must have problems. The top 3 should all belong to their Imperial and Magic cities, no one else should count. At this moment, Wang Hao naturally wouldn't care about these rumors. After the exam, he declined all invitations and went straight back to his villa. Wang Hao stayed in the practice room, swallowing vitality pills, slowly operating his Qi creation greenwood technique. The aura around Wang Hao was also gradually increasing. Imperial City, Wang family. In a magnificent room. A group of people in white coats were treating a robust young man's broken bones in the room. The room was filled with the constant sounds of painful wails. Who dares to lay such a cruel hand on my shuor? A middle-aged man with a commanding presence listened to the painful cries coming from the room, his heart filled with rage. Master, it's this year's martial arts exam champion, Wang Hao. An assistant beside the middle-aged man spoke respectfully. Who is Wang Hao? I've never heard this name. Wang Xiong frowned. As the head of the Wang family, he naturally wouldn't pay attention to these small matters of the martial arts exam. However, he had heard of some exceptionally gifted talents, such as Chun Hua from the Chun family and Lan Ling from Magic City. Wang Xiong might not know them well, but he had at least heard their names. Moreover, many people had confidently claimed that the champion must be one of those 2. But this Wang Hao, where did he come from that he could hurt his son like this? He was simply courting death. Master, Wang Hao's background seems quite mysterious, the information is tightly encrypted. All we know is that he is the martial arts champion from Jianglin City and a 16-year-old genius warrior. There are many rumors online that say Wang Hao has already mastered the dual thunder martial arts. The assistant continued. Tightly encrypted, Wang Xiong's brows tightened. No one with such heavy encryption was anything but extremely mysterious. This Wang Hao. I don't care what genius or encryption there is, I want his life now. Is there any way? Wang Xiong said coldly. A chilling aura erupted from Wang Xiong. The assistant felt as if he were caught in a storm. Is this the power of a Grand Master? One anger can affect the entire space. Master, we can't touch Wang Hao for now, he currently holds the title of champion, and many big figures are paying close attention. The assistant continued. Wang Xiong squinted his eyes. The martial arts champion, huh? Then let you bounce around for a few more days. The next morning, the reward for the top scorer of the martial arts exam was announced. 10 million star coins, plus 1 sea-level martial art. Wang Hao had long decided what he wanted. He felt he needed a body refinement martial art. The diamond technique, while powerful, was only an E-level martial art. Even if mastered to perfection, it could only match an average D-level martial art, which truly didn't suit his current strength. Thunder body refinement technique, C-level martial arts, an extremely domineering body refinement martial art with high training difficulty, it requires practice with the power of thunder. Wang Hao looked at this martial art, his heart burning with excitement. Although this technique was only C-level, it was enough to rival typical B-level martial arts. Once mastered, it could form the power of thunder on the surface of his body, being exceedingly formidable. Need to practice with the power of thunder? Wang Hao thought to himself, and soon came up with an idea. He could use a special training room for practice. The special training room allows you to adjust various scenes for training. No matter if you need thunder, fire, or ice cold. The special training room can fulfill all your needs, but the price is also extremely high. Training in the thunder training room costs 500,000 star coins for a day. Many people are deterred by this price. Forget it, anyway, I don't lack this bit of star coins right now. Moreover, once mastered, his strength would greatly increase. He would feel much safer. Wang Hao immediately made his decision. Then, Wang Hao took the thunder body refinement technique and left the villa, heading toward the special training room in the city center. As he stepped out, Chen Xuan was waiting for him at the door in a car. 20 minutes later, Wang Hao arrived at his destination. The Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Wow, that's Wang Hao. I can't believe I ran into Wang Hao. My goodness. Oh my god, it really is him, the martial arts champion Wang Hao. I didn't expect Wang Hao to be here for training too. So, that's the 16-year-old genius warrior from Jianlin City who's stepping all over the capital and Magic City. You really did a fantastic job. Yeah, I wish I could be that amazing too. Wang Hao, I love you. I want to have your babies. Wang Hao felt a little exhausted from the enthusiastic welcome of the crowd beside the martial arts hall. No matter where he went, someone could recognize him. Ever since he showcased his talent in dual-channel martial arts at the Martial Arts League, Wang Hao had become very famous in Jianlin City. Even going to the supermarket for something, he was recognized by people. Outside was even more intense, the martial arts genius Wang Hao had become a brand for Jianlin City. After earning the title of first in the martial arts exam, his fame peaked even higher. Indeed, being overly talented is also a painful trouble, Wang Hao thought to himself. Under the fervent gaze of the crowd, Wang Hao entered the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. The staff at the Martial Arts Hall were equally surprised to see Wang Hao. They quickly got his paperwork sorted. Just as Wang Hao was waiting for the process to be completed, a man in a suit came out next to the elevator and walked directly in front of Wang Hao. Mr. Wang Hao, I am the manager of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Our chairman would like to discuss something with you. Do you have time now? The suited man said respectfully. Wang Hao blinked, thinking that he just came to use a special training room. How did it involve the chairman? Well, let's go meet him, it would be boring to wait here anyway. Lead the way. Wang Hao took a deep breath and said. The suited man looked delighted and then led the way ahead. Wang Hao followed the manager directly into the elevator. After a while, Wang Hao finally arrived at his destination. Knock, knock, knock. The manager gently knocked on the door of room 1808. Chairman, Mr. Wang Hao has arrived. After a voice from inside invited them in, the manager brought Wang Hao directly inside. In a very simply decorated office. You are our Jianglin City Martial Arts Exam top scorer, Wang Hao, right? I am the chairman of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Junyan, said a slightly plump middle-aged man to Wang Hao. Wang Hao nodded and replied, that's right. I don't know what you want to discuss with me, Chairman Zhu? Junyan then led Wang Hao to sit down in the office and brewed high-quality tea for him. Wang Hao looked at Junyan, who radiated an air of wealth, and noticed he had no air of superiority in front of him, seemingly a bit eager to please. He still felt it was somewhat unreal. Was it really necessary to make such a big deal over just a top scorer? Mr. Wang Hao, here's the thing. We would like to invite you to endorse our Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Junyan said directly, handing Wang Hao the brewed tea. Wang Hao's eyes widened in shock. Endorse me? Are you kidding me? With so many innate masters, you chose me, a mere martial artist? Seeing Wang Hao's astonishment, Junyan's face revealed a faint smile as he continued, Mr. Wang Hao, I am serious. Given your talent, becoming a great master in the future is inevitable, and becoming a martial saint is very possible as well. We have considered signing you very carefully. Wang Hao took the teacup, blinked, and thought, a martial saint, that is a must. So if you want me to endorse you, what will I get? And what will I need to do? Wang Hao took a deep breath, as the Extreme Martial Arts Hall was not a small martial arts hall. It had great fame throughout the country. The Extreme Martial Arts Hall also had branches everywhere in the nation. Junyan's eyes flashed with admiration. As expected from a genius martial artist, 2 questions covered all the key points. As long as Mr. Wang Hao agrees to be our spokesperson, you can use all training rooms in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall free of charge. Additionally, we will pay you 30 million star coins as an endorsement fee each year. Junyan spoke up. Wang Hao's eyes brightened. Using all the training rooms for free was truly amazing. Wang Hao knew that the Extreme Martial Arts Hall had many special training rooms, all of which were extremely expensive. Moreover, there were many vitality training rooms, where the energy was abundant, allowing for a much faster training speed than in ordinary environments. And having 30 million star coins was also a huge fortune. Wang Hao took a deep breath, suppressing the joy in his heart, then said, so what do I need to do? Junyan smiled faintly and replied, we will use Mr. Wang Hao's portrait rights for our Extreme Martial Arts Hall's promotional brochure and signs. Also, Mr. Wang Hao can only be the spokesperson for our martial arts hall and cannot accept any other martial arts hall's endorsement invitations. Hearing this, Wang Hao squinted slightly, calculating in his mind that the terms were acceptable and did not contain any outrageous clauses. I agree. Let my assistant discuss the specific procedures and matters with you. Wang Hao said next. Junyan's eyes lit up at this, his face filled with smiles. Then Junyan respectfully escorted Wang Hao out of his office. After leaving the office, Wang Hao contacted Chen Xuan with his terminal, asking him to come to the martial arts hall to handle the endorsement procedures. Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Thunder Training Room. Wang Hao stood in the empty room, the surroundings filled with a chilling aura. The floor felt special and somewhat cold. Boom! Above the room, dark clouds and flashes of lightning continuously flickered. Wang Hao absorbed the surrounding violent lightning elements according to the thunder body refining technique in his mind. The lightning elements circulated within Wang Hao's body, a slight tingling sensation spreading through him. Wang Hao's body trembled slightly, then he rapidly operated the thunder body refining technique. Increase the power of the thunder. Wang Hao shouted. Chapter 40, Cultivating the Thunder Body Refining Technique. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, the lightning and dark clouds above the room intensified once more. The lightning elements in the air became even more violent. Wang Hao took a deep breath, the thunder body refining technique within him continuously absorbing the lightning elements in the air. Waves of intense pain spread throughout Wang Hao's body. Wang Hao already felt that there seemed to be a new power within him. That power was weak, like a wisp of smoke, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Even with 100 times the training speed, it's still so slow. Wang Hao felt the feeble breath within him, cursing softly. Continue to increase the power of the thunder. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and shouted again. Boom! The lightning elements in the air were almost solidifying. Above the room, the lightning continued to flicker, the terrifying intimidation almost making people shiver. As the lightning elements increased, Wang Hao's absorption speed became even faster. 3 hours later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the beginner level of C-grade martial art, Thunder Body Refining Technique. Vitality plus 10. Finally reached the beginner level, and this body refining technique actually increased his vitality by 10. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Opening his attributes panel, Wang Hao silently recited. Name, Wang Hao. Talent, 100 Speed Divine Body, SSS, Void Shadow, S-grade. Realm, Postnatal Triple Heaven. Technique, Vitality Greenwood Technique. Skills, Knife Intent, Minor Achievement, increases knife technique's power by 80%. Martial Arts, Falling Cloud Palm, F-grade, Divine Understanding, Cutting Wind Knife Technique, E-grade, Divine Understanding, Mysterious Step Technique, E-grade, Perfect, Heaven Origin Knife, E-grade, Divine Understanding, Diamond Technique, E-grade, Divine Understanding, Shadow Demon Step, C-grade Expert, Ninefold Knife Technique, C-grade Expert, Thunderfist, C-grade Expert, Thunder Body Refining Technique, C-grade Beginner. Vitality, 170. Soul, 2. Time until next replication, 29 days. Indeed, increased by 10 vitality. Wang Hao felt the power in his body and couldn't help but feel delighted. It seemed that choosing this thunder body refining technique was indeed the right decision. Wang Hao felt a slight throbbing pain in his veins. It seems that this thunder body refining technique cannot be practiced for a long time. Wang Hao's intuition told him that if he continued training, it would harm his body. Shut down the thunder power. Wang Hao shouted loudly. The room instantly became quiet, and the surrounding thunder power immediately dissipated. Indeed, it is a special training room, truly impressive. Thunder Body Refining Technique. Wang Hao then activated his Thunder Body Refining Technique, and the hidden thunder power within him instantly surfaced on his body. Wang Hao clenched his fists, feeling the power within him surge dramatically after activation. Boom! Wang Hao swung his fist, accompanied by thunder power, and struck forward. The air immediately hissed loudly. A series of rapid explosive sounds erupted. Wang Hao then tested his other attributes. He discovered that after activating the Thunder Body Refining Technique, his damage had nearly increased by half. It is worth mentioning that this Thunder Body Refining Technique is only at the beginner level, yet it has such frightening power. Next, Wang Hao changed training rooms. He was ready to cultivate the martial arts he obtained from the killer. In the following time, Wang Hao was continuously training in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. The 30 million star coins promised by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall had also arrived. Wang Hao would not be short of star coins in the short term. After receiving the endorsement fee from the Martial Arts Hall, Wang Hao's use of vitality pills became even more frequent. He almost consumed 20 vitality pills in one day. This means that Wang Hao spent 2 million star coins just on vitality pills in one day. Not to mention that Wang Hao used the top-tier vitality training room. Even innate martial masters would be shocked. This is not training, it's clearly burning money. In Jianlin City, the Shura Hall branch. An old man with white hair was talking with a middle-aged man in the VIP room of the Shura Hall branch. Hallmaster Shin, my commission to your Shura Hall failed, don't you want to say something? What the white-haired old man said with a cold expression. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, that Wang Hao's strength is not at all what you said, and he even told us that Wang Hao is just an inexperienced rookie. Our Shura Hall branch also lost a stunning genius killer. The white-haired old man's gaze was icy, and he replied, how did I know your killers were so useless that they couldn't even handle someone at the early stage of the postnatal realm? Useless? That is our branch's gold medal killer. Useless? Go outside and ask around what a gold medal killer is. Shin Chang shouted angrily. Chen Hong, I tell you, this money cannot be refunded. Even if you stir up trouble with our main hallmaster, you will still not get a refund. Shen Chang continued. The atmosphere in the room instantly became a bit intense. Who told you I wanted a refund? Chen Hong replied coldly. Shin Chang looked at the icy expression on Chen Hong's face, frowning slightly. What was this old guy trying to do? I want to continue hiring killers to kill Wang Hao. Chen Hong then stated. Shin Chang smiled, a mocking expression on his face. To kill Wang Hao, I think you are crazy. Do you know how many people are watching Wang Hao now? To kill Wang Hao, dream on. Chen Hong seemed completely unfazed by Shin Chang's reaction. After becoming the top scorer in the martial arts exam, Wang Hao's fame had almost reached its peak. Besides, he is from the Tianwu Association, one could say that he was truly just dreaming. Aren't you going to listen to the price I offer? Chen Hong's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he coldly said. Shin Chang sneered, it's not a matter of how much the price is. Chen Hong, you old guy, do you know how many people are eyeing Wang Hao right now? After the assassination attempt on Wang Hao failed, Shin Chang immediately launched an investigation into Wang Hao. He found that some of Wang Hao's information had already been super encrypted. Around Wang Hao, there are many hidden experts, secretly protecting him. To kill Wang Hao is not harder than killing a grandmaster. In fact, in some ways, assassinating Wang Hao is even harder than assassinating a grandmaster. A soul-forging martial art. Chen Hong said calmly. As soon as Chen Hong spoke, the atmosphere in the entire space froze. Soul-forging martial art. Shin Chang stood up, exclaiming. Shin Chang's face became extremely passionate. Soul-forging martial arts are incredibly precious, usually costing billions, and they can't even be measured in star coins. Soul-forging martial arts are at least S-grade. Shin Chang remembered that at the last auction in the imperial capital, an ordinary S-grade martial art sold for 200 million star coins. That was just an ordinary S-grade martial art, not to mention soul-forging martial arts. Even a price of 1 billion would probably cause people to fight over it. Are you serious? Shin Chang stared intensely at Chen Hong, his eyes filled with longing. If he could get a soul-forging martial art, that would be incredible. Chen Hong sneered, didn't you say, it's not about how much to price it? Shin Chang squinted his eyes slightly, thinking that this old man was playing games with him. The soul-forging martial art is real, but it's only half of it. Chen Hong continued coldly. Shin Chang's brows furrowed, but then his expression became fiery again. Even half would be enough, as it's still a soul-forging martial art, not something an ordinary S-grade martial art could compare to. I want to see the soul-forging martial art first. Shin Chang said eagerly. First tell me, can you kill Wang Hao? Chen Hong ignored Shin Chang's words and asked. Shin Chang narrowed his eyes slightly, as if thinking of something, then said, since Wang Hao came first, he must be going to the Imperial Martial Academy, and his realm is only in the early stage of the acquired. 10 days later. Vitality Cultivation Room. In the cultivation room, a young man sat cross-legged. Next to the cultivation room, countless small bottles were piled up. The surrounding vitality was swallowed into Wang Hao's body like a whale devouring everything. The vitality was almost turning into a tangible form. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a very powerful force erupted from the young man. The entire space seemed to tremble for a moment. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 5th level of the acquired stage. Wang Hao's mind heard the system prompt. Finally, he had broken through. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes. A week ago, Wang Hao had just broken through to the 4th level of the acquired stage, but seeing the remaining star coins, he continued cultivating. He didn't expect breaking through to the 5th level to be so difficult. After breaking through to the 4th level, Wang Hao had almost eaten 40 vitality pills a day. That 100 times the cultivation speed was no joke. 40 vitality pills a day were still fully absorbed. Every day, Wang Hao would also set aside 4 hours for martial arts practice. 3 hours for thunder body training technique, and 1 hour for other martial arts. With 4 hours of martial arts practice, the rest of the time was spent on cultivating techniques. It could be said that these 10 days were the fastest Wang Hao's strength had ever increased since coming to this world. Breaking through 2 realms in 10 days would scare anyone if told. But the cost was extremely high. Wang Hao's 30 million endorsement fee was almost used up. Now, Wang Hao only had a little more than 10 million star coins left. Spending money was fun for a while, but after spending, Wang Hao looked at the piles of bottles around him, deeply sighing. He thought several million would last him for a long time, but now it was almost all used up. He opened his attribute sheet and silently muttered. Name, Wang Hao. Talent, 100 Speed Divine Body, SSS, Void Shadow, S-Grade. Realm, 5th level of the acquired stage. Cultivation Technique, Chi Forging Green Wood Art. Skills, Knife Force, Small Mastery, increases 80% of knife technique power, fist force, beginner, increases 50% of fist technique power. Martial arts, falling cloud palm, F grade, divine, wind/sword technique, E grade, divine, mysterious step, E grade, perfect, Tian Yuan one blade, E grade, divine, comma. The Diamond Sutra, E grade, godly, shadow step, C grade, mastery, ninefold knife technique, C grade, mastery, thunder fist, C grade, perfect, thunder body refinement sutra, C grade, mastery, shadow blade technique, D grade, skilled. Vitality, 320. Soul, 2. Time until next replication, 19 days. Looking at his attributes, Wang Hao felt a rush of comfort in his heart. With vitality reaching 320, it meant his physical strength had reached 32,000 kilograms, and the Thunder Body Refinement Sutra had also reached the mastery level. Thinking about the terrifying power he possessed after activating the Thunder Body Refinement Sutra made Wang Hao shiver. The Shadow Blade technique was only at the skilled level for him. Among the other C-grade martial arts, only the Thunder Fist had reached the perfect level, the rest had not. And he actually mastered the fist's momentum, which left Wang Hao speechless. Could it be that he was truly suited for practicing fist techniques? Wang Hao began to seriously ponder this question. Never mind, let's leave it at that, there shouldn't be much more improvement from training in the short term. Wang Hao then opened his terminal. His terminal was already filled with information. Aside from some junk ads, there were classmates' invitations, and well wishes from old friends. The headmaster of the Tianwu Club also sent Wang Hao a congratulatory message. What surprised Wang Hao even more was that Su Xinghao also sent him best wishes. Many pretty girls sent Wang Hao beautiful pictures. After Wang Hao became famous, many bold and pretty girls took the initiative to offer their companionship. Wang Hao naturally rejected them all. This chest is nice, these long legs, these beautiful eyes, this one. Wang Hao looked at the pictures sent by those pretty girls, commenting on each one. After a while, Wang Hao snapped back to reality, these seductive girls were trying to disrupt his heart's path, he could no longer look. Half an hour later. This black silk, not bad. Wang Hao reluctantly closed these messages, then suppressed all these sinful pictures into his collection. Ding ding ding. Just as Wang Hao was about to turn off the terminal, it suddenly rang. Wang Hao, you really are a busy person, after the martial arts exam, you didn't even return to school. Tomorrow is the day to fill out college applications, do you still want to go to university? The principal's distant voice echoed in Wang Hao's ears. Yes, I will definitely come to school tomorrow, don't worry, principal. Wang Hao laughed, then smiled and replied. Zhonglin No. 1 High School, principal's office. Listening to the voice on the phone, although the principal was relentless, the expression on his face showed immense joy. These 10 days truly represented the principal's peak in life, as various universities lined up to curry favor with him. They wanted the principal to ask Wang Hao if he was willing to attend their school. Even if he didn't go, just having a name on the roll would be great. Even just a name on the roll would fetch a high price. Not to mention that other schools also wanted the principal to guide them on how to cultivate such excellent students. After chatting with Wang Hao for a bit, the principal directly hung up the phone. Principal, the principal of Hanyun No. 1 High School just called, asking if you have time to give a lecture at their school. They are willing to pay a 3 million star currency appearance fee. As soon as the principal hung up, his assistant rushed in to speak. Hearing this, the principal thought, Hanyun No. 1 High School, what kind of low-tier school is that? Never even heard of it, and they only offered 3 million, which is too stingy, I'm not going. Chapter 42, Advice from the Principal. Early the next morning, Wang Hao woke up early. Today was the day to fill out college applications, marking his high school graduation day. Wang Hao recalled the principal's words from yesterday. There was always a faint dreamlike feeling, he was just a 16-year-old student, yet now he was already a later-stage martial artist at the 5th level. While his classmates were still struggling at the 4th and 5th levels, he had already far surpassed them. Even a genius like Su Qingyan is only at the 7th level of body refinement. Not to mention combat power, how strong Wang Hao is now, to be honest, he himself doesn't know. Wang Hao took a deep breath, the road is still long, and this is just the beginning. Next, Wang Hao sat in Chen Xuan's luxury car, heading straight to the school. Chen Xuan looked at Wang Hao in the car, his eyes full of admiration. Yes, it was admiration. When Chen Xuan first met Wang Hao, he thought Wang Hao was just a vastly talented youth, and he felt more envy towards him. However, after spending time together, Chen Xuan no longer felt envy, instead, he became filled with respect. In Chen Xuan's eyes, Wang Hao was a young man devoted solely to martial arts. Every day was nothing but training, no parties, no youth activities, and no wild indulgences. You could say there were no other activities, it was just day after day of practice. Even when he occasionally rested, it was only to accompany his sister to buy groceries. After becoming the spokesperson for the Extreme Martial Arts Pavilion, his training became even more intense, he spent every day in the training room. He hardly ever left the training room. Chen Xuan had never seen anyone train as hard as Wang Hao. Wang Hao seemed to have a bright surface, but behind it was sweat that others couldn't possibly imagine. Chen Xuan couldn't help but think of his youth. If he had a friend like that back then, maybe everything would be different now. Of course, Wang Hao had no idea what Chen Xuan was thinking. After a while, Chen Xuan finally drove to Jianglin No. 1 High School. The guard at Jianglin No. 1 High School let them through immediately. They naturally recognized Wang Hao's license plate number. After getting out of the car, Wang Hao walked alone in the campus. Many classmates saw Wang Hao and greeted him warmly. Wang Hao showed no pretentiousness at all. He greeted his classmates just as warmly. "That's Wang Hao, our Jianglin city's #1 genius." "No, now he's the #1 genius of our country." "Do you need to say that? Wang Hao's talent is already recognized. And can you stop bragging? If you can't, let it go. What nonsense about being #1 in the country, he's the top genius of Blue Star. Bro, if you hadn't said it so fast, my primal power would have exploded." Wang Hao forever happy face carrot. +1. As Wang Hao's spiritual power reached 2, his perception greatly strengthened, and he could hear distant discussions clearly. These classmates were too adorable, keep cheering, and say more if you can. Wang Hao then headed towards the principal's office. Looking at the fresh and beautiful campus environment and the pure and lovely classmates around him, Wang Hao felt great. A few minutes later, Wang Hao finally arrived at the principal's office. The principal was sitting in the office brewing tea. "Wang Hao, what are you doing?" "Making me, a principal, wait for you." Seeing Wang Hao's arrival, the principal quickly stood up and smiled at him. Wang Hao also smiled back, "Hee, I won't do it again next time." The principal then chatted with Wang Hao for a bit. "Wang Hao, you brought glory to the school. I don't have much to give you, but you can take this space ring and this blood spirit battle blade. I used it in the demon battlefield long ago, and I can't use it now, so take it." The principal looked at the young man in front of him with a face full of contentment, then handed Wang Hao the ring and the sword. Wang Hao looked at the shimmering, intimidating blade and the ancient space ring beside it, then thought of rejecting it. "This is too precious, principal, I can't. A gift from an elder, I won't accept no for an answer. If I tell you to take it, you take it." The principal's expression grew serious as he spoke. Wang Hao took a deep breath, then accepted the ring and sword with both hands. "Principal, I will never tarnish this knife will be stained with the blood of demons." "Good. Good. Good. Heroes have always emerged from youth, the future world belongs to the young, and one day, the demons will be ended by your hands." The principal laughed heartily. Hearing this, Wang Hao felt a surge of blood rush to his head. The demons in this world are incredibly powerful, and the battle between humans and demons has lasted for thousands of years, an endless conflict. The hatred for demons is deeply etched in the genes of humanity. Wang Hao knows that the reason he has such a superior cultivation environment now is due to the burdens carried by those pioneers ahead of him. "Wang Hao, you are the most gifted young person I have ever seen. Perhaps in the future, you will have the opportunity to reach the position of martial god, but the horror of this world exceeds your imagination. Always remember to keep something in reserve for yourself. This is the only advice this old man can give you," the principal said. Wang Hao felt a lump in his throat. "Principal, I remember, I will definitely do it." The principal, though seemingly in his 40s, had an aura that hinted at a life well lived but weary. Wang Hao did not know what the principal had experienced. But it surely had to do with the demons. He was destined to eradicate them and restore peace to this world. The principal then reminded Wang Hao a few more times before sending him off. Watching Wang Hao leave, the principal smiled with satisfaction. "With such a young man, how can we worry about the demons not being extinguished in the future?" After leaving the principal's office, Wang Hao examined the blood spirit battle knife in his hand. The blood spirit battle knife emanated a chilling aura, deeply unsettling. What a good knife! Even though Wang Hao did not know much about knives, he could feel the will of the blade, incredibly resilient. He then stored the blood spirit battle knife into his spatial ring. When Wang Hao placed the blood spirit battle knife in the spatial ring, he suddenly noticed a small package inside. Opening it, Wang Hao discovered it was the Tao Enlightenment tea the principal had given him last time. Looking at the small package of tea in his hand, a warmth spread through his heart. This old guy secretly gives gifts, really. After returning from the martial arts exam last time, Wang Hao had already checked the information on Tao Enlightenment tea. It could only be produced by the Tao Enlightenment tree, and just one tael was worth millions of star coins. Holding the seemingly warm Tao Enlightenment tea, Wang Hao's gaze gradually became resolute. Chapter 43, Confirming the School Imperial Marshal. After leaving the principal's office, Wang Hao headed towards his classroom. The principal had just told Wang Hao that the enrollment office teachers from the 4 major prestigious schools were waiting for him in the classroom. In Wang Hao's classroom, the enrollment office teachers from the 4 top prestigious schools were already waiting at the classroom door. They had already received news from the principal that Wang Hao would be coming to school today. The other students in the classroom were curiously staring at these teachers from the 4 top schools. They are here for Wang Hao, he really is something. While others are carefully choosing their preferences, Wang Hao has teachers coming directly to him, and multiple top schools at that. Yeah, truly, people are more powerful, killing others with envy. If you also had Wang Hao's strength and talent, they would come to find you too. My ranking is over 100,000, I don't even know if I can get into a key martial school. I wonder which school Wang Hao will choose. He is the first national martial exam champion in Jianlin City, it's truly impressive. In the classroom, many students were buzzing, discussing Wang Hao's affairs. Many were also concerned about which school Wang Hao would choose. Soon, Wang Hao finally approached his classroom. In the distance, 4 middle-aged men with eager eyes were standing at the classroom door. These should be the teachers from the 4 prestigious schools, but why are they so enthusiastic? Wang Hao looked at their gazes from afar and felt a bit uneasy in his heart. The 4 teachers seemed to have noticed Wang Hao and eagerly walked toward him. Hello, teachers. Wang Hao greeted honestly. You truly deserve to be this year's top student of the martial arts exam, your aura is steady, and your foundation is extremely solid. Teacher Zhang Bin from Star Academy exclaimed with a satisfied expression. I am Jiang Hong, a teacher from Demon Martial Academy. I hope you can come to our school. Our Demon Martial Academy is the top prestigious school, it will not disgrace your talent, said a teacher in a dark gray suit beside him. In the corridor at the classroom door, many students looked at Wang Hao and the few teachers with curious expressions. Wang Hao, let's talk in the office next door, said teacher Lu Su from Emperor Martial Academy. Teacher He Luan from Skyfire Academy next to him also nodded in agreement. So many teachers surrounded a single student in the corridor, it felt quite inappropriate. Then, they all entered the office next door. The teachers from several academies offered generous conditions, wanting to enroll Wang Hao in their school. Star Academy even offered full tuition waivers, along with a large amount of training resource subsidies. Skyfire Academy similarly presented comparable conditions. The teacher from Demon Martial Academy said, Wang Hao, if you come to our school, in addition to a full tuition waiver, we can provide you with a monthly opportunity to train in the chi pool. When the teacher from Demon Martial Academy spoke, the other teachers were a bit shocked. The chi pool training opportunity, formed by concentrated chi liquid, allows for training speed to be more than 10 times stronger than a normal training room. However, the chi pool requires immense resources, typically reserved for innate martial masters and grandmasters. Wang Hao was just a martial artist, giving him such luxurious treatment. Wang Hao's eyes lit up a bit at the words of the teacher from Demon Martial Academy. A 10-fold training speed, and if he adds his own 100-fold training speed, then, just thinking about it made Wang Hao a bit excited. Star Academy and Skyfire Academy felt a bit helpless upon hearing what the teacher from Demon Martial Academy had said. Such conditions, they truly could not offer, this is the foundation of Demon Martial Academy. Teacher Lu Su from Emperor Martial Academy spoke up, Wang Hao, if you come to our Emperor Martial Academy, you can directly join our Divine Martial class. If your talent and strength are strong enough, you can obtain all the resources you want there, including a spot in the chi pool and even a chance to train at the Insight Realm is not impossible. Divine Martial class. The teachers from Demon Martial Academy looked at Lu Su in shock, directly offering Wang Hao a place in the Divine Martial class, such a bold move. The Divine Martial class is a talent program for martial arts at Emperor Martial Academy, and every student there is a super genius within the academy. Students like Chen Hua from the First High School of the Imperial Capital and Lan Ling from the Demon Martial First High School are not even comparable. Moreover, the students in the Divine Martial class are at least innate level 10 martial artists, all starting with S-level talent. The Divine Martial class has the best training environment at Emperor Martial Academy, and they hold ranking competitions every month. The higher the rank, the more training resources one receives. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was intrigued, the Divine Martial class. In this world, universities differ from those in a past life, and the graduation conditions for martial arts universities are quite strict. For instance, at Emperor Martial Academy, one must reach the innate level to graduate. Other universities have varying conditions based on different levels. Wang Hao pondered for a moment, then said, let's go to the Imperial Martial Academy, the Divine Martial class. I really want to see those super geniuses. It would be easier to copy talents then. Right after that, Wang Hao told the teachers about his decision. The teachers from the other academies couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, but they still encouraged Wang Hao heartily. Wang Hao then proceeded to handle the formalities with the teachers from the Imperial Martial Academy. Wang Hao was going to study at the Imperial Martial Academy. I knew it. Wang Hao would definitely choose the Imperial Martial Academy, after all, that's our top-tier school. If only I could go too, it's the Imperial Martial Academy, how amazing. Wang Hao confirmed his school choice, and soon the whole school knew about it. On a street in the school, there was a breathtaking girl wearing a floral dress, her snow-white, delicate skin shining in the air. Her charming, slightly curved figure was filled with the breath of youth. The Imperial Martial Academy? Then I'll go there too. The girl's mouth curled up, forming the most beautiful arc in the world. The first high school of the imperial capital. In a quiet and fragrant pavilion, a handsome young man looked at the message on his phone. Wang Hao is going to the Imperial Martial Academy. Fine, we'll meet again then. Next time, I'll definitely surprise you. Chen Hua tightly gripped his phone. Crack. It seemed he squeezed too hard, and the phone was crushed. Damn. Wang Hao, it's all your fault. Chen Hua cursed as he looked at the shattered phone in his hand. Chapter 44, The Mysterious Enlightenment Tea. The Governor's Office of Magic City. In a magnificent room, a girl wearing a long-sleeved dress and white stockings pouted her lips, her eyes filled with displeasure. Linger, I've already received the news. That Wang Hao has decided to go to the Imperial Martial Academy, said a middle-aged man in the room. Humph, that stinky Wang Hao, how dare he hit me so hard? I must teach him a good lesson. Lan Ling gritted her teeth. Thinking of that day in the secret realm, when she was actually killed in counterattack, Lan Ling was extremely upset. She had always crushed others, when did she ever get crushed by someone else? That boy didn't feel sorry for her at all, such a cute girl. I will also break through to a martial artist, and I will become stronger than him. After school starts, I will defeat him fair and square. Lan Ling then spoke to her father, Lan Shang. Hearing this, Lan Shang's eyes twitched slightly. Defeating Wang Hao. Lan Shang had already investigated Wang Hao, a genius martial artist with dual cultivation of divine martial arts was not so easy to defeat. Besides, Wang Hao had also joined the Heavenly Martial Society, and with his talent, he was bound to rise. Linger, that request might really be impossible. You know Wang Hao's talent. Lan Shang spoke hesitantly. I don't care. I don't care. I just want to defeat Wang Hao. Lan Ling rolled around on the bed, shouting loudly. Lan Shang comforted her for quite a while, but Lan Ling kept making a fuss. Linger, defeating Wang Hao doesn't mean you have to do it yourself. There are so many super geniuses at the Imperial Martial Academy. Isn't your cousin a student in the Divine Martial class? Let's have him teach Wang Hao a lesson. Lan Shang seemed to think of something and then spoke. Upon hearing this, Lan Ling's mood improved a little. Damn, let my cousin take care of you first. Once I become stronger, I will get you back. After confirming his school choice, Wang Hao left the campus directly. After leaving the campus, Wang Hao went straight back to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to continue his training and improve his strength. 3 days later. In the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, in the Vitality Training Room. Wang Hao continuously swallowed vitality pills, the energy inside him surged wildly. A faint blue energy slowly enveloped Wang Hao. Life goes on endlessly. Feeling the faint sixth cloud pattern of the elemental seed within him, Wang Hao's heart was filled with disappointment. It's too difficult, looking at the scattered energy bottles on the ground. Wang Hao could only feel a slight sorrow. In just 3 short days, Wang Hao had absorbed over 100 elemental pills, and his wallet of star coins had shrunk significantly. This isn't cultivation, this is burning money. It's simply outrageous, Wang Hao sighed deeply. Now, Wang Hao's star coins were almost spent completely, and the remaining coins were far from enough for him to quickly enhance his strength. It's a pity that school starts in a long time. Otherwise, entering the divine martial class would surely provide a lot of cultivation resources. I wonder how effective that elemental pool and the comprehension realm would be. By the way, the principal gave me some enlightenment tea last time, I should check if it still works. Over the past few days, Wang Hao had also been finding time to practice other martial arts. However, the speed of his cultivation wasn't as astonishing as it was with E and F level martial arts. After all, high-level martial arts have a difficulty that can't be compared to low-level martial arts. Then, Wang Hao took out the enlightenment tea given by the principal. He carefully brewed a cup for himself. Wang Hao roughly estimated that the principal's tea could make about 3 cups. This is a precious thing, I must use it sparingly. The enlightenment tea has some effect on B and even A-level martial arts. Now using it to cultivate C-level martial arts is already extremely extravagant. I hope it won't disappoint me, Wang Hao thought, looking at the enlightenment tea emitting a faint fragrance before him. Then, Wang Hao gulped down the enlightenment tea in one go. Ding, congratulations host. C-level martial art thunder body refinement technique has reached perfection. Vitality plus 30. Shortly after, the system's prompt sound echoed in Wang Hao's mind. The sizzling thunder power floated around Wang Hao's body, making him resemble a thunder god. This effect is truly immediate. Feeling the domineering thunder power within him, Wang Hao's heart was filled with joy. Forget it, I might as well use the rest of the enlightenment tea. No matter how good something is, it must be transformed into my own strength, Wang Hao thought. Wang Hao then took out the enlightenment tea again. Gulp gulp. Wang Hao directly downed 2 cups in one go. Ding, congratulations host. Sea-level martial art ninefold blade technique has reached perfection. Ding, congratulations host. D-level martial art shadow blade technique has reached mastery. Ding, congratulations host. Fist force has reached minor achievement, increasing fist technique's power by 80%. Awesome. Feeling the information in his mind, Wang Hao was filled with comfort. A powerful aura surged within Wang Hao's body. The aura seemed to want to suppress the entire space. Opening his attribute panel, Wang Hao silently chanted. Name, Wang Hao. Talent, 100 Speed Divine Body, SSS, Void Shadow, S-Level. Realm, acquired 5th layer. Cultivation method, Qi creating Greenwood technique. Skills, Blade Force, minor achievement, increases blade technique power by 80%, Fist Force, minor achievement, increases fist technique power by 80%. Martial Arts, Falling Cloud Palm, F-Level, complete, Wind Slashing Blade Technique, E-Level, complete, Ethereal Step Technique, E-Level, perfect, Heavenly Origin Blade, E-Level, complete, Diamond Art, E-Level, complete, Shadow Demon Step, C-Level, proficient, Ninefold Blade Technique, C-Level, perfect, Thunder Punch, C-Level, perfect, Thunder Body Refinement Technique, C-Level, perfect, Shadow Blade Technique, D-Level, proficient. Vitality, 350. Soul, 2. Time until next copy, 16 days. 3 perfect realms of sea-level martial arts. Wang Hao clenched his fists tightly, the domineering power flowing within him. If I activate Thunder Body Refinement Technique again, Wang Hao thought, even high-level acquired martial artists would not be able to withstand my strength. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Wang Hao's terminal made a series of sounds. Wang Hao gathered his elemental energy, then opened the terminal. The image of the leader appeared on Wang Hao's terminal. Wang Hao, are you sure you want to participate in the mission now? The Hall Master Guan hesitated and said. Wang Hao nodded heavily. I think my practical experience is lacking. Mindlessly cultivating doesn't bring much improvement. Mainly because he has no money to spend on training. Wang Hao thought to himself. Chapter 45, Sister's Graduation Ceremony. Guan Shang looked at the serious boy in front of him and silently mocked. You still think there's not much improvement? Even through the screen, Guan Shang could see the subtle aura around Wang Hao. This Wang Hao has gotten stronger again. How many days has it been? Simply absurd. Forget it, geniuses always have their own unique ideas, let's find him a task. Guan Shang pondered for a moment, thinking of a task suitable for Wang Hao that could enhance his practical experience. There is a task to find purple stargrass. It's a team task. 1 purple stargrass is worth 1 million star coins, there's no limit on quantity, and completing the task will also reward 1,000 contribution points. Guan Shang continued. Hearing this, Wang Hao's eyes lit up at the thought of finding purple stargrass. Wang Hao knew about purple stargrass. It was an auxiliary material for making vitality pills. Alright, then I will take this task. Wang Hao said. Star coins or not, it doesn't matter, mainly I want to contribute to the Heaven Martial Association, Wang Hao thought. Then, Guan Shang explained the details of the task to Wang Hao. It turned out that purple stargrass could only be found at the Edge Nebula Mountain in Jianlin City. There are many fierce beasts in the Nebula Mountain, making it quite dangerous. After finishing the explanation, Guan Shang directly sent the task to Wang Hao. Wang Hao opened the terminal and accepted the task at once. Wang Hao, it doesn't matter if you complete the task or not, just be careful in Nebula Mountain, you must be wary of the fierce beasts, and also the people around you. Guan Shang earnestly advised. Wang Hao nodded. Nebula Mountain does not belong to the human realm, and it is rich in world energy with many precious cultivation resources. Fierce beasts roam inside, and many martial artists often go there to hunt treasures and gather various precious herbs. Seeing Wang Hao's serious expression, Guan Shang also breathed a sigh of relief. He should be fine, there are plenty of purple stargrass at the edge of Nebula Mountain. With Wang Hao's dual cultivation skills, as long as he doesn't go too deep inside, he will surely be able to protect himself. After reminding him a few more times, Guan Shang ended the video call. 3 days later, at Nebula Mountain, Wang Hao took a deep breath and began to cultivate martial arts again. Jianlin 3rd Middle School. The campus of the 3rd Middle School was filled with the breath of youth. On the playground, a youthful and vibrant girl was smiling, surrounded by a group of chattering friends. Yu, will your brother really come to your graduation ceremony? One delicate and innocent little girl beside her asked excitedly. The girls surrounding the young girl also looked at Wang Xingyue with anticipation. Of course. My brother dotes on me the most, he will definitely be here for my graduation ceremony. Wang Xingyue said with a proud smile. Wow, Then I will finally meet the legendary Wang Hao. I am so excited, the delicate little girl said eagerly. As soon as the girl spoke, Wang Xingyue became even happier. Since Wang Hao became famous, his sister's identity has also been known by many. Wang Xingyue had also become a little star at Jianglin Third Middle School, with many girls keen on surrounding her. You are so lucky to have such an amazing brother. I wish we could switch brothers, another little girl pouted, as she unwittingly remembered her own brother who only played games every day, feeling quite frustrated. Hua, you dream on. If we switch, it should be with me. My relationship with you is so good, another voice chimed in. I won't change, Wang Xingyue thought, such a good brother, I wouldn't trade him for anything. Then a group of little girls started chattering about Wang Hao. Xingyue, does your brother have a girlfriend? I have a friend who wants to meet your brother, said a girl next to Wang Xingyue, her cheeks flushed, dressed in Lolita clothing. Zian, don't think I don't know, that friend is you, isn't it? The pretty-faced girl replied. Hearing this, the girl named Zian blushed even more. The girls began to play and tease each other on the playground, filled with a cheerful and youthful atmosphere. In the luxurious villa. Brother, tomorrow is my graduation ceremony, you must come. Wang Xingyue said, enjoying a delicious dinner, speaking to Wang Hao. Wang Hao was eating heartily, the food on the table disappeared as if swept away by the wind. Is it already the graduation ceremony tomorrow? Wang Hao asked. He remembered he had promised his sister that he would attend her middle school graduation. Wang Xingyue's eyes widened, could it be that her brother had become a bit slow due to training? I will definitely go, don't worry. Wang Hao assured. Since it was his sister's graduation ceremony, he decided to go take a look. After all, the task at Xingyun Mountain wouldn't start until the day after tomorrow. Now that there was no money to spend on training, he would relax a little. As soon as Wang Hao spoke, Wang Xingyue's face filled with a smile. Xingyue, eat more dishes, I didn't give you good food before, now I'm making up for it, eat more. Wang Hao said while shoveling food into his mouth. Wang Xingyue looked at her brother, who was eating so much without getting fat. This must be what it means to be a martial artist. The next day, Chen Chuan drove the siblings directly to Jianglin No. 3 Middle School. Wang Hao deliberately wore a baseball cap and sunglasses to hide himself a little. The siblings wandered around the campus at the middle school. The graduation ceremony wouldn't start for a while yet. Brother, look, those are my good sisters. Wang Xingyue pulled Wang Hao straight to the side of the playground. Wang Hao looked in the direction Wang Xingyue pointed. A group of little girls looked excited, waiting for something. Wang Hao greeted the little girls, and they all screamed with excitement. I finally saw Wang Hao alive, boo-hoo, I'm so happy. Wang Hao, it's really Wang Hao is so handsome. Wang Hao, I'm your fan. No, I am your fan. These little girls looked at Wang Hao, their eyes sparkling. Didn't I say? You should control yourselves, be a little reserved. Wang Xingyue said softly, watching her friends almost lose their minds. Wang Hao looked at the very happy little girls, feeling a different kind of emotion in his heart. After a while, the little girls finally calmed down. Many of the girls asked to take pictures with Wang Hao, and he naturally didn't refuse. As long as they didn't ask for my autograph, anything is fine. Then Wang Hao took pictures with these little girls, and afterward, he prepared to attend his sister's graduation ceremony. Chapter 46, Heading to Xingyun Mountain. After taking pictures with Wang Xingyue's friends and attending the graduation ceremony, Wang Hao was ready to leave. Brother Wang Hao, can I call you Brother Wang Hao? A tender, crisp voice sounded behind Wang Hao. Wang Hao turned around to see an extremely charming little girl, dressed in a Lolita outfit, looking pure and enchanting. Her delicate skin was translucent in the air, her slightly curvy figure radiated youthful energy. Seeing the little girl who looked like she had walked out of an anime, Wang Hao was momentarily mesmerized. Was she also one of Xingyue's friends? Why didn't he see her just now? At this moment, Wang Xingyue and her friends had already finished the graduation ceremony and were out playing. Of course, little sister, do you need something from me? Wang Hao spoke, full of kindness towards such a clear and moving little girl. Brother Wang Hao, do you have a girlfriend? The little girl looked at Wang Hao with big eyes, full of expectation. Wang Hao's mouth twitched slightly. What's wrong with this little girl? How could she say such things right away? Wang Hao felt 1,000 blows in his heart. A young genius martial artist, yet he didn't even have a girlfriend. What's the point of practicing martial arts? Wang Hao took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, little sister, my heart is only for martial arts. A girlfriend would only affect my training, I don't need a girlfriend. The girl stared blankly at Wang Hao, seemingly shocked by his words. Wang Hao looked at the little girl in front of him, who was completely taken aback, feeling a wave of relief. Was she scared by my martial arts will? So you don't have a girlfriend? The girl said happily. Wang Hao? Is this really about having a girlfriend? Wang Hao was stunned. Are the thoughts of little girls these days this strange? Was she not shocked by my strong martial arts will? Brother Wang Hao, my name is Lin Zian, can I be your girlfriend? The little girl looked at Wang Hao with eager eyes. Wang Hao looked at the beautiful little girl full of youthful spirit, as if she had stepped out of an anime, swallowing hard. No. 3 years minimum. No way. Wang Hao hurriedly dismissed his strange thoughts. When you become my boyfriend, my sister won't dare to scold me anymore. At that time, you can help me beat her up. Just as Wang Hao was about to speak, Lin Zian's voice rang out again. No, little sister, my eyes are only on martial arts. Wang Hao replied. Lin Zian's clear big eyes seemed to well up with tears. Wang Hao suddenly panicked. He was most afraid of girls crying, especially such an incredibly clear little girl. Little sister, don't cry, I really can't. Wang Hao continued. Lin Zian looked so aggrieved. How about this, little sister, if you can cultivate into a martial god, then I will agree to be your girlfriend. Seeing that Lin Zian really looked like she was about to cry, Wang Hao said this in a fluster. Lin Zian's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, and her face immediately lit up with joy. Brother Wang Hao, let's make a pinky promise. Wang Hao helplessly extended his hand. Feeling Lin Zian's soft skin, Wang Hao was somewhat dazed. So soft. Lin Zian then took Wang Hao's contact information and left. Wang Hao watched Lin Zian bounce away, extremely happy, with a helpless smile on his face, feeling a deep sense of frustration. He had been controlled by a little girl. Then he seemed to remember something, and breathed a sigh of relief. How could it be so easy to cultivate into a martial god? Even with an SSS-level talent, he couldn't be completely sure. Let alone a little girl like this. Even if we take a step back, by the time you become a martial god, I would have already smashed through this world. Wang Hao then left the third middle school. After leaving, Wang Hao continued to return to the extreme martial arts hall to train. He didn't practice his techniques anymore. Although Wang Hao's training speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. However, without the help of energy pills, Wang Hao really didn't want to practice, that speed was too torturous. I'll wait until I have energy pills before practicing, Wang Hao thought. Wang Hao then kept practicing his martial arts in the training room. Powerful bursts of energy erupted in the training room. Time flowed slowly, and Wang Hao left the matter of Lin Zian behind, no longer paying attention to it. The next morning, Wang Hao got up early. After washing up and packing all the things he could use, Wang Hao went directly to Nebula Mountain. Nebula Mountain sits on the edge of Jianglin City. Here, many martial artists often come to Nebula Mountain to train or seek treasures. Half an hour later, Wang Hao finally arrived at the edge of Jianglin City. Is that Nebula Mountain up ahead? Wang Hao thought as he looked at the vast mountains and jungles ahead. The surrounding air was filled with a faint, murderous vibe. Also, the natural energy here seemed to be much richer than in Jianglin City. Many martial artists were shouting around him. The Black Knight team is recruiting. Must be at least 5th level to join, our team's strength is guaranteed. The Fierce Mountain team needs a defensive talent, at least 3rd level to join. The Explosive team is looking for a strong attack talent, come on. The Moon Spirit team needs a... Wang Hao watched the scene before him, his mouth twitching slightly. This scene looked exactly like his past life. Was it a game? I am Yasuo, so cool. Is Nebula Mountain really this dangerous? So many teams wanting to group up. Wang Hao remembered Guan Shang's earlier advice. He wanted to arrange a team for himself, but Wang Hao had refused at the time. Fighting monsters and seeking treasures alone was so much more exciting. I just want to solo Nebula Mountain. Little brother, I see your talent is extraordinary. Are you going to Nebula Mountain? I advise you not to go, with your talent, you shouldn't be in a place like this. A voice came from beside Wang Hao. Wang Hao turned his head and found an old man standing next to him. He didn't know when he had arrived. The old man, though gray-haired, had an extraordinary demeanor, looking like a peerless master. Grandpa, can you tell me more about it? Wang Hao's eyes lit up looking at the old man. Could this be the legendary monk sweeping the floor in the world of high martial arts? Those masters love to wander among the world and guide talented people. Could my identity as a talented martial artist, even with a mask, not be hidden? The peerless master grandpa is going to send opportunities my way. Wang Hao couldn't help but think. Do you know what is most important in such a dangerous place? The old man continued calmly. It should be strength and a cautious mindset. Wang Hao replied. The old man looked as if Wang Hao was a teachable child and continued, Little brother, you are right, but the most important thing is information. If you go to Nebula Mountain, you must be absolutely familiar with the surroundings. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. Information was indeed very important. I have the most detailed map of Nebula Mountain. Its original price is 10,000 star coins, but now it's only 998 star coins. Don't miss the opportunity, the old man said, taking out a piece of paper. Wang Hao felt something was off upon hearing this. Forget it, it's only 998 star coins, I'll buy it. Wang Hao readily took out his money to make the purchase. Seeing Wang Hao so straightforward, the old man was quite pleased. Wang Hao began to look at the map in his hands. After he finished, he realized the old man had completely vanished. As expected of a world-renowned master, they come and go without a trace. Wang Hao continued toward Nebula Mountain. Another foolish kid has been fooled. That old guy is really lucky to find such foolish kids every time. Yeah, this map only sells for 10 star coins inside, that old guy charged 998. Good grief. It seems you are also a victim, my friend. Of course. 998 would have been enough for me to find a pretty girl. Wang Hao listened to the discussions and subtle mockeries around him, inwardly calling them knowledgeable. I, a bold time traveler, have actually fallen for such a low-level trick. It seems I have been cultivating for too long. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. Not far away, an old man was counting the star coins in his hand. His mood was exceptionally good. The old man then put the star coin into his pocket. Hey, what about the half set of soul-forging martial arts that my disciple gave me? Didn't I seal it in my pocket? How come it's gone? The old man scratched his head, his face full of loss. Forget it, anyway, it's only half that's been lost, so let it go. The old man then put away his sad expression and continued to search for a fated person at the entrance of Xingyun Mountain. Wang Hao then walked toward Xingyun Mountain and found that indeed, there was a map of Xingyun Mountain for sale inside, and it only cost 10 star coins. Looks like the depth of the Xingyun Mountain is really profound. Forget it, I'll just treat it as a good deed, Wang Hao thought. Wang Hao then continued to walk toward Xingyun Mountain. There were many martial artist teams around, and quite a few people wore masks on their faces. Clearly, they didn't want their identities to be recognized. Additionally, once inside, there were no protective measures. If something happened inside, no one would help you. And there were no rescue measures at all. The closer Wang Hao got to Xingyun Mountain, the more he could feel a faint aura of killing. The looks from the people around Wang Hao also carried an elusive hint of mockery. It seemed they were ridiculing Wang Hao for being arrogant, daring to venture into a place like Xingyun Mountain. After a while, Wang Hao finally got closer to Xingyun Mountain. There were more and more martial artists around, not only from Jianlin City but also many from other places. A faint roar of monsters came from within Xingyun Mountain. Wang Hao then took out the map he purchased from that old man. Looking at the map, it was indeed incredibly detailed, carefully marking numerous locations in Xingyun Mountain, as well as various rare resources that might appear. Purple star grass, in the valley on the outskirts of Xingyun Mountain. Wang Hao examined the map and then started walking toward the valley indicated on the map. At the same time, Wang Hao sent out his shadow to fly swiftly ahead. Just as Wang Hao intended to put the map away, he noticed that the thickness of the map seemed a bit strange. The middle area was obviously much thicker than the edges. Is this map made so poorly that they skimped on the materials? Wang Hao thought of the map that cost 998, feeling a bit uncomfortable to find it so shoddy. Wang Hao took a deep breath, and suddenly there was an extra layer of paper at the bottom of the map. Wang Hao hurriedly flipped the map over and found that there was paper still stuck to the middle of the map. Wang Hao then carefully tore the paper open. Starlit Soul Forging Technique, S-Class Soul Forging Martial Arts, borrowing the power of the heavenly stars to forge the soul. Wang Hao looked at the paper before him, his breathing a bit hurried. Soul Forging Martial Arts. Wang Hao took a deep breath. Goodness, indeed a master beyond this world, one shot and it's Soul Forging Martial Arts. Starlit Soul Forging Technique. The power of the heavenly stars. Wang Hao's heart was immensely fiery. After his soul power had increased last time, he started paying attention to the news of soul forging martial arts. He found out that soul forging martial arts were basically the treasures hidden away by major forces, and very rarely leaked out. Even if some soul forging martial arts occasionally appeared, they were extremely expensive, often worth tens of billions of star coins, and there wasn't even a place to buy them. Grandpa, I misunderstood you, I'm sorry, I apologize. You actually gave me such a great gift. Wang Hao suppressed the excitement in his heart and then carefully stored the soul forging martial arts in his space ring. Putting away his messy thoughts, Wang Hao then walked toward the valley. Wang Hao's shadow was swiftly darting ahead. The scenery ahead was all captured in Wang Hao's mind. This shadow was really useful, a great assistant for treasure hunting. Wang Hao strolled leisurely toward that valley. Not far behind Wang Hao, a group of masked martial artists. Slowly approaching. Third brother, are you sure that person has a space ring? Said the leader, a man. Next to him, a tall man named Li Sui spoke, Boss, my eyes don't make mistakes. I saw him put that map directly into it. Although he pretended to put the map into his pocket, it looked like there was nothing at all in the pocket. I didn't expect to encounter such a little fat sheep. We don't have a space ring, but this guy does. It seems he is a disciple from some big power here to train, the leader continued. These people were notorious characters in Xingyun Mountain. They often did sneaky work and had committed many murders and robberies. Their targets were very clear, small teams with strong power were absolutely avoided. They only looked for those who were alone or weak. Many people hated them to the bone. However, those without strength couldn't fight back against them, while those far stronger simply ignored such matters. Chapter 48, Forceful Massacre. After all, such things were quite normal in Xingyun Mountain. The leader, Wu Hai, was a high-level warrior of the 7th layer of the acquired stage, and several of his brothers were also powerful warriors. Since that's the case, let's take him down. A little fat sheep with a space ring should be enough for us to enjoy for quite a while. Wu Hai said. The brothers all nodded, their eyes filled with eagerness. Then a group of 6 people rapidly chased after Wang Hao. Almost there, not far ahead seemed to be a purple star grass. Wang Hao felt the scene he saw in his mind. Looks like this map is quite reliable, at least there really is purple star grass in that valley. Wang Hao continued walking forward in the Xingyun mountain forest. Faint roars of monsters echoed around, but Wang Hao didn't seem to care. His purpose was simple, the purple star grass. After collecting the purple star grass not far ahead, he continued to move forward. Little brother, can I borrow something from you? Just as Wang Hao was walking forward, a rough voice rang out behind him. Wang Hao frowned slightly. Has someone set their sights on him? Wang Hao slowly turned around, and 6 men wearing various masks were staring intently at him. Moreover, these people all had packages on their backs. Swish! Wang Hao said nothing and directly took out the iron blood battle knife given to him by the principal from the space ring. Sorry for making you drink the blood of scum first, Wang Hao thought. Holding the iron blood battle knife, Wang Hao fixed his eyes on Wu Hai and the others. Boss, I told you, this kid has a space ring. Look, we are truly going to strike it rich. Li Sui exclaimed, his eyes filled with excitement. Third brother did well, this time, you get the credit. Once we take down this kid, I'll treat you to 10 young beauties in heaven and earth. Wu Hai also had a face full of eagerness, it really was a space ring. The other men looked at Wang Hao with excitement on their faces, as if they were thirsty men gazing at a stunning beauty. Ninefold blade technique. Wang Hao directly used his perfect level ninefold blade technique. Wang Hao's body darted forward while holding the iron blood battle knife, and he struck toward Wu Hai and the others with great force. You are overestimating yourself, how dare you come to deliver your death? Go, send this little fat sheep to the west. Wu Hai's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Wang Hao, as if he were gazing at a dead man. Wu Hai's brothers heard this, and except for Su Sui, they all rushed toward Wang Hao together. Swish! Wang Hao's battle knife stirred up a fierce wave in the air. Wang Hao also exuded an extremely fierce momentum. The momentum was almost suffocating. Puff! One of Wu Hai's brothers was directly struck by a knife from Wang Hao. Blood flowed continuously from the wound, and then the body was directly severed by Wang Hao's battle knife. Swish! Wang Hao did not pause, and immediately swung down with an even heavier strike. Swish 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 swish! The ninefold blade technique, each hit was more ferocious than the last. Wang Hao swung his blade 4 times in succession, and all 4 of Wu Hai's brothers were directly slain. Crushed flesh filled the air with a heavy scent of blood. Wu Hai's eyes were filled with horror, how could this be, this kid clearly didn't have the aura of a high-ranking fighter. Beside Wu Hai, Su Sui's body trembled slightly, luckily he didn't rush in, otherwise it would have been him dead. Boss, we. Su Sui stammered. After killing those martial artists, Wang Hao turned his gaze towards Wu Hai, the killing intent in his eyes almost froze the space. Little brother, we underestimated you. Wu Hai said, then suddenly pushed Su Sui towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao's pupils constricted, and the battle knife in his hand swung out again. No! There was sheer terror in Su Sui's eyes, why? Puff! Su Sui didn't have time to say anything more before Wang Hao's iron-blooded battle knife severed him. Whoosh! Just after Wang Hao killed Su Sui, Wu Hai was already sprinting away at high speed. Damn it, encountering such a ruthless person, luckily I was decisive enough. Old third, I'll give you some paper money, don't blame me, blame that kid for being too brutal. What a waste of these brothers' precious materials, but as long as I can save my life, that's all that matters, Wu Hai thought. Looking at Wu Hai fleeing in panic, Wang Hao felt a chill in his heart. A guy who sells out his own brothers for a chance to escape, you will die. Shadow Demon Step. Wang Hao activated his perfect level Shadow Demon Step, his entire body rushing towards Wu Hai at high speed. With the Shadow Demon Step activated, Wang Hao almost turned into an afterimage, soon catching up to Wu Hai. Little brother, those people urged me to come, I didn't want this, I have an 80-year-old mother to support. Wu Hai felt the breath of Wang Hao closing in and his heart sank. Heavenly Origin Blade. Wang Hao said nothing, directly using his E-level God-connecting martial art, the cold blade flew towards Wu Hai. Bang! Wu Hai was struck by Wang Hao's Heavenly Origin Blade, spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing to the ground. This E-level martial art was still too weak, Wang Hao thought. Previously, when Wang Hao used it against some martial apprentices, it was an instant kill. But facing someone of this martial artist rank, it was a bit lacking. E-level martial arts, even at the God-connecting level, wasn't enough to deal with some powerful martial artists. Wu Hai half-squatted on the ground, looking at Wang Hao with a face full of dread. Who is this guy? Such terrifying speed and powerful martial arts, it's just too strong. Why are you running? Your brothers are still waiting for you, I'll send you to reunite with them. Wang Hao said coldly, the iron-blooded battle knife ready to swing at Wu Hai. Wait, I know where there are high-level martial arts. Wu Hai's eyes were filled with despair, hurriedly speaking. Puff. Wu Hai's words weren't finished when Wang Hao's blade had already come down. The iron-blooded battle knife imbued with the ninefold blade technique directly extinguished Wu Hai's life. Sorry, I don't need it. Wang Hao looked at Wu Hai's wide-eyed corpse and said coldly. High-level martial arts, could there be anything higher than soul-forging martial arts? And also, what good things could these bandits have? Even if they did, they would have long since squandered it. Wang Hao then began to collect the spoils from Wu Hai's body. Wu Hai's package behind him held many precious materials and some fierce beast materials, even a few purple star grasses. Chapter 49, Has the purple star grass fallen from the sky? Looking at the dazzling array of items before him, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Killing and grabbing treasures is much faster than doing tasks. These things must be worth at least a few million star coins, Wang Hao thought as he looked at the various materials before him. Soon after, Wang Hao put all these items into his space ring. Having a space ring is great, no need to carry a package, Wang Hao thought. Then Wang Hao returned to the few people he had just killed. These people also had quite a lot of fierce beasts and herbs on them, but the quantity was much less than that of Wu Hai. Oh, there's even a martial arts book. Spiritual Eye, D-grade martial arts, once activated, it can enhance your vision, allowing you to see fine details from afar. Damn! Isn't this just a telescope martial art? No wonder they knew about the space ring, they must have been peeping. There's even this kind of martial arts, no wonder it's a high-level martial arts world, terrifying like this. Wang Hao then stored everything into his space ring and continued on his way. As for the bodies, no need to worry, they would disappear by themselves. Just killing a few people brought such a big haul, if a few more waves come, I won't even need to do tasks, Wang Hao thought. These things must be worth at least 10 million star coins. Not long after Wang Hao left, many fierce beasts came. They completely cleaned up the bodies of Wu Hai and the others. In this area, apart from some footprints and blood, there wasn't a trace left. After a while, Wang Hao finally arrived at the marked valley on the map. There were quite a few warriors around the valley, all searching for purple star grass. Groups of 3 or 2, alone or in pairs, they were all looking around the valley. Wang Hao then sat down on a rock, while his shadow moved around the valley, searching for traces of purple star grass. These people have cleaned up too well. Wang Hao's shadow searched a large area nearby but found no sign of purple star grass. Not far away, many people were flipping over rocks beside the valley, not even missing the crevices. This is too intense. Watching them work so diligently made Wang Hao feel pity. Wang Hao frowned, no wonder the price of this purple star grass is so high, it's so hard to find. Indeed, earning 1 million star coins is not so easy. I was really lucky to have seen a purple star grass by the roadside just now. Uncle, look at that kid, he's just sitting on that rock waiting, does he think the purple star grass will come to him? Young people nowadays are so lazy, not searching carefully for purple star grass, just sunbathing here. Sigh, a young man sighed as he looked at Wang Hao sitting on the rock. Lear, you must not learn from that person, you won't find any purple star grass like this. Wasting time will lead to regret one day. I tell you, besides the many purple star grasses on the walls of this valley, there are also possibilities among the crevices of the stones and beside those weeds. I've been flipping here for 3 days and found 2 purple star grasses, a middle-aged man next to the youth said. While speaking, the middle-aged man cast a disappointed glance at Wang Hao. The middle-aged man named Shen Lin was a warrior who often harvested purple star grass in the Nebula Mountain. The young man was his nephew Chen Li. The two had been searching in this valley for quite a while. Although the people around them didn't speak, they seemed to agree and nodded, before continuing to rummage around. Wang Hao heard this and couldn't help twitching his lips. Do you know how hard I've worked? My shadow is currently, wait a minute, he just said there are quite a few purple star grass on that stone wall. Wang Hao then walked towards the stone wall beside the valley. The shadow climbed steadily up along the stone wall. Seeing Wang Hao heading toward the stone wall, the young man showed a face full of disdain. Second uncle, does that kid think he can climb up to pick purple star grass? Chen Li laughed. Humph, today's youth dream all day. This stone wall is at least 10 kilometers high, even a master won't get up there, let alone a little guy like him. Chen Lin said, not stopping his actions. Wang Hao remained silent, still waiting under the stone wall. The shadow continued to climb up along the stone wall. After a while, it finally reached the top. There were plenty of purple star grass on the stone wall, shimmering with an unusual glow. There really is a lot of purple star grass. The shadow of Wang Hao looked at the purple star grass in front of him, thinking to himself. Then, Wang Hao controlled the shadow to come down, placing the space ring on the shadow's body. Shadow. I'm counting on you to bring back all the purple star grass, Wang Hao thought as he looked at the flickering shadow on the stone wall. Second uncle, that kid can't be stupid, just standing there. Does he think purple star grass will fall from the sky? Chen Li riled up, seeing Wang Hao not speak. Let him look for his purple star grass, no need to waste words, this is his own choice, let him be. Chen Lin snorted coldly. Wang Hao frowned slightly, these two were too annoying. By the way, didn't they say that purple star grass won't fall from the sky? Let you see. Wang Hao seemed to think of something, a glint of excitement in his eyes. After a while, the shadow reached the stone wall with the purple star grass again. Wang Hao controlled the shadow to grab a stalk of purple star grass from above, it fell continuously down the wall. In a little while, a stalk of purple star grass, shining with purple light, fell down. Wow! Purple star grass actually fell from the sky. Wang Hao exclaimed in delight. Wang Hao's voice resonated throughout the valley. Everyone looked at Wang Hao in complete shock. Purple star grass fell from the sky? How could that be possible? Second uncle, the sky really dropped purple star grass. Chen Li exclaimed, looking at the purple star grass in Wang Hao's hand. Humph, it must have fallen from above. This kid is just lucky, but he can only get one stalk of purple star grass. Relying on luck is not a long-term plan, he still needs to be grounded. Chen Lin said with disdain. Others also nodded in agreement, someone getting lucky like that was just too absurd, one could only say a fool had a fool's fortune. Chen Li frowned slightly, he had worked hard with his second uncle for 3 days and got nothing, while this guy barely got here. But remembering his uncle's words, Chen Li suppressed his jealousy, just one stalk, what is there to be proud of? Damn, another stalk of purple star grass fell. Wang Hao exclaimed in delight again. Chen Li's eyes widened, the jealousy in his eyes almost solidified. Chapter 50, Black-Scaled Giant Python. Wang Hao's words echoed again in the valley. Everyone was on edge, what was going on? This kid was just so lucky, getting 2 stalks right after arriving. Chen Lin's eyes twitched, how could this be possible? Second uncle, let's go there and wait, this kid has only been here for a short time and already got 2 stalks. Chen Li gritted his teeth in frustration. Chen Lin suppressed the shock in his heart and continued, Lear, how many times have I told you to be grounded, kids like him? Damn, another stalk of purple star grass. Can't it stop falling, I only need 1 stalk. Chen Lin's words were cut off as Wang Hao's complaints echoed through the valley again. Chen Lin's eyes widened, another stalk fell, what was this kid doing? Chen Li trembled with rage, nearly brought to tears. He and his second uncle worked diligently for 3 days, finally finding 2 stalks of purple star grass. This guy actually found 3 stalks in a row, that's not fair. Second uncle, I won't look anymore, I also want to go there and wait for the purple star grass to fall from the sky. Chen Li said, tears welling in his eyes, unwilling to accept it. Chen Lin opened his mouth to say something to persuade him, but he didn't know what to say. Others around them had expressions full of eager desire, they had searched hard but found so little, while this guy just stood there and waited to get 3 stalks. Before long, many people were standing on the stone wall, waiting for the purple star grass to drop. Wang Hao's shadow was above the stone wall, collecting all the purple star grass into his spatial ring. After collecting, Wang Hao left the stone wall. Little brother, why aren't you waiting? Seeing Wang Hao about to leave, Chen Lin couldn't help but ask. Others looked at Wang Hao with surprise on their faces, thinking, we came, and you leave, what does this mean? Wang Hao shrugged and smiled, I've searched for purple star grass for so long today, I'm too tired, I'm going back to sleep. When Wang Hao's words came out, everyone in the valley stared blankly at him. You just stood on the stone wall, and you call this searching for purple star grass for a long time? Chen Li looked at Wang Hao with despair, is this something a person would say? Humph, you leave, and the purple star grass from the sky is all ours, better leave quickly, don't disturb us waiting for the purple star grass. Chen Li's heart was full of anger. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Wang Hao directly left the valley. In the valley, a group of people was waiting under the stone wall for the purple star grass to drop from the sky again. I made it, I made it. Wang Hao looked at the piles of purple star grass in his spatial ring, feeling a wave of comfort in his heart. A total of 120 stalks of purple star grass, that's 120 million star coins. Wang Hao thought about soon having 120 million star coins and couldn't help but feel excited. Finally, I can spend money to cultivate again. I want to consume 50 vitality pills a day. Wang Hao then walked leisurely towards the outskirts of the Nebula Mountain. Suddenly, Wang Hao felt as if something behind him was locking onto him. Wang Hao felt like he was being targeted, a prickling sensation ran down his back. Swish! In an instant, a massive shadow lunged directly at Wang Hao. Wang Hao immediately activated the Shadow Demon step, his body swiftly retreating to the side. Bang! The large tree where Wang Hao had just been was instantly broken by immense force. The tall tree fell to the ground immediately. Wang Hao looked seriously at the black giant python in front of him. The black giant python flicked its sharp tongue, and black blood continuously flowed from the corners of its mouth. Its eyes were reddish-purple, and its scales emitted a black light. Black-scaled giant python. Wang Hao looked at the giant python before him, his eyes filled with deep caution. The black-scaled giant python was a Tier 2 beast, and it was among the fiercest of Tier 2 beasts. Ordinary high-tier warriors would be completely swallowed whole. Even some peak warriors of the postnatal 10th level would find it quite troublesome. Swish! Before Wang Hao could react, the black-scaled giant python attacked Wang Hao again. Thunder Body Refining Technique. 9-layer blade technique. Wang Hao instantly activated his body-refining martial arts, the powerful thunderous force tightly wrapping around him. Wang Hao felt a surge of strength instantaneously coursing through his body. The Iron Blood War knife in his hand also exuded an unparalleled power. Clang! Wang Hao unleashed the 9-layer blade technique, continually striking at the body of the black-scaled giant python. The Iron Blood War knife collided with the black-scaled giant python, producing a crisp sound. The black giant python let out continuous painful howls. It clearly never expected that this seemingly weak human possessed such a fierce weapon and such powerful strength. Bang! Just as Wang Hao's Iron Blood War knife was about to chop down towards the black-scaled giant python, the tail of the black-scaled giant python fiercely whipped towards Wang Hao's battle knife. Wang Hao was directly knocked back a good distance by the giant force. Hiss! Wang Hao's feet scratched a long mark on the ground, then he stood straight at the spot. This creature has such powerful strength. My current strength is already comparable to some later stage 8 martial artists, but facing this giant python still gives me no advantage at all. Fortunately, this battle knife is a B-grade blade, Wang Hao thought to himself. If I were still using that previous F-grade battle knife, it would probably shatter in an instant. The B-grade battle knife is sharp, but it also needs the support of Yuan power to perform better. My realm is still too low. Wang Hao looked at the black-scaled giant python not far away, its body marked with faint wounds, and thought. If I were now at the later stage 7, this creature should be crushed by me. Damn, I must work hard to cultivate after going back, absolutely not coming out until I reach later stage 7, this world is too dangerous. The black-scaled giant python also looked at Wang Hao with deep caution. Wang Hao's strength had exceeded its imagination. That terrifying power, if it weren't for its tough skin and thick flesh, it would have been dead long ago. Wang Hao gathered his thoughts and continued to unleash his 9-level knife technique, attacking the black-scaled giant python again. Bang bang bang! The sounds of collisions kept ringing out, and the knife marks on the creature's body increased more and more. Both sides continued to exchange blows. The battle scene was extremely intense. The entire jungle was destroyed beyond recognition. After a while, the black-scaled giant python was covered in blood. Huff! Huff! Wang Hao breathed heavily, the thunder power on his body was slowly weakening. Fortunately, the breath cultivation greenwood formula has a good recovery effect. If it were an ordinary later stage 5 martial artist, they would have died hundreds of times by now. Wang Hao's hand holding the Iron Blood battle knife slightly trembled. Continuous high-intensity collisions made Wang Hao's hand a bit numb. Chapter 51, Submit the Task. With a surge of energy, take down this giant python. Wang Hao once again used the 9-level knife technique. The Iron Blood battle knife in his hand exuded terrifying suppressive power. Light cyan yuan energy and light purple thunder power intertwined on Wang Hao's body. Bang bang bang! Wang Hao's knife techniques stacked one after another. Swish! The air continuously echoed with explosive sounds. The black-scaled giant python, battling with Wang Hao, showed a hint of retreating spirit. Its body was struggling to resist Wang Hao's fierce attacks while instinctively retreating deeper into the jungle. But Wang Hao's shadow demon step was incredibly profound, tightly sticking to the giant python, giving it no chance to escape. Seeing Wang Hao's skillful movements, the black-scaled giant python's eyes turned blood red, and its fangs lunged directly at Wang Hao. Whoosh! The giant python, enduring immense pain, wanted to bite Wang Hao to death with its fangs. This is perfect. The perfectly skilled 9-level knife technique can stack 9 levels of power. Wang Hao, holding the Iron Blood battle knife with 9 levels of power stacked, made a swift slash. Boom boom boom. The Iron Blood battle knife, imbued with 9 levels of power, seemed to possess the ability to shatter space, directly slashing towards the black-scaled giant python's head, creating a violent collision sound. Puff! In the despairing eyes of the black-scaled giant python, its head was directly severed by the Iron Blood battle knife. Deep red blood flowed incessantly on the ground. Wang Hao breathed heavily, looking at the black-scaled giant python, which had already lost its breath of life, feeling somewhat dreamlike in his heart. I actually killed the black-scaled giant python, am I really this strong? It seems that the 9-level knife technique is too powerful. Combined with my breath cultivation green with Formula S recovery effect, I managed to wear this black-scaled giant python down. Both things are indispensable. After resting for a moment, Wang Hao began to dissect the black-scaled giant python. The black-scaled giant python is full of treasures, no matter its scales, sharp teeth, or snake gallbladder, it's simply a big treasure chest. However, the strength of the black-scaled giant python is formidable, and ordinary postnatal warriors cannot deal with it at all. As for innate martial artists, those black-scaled giant pythons would not be foolish enough to provoke these beings just to fill their bellies. Moreover, innate martial artists wouldn't be lingering on the outskirts of the Nebula Mountain, they would naturally go deep into the Nebula Mountain to find better treasures. After a while, Wang Hao cut and packaged the black-scaled giant python and walked towards the outskirts again. Through this battle, Wang Hao also gained a rough assessment of his own strength. Wang Hao's strength in the postnatal realm, as long as he doesn't encounter extreme postnatal level 10 warriors or extremely talented geniuses, should be considered somewhat small invincible. On the way back, Wang Hao did not encounter anyone who had any thoughts about him. The scattered groups by the roadside showed no interest in such a small lone wanderer like Wang Hao, especially one without any packages. After leaving the Nebula Mountain, Wang Hao went directly back to Jianglin City. Jianglin City, Tianwu Association Outpost. The Tianwu Association Outpost is not far from the Martial Alliance, also located on a bustling street. There were many staff members at the outpost, maintaining its operations. After arriving at the outpost, Wang Hao went straight to the task hall. Mr. Wang Hao, are you here to submit a task for the Tianwu Association? A sweet-looking girl respectfully asked Wang Hao. As soon as the sweet girl spoke, many people in the task hall stared at Wang Hao in unison. Wang Hao. He is the hottest figure in Jianglin City recently. Although they were all members of the Tianwu Association and usually focused on higher-level matters, Wang Hao's reputation is simply too loud. A 16-year-old genius martial artist, dual-channel divine. He actually took on a task for the purple stargrass? That can only be completed at the Nebula Mountain. He's only in the early postnatal stage and he goes to do such tasks. This Wang Hao actually started doing tasks now, this is what a top genius is, truly terrifying. Damn, when I was 16, I was still fighting wits and courage with first-level monsters in the wilderness, while others went straight to Nebula Mountain. It's open, Wang Hao found a few purple stargrasses, I bet one. I bet 10, a genius, fearless, definitely at least 10. Do you really think purple stargrass is so easy to find? You have no idea how cutthroat those searching for purple stargrass can be, they set up tents and live there searching, it's just ridiculous. I don't care, a genius like Wang Hao, purple star coins just fall from the sky for him, I bet 30. A wave of discussion arose around. Wang Hao's mouth twitched slightly, are these Tianwu Association members so idle? 30, such a small ambition, no wonder this group of people is still only in the martial artist realm, lacking any dreams. Yes, I took on the task of finding purple stargrass, now I am submitting it. Wang Hao then collected his thoughts and nodded. Mr. Wang Hao can now take out the purple stargrass, once I verify it's qualified, you can submit the task. Staff member Xiaoyu spoke. Take it out here? Wang Hao looked at the small table in front of him and asked with a strange expression. Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes, it's just a few purple stargrasses, why secretly trade in a secret room? The others around also twitched their mouths, to submit a purple stargrass task, what else could it be, do you want a supreme VIP box? Yes, indeed, right here. Good manners made Xiaoyu speak gently again. Well, fine, this is what you said. Wang Hao shrugged, then the space ring in his hand flashed. A large pile of purple stargrasses, radiating a purple glow, instantly appeared in the hall. Everyone around was instantly stunned. Why is everything purple? Holy crap! Is this purple stargrass? Why is there so much purple stargrass? Oh no, did Wang Hao poke a purple stargrass nest? Could it be that the purple stargrass has revived recently? No way, I have to find some purple stargrass too. Ha, the dealer wins it all, none of you guessed right, you all owe me a big meal. Wang Hao took out the purple star grass from his space ring, shining brightly in everyone's eyes. The purple star grass glittered dazzlingly in the mission hall. Xiaoyu's face turned bitter, with so much, how long would it take to identify these? Mr. Wang Hao, please put away the purple star grass for now. We can check it slowly in the room. Xiao Yu weakly suggested. Going to the room. Wang Hao felt a chill in his heart. Has she finally made a move against me? I won't go. Looking at the adorable big eyes staring weakly at him, Wang Hao nodded heavily. Then, under the envious gazes of those around him, Wang Hao put away the purple star grass and followed Xiao Yu into the nearby room. Chapter 52, Star Coins Break 100 Million. After a while, Xiao Yu finally counted clearly. Mr. Wang Hao, there are 121 purple star grass in total. Xiao Yu looked at Wang Hao in shock. As a staff member at the outpost, Xiao Yu clearly knew how hard it was to find the purple star grass. Even those innate martial masters only submit a few pieces at a time. Yet Wang Hao brought back 124 pieces. It was simply outrageous. Could it be that Wang Hao was really the son of heaven? Xiao Yu couldn't help but think. With such strong cultivation talent and comprehension, plus he's so good-looking, even doing a task is so easy, and he exceeded the quota. No problem, you can settle the payment for me. Wang Hao looked at the girl who seemed to be seeing stars, he said. Immediately after, Xiao Yu transferred 124 million star coins to Wang Hao, and his contribution points also increased by 1,000. Following that, Wang Hao left the Tianwu Association outpost under the envious gazes of the crowd. Many people were still itching to accept the Purple Star Grass mission, preparing to go to the Nebula Mountain to take a look. I'm now a billionaire, Wang Hao still felt a bit dreamy. But this kind of thing will only happen once. All the purple star grass in that valley has been collected by Wang Hao. After Wang Hao left, he went to the Warrior Mall again. Wang Hao sold all the materials he had obtained from Wu Hai and others. In addition, the materials from the black-scale giant python were also traded. After the transaction, Wang Hao's star coin total reached 140 million. Back at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Wang Hao did not cultivate immediately. Instead, he took out the martial arts book Stellar Forging Technique. No wonder it's an S-rank martial art. Wang Hao looked at the Stellar Forging Technique, and the words on it seemed to contain mysterious power. Moreover, there were mysterious patterns, seemingly the celestial star map. Looking at this pattern in text, Wang Hao felt a bit dizzy. I don't believe it, with my 100-fold cultivation speed, why can't I even practice a mere S-rank martial art? Wang Hao's eyes were full of bloodshot. The longer he looked, the more chaotic his mind became. He recognized each character, but together they seemed to carry mysterious power and were completely unrecognizable. Holy crap! Why does it feel like reading a heavenly book? It feels just like looking at calculus, functions, quantum mechanics, textbooks from my previous life, so incomprehensible. Wang Hao gritted his teeth tightly, forcing himself to keep looking. Wait, since this is the stellar forging technique, does it need to be practiced with the power of the stars? Wang Hao suddenly thought. His lightning body forging technique requires lightning, and this stellar forging technique. Wang Hao pondered for a moment and decided to try the power of the stars. Is there no cultivation room without the power of the stars? Wang Hao stared blankly at the staff of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. The staff respectfully said, Mr. Wang Hao, the power of the stars cannot be simulated. Even if we create the most realistic environment, the starlight still has no effect. The power of the stars cannot be simulated in any martial arts academy. Wang Hao took a deep breath. Since there was no training room for the power of the stars, he can only wait until night. I hope there are stars tonight. Then Wang Hao put away his star forging technique and prepared to practice the Qi transforming greenwood technique to enhance his elemental power. After having 140 million star coins, Wang Hao directly bought 500 vitality pills to assist his training. Finally, he could spend money again to train. Wang Hao looked at the pile of bottles filled with vitality pills in front of him and felt a wave of relief in his heart. Then Wang Hao opened a bottle and began his money-spending training. In the imperial capital, Wang family. A luxurious room. A strong boy wrapped in bandages looked crazed. Next to the boy was an elderly man in a purple uniform with white hair. When can we act against that Wang Hao? That guy shattered my dantian, preventing me from becoming a martial artist. I will make him suffer all the tortures of the world, the strong boy gritted his teeth and said. The strong boy was Wang Shua from the Wang family in the imperial capital. The elderly man was Zhuan, a servant assigned by the Wang family to take care of Wang Shua. Despite his white hair, Zhuan was a master-level expert. Wang Shua was not only beaten up by Wang Hao in the martial arts exam, but his dantian was also shattered. With no way to gather elemental power seeds, he could only remain at the level of a martial apprentice for life. This was a tremendous blow for the proud Wang Shua. Although he was in a big noble family like the Wang family in the imperial capital, without becoming a martial artist, he could not enter the center of power. Even though his father was the head of the Wang family, he was powerless. The operation of a family does not rely solely on his father. This also meant that Wang Shuo could only live under the protection of the Wang family and be a playboy who spends money lavishly. Of course, since Wang Shuo was completely crippled, he didn't even have the capital to indulge. Young master, don't worry. That Wang Hao's glory will soon fade. I have arranged for 10 high-level assassins to capture Wang Hao in Jianglin City. Zhu An's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. We must act quickly. In more than half a month, Wang Hao will enter the Imperial Capital Academy. By then, it will be even harder. Wang Shuo said grimly. Zhu An nodded. As long as Wang Hao had not entered the Imperial Capital Academy, they could use assassins to deal with him. Once he entered the academy, it would be much more difficult. After all, the Imperial Capital Academy is the top prestigious school, and its influence cannot be underestimated. Our people are already waiting at Wang Hao's location. He won't escape. Zhu An continued. Good, at that time, break his arms and legs and bring him here. Wang Shuo said viciously. Zhu An nodded, don't worry, young master. He is just a beginner martial artist. As long as he leaves the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, our people will act immediately. Wang Hao, no matter how talented you are, I will make you regret coming to this world. Wang Shuo shouted wildly. His harsh voice almost echoed throughout the area. But the people nearby showed no reaction, as if they were used to such sounds. Time slowly passed, and soon it was night. At the top of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, the stars in the sky twinkled, and countless starlights fell upon the top of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. I hope it's really useful. Wang Hao murmured softly. Then, Wang Hao took out his star forging technique from his space ring. Chapter 53, Cultivating the Starry Soul Forging Technique. The power of the stars poured onto the secret book that recorded the starry soul forging technique. Faint starlight immediately appeared on the paper, as if stars were flickering on it. Wang Hao held his breath, carefully observing the words and patterns on the starry soul forging technique. Under the illumination of the starlight, Wang Hao's mind was no longer filled with that chaotic discomfort. There was even a refreshing aura flowing through his mind. Damn, I'm really a genius. Wang Hao couldn't help but mutter in his heart, thinking that such a secretive cultivation method was discovered by him. Then, Wang Hao focused his thoughts. Under the glow of the starry power, the words that previously seemed like heavenly scriptures finally became understandable to Wang Hao. Hey, why does it feel like a huge chunk is missing from the content? Wang Hao looked at the words on the starry soul forging technique, and it seemed to abruptly stop at a crucial point. It was strikingly similar to those skilled but failed authors in his past life who left behind incomplete chapters. Looking at this seemingly incomplete starry soul forging technique, Wang Hao felt a bit anxious. Should he practice or not? What am I even worried about? I've got an SSS level talent, let's just do it. With that, Wang Hao began to cultivate according to the method above. As Wang Hao practiced, a huge star appeared in his mind. The star radiated extremely hot starry power. It seemed that Wang Hao's spirit was also attracted by this star, slowly becoming fervent. The starlight from the sky fell upon Wang Hao, and he slowly absorbed it with his body. Wang Hao was enveloped in starlight. Ding! The host is cultivating the upper part of the starry soul forging technique, Soul plus 0.2. After an unknown amount of time, a system notification echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes and found that the sun was already rising, a gentle morning light caressed his cheek, warm and comforting. Has it already been a whole night? Looking at the sunrise outside, Wang Hao felt his mind was clear, and everything around him seemed much brighter. Why do I feel like only a little time has passed? Wang Hao thought. Truly, there's no passage of time in cultivation. One moment closed, the next, a whole night has gone by. But this starry soul forging technique is way too hard to cultivate. Practicing all night and still not even getting started. What's up with the upper part of the starry soul forging technique, is it really incomplete? Wang Hao then looked at his attribute panel. Name, Wang Hao. Talent, 100 Speed Divine Body, SSS, Void Shadow, S level. Realm, Postnatal 5th Layer. Cultivation Technique, Chi Building Greenwood Technique. Skills, Blade Momentum, Minor Completion, enhances blade technique power by 80%, Fist Momentum, Minor Completion, enhances fist technique power by 80%, Soul Forging Martial Arts, upper part of the starry soul forging technique, S level, not started. Blade Martial Arts, Ninefold Blade Technique, C level, Perfect, Shadow Blade Technique, D level, Proficient, Heavenly Origin Blade, E level, Divine, Wind Cutting Blade Technique, E level, Divine. Body Refining Martial Arts, Thunder Body Refining Technique, C level, Perfect, Diamond Technique, E level, Divine. Fist Martial Arts, Thunderbolt Fist, C level, Perfect, Cloudfall Palm, F level, Divine. Body Technique Martial Arts, Shadow Demon Steps, C level, Proficient, Ethereal Steps, E level, Perfect. Vitality, 350. Seoul, 2.2. Time until next copy, 12 days. Seoul, 2.2. Gain 0.2, well, 0.2 is still better than nothing. Hey, this panel has also been optimized. Wang Hao noticed that his panel had categorized martial arts clearly. Soul forging, body refining, and fist techniques were unmistakably divided. Then Wang Hao looked at the section where he could copy talents. Only 12 days until he could copy a new talent. It would be great if the Imperial Academy started classes early. Wang Hao thought, the Divine Martial class of the Imperial Academy is said to have super geniuses with S-level talents, although not as good as his own SSS level, it would still be excellent. Whatever, there's still time, there will definitely be more opportunities ahead. The opening date of the Imperial Academy is on September 1st. That's 20 days from now. It seems he can only copy Su Qingyan's talent for now. Wang Hao then put aside his thoughts. After washing up and having breakfast, it was time to continue training at the martial arts hall. In the top-level energy training room, with the aid of a vast supply of energy pills, Wang Hao's realm was slowly improving. He practiced the Zhaoqi Qingmu Ju during the day and the Xingchen Duanhuan Ju at night, and time passed slowly in Wang Hao's training. Wang Hao's strength was rapidly increasing. On the street next to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the street was filled with crowds of people. Everywhere was bustling with lively scenes. A group of people in casual clothing were wandering around the street. These people were strolling nearby, their eyes occasionally drifting towards the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Is that Wang Hao not coming out? A red-haired young man furrowed his brow. The youth was a death warrior sent by the Wang family from the imperial capital. He was also the captain among these death warriors, Ding Qi. Some of his companions were hiding nearby. They were observing the situation at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall from all angles. Every passage of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall was under their surveillance. As soon as Wang Hao came out, they would all strike together, incapacitate him, and then capture him. Captain, Wang Hao hasn't left the house since he came back from the martial artist mall. A voice from the youth's earphones reported. If only we had come a few days earlier. Ding Qi muttered to himself. This Wang Hao was too much of a recluse, he only knew how to train in the martial arts hall every day. Captain, it seems Wang Hao has a younger sister. Why don't we capture his sister and threaten him to come out? Another cold voice came from the youth's earphones. Are you a pig? If we directly capture Wang Hao's sister, it would alert him, and he could seek help from the Martial Alliance. How are we supposed to complete our mission? Ding Qi scolded. Moreover, Wang Hao was someone who could not return home for 10 days or half a month. He probably had already forgotten he even had a sister. Ding Qi thought to himself. Exactly. We are here to capture Wang Hao. What does his sister have to do with it? Can you use your brain a little? A cold snort sounded from the earphones, clearly directed at the death warrior who had spoken chillingly. Ding Qi listened to his teammate's words, feeling something was off, but it also seemed right. No need to rush, in half a month, the Imperial City School will start. Wang Hao can't possibly not go to the Imperial Academy. As long as he comes out, it will be his end. Ding Qi continued softly. His companions in the channel nodded. Anyway, they had plenty of time, so they would wait. Who was afraid of whom? Chapter 54, Breakthrough, Postnatal Sevenfold. 10 days later, at the top floor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. The starlight in the sky was gradually fading away. Wang Hao on the top floor was emanating a faint radiance. It seemed like a thick cosmic power was flowing within Wang Hao's body. In Wang Hao's mind, a star was slowly taking shape, with ancient and mysterious patterns on it. Whoosh! After a while, the star slowly took shape. The star rotated in Wang Hao's mind, continuously releasing cosmic power that nourished Wang Hao's spirit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for entering the initial stage of the star refinement technique, Soul +2. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be stars shining in his gaze. His body carried an extremely mysterious aura. Finally, he had entered the initial stage. Wang Hao's body couldn't help but tremble. The star in his mind continuously released warm power, and the surrounding environment became exceptionally clear. He could even faintly sense the dust in the air. Soul 6.2. After 10 days of training and just having broken through the star refinement technique, Wang Hao's soul power had now reached 6.2. Wang Hao felt that the star in his mind seemed to contain extremely powerful energy. If this star launched an attack on an enemy, the enemy should be quite surprised. The sunlight in the sky shone on Wang Hao, and he felt warm all over. Immediately after, Wang Hao returned to the vitality training room. The seventh cloud pattern of the vitality seed in Wang Hao's body was about to form. With just 2 more days of training, he would be able to do it, Wang Hao thought to himself. Just in time for the breakthrough, the system's copying function would be activated again. A few days ago, Su Qingyan messaged Wang Hao, inviting him to dinner to thank him for his help during the martial arts examination. Wang Hao naturally agreed and decided on the day when the copy would refresh. Gathering his thoughts, Wang Hao continued to practice his Vitality Greenwood technique. After 10 days of training, Wang Hao's realm had reached the 6th level of postnatal, just one step away from the 7th level. Although the progress was so rapid, the resources spent were something ordinary people could not imagine. Just in terms of vitality pills, over these 10 days, Wang Hao had consumed almost 600 of them. This meant that Wang Hao had swallowed 6 million star coins every day. In 10 days, that was 60 million, a sum that an ordinary person might not earn in a lifetime, yet Wang Hao consumed it all alone in just 10 days. The consumption rate was truly terrifying. On the street outside the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the street was still bustling with people. Ding Qi had a face full of irritation, as young Master Wang had urged them multiple times to quickly incapacitate Wang Hao and bring him back. Not only Ding Qi, but the other members also felt somewhat impatient. Is this Wang Hao a turtle? It's been more than 10 days and he hasn't come out. Ding Qi cursed, his red hair somewhat frizzed out. Captain, I can't take it anymore. Why don't we just force our way into the martial arts hall? After all, there are only some low-level martial artists inside, we can quickly find Wang Hao and solve it. A cold voice echoed in Ding Qi's ears. Are you stupid? If we charge straight in, causing chaos, what if Wang Hao just runs away? The whole plan will fall apart. Damn, practicing all day, if you didn't know better, you'd think he was a martial saint. What talent? He's just a coward. Exactly, he doesn't have a bit of youthful vigor, wasting our time. Listening to the arguments of his teammates in the channel, Ding Qi was a bit speechless. They had killed other people before, but they had never encountered a talent like Wang Hao, who could go 10 days or half a month without stepping outside. For someone so talented, working so hard, how is anyone else supposed to live? Ding Qi complained in his heart. Let's keep waiting, I don't believe he can hide in there forever. Ding Qi said fiercely. Once Ding Qi's words came out, his companions suppressed their annoyance. They continued to patiently wait around. Ding Qi's eyes were bloodshot, with faint dark circles under them, and he looked at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall with an icy gaze. Inside the Vitality Training Room. The training room was filled with a large amount of heaven and earth vitality. The boy in the training room swallowed the vitality like a whale. The light blue vitality on Wang Hao's body was almost materializing. A powerful aura wrapped around Wang Hao. Boom! Suddenly, a violent wave of energy reverberated throughout the training room. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 7th level of postnatal. Qi and blood plus 80. Having reached the 7th level of postnatal, the Qi and blood increased by 80 instantly, making Wang Hao feel a wave of comfort in his heart. The surging power inside him brought Wang Hao an unmatched sense of security. Opening the attribute panel, Wang Hao silently recited in his heart. Name, Wang Hao. Talent, 100 Speed Divine Body, SSS, Void Shadow, S-Class. Realm, 7th level of postnatal. Technique, Vitality Greenwood Technique. Skills, Knife Intent, Minor Success, increases Knife Technique power by 80%, Fist Intent, Minor Success, increases Fist Technique power by 80%. Soul Refining Martial Arts, Stardust Soul Refining Technique Upper Section, S-Class, Entry Level. Knife Technique Martial Arts, Ninefold Knife Technique, C-Class, Perfect, Shadow Knife Technique, D-Class, Perfect, Heaven Origin 1 Blade, A-Class, Divine Connection. Blade of Wind Cutting, E-Rank, Divine. Body Cultivation Martial Art, Thunder Body Refining Technique, C-Rank, Perfect, Diamond Technique, E-Rank, Divine. Fist Martial Art, Thunder Fist, C-Rank, Perfect, Falling Cloud Palm, F-Rank, Divine. Movement Martial Art, Shadow Demon Step, C-Rank, Proficient, Ethereal Step Technique, E-Rank, Perfect. Support Martial Art, Eye of Spirit Clarity, D-Rank, Proficient. Vitality, 480. Soul, 6.8. Time until next replication, 0 days. In these past few days, Wang Hao practiced the Eye of Spirit Clarity he obtained from Wu Hai and others. After entering the Star Refining Soul technique, the daily increase in soul power reached 0.3, and Wang Hao's perception of the surrounding environment and his own body became increasingly keen. With the rise in soul power, Wang Hao felt that his martial arts training speed also slightly increased. Wang Hao practiced the Eye of Spirit Clarity for only a few hours and already reached the proficient level. The Shadow Blade technique was also effortlessly cultivated to perfection. As for the other C-rank martial arts, there were still no signs of breakthroughs. It is far more difficult for C-rank martial arts to achieve divine status than for general low-level martial arts. Cultivating martial arts to the divine level cannot be rushed, take it slow. Wang Hao slightly reined in his emotions. Next, it was time to find Su Qingyan. Wang Hao prepared to leave the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and head to the agreed location with Su Qingyan. Chapter 55, Attack at the Martial Arts Hall Entrance. Wang Hao walked out of the Martial Arts Hall, and many people looked at him with fervent eyes. He was the #1 genius of Jianglin City, Wang Hao. Wang Hao had long since become immune to this kind of gaze. He passed through the hall of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and continued walking outside. Warm sunlight fell on Wang Hao's cheeks, making him feel cozy. The scene before him was bustling with traffic and prosperity. Chen Xuan was already waiting in the parking lot. Wang Hao had told him they would go to the Extreme Park in Jianglin City. Wang Hao and Su Qingyan had agreed to meet there at 10 o'clock.
Su Qingyan, I'm coming. No, the new S-rank talent, I'm coming.
Just as Wang Hao stepped out of the hall of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he felt an eerie sense of killing intent in the air.
His eyelid twitched. Does someone want to deal with me? Boom boom boom.
Suddenly, a bright blue light appeared all around, and Wang Hao squinted his eyes as the thunder body refining technique activated instantly.
Fierce thunder power formed a protective purple armor around Wang Hao. Surging power flowed within Wang Hao's body.
Swish swish swish. The blue light surrounded Wang Hao, forming a huge protective shield. Then a group of people, their eyes red in dark circles under them, stared at Wang Hao through gritted teeth.
Wang Hao, do you know how long we've been waiting for you? A red-haired man said viciously. Wang Hao?
Captain, stop wasting time, hurry up and deal with this kid.
I can't wait any longer.
A chubby young man beside the red-haired man spoke.
Who are you?
Wang Hao asked, his eyes coldly fixed on the group. He sensed that this group consisted entirely of high-level martial artists, and they exuded a heavy murderous aura, clearly having killed many people.
Who on earth wants to deal with me?
10 high-level martial artists, what a large scale.
Do you think we will tell you that we are assassins sent by the Wang family?
Dream on, a burly man said foolishly.
His companions looked at him as if he were a fool. Fool, if you can't talk, then say less.
Ding Qi scolded, thinking these useless people really thought being assassins meant they didn't have to think. Useless.
Wang Hao looked at the fool in a daze. It's rare to encounter such a gem.
Later, I'll reward you with a 9-fold knife technique set.
Wang family, when did I get involved with people from the Wang family?
Then Wang Hao recalled that during the martial arts exam, he seemed to have taken down a fat dead man. That guy still wanted to lay his hands on Su Qingyan, and at that moment, that lewd expression on his face definitely meant no good. So, Wang Hao immediately crushed his entire body's bones and ruined his dantian, making it so he would never have the qualification to become a martial artist again.
If it weren't for the exam rules against killing, Wang Hao would have wanted to chop him up right then and there.
Wang Hao, just immediately surrender, there's no one here to save you. If you don't want to be tortured severely, kneel down and give up right now.
Ding Qi said coldly. This blue shield could block out all sounds from the inside.
It was bought at a high price by Wang Shua, specifically prepared for capturing Wang Hao.
Do I need someone to save me? You should be the ones worrying.
Having broken through to the 7th level of the acquired realm, Wang Hao himself didn't even know how strong he had become. He felt that if he encountered that black-scaled giant python again, that guy would definitely not withstand his strike.
9-fold sword technique.
Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, the light blue yuan power in his body swirling wildly, and the iron blood battle blade in his hand emitted an aura that seemed capable of tearing apart space. Swish! With the shadow demon steps activated, Wang Hao directly slashed towards Ding Qi and the others.
Old 6. Go up and take down this Wang Hao.
Ding Qi saw that Wang Hao dared to take the initiative and his eyes flashed coldly as he said this.
Bang!
Wang Hao, carrying light blue yuan power and thunder power, instantly charged in front of Ding Qi and the others. A teammate beside Ding Qi swung his fist and charged straight at Wang Hao.
Sizzle!
In just an instant, Ding Qi's teammate was sliced in half by Wang Hao's iron blood battle blade. Ding Qi's pupils contracted, his eyes filled with horror.
How is this possible?
Perfect realm C-level martial arts.
Ding Qi exclaimed in disbelief.
As the 7th level of the acquired realm, he could instantly tell that the martial arts Wang Hao used had actually reached the perfect realm, and it was C-level martial arts.
That last strike was nearly flawless. Moreover, the thunder power on Wang Hao made Ding Qi feel deeply wary.
The instant death of one teammate sent chills throughout everyone in that space. That was an acquired level 8 martial artist, killed by a single blow, without any chance to fight back. Everyone looked at Wang Hao with immense fear. Brothers, let's all go together, I refuse to believe he can take on 10 of us.
Ding Qi gritted his teeth. Wang Hao's strength exceeded his wildest imagination.
According to the intelligence collected by Wang Shua, Wang Hao's strength couldn't possibly exceed the 3rd level of the acquired realm. Sending 10 high-level acquired martial artists was already quite an honor for Wang Hao. Ding Qi's remaining teammates all launched their attacks against Wang Hao. Various forms of yuan power rippled through the air, shining with strange light. Wang Hao showed no signs of fear in his eyes. With the perfect realm shadow demon steps activated, these people couldn't even touch him.
Moreover, Wang Hao's soul power was extremely strong. His timing for striking was exceptionally outstanding.
Though these individuals were high-level acquired martial artists, their martial arts realm was not higher than Wang Hao's. With your level, you think you can be elite warriors? What a bunch of useless trash, I'll send you to your deaths. Wang Hao mocked while attacking. Sizzle. The space was filled with flowing blood, and torn bodies were continually scattered around. Wang Hao's words echoed throughout the space, but these elite warriors dared not be distracted at all. The pressure Wang Hao put on them was simply immense. In a very short time, several comrades died at Wang Hao's hands. Everyone felt enormous psychological pressure. Wang Hao's movements were agile, and his attack power was incredibly strong. If Wang Hao found a flaw, it would be almost instant death. Ding Qi's face turned as dark as if water could be squeezed from it. This is the initial stage of the acquired realm? What a load of rubbish intel, damn it. This was comparable to some innate martial artists. Watching his comrades struggle to fight, he felt. Ding Qi also felt a chill in his heart. Wang Hao is truly terrifying. How long has he been cultivating? Old 7, old 9, it's time for you to show your worth. Go! Ding Qi gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with madness. The two young men in the battle had a sharp expression, then seemed to make an extremely important decision. Chapter 56, Counterattack. The Furious Guan Shang. Wang Hao heard Ding Qi's words, and his heart sank. These guys were about to use their trump cards, weren't they? The two young men rushed towards Wang Hao with cold expressions. A terrifying aura brewed around the two youths, and Wang Hao's eyelids twitched wildly. They were about to self-destruct. In that case, let's let you taste something good. The moment the two youths charged towards Wang Hao, the rest immediately retreated several steps, distancing themselves from Wang Hao. Boom boom boom. It seemed as if a tremendously powerful force in the air, carrying the power to explode everything, rushed directly towards the two youths. Just as the two were about to reach Wang Hao, suddenly their heads exploded. Brain matter and blood instantly splattered across the scene. Ding Qi stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of him, wondering what had just happened. Wang Hao's face was slightly pale. Just now, he had used the star-forging soul technique from the stars in his mind to release a soul shock directly towards the two. Their heads simply exploded. This soul power is too strong. These two were both postnatal 8th-tier warriors, although I could also kill them. But it certainly wasn't this simple and brutal. You're a mentalist? Ding Qi seemed to have thought of something, then said in disbelief. Wang Hao furrowed his brows. A mentalist? What is that? Never mind, I'll just quickly finish you off. Then Wang Hao snorted coldly, and the blood war blade in his hand charged again towards Ding Qi and his companions. After the two companions were dealt with by Wang Hao's soul shock, the remaining people could only defend hard. Ding Qi's eyes were filled with fear. His postnatal 9th-tier strength posed no threat to Wang Hao. Even under Wang Hao's overwhelming attacks, he could barely survive. SSS. Wang Hao seized the opportunity, stacking his 9-layer sword technique with 8 layers, directly slashing towards the 3 death warriors who couldn't dodge in time. With a swipe of Wang Hao's blade, the 3 death warriors were instantly split in half. Ding Qi, with the remaining 2 brothers, stared at the scene in front of them, their faces filled with despair. How can we fight against such a monster? The pressure of perfect-level martial arts is too terrifying. And it's also a C-tier martial art, which against postnatal realms, essentially means a dimensional strike. If it weren't for their coordination, they would have been completely wiped out by now. Don't be afraid. It won't be long before I send your young master down to join you. Wang Hao continued, stepping with the Shadow Demon steps, the blood war blade in his hand now stacked with 9 layers of power. Ding Qi's body trembled slightly, already enveloped by the fear of death. The young master will avenge us. Wang Hao, you will definitely die. You have no idea how powerful the Wang family of the imperial capital is. Ding Qi trembled as he spoke. The 3 of them had already been locked onto by Wang Hao's attack. Facing Wang Hao's bizarre and elusive steps, Ding Qi believed there was no way to escape. Then you don't have to worry about it. PFFTT. The blood war blade, with 9 layers of power stacked, sliced through the remaining 3's bodies like cutting tofu. The terrifying power erupted, and Ding Qi, in his frightened expression, was split in half. Looking at the scattered blood, meat, and gore in front of him, Wang Hao showed no signs of emotion. Damn, nothing on them. Don't death warriors have any rights? Can't death warriors have star coins? Wang Hao quickly checked, but these guys didn't have a single coin. So poor and elegant. Can the noble families of the imperial capital not even afford wages? How do I get out? Wang Hao looked at the tightly closed blue shield around him. Let me contact leader Guan, Wang Hao thought to himself. Wang Hao, you finally deigned to contact me, what's the matter? The image of Guan Shang appeared on the terminal. I killed someone. No, someone tried to assassinate me, and I fought back.
Now I can't get out," Wang Hao said. Hearing this, Guan Shang's expression immediately tightened. How dare someone assassinate a member of their Tianwu association? They must be tired of living. Wait, Wang Hao fought back and can't get out? Then, Wang Hao explained the entire situation to Guan Shang. Wait for me there, I'll be there right away, Guan Shang replied. Wang Hao nodded and waited in place. After a while, there came a very intense sound from outside the space. Bang! A powerful attack directly broke the shield. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Finally, it's here? Guan Shang appeared in front of Wang Hao, looking at the corpses and flesh scattered around with shock in his eyes. Outside, members of the Martial Arts Alliance had blocked the area, and no one was around here. Did you do all this? Guan Shang said in disbelief. All these people were postnatal realm warriors, and they were all killed by Wang Hao. Although the bodies were in pieces, the elemental power surrounded them. These were all postnatal realm warriors, and all were high-level postnatal warriors. Wang Hao nodded honestly. He really did kill them. Wang Hao single-handedly took down 10 high-level postnatal warriors. This strength is simply outrageous. What is your current realm? Guan Shang took a deep breath and asked. Postnatal level 7. Wang Hao scratched his head and replied. He trusted Guan Shang, otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of him when he was in trouble. Guan Shang's eyes were filled with amazement. Postnatal level 7. How long has this kid been practicing? Guan Shang looked at Wang Hao as if he were a monster. He thought he had overestimated Wang Hao, but didn't expect Wang Hao to already be at postnatal level 7. Such talent for martial arts, and he may even achieve the position of Supreme Martial God. Guan Shang looked at Wang Hao with intense eagerness. Thinking that he might witness the rise of a martial god, Guan Shang's heart burned with excitement. Wang Hao, this matter must not be leaked. Once we get out, just say that I gave you special treasures that helped you kill these people, Guan Shang said with a serious face. Wang Hao nodded, as his power was truly frightening. While others were still martial apprentices at 16, he was already killing high-level warriors like dogs. If the demons knew he was so talented, they would probably try to kill him at all costs. They might even send out some demon saints. No, he needed to keep a low profile, develop quietly. The imperial capital, the Wang family, really thinks just because they are the Wang family, they can freely move against our Tianwu association? Guan Shang said in a deep voice. Clearly, this incident had also made Guan Shang extremely angry. If it weren't for Wang Hao's terrifying strength, he would have been in danger this time. 10 high-level postnatal warriors, this is truly a big deal. Don't worry, Wang Hao, this time the Tianwu Association will make sure the Wang family gives you an explanation, Guan Shang said through gritted teeth. Chapter 57 S-Class, Extreme Ice Cold. But, those people are dead, and we have no evidence. Wang Hao suddenly realized something and spoke up. Guan Shang snorted coldly, what you said is evidence, our Tianwu Association doesn't need any evidence to handle matters. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, indeed, as expected of the number 1 force, they were truly domineering. Then, the people of the Tianwu Association began to clean up the battlefield. Wang Hao, take this martial art and cultivate it. Make sure you get the basics down before going to the Imperial Capital Martial School. Guan Shang then made the ring in his hand flash, and a martial arts book appeared in his hand. Breath concealment technique, C-level martial arts, after cultivation, can hide one's breath and simulate the breath of other levels. Wang Hao looked at the martial arts book in his hand and immediately understood Guan Shang's meaning. After practicing this martial arts, he could hide his own level, so that others wouldn't see through him at a glance. Next, after Guan Shang reminded him a few more times, he directly left. Wang Hao put away the martial arts book and then continued toward the Polar Park. Su Qingyan, oh no, the new S-level talent, don't run away. Chen Chuan was already waiting in the parking lot. Then the two drove toward the Polar Park. Polar Park. Beside the path filled with various flowers and trees, a stunningly beautiful girl stood on one side of the path. The gentle breeze blew by, gently lifting the girl's shoulder-length hair. The elegant long dress danced in the air, and her delicate cheeks showed a hint of nervousness. There were many pedestrians in the park enjoying the beautiful scenery. The sunlight poured down into the park, and a warm breath filled every corner of the park. As time slowly passed, more and more people appeared in the park. Many passers-by frequently looked at Su Qingyan, what a beautiful girl. There were also many young boys blushing as they tried to flirt with Su Qingyan, wanting her contact information. Of course, Su Qingyan rejected them all. After a while, Wang Hao finally arrived at Polar Park. The surroundings of the park were already crowded with many people having fun there. Wang Hao wore glasses and a hat, so he didn't attract much attention. Feeling the warmth in the air, Wang Hao walked directly into Polar Park. There's an extremely beautiful girl in the park, she's simply breathtaking. I saw her too, that aura, that appearance, I feel she's at least 1,000 times prettier than those stars and internet celebrities online. She is indeed beautiful, but it's just too cold. I don't like this, it's better to be gentler. As if anyone would look at you, take a look at yourself. You and percent and asterisk and. Voices of discussions from the surrounding pedestrians echoed, and Wang Hao's heart moved. Could it be Su Qingyan? Hey, bro, where is that very beautiful girl you mentioned? Wang Hao immediately asked a passerby nearby. The passerby glanced at Wang Hao. You also want to meet her? You'd better not go, 50 people have already been ruthlessly rejected, the passerby then advised. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. Was Su Qingyan's charm this great? Bro, I just want to take a look, Wang Hao replied. The passerby then pointed Wang Hao in the direction, and he moved towards Su Qingyan. Why does this person look a bit familiar? The passerby thought as he watched Wang Hao's back. Wang Hao walked along the path. Many people around were discussing that girl. After a while, Wang Hao finally reached his destination. Su Qingyan's figure stood on the path, next to it was a vast sea of flowers. In the sea of flowers grew several lush trees. The girl, under the backdrop of the flowers and trees, looked like a natural goddess. Girl, sea of flowers, and trees formed a perfect painting. Wang Hao looked at this beautiful scene, slightly lost in thought. Many others were also watching. Wang Hao took a deep breath and slowly walked towards Su Qingyan. I wonder what kind of person could catch this girl's eye in such a short time. She's already rejected at least 60 people. Another person who doesn't know when to quit is trying to flirt. Let's guess how long he can last. I bet 50 cents, 30 seconds. Bro, your standards are too low. I bet 60 cents, 5 seconds. 70 cents, 3 seconds. Wang Hao's ears were sharp, and he naturally heard what these people were saying. The rude guy, the things he says are so. Is my time measured in seconds? It's simply ridiculous. Su Qingyan looked at the sea of flowers nearby, unexpectedly not noticing Wang Hao's arrival. Su Qingyan, sorry, I seem to be late. Wang Hao said, looking at the stunning girl in front of him. Su Qingyan heard Wang Hao's voice. Su Qingyan turned around and smiled. I just arrived not long ago. Wang Hao looked at Su Qingyan's delicate face glowing with joy, his heart racing wildly. A faint fragrance from Su Qingyan wafted into Wang Hao's nose. Wang Hao felt a slight daze. Ding. Detected in S-level talent 1 meter ahead, do you want to copy it? The mechanical voice of the system rang in Wang Hao's mind. Shut up, I'm busy with important matters. Wang Hao cursed in his heart, wondering who was jabbering in his head. Su Qingyan sensed Wang Hao's gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed, her delicate face appeared even more stunning under the warm sunlight. Ding. Detected in S-level talent 1 meter ahead, do you want to copy it? Just as Wang Hao finished his thought, the voice rang again in his mind. Oh, it's the system, never mind, go ahead and copy it, is that even a question? Ding, copying successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining S-level talent Extreme Ice Cold, able to condense energy into ice and control ice elements. Extreme Ice Cold. Wang Hao's body suddenly felt an extremely sharp chill. No wonder Su Qingyan always looks so cold, it turns out it's this talent. Let's walk over there. Wang Hao collected his thoughts and spoke to Su Qingyan. I should study this talent when I get home. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Qingyan's eyes, she actually felt a familiar power from Wang Hao just now. But it disappeared in an instant, it must be her illusion. Su Qingyan nodded, then let's stroll around here. Then the two of them walked side by side in the sea of flowers, under the astonished gazes of a group of pedestrians. Does this count as a date? Su Qingyan suddenly thought, and her cheeks flushed slightly again. Chapter 58, The Art of Divine Breath. Wang Hao and Su Qingyan's figures gradually disappeared from the sight of the crowd. Damn, that kid actually succeeded. Damn, the goddess is another's now. My youth is over. Enough, I'm going home. The pedestrians cursed and grumbled, they didn't expect Wang Hao to really take the goddess away. That kid's back looks a bit familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere, it seems like. It's Wang Hao, it seems like Wang Hao. As the discussions arose, everyone started to remember. That figure, even with glasses, was quite familiar to them. The big star of Jianglin City, a genius warrior. Wang Hao followed Su Qingyan slowly walking through the sea of flowers. Wang Hao, thank you for your help in the martial arts exam last time, otherwise, I would have had no chance to get into the Imperial Academy. Su Qingyan said, her cherry lips slightly parted. Wang Hao smiled, it's just helping each other as classmates, no big deal. Then the two of them chatted idly while strolling around. That Su Xingha is your brother? Wang Hao asked, recalling the young man in his mind. That makes sense, there's only one Su family in Jianglin City, and Su Xingha and Su Qingyan are both geniuses. Su Qingyan nodded, then continued to stroll in the park.
A gentle breeze blew, and Su Qingyan's hair danced in the air. The faint smile on Su Qingyan's face added 3 points of beauty to the scenery. The two strolled leisurely in the sea of flowers. The Shura Temple subchamber. In a simply decorated room. Chen Hong looked at the piece of information in his hand, his expression darkening. Is this your doing? Chen Hong threw the information on the table, snorting coldly. Xin Shang frowned slightly. He was managing the affairs of the Shura Temple, so why did this guy come here? The action hasn't started yet. Xin Chang said nothing and directly opened the intelligence on the table. Someone failed to assassinate Wang Hao in the morning, and Xin Chang's brows furrowed tightly. He hadn't sent anyone to act. This isn't my doing. Xin Chang spoke blandly. Regarding the soul-forging martial arts on Chen Hong, Xin Chang was determined to have it. 10 martial artists? What a joke, 10 martial artists are not enough to deal with a genius like Wang Hao. This is total BS. They sent only 10 martial artists to assassinate Wang Hao. Have their brains been eaten by dogs? Chen Hong cursed. He wasn't worried about Wang Hao's safety, he was just frustrated that these people were so stupid. Sending just 10 martial artists for a genius like Wang Hao. Wasn't that just delivering food? Now the assassination attempt had alarmed the Tianwu Association, making it even harder to act when Wang Hao goes to the capital. Xin Chang also looked a bit grim. It was easy to guess that now there would be many more eyes on Wang Hao. It seems we need to change our plans. Originally, there were fewer eyes on Wang Hao, but after this assassination, it's even less likely to kill him from the outside. Xin Chang spoke. Chen Hong snorted coldly. You don't need to tell me that. What should we do now? Xin Chang pondered for a moment, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. We can only approach from the outside now. Doesn't Wang Hao have a sister? Xin Chang said, his face darkening. Chen Hong's teeth trembled slightly. He knew all too well. It was because of Wang Hao's sister that his grandson ended up in enmity with Wang Hao. Once Wang Hao is dealt with, he would arrange a ghost marriage between her sister and his grandson. Even if she dies, she must first become my grandson's woman. Will this work? Chen Hong asked uncertainly. Capturing Wang Hao's sister is easy, but would Wang Hao come? That's a question. If Wang Hao went straight to the Tianwu Association, wouldn't that be? Chen Hong felt a wave of irritation. Xin Chang snorted. In the end, she is his sister. I don't believe Wang Hao would really give her up. Chen Hong took a deep breath and nodded. Then the two began to conspire. Evening, 7 p.m. Scattered stars fell over Jianlin City. The entire Jianlin City was bathed in bright starlight. Wang Hao, I'm heading back. Su Qingyan's face radiated a smile as she spoke softly. Be careful on your way back. Wang Hao recalled the assassination attempt he faced today, and hurriedly reminded her. Su Qingyan raised her small fist. Don't worry, I'll take good care of myself. Wang Hao looked at the suddenly playful and stunning girl before him and felt a gentle warmth in his heart. The aloof goddess has to be obedient in front of me, humph. Then the two parted ways, heading back to their own homes. Extreme Martial Arts Hall. In the energy training room. A light blue energy continuously surged within Wang Hao's body. Ultimate Ice Cold. Wang Hao immediately activated his ultimate ice cold talent. The light blue energy slowly solidified into ice crystals, and an extremely cold chill exploded in the training room. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped. Wang Hao's light blue energy seemed to carry the power of frost. Feeling the sudden drop in temperature, Wang Hao's heart was filled with comfort. No need for air conditioning in the summer, this is really awesome. Whoosh! 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 Then, using his energy, Wang Hao condensed several ice crystals and attacked the distant alloy dummy. Boom! The alloy dummy was penetrated by the ice crystals, and soon its entire body was frozen by the chill. Is this attack power really this strong? Wang Hao looked at the dummy, now frozen into an ice statue, in disbelief. It seems this talent is indeed remarkably powerful. Then, Wang Hao tried the ultimate ice-cold talent again, gaining a deeper understanding of it. After understanding it well enough, Wang Hao began to practice the new martial arts, divine breath technique, given to him by Guan Sheng today. 2 hours later. A faint, lingering aura surrounded Wang Hao, as if the energy within him was enveloped by this aura. After a moment, as the aura spread, Wang Hao's previously powerful energy seemed to gradually conceal itself, no longer radiating that sharp intensity. Ding, congratulations to the host for mastering the divine breathing technique. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes, finally having entered the initial stage. It seemed this supportive martial art was a bit easier to cultivate. Wang Hao recalled how quickly he had entered the initial stage of spiritual eye last time. I wonder how effective this divine breathing technique is. Activate divine breathing technique. Wang Hao's energy within moved in an extremely strange manner. A faint mysterious aura flowed around Wang Hao.
Before long, Wang Hao's once powerful aura became remarkably gentle at this moment.
Chapter 59, Infiltration. Master?
The effect is not bad. Wang Hao noticed his aura had now become similar to that of a low-level martial artist. Wang Hao continued to control the mysterious aura and found that it could no longer be reduced.
It seems it's just a lack of proficiency that prevents complete concealment. Well, let's leave it at that for now.
Opening the attribute table, Wang Hao silently murmured in his heart.
Name, Wang Hao.
Talent, 100 Speed Divine Body, SSS, Void Shadow, S grade, Ultimate Ice Cold, S grade.
Realm, Postnatal 7 Heavy Heaven. Cultivation Method, Vital Energy Greenwood Technique.
Skills, Blade Force, Minor Success, enhances Blade Technique's power by 80%, Fist Force, Minor Success, enhances Fist Technique's power by 80%. Soul Refining Martial Art, Starry Soul Refining Technique Upper Part, S grade, Entry. Blade Martial Art, Ninefold Blade Technique, C grade, Perfect, Shadow Blade Technique, D grade, Perfect, Celestial Blade, E grade, Divine, Wind Slashing Blade Technique, E grade, Divine.
Body Refining Martial Art, Thunder Body Refining Technique, C grade, Perfect, Diamond Technique, E grade, Divine.
Fist Martial Art, Thunderbolt Fist, C grade, Perfect, Falling Cloud Palm, F grade, Divine. Body Movement Martial Art, Shadow Demon Step, C grade, Proficient, Ethereal Step Technique, E grade, Perfect. Supportive Martial Art, Spiritual Eye, D grade, Proficient, Divine Breathing Technique, C grade, Entry.
Vitality, 480. Soul, 6.8. Time until next duplication, 30 days. With 3 talents above S grade, Wang Hao looked forward even more to the next duplication.
By then, he would be able to duplicate the talents of the geniuses in the Divine Martial class at the Imperial Capital Academy. Wang Hao took a deep breath. Next, it was time to cultivate the Starry Soul Refining Technique. He then headed to the top floor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall.
Jianglin City. A luxurious villa. Ziyun, if you don't go home, won't your sister come looking for you? Wang Xinyue said, hugging a large pillow on the bed, speaking to a little girl with a delicate face. The little girl was indeed Wang Xinyue's classmate, Lin Ziyun. How many times do I have to say it? You should call me sister-in-law. My sister is very busy and doesn't have time to pay attention to me.
Lin Ziyun pouted her little lips and said. Dressed in a pink pajama, Lin Ziyun appeared extremely captivating under the soft light.
Her crystalline skin exposed to the air exuded a youthful aura.
Wang Xinyue remembered that Lin Ziyun's sister only appeared once when Lin Ziyun started school. After that, she had not appeared at any parent-teacher meetings or events. However, Lin Ziyun's sister was incredibly beautiful. Much more stunning than those goddesses. That exquisite face and graceful figure were images Wang Xinyue still remembered vividly. Moreover, her cold demeanor, untouched by dust, was like an immortal fairy from the heavens. Wang Xinyue then looked at Lin Ziyun and thought she wasn't bad either. Although she hadn't fully blossomed yet, she was already very charming.
You think you can be my sister-in-law?
Don't dream about it, my brother only cares about martial arts. Wang Xinyue seemed to recall something and then said with a hint of melancholy. Not returning home for 10 days or half a month, Wang Xinyue seriously suspected Wang Hao had already forgotten he had a sister. Lin Ziyun pouted, lying on the bed, cradling her cheeks with her hands.
Brother Wang Hao has already promised me.
Wang Xinyue, just accept your fate.
Submit to me obediently.
Lin Ziyun said playfully, her eyes filled with laughter.
Wang Xinyue was in shock. Impossible, I don't believe it.
You must be crazy wanting to be my sister-in-law.
My brother hasn't even met you, how could he agree to you?
Lin Ziyun scoffed. Of course, she wouldn't tell Wang Xinyue that she had secretly met Wang Hao. Once she became a martial god, she would directly become your sister-in-law, QAQ. The two then began to playfully fight in the room. Glistening skin and joyful laughter filled this room. Outside the villa, 2 men in black were slowly approaching. Is Wang Hao's sister in the villa? One of the men in black asked. Of course, apart from some servants, Wang Hao's sister is the only one inside. My people have investigated thoroughly, the other man in black replied. The 2 men in black stared at the villa's lights, a chill in their hearts. The two were Xin Chang and Chen Hong. After discussing, they decided to take action that night. So, after completing their investigation, they rushed straight to the villa. Let's be careful and try not to make any noise. There are a few low-level martial artists around the villa. Xin Chang said. Chen Hong nodded, then reined in his breath as they slowly moved toward the villa. In the room, while wrestling on the bed with Wang Xinyue, Lin Ziyun suddenly tensed up.
Wang Xinyue did not notice and continued attacking Lin Ziyun with a pillow. A trace of coldness flashed in Lin Ziyun's eyes, then she said sweetly, Xinyue, I'm going to the restroom, I'll come back to deal with you soon. Wang Xinyue replied with a smirk, then go ahead, I'm not afraid of you. With that, Lin Ziyun left the room, heading toward the restroom.
Outside the villa, Xin Chang and Chen Hong had arrived near the woods close to the villa. Just as they were about to get closer, a powerful aura suddenly appeared. Xin Chang and Chen Hong's expressions changed. This is rumble. An intense pressure slammed down on them. Xin Chang's heart was filled with fear. Who is it? Just the pressure was making it hard for them to move, as if they would be obliterated at any moment. It's worth noting that Xin Chang was a 9th level innate martial artist, with immense strength, mastering many martial arts from the Shura Hall, his power almost comparable to that of a quasi-master. Could it be that a master-level expert is guarding here? Xin Chang's heart was frozen. What a joke. What kind of identity does Wang Hao's sister have, that even a master is protecting her? Beside him, Chen Hong was also filled with despair, feeling as if he might suffocate under this aura. Just as they were desperately holding on, a small girl with a delicate face and pigtails floated in front of them. The little girl was enveloped in a black aura, looking like a little witch. What are you two doing at my brother Wang Hao's house? The little girl's clear and pleasant voice echoed through the woods. But the people in the distant villa didn't notice anything, as if no sound had been made. Xin Chang felt a chill in his heart. Who is this person, floating in the air? This is a technique only a master can use. Could this little girl be a master? Chen Hong also shivered. A master at such a young age, this must be a joke. Former senior, we came here for a walk and accidentally lost our way. Xin Chang said bitterly. Chen Hong desperately nodded. Even though he was almost out of breath, he still managed to hold himself up. Lin Zian pouted her cute little lips, and her aura erupted once again. Do you think I'm a child? Sneaking around so late, it's obvious you're not good people. Xin Chang and Chen Hong were even more unable to breathe, as if a giant mountain was heavily pressing down on them. Both of their hearts were full of despair. A master. What a joke, there was actually a master guarding Wang Hao's sister. It was simply outrageous. If someone didn't know better, they would think his sister was an extraordinary genius. Chen Hong, you have caused so much trouble. If only I had ignored your nonsense. What soul-forging martial arts? How could life be more important? At this moment, Xin Chang's heart was filled with regret. Senior, we really are just passing by. Chen Hong's body trembled incessantly. Dare to lie again. Lin Zian snorted coldly, her aura erupting once more, instantly pressing down on Chen Hong. Chen Hong felt his entire body break apart, his bones were ready to shatter, his body could no longer withstand it. Grandson, I'm sorry, Grandpa couldn't avenge you. Chen Hong's eyes were filled with blood was already seeping from his body, turning him into a bloody mess. Pia. In a moment, with a crisp sound, Chen Hong's body couldn't bear Lin Zian's pressure and was crushed into a pulp, blood and flesh splattering onto Xin Chang. Lin Zian's lips curled in disdain. Too weak, just like that. Xin Chang's heart chilled. Was Chen Hong dead? Just like that, died next to him. He felt that if he didn't say something, he would also die here. Senior, I am the branch master of the Azura Hall, Xin Chang suppressed his inner fear and blurted out. Oh! Lin Zian gently exclaimed. The Azura Hall, it seemed like he heard his sister mention it was an insignificant force. Since that's the case. A hint of sharpness flashed in Lin Zian's eyes. Immediately, the black aura around Lin Zian transformed into black flames, directly sweeping towards the two of them. The moment the black flames appeared, Xin Chang's pupils violently contracted, as if he saw something extremely terrifying. Whoosh! With a sharp booming sound in the air. In despair, Xin Chang's body was instantly burned to ashes by Lin Zian's black flames, with no chance to struggle. The black flames also rolled towards Chen Hong's pulp, turning it into ashes as well. Watching both of them being obliterated by her own black flames, Lin Zian raised her small fist. Let's see who else dares to come. Huh, what is this thing? Lin Zian was just about to leave when she discovered an ancient piece of parchment next to Chen Hong's ashes. Soul Forging Martial Arts. Looking at the contents on the parchment, Lin Zian felt a bit overwhelmed. These martial arts manuals were just too difficult. I'll take this to Brother Wang Hao, he loves martial arts, he should like this thing. Lin Zian recalled what Wang Hao once told her, he liked martial arts. Then I'll give it to Brother Wang Hao. Thinking of Wang Hao's surprised expression when receiving a gift filled her heart with sweetness, her lips couldn't help but curl up. Her exquisite face, adorned with a smile under the moonlight, was unexpectedly astonishingly beautiful. After packing up the parchment, Lin Zian quietly returned to the villa. Not long after Lin Zian left, a gentle breeze blew past, swirling around the ashes of the two, and the ashes drifted away, leaving no trace behind. As if no one had ever come. Inside the villa room, Wang Xinyue was lying in the room, bored out of her mind. The door opened, and Lin Zian, wearing a pink nightgown, leisurely entered the room. Zian, you're finally back, I'm so bored all alone. Wang Xinyue exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Lin Zian return. Call me sister-in-law. Lin Zian replied in a soft tone. No way, I won't call you sister-in-law. Wang Xinyue laughed,
then reached for Lin Zian's armpit. Of course, Lin Zian wouldn't obediently give in. The two then started to playfully fight. The room was once again filled with youthful laughter and joy, bursting with the spirit of spring. Zian, why is there a drop of blood on your clothes? Wang Xinyue pinned Lin Zian down on the bed. Just as he was preparing to attack Lin Zian again, he suddenly noticed a bloodstain on her pajamas. Lin Zian looked at her pajamas, and indeed there was a faint bloodstain. In Lin Zian's mind, she could hear the guy being crushed directly by her aura. It should have splashed on her during that time. Lin Zian then muttered, I just killed 2 mosquitoes in the bathroom. The next day. Extreme Martial Arts Hall. In the VIP room. Master Guan, why did you come in person? If there's something, just notify me directly through the terminal. Wang Hao said. Wang Hao was practicing in the training room in the morning when he received the message from Guan Shang, saying he wanted to visit him. Guan Shang sat in the VIP room, holding a cup of tea. I'm here to take you to the imperial capital. To give you an explanation. Guan Shang said, taking a small sip of tea, and then getting straight to the point. Wang Hao blinked. Going to the Wang family himself was too exciting. Since being assassinated by the Wang family, Wang Hao had checked the information on the Wang family in the imperial capital. The Wang family is one of the top elites in the imperial capital. Their power and wealth are among the best in the. Moreover, the head of the Wang family, Wang Xiong, is a master-level figure whose strength is unfathomable. As a mere postnatal martial artist, going directly to a grand master for an explanation seems a bit too. What if that Wang family goes mad and tries to kill me? Wouldn't that be the end of me? Gulp. Wang Hao swallowed hard. Isn't it too dangerous? Seeing Wang Hao's doubts, Guan Sheng continued, Wang Hao, don't worry, with me here, that Wang family is nothing. Don't look at how big they are, it's really just that. Wang Hao heard this, and the corner of his mouth twitched. You are a grandmaster, and the hall master of the Tianwu Association, of course, you're not afraid. How about I practice a bit longer? Wang Hao said, he really was a bit nervous, there is a grandmaster after all. Though Wang Hao had never directly faced a grandmaster-level expert. But he could imagine with his toes that if a grandmaster wanted his life, he wouldn't have the slightest chance of survival. That is the strongest below the martial saint. Don't worry, going to the Wang family this time will be fine. If that old guy Wang Xiong doesn't give a proper explanation, he will have a hard time. Guan Sheng said. Chapter 61, Heading to the Imperial Capital. Is this something a master can say to a grandmaster? Aren't you also just a master? That Wang Xiong is a grandmaster. Are we going just the two of us? Wang Hao then asked. For such a big boss-level situation, as a mere postnatal martial artist, he should indeed be cautious. If it's only Hall Master Guan, he would have to think more carefully. Of course, we are not alone. Our vice president will be going too. Guan Sheng said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao realized that the earlier appearance of having no regard for grandmasters was because a martial saint would accompany them. Fine, since the vice president is going, it should be fine. The vice president of the Tianwu Association is also at the martial saint level, but Wang Xiong can't go crazy, right? Martial saint against a grandmaster, as long as you have hands, it's okay. Alright, I'm going. When do we leave? Wang Hao said. He also wanted to see what the Wang family in the imperial capital was really like. And that Wang Shua who sent someone to assassinate him, last time he let you go, and you dare to jump around again. This time with a martial saint covering him, what's there to be afraid of? Now. Guan Shang put down the teacup and smiled. Then, without wasting any time, the two directly went to the teleportation array in Jianglin City, preparing to leave Jianglin City and head to the imperial capital. The imperial capital, Wang family. The meeting hall was decorated in a very low-key luxury. Wang Xiong sat in the main seat of the meeting hall with a gloomy face, and the air was filled with a very oppressive atmosphere. On both sides of the meeting hall sat the high-ranking members of the Wang family. All these high-ranking members looked serious. At the bottom, a robust youth wrapped in bandages sat in a wheelchair, his body trembling constantly. Beside the boy stood an old man with white hair, dressed in a long robe, his face pale and deeply bowed. Father, what wrong have I done? That Wang Hao crippled me, is it wrong for me to seek revenge? Wang Shua said, trembling, his eyes filled with fierce determination. The powerful members of the Wang family in the conference hall showed no change in their expressions. It seemed that Wang Shua's words stirred not a single ripple in their hearts. Sure, you did nothing wrong, avenge hatred with hatred, you are a member of the Wang family. A mere kid from a remote mountainous area, how you deal with him is up to you. Wang Xiong said. When Wang Xiong's words came out, Wang Shua's gaze was somewhat stunned. Could this really be what his father would say? But this kid is from the Tianwu Association, and not only did you find someone to handle him, but you also failed.
Wang Xiong said with a blank expression.
Who knew that kid had treasures from Guanshang?
It's all that damned Guanshang's fault. If it weren't for him, Wang Hao would already be dead. Wang Shuo gritted his teeth, his bandaged hand trembling slightly. Many members of the Wang family beside him wore faces of scorn. Such a talented person like Wang Xiong actually gave birth to such a foolish son.
Sure, it's not that my third uncle is criticizing you. How many times has my third uncle told you?
Even when hunting rabbits, a lion must use all its strength. You know that Wang Hao is a talented warrior, yet you only sent 10 acquired warriors.
Is there no one in our Wang family?
A chubby man beside the conference hall said.
I thought.
Wang Shuo's face was filled with bitterness, and he deeply bowed his head. He indeed made a mistake. He should have directly sent 10 masters to take action.
Wang Shuo's body slightly trembled, and he said nothing further. Xuan, you also bear some responsibility in this matter. You understand what to do, right?
Seeing Wang Shuo bow his head, Wang Xiong turned to Xuan beside him.
Xuan slowly raised his head and said heavily, "Master of the family, the old servant understands." Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Xuan finished speaking, an incredibly powerful aura burst forth from his body. The aura created a fierce impact on Xuan's body.
Wang Shuo beside him felt a bit lost, wondering what had just happened.
Bang!
Xuan's body fell stiffly to the ground, completely devoid of life. Wang Shuo stared blankly at Xuan beside him, his entire being in a daze.
Come, someone, the young master is tired, carry him away. Wang Xiong followed up. Master of the family, we should discuss how to deal with the Tianwu Association.
A voice sounded. It was Wang Shuo's third uncle. Hearing this, Wang Xiong nodded, and then everyone began to discuss how to deal with the Tianwu Association.
Jianglin City. Martial Arts Alliance.
The teleportation array in Jianglin City was precisely installed within the Martial Arts Alliance. Guansheng quickly took Wang Hao away from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, heading for the Martial Arts Alliance. Inside the Martial Arts Alliance, many people greeted Guansheng. Guansheng had no airs about him, nodding in response to each one.
Wow, it's Hallmaster Guan and Wang Hao. Are they heading to the Imperial Capital? It seems so. Wang Hao is going to study at the Imperial Capital Academy. We won't see him anymore. How sad.
I wonder what kind of brilliant performance Wang Hao will have when he reaches the Imperial Capital. Our Jianglin City's #1 genius, absolutely not to be questioned.
He must be the strongest. Many people in the Martial Arts Alliance were discussing it.
This time, when you go to the Imperial Capital, our Tianwu Association will arrange a residence for you. If you are not comfortable living at school, you can stay at the place we arrange in the Imperial Capital.
Guansheng said while walking ahead.
Wang Hao's eyes brightened. Having a house allocated when going to the Imperial Capital, how enjoyable. Guansheng then explained to Wang Hao various situations in the Imperial Capital.
Many forces were entrenched in the Imperial Capital.
But the largest were the Martial Arts Alliance, the Tianwu Association, and a few other forces that, although slightly inferior to the Tianwu Association, were still extremely powerful. In the Dragon God Society and Phoenix Xian Pavilion, they are both top-tier forces. Except for being slightly inferior in top combat power compared to the Heavenly Martial Society, in other aspects, they are not at all inferior. Wang Hao had heard of these forces before and knew they were colossal powerhouses. Below them are some of the major top-tier families. Although they have few top experts, they hold immense wealth and are also forces not to be underestimated. Listening to Guansheng's description, a faint sense of excitement surged in Wang Hao's heart. He was finally going to that place teeming with geniuses. He wondered what the geniuses in the Imperial Capital were like. He must have been invincible among the younger generation in Jianlin City. Wang Hao thought of Chen Tian from Lingxiao Pavilion, who had always claimed to be the #1 genius in Jianglin City, but a guy like that should now be unable to withstand even one of his slaps. Now, chopping those high-level martial artists felt as easy as killing chickens, that Chen Tian had long since fallen out of his sight.
Guan Ho Master, are we going to use the teleportation array?
A staff member at the entrance of the teleportation array respectfully asked.
Guansheng nodded. We need to head to the Imperial Capital immediately, please make the arrangements.
The staff member immediately began to make arrangements. After a while, Guansheng and Wang Hao stepped into the teleportation array. The teleportation array radiated brilliant light, and Wang Hao felt as if he were enveloped in warmth.
A faint sense of pressure lingered in the air. The teleportation is about to start. Guansheng then spoke.
As the light grew ever more dazzling, the air seemed to be slowly compressed.
Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp roar.
Wang Hao felt as if his body had entered a chaotic place. After a moment, the chaotic sensation faded, and the brilliant light of the teleportation array gradually diminished.
Wang Hao and Guansheng exited the teleportation array and stepped onto the land of the Imperial Capital.
The teleportation array in the Imperial Capital was also located in the Martial Alliance of the Imperial Capital. They walked towards the outside, and surprisingly, no one greeted Guan Shang.
These people are so strong,
Wang Hao murmured in his heart. Though these individuals did not display their power, the subtle sense of pressure still made Wang Hao feel a slight threat. Finally leaving the novice village, Wang Hao felt a bit excited looking at the unfamiliar surroundings. If he could conquer this map. This was a place with martial gods. Wait, did he come a bit too early?
Hallmaster Guan, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite a while.
A loud voice rang in Wang Hao's ears. At the entrance of the martial alliance, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe smiled and spoke. The middle-aged man exuded no pressure at all, appearing very approachable.
This is the extraordinary genius Wang Hao that I discovered in Jianlin City.
Guan Shang then addressed the middle-aged man. Wang Hao, this is our vice president, Qingshan Martial Saint.
Guan Shang further introduced Wang Hao. Greetings, vice president. Wang Hao obediently greeted.
Martial Saint, this was the first time he had seen a living martial saint. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. At such a young age, your essence force is so profound, and your martial arts have reached this level. No wonder Hallmaster Guan thinks so highly of you. Qingshan Martial Saint looked at Wang Hao with admiration. Under the gaze of Qingshan Martial Saint, Wang Hao felt as if he was being seen right through.
Is this what a martial saint is like?
Just the gaze itself was filled with a sense of pressure. Ah, Vice President, please don't flatter Wang Hao too much, he still has a long way to go. Guan Shang said with a beaming smile.
Wang Hao, this is for you, perhaps it will be of some use to you.
Qingshan Martial Saint ignored Guan Shang and instead, his hand flashed with a glimmer of light. An ancient stone appeared in the hands of the Green Mountain Martial Saint.
Wang Hao blinked and glanced at Guan Shang.
Just accept what the Green Mountain Martial Saint gives you.
Guan Shang said next. Wang Hao took a deep breath and then took the item from the Green Mountain Martial Saint.
Thank you, Vice President. Wang Hao said. As the stone entered his hand, Wang Hao felt his mind becoming exceptionally clear. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through to sea-level martial arts 9-layer knife technique. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the great achievement of knife momentum, increasing the knife technique's power by 150%. Suddenly, a mechanical voice of the system echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Immediately, an extremely powerful aura erupted from Wang Hao's body. That aura seemed to overwhelm the entire world. The Green Mountain Martial Saint narrowed his eyes slightly, then a light shone from his body, tightly enveloping several people.
The figures of a few people seemed to completely disappear from space. This is the great achievement of knife momentum.
Guan Shang looked at Wang Hao in shock. The sharp knife momentum coming from Wang Hao sent a slight chill through Guan Shang's body. Guan Shang never expected that not only did Wang Hao comprehend the knife momentum, but he also reached the great achievement of it. Incredible, this is really incredible. A late-stage martial artist achieving great achievement in knife momentum, who would believe it when said out loud?
Good, good, good. Wang Hao, you are impressive. The late-stage 7-layer is indeed the great achievement of knife momentum. The future is promising.
The Green Mountain Martial Saint laughed, his gaze toward Wang Hao becoming more and more satisfied.
Wang Hao felt the sharp knife intent surging within him, and his heart felt immensely relaxed.
Attribute panel, Wang Hao silently thought.
Name, Wang Hao.
Talent, 100 Speed God Body, SSS, Void Shadow, S-Level, Extreme Ice Cold, S-Level. Realm, Late Stage 7 layers.
Cultivation Method, Zhaoqi Qingmu Ju.
Techniques, Knife Momentum, Great Achievement, increases knife technique power by 150%, Fist Momentum, Minor Achievement, increases fist technique power by 80%. Soul Forging Martial Arts, Starry Soul Forging Ju Upper Section, S-Level, Entry. Knife Technique Martial Arts, 9-layer knife technique, C-level, Transcendent, Shadow Knife Technique, D-level, Perfect, Heavenly Origin 1 Blade, E-level, Transcendent, Wind Cutting Knife Technique, E-level, Transcendent. Body Refining Martial Arts, Thunder Body Refining Ju, C-level, Perfect, Diamond Ju, E-level, Transcendent. Fist Technique Martial Arts, Thunderbolt Fist, C-level, Perfect, Falling Cloud Palm, F-level, Transcendent. Body Technique Martial Arts, Shadow Demon Step, C-level, Mastery, Ethereal Step, E-level, Perfect. Auxiliary Martial Arts, Spirit Light Eye, D-level, Mastery, Divine Breath Technique, C-level, Entry.
Qi and Blood, 480. Soul, 6.8. Time until next copy, 29 days. Finally, there is a Transcendent C-level martial art. What power does a Transcendent C-level martial art possess? Wang Hao's heart was filled with anticipation.
This stone is too magical, just touching it actually perfected his martial arts, achieving great achievement in knife momentum. This stone contains a trace of my true martial intent, so when martial arts techniques reach their peak, there is a slight mirror-shattering effect. The Green Mountain Martial Saint seemed to sense Wang Hao's confusion and spoke.
Thank you for your true martial intent, Vice President. Wang Hao said seriously to the Green Mountain Martial Saint.
Although Wang Hao did not know what true martial intent was, it was definitely extremely precious. The Green Mountain Martial Saint waved his hand. This is also because of your incredible comprehension. This is merely an auxiliary effect. With someone like you in our Heavenly Martial Association, who knows, we might see another martial god in the future. Even the Green Mountain Martial Saint has high hopes for Wang Hao. It seems Wang Hao truly possesses the potential of a martial god. Guan Sheng felt exceedingly pleased. The few of them chatted for a bit longer before the Green Mountain Martial Saint closed the shielding barrier he had just set up.
Alright, let's not waste any time and head directly to the Wang family. The Green Mountain Martial Saint said next. Guan Sheng nodded and put away his thoughts. Then let's set off now. Sizzle.
The Green Mountain Martial Saint gently waved a hand at the space. Space revealed a crack, filled with an aura of chaotic solitude. Tearing apart space directly, Wang Hao looked at the scene before him with wide eyes.
Is this transcending humanity? Is the Martial Saint really capable of tearing apart space? Chapter 63, The Wang Family of the Imperial Capital.
Guan Sheng's expression showed no change, as if he had long grown accustomed to such scenes.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The torn space immediately swallowed several people. At the moment of being engulfed by space, a radiant light appeared around the Qingshan Martial Saint, tightly wrapping a few individuals. Wang Hao felt as if everything around him was a blank expanse of white. Swish! 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 Moments later, he heard a whistling sound of air rushing past. Soon, a bustling scene surged into Wang Hao's view.
A huge villa area appeared before him. This is the Wang family. Guan Sheng said.
The Qingshan Martial Saint walked ahead, and Wang Hao and Guan Sheng followed behind him.
At the entrance of the villa area, the head of the Wang family was already respectfully waiting.
We respectfully welcome the Qingshan Martial Saint.
A loud and respectful voice echoed at the entrance of the villa area.
The Qingshan Martial Saint's expression showed no change, continuing to walk forward.
The few people directly entered the Wang family's villa area. The head of the Wang family followed respectfully behind, not daring to overstep even slightly.
The Martial Saint indeed commands respect, Wang Hao thought to himself. That should be the head of the Wang family, who didn't dare to make a sound behind him. They walked through a path adorned with precious flowers. Soon, the Qingshan Martial Saint led Wang Hao and Guan Sheng to the Wang family's reception hall. The reception hall was extremely luxurious, with decorations that Wang Hao had never seen before, exuding an exceptionally fragrant scent. Martial Saint has descended, I am deeply fearful. Wang Xiong stood to the side, trembling in fear. Around Wang Xiong, many high-ranking members also wore faces full of terror.
It was just an assassination, yet they directly summoned a Martial Saint. Wang Xiong's heart felt icy.
He had thought that Tianwu would at most send a Grand Master. But now, a Martial Saint had come. It was simply against the rules of martial arts. Wang Xiong, himself a Grand Master, understood all too well how terrifying the Martial Saint's power was. To put it bluntly, if the Qingshan Martial Saint wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. Alright, since I am here, you say how to handle this matter, the Qingshan Martial Saint said as he sat in a chair in the reception hall, while the Wang family members stood trembling beside him. In response to Martial Saint, although Wang Hao's actions, a man managed to speak through his fear. Boom! Before the man finished his words, his body exploded instantly, flesh and blood splattering everywhere in the reception hall.
The Wang family members felt a suffocating dread within, not even daring to breathe. Wang Xiong's heart turned even colder.
This was the Martial Saint. A master was no better than a mosquito in his presence. Guan Sheng and Wang Hao stood behind the Martial Saint, remaining silent. I am a person who values reason, however, if someone does not want to engage in reason with me, then I will also communicate with you in another manner, the Qingshan Martial Saint said flatly. It seemed the recent slaughter had nothing to do with him at all.
Martial Saint, I understand. Wang Xiong took a deep breath and spoke. Come, bring that unfilial son out. Wang Xiong commanded.
Immediately, someone pushed a wheelchair from outside, in which sat a person, Wang Xiong's son, Wang Shua. At this moment, Wang Shua's entire body was wrapped in gauze, with only his face exposed.
Wang Shua's body trembled incessantly, not daring to lift his head. Martial Saint, this is my unfilial son. If a son commits a crime, the father should bear the responsibility. Wang Xiong said. Slash.
Suddenly, Wang Xiong waved his left hand, and a powerful surge of energy slashed directly at his right hand. Wang Xiong's face turned pale, his right hand broke with a snap, blood gushing from the severed limb.
Head of the family. Dad.
The people of the Wang family stared at the scene in shock.
Wang Shua's eyes were blank. Why? Did I really make a mistake?
Wang Shua's heart was filled with agony. He wished he could cut off his own right hand. In his heart, his all-powerful father was actually so powerless before the Martial Saint, even so humble. The other high-ranking members of the Wang family were also extremely shocked. How could it come to the point of cutting off his own right hand? Wang Hao, behind the Qingshan martial saint, also twitched at the corner of his eye. This Wang Xiong was indeed too decisive, directly cutting off his own right hand. Such a person is truly ruthless. Looking at Wang Xiong, still dripping with blood, Wang Hao felt a deep shock in his heart. The Grandmaster, in front of the martial saint, didn't even dare to say a harsh word. He directly cut off his own arm. Martial saint, I have taught my son badly. I should die to atone for my sins, but the Wang family still needs me. I cut off my right arm to apologize and also offer 10 billion star coins and 1,000 top-quality essence crystals. I hope Martial Saint and young brother Wang Hao can forgive my anger. Wang Xiong's pale face continued to flow with sweat. 10 billion star coins, 1,000 top-quality essence crystals. Wang Hao's pupils shrank. As expected of a top aristocrat, the first move is 10 billion star coins. What are top-quality essence crystals? Just the name sounds very impressive. Yu Wang family has a martial art called 9 Nether Cold Strength, right? Plus this martial art. The Qingshan martial saint's expression showed no change as he spoke lightly. Wang Xiong's body trembled slightly, blood still flowing continuously. Yes, martial saint. Wang Xiong deeply bowed his head and said respectfully. Before long, there were servants from the Wang family bringing star coin cards, essence crystals, and martial arts directly over. Wang Hao, Guan Sheng, let's go. After receiving the items, the Qingshan martial saint took Wang Hao and Guan Sheng away, not looking at Wang Xiong again. Sending off the martial saint. Under the voices of the crowd, the Qingshan martial saint and Wang Hao left the Wang family directly. Thud. Not long after the Qingshan martial saint and others left, Wang Xiong's body could no longer hold on and fell directly to the ground. No one knew how great the psychological pressure he had just experienced was. After all, it was the Qingshan martial saint, a top-tier strongman in the entire Blue Star. Head of the family, head of the family. After Wang Xiong fell, the high-ranking members around rushed to his side. Call the doctor over, quick. Someone immediately ran out to call for a doctor. Wang Xiong struggled to get up and came to Wang Shua's side. Sure, do you think your father is useless? Wang Xiong said with a pale face. Wang Shua was also shedding tears, speaking to Wang Xiong, Dad, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Wang Xiong's left hand covered the place where his arm was severed. Sure, did you see that? That is the martial saint, just standing there is an unbeatable enemy. Our Wang family hasn't seen a martial saint for many years, now there is a chance. Chapter 64 SS Level Martial Arts. On the streets of the capital. The Qingshan martial saint and Wang Hao walked on the bustling streets. Everywhere were tall buildings, with traffic flowing like a river. In the sky, there were also many flying vehicles going back and forth. Wang Hao looked at the bustling scene around, with many powerful beings coming and going beside him. The capital was indeed much more prosperous than Jianlin City. Wang Hao, originally the Wang family wanted to take action against you. According to my temper when I was young, I should have directly wiped them out, but the situation does not allow me to do so. The Qingshan martial saint said, his eyes flashing with a vague light. Guan Sheng stood quietly beside him, not saying anything, but his eyes looking at the Qingshan martial saint were exceptionally respectful. Some things, Guan Sheng knew, but they weren't things that Wang Hao could touch right now. Even he felt detached from it. Guan Sheng thought bitterly. Vice President, this result is already quite good. Wang Hao said. Wiping out the family. Wang Hao did not think the Qingshan martial saint was joking. He had been observing everything that had just happened in the Wang family. Those members of the Wang family trembled in front of the martial saint, just like elementary school students seeing their homeroom teacher. Even a powerful grandmaster had no thoughts of resistance in front of the martial saint. Wang Hong could only cut off his right arm and then provide a large amount of training resources. Wang Hao, train well. This world is incredible. We, and even the whole Blue Star, are still too weak. The Qingshan martial saint seemed to think of something inside. Weak? Wang Hao's heart paused. Is the martial saint also weak? Seemingly sensing Wang Hao's thoughts, the Qingshan martial saint spoke again. Don't think that we, the Tianwu society, are powerful, but our enemies are equally formidable. Enemies, does that mean the monsters? After the Qingshan martial saint finished speaking, his body suddenly disappeared from the street. In the imperial capital, at the headquarters of the Tianwu society. Old Guan, long time no see, how come you have time to return to the capital this time? Is this the little genius you discovered from Jianlin City behind you? Indeed impressive, quite handsome. What do you mean little genius? Wang Hao is this year's martial exam champion, you think he's just messing around with you? Many people in the Tianwu society eagerly greeted Guan Sheng. Guan Sheng responded one by one while leading Wang Hao towards the guest lounge of the Tianwu society. Wang Hao followed behind, silently playing the role of a little follower. These people had at least innate martial artist levels, whereas he was just a postnatal martial artist. There was no need to jump around too much.
Wang Hao, did you see that?
That's the martial saint. That old guy Wang Xiong wouldn't dare to let out a single sound. Guan Shang said with a smile while drinking tea in the lounge.
Wang Hao nodded, just sitting there. The Qingshan martial saint was the greatest threat. Wang Hao was already very satisfied with how things were handled.
The head of the Wang family, a grandmaster, cut off his own right arm just to protect his useless son.
Wang Hao didn't care, that useless one, not to mention he had already been ruined. Even if he hadn't been ruined, Wang Hao could easily deal with him. Why did the vice president suddenly disappear just now?
Wang Hao recalled that after the Qingshan martial saint said those words, his figure disappeared from the street.
The vice president isn't that free, he uses a clone. Guan Shang replied. Clone. Wang Hao's eyes widened.
A single clone was enough to pressure the entire Wang family. How strong must the Qingshan martial saint be? Not to mention the martial god above the martial saint. This is what the vice president wants me to pass on to you, the Zhouyo Tianhan Jinshin, obtained from the Wang family.
Guan Shang's space ring flashed, and he directly pulled out a martial arts manual.
After Wang Hao received it, he saw that it was a martial arts manual that looked extremely ancient. Zhouyo Tianhan Jinshin, SS grade martial arts, practice with the chill of the nine abyss to achieve the Zhouyo Tianhan Jinshin. When trained to perfection, there is a chance to condense the true meaning of martial arts.
SS grade martial arts. Wang Hao's eyes widened.
This was the highest tier of martial arts Wang Hao had ever seen. And this wasn't even an S-grade martial art like the Xingqian Duan Hanju, which only had half its power.
President Guan, is this really for me?
Wang Hao gulped. This was an SS-grade martial art, and it had a chance to condense the true meaning of martial arts. Although Wang Hao didn't fully understand what the true meaning of martial arts was, the martial saints all used it.
So this true meaning of martial arts was likely related to the martial saints. To be given such a good thing directly.
Wang Hao felt a gentle warmth in his heart, eternally thankful he joined the Tianwu Society.
Without the Tianwu Society, the Wang family would have probably sent innate martial artists or grandmasters to come after him again.
Thinking of that Wang Xiong, Wang Hao felt a chill. He was too ruthless. Wang Hao had no doubt that without the backing of the Tianwu Society, he would definitely be in trouble. The vice president has high hopes for you, but this martial art isn't easy to practice.
It's best to wait until you achieve innate level before cultivating it. Guan Shang continued to speak.
Wang Hao nodded. The incomplete forging martial arts had taken him almost half a month to master. This SS-level martial arts was definitely several times more difficult. Also, that vice president said you can exchange 10 billion star coins for the energy pool of the Heavenly Martial Association. You'll be training there for a week.
Guan Shang continued.
Wang Hao's eyes lit up. The energy pool, that was a great thing. Then, under Guan Shang's lead, Wang Hao headed straight for the energy pool of the Heavenly Martial Association.
Before going, Wang Hao bought a lot of energy pills. Since there was an energy pool, he naturally wanted to maximize its benefits.
The two passed through the bustling Heavenly Martial Association again. They walked toward the back mountain of the Heavenly Martial Association. The closer they got to the back mountain, the more Wang Hao could feel the abundant heaven and earth energy.
At the entrance of the back mountain were two powerful guards with an incredibly strong aura.
The entire back mountain was tightly wrapped in a light blue protective shield. You go in, this is the innate pill prepared for you. I hope when you come out, you will already be an innate level martial artist.
Guan Shang said, handing a small bottle to Wang Hao at the entrance of the back mountain.
Wang Hao took it and nodded heavily. Guan Hao master, don't worry, an innate level is just a small thing. Then, under Guan Shang's gaze, Wang Hao directly entered. Watching Wang Hao leave, Guan Shang felt a deep sense of comfort in his heart. If this kid really breaks through in these few days. A 16-year-old martial artist.
TSK. Ha ha ha. Guan Shang excitedly thought.
No, I must also practice hard, otherwise this kid will catch up to me next year. Guan Shang suddenly remembered, his own realm was only a master.
The next level after innate is master.
Then, Guan Shang left the back mountain. As soon as Wang Hao entered the back mountain, he felt the rich heaven and earth energy.
Chapter 65, Innate Triple Heaven. The back mountain of the Heavenly Martial Association.
Rich heaven and earth energy filled the back mountain. After a while, Wang Hao finally reached the summit of the back mountain. The energy in the air was almost tangible. The surrounding plants and flowers were exceedingly lush, full of spring vitality. Wang Hao gently took a breath and felt a surge of energy within his body. In the center of the summit was a pool filled with energy liquid. What a grand sight! Looking at the scene before him, Wang Hao felt somewhat shocked. This rich heaven and earth energy was many times stronger than the top energy training room of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall.
Let's start cultivating. Wang Hao then jumped directly into the energy pool. The moment he entered, his aura creation greenwood method suddenly activated.
Wang Hao felt countless amounts of energy rushing into his body like a whale swallowing.
So refreshing.
Wang Hao then took out the energy pills he had prepared earlier, swallowing several at once, and soon entered deep-level cultivation.
7 days later. In the back mountain of the Heavenly Martial Association, Wang Hao was enveloped in the rich energy pool.
Light blue energy circulated around Wang Hao's body, an extremely fierce aura burst forth from him. The golden Dan within Wang Hao was filled with explosive power.
Moreover, Wang Hao's skin had become extremely delicate, as if it had been completely refined.
His appearance had not changed at all, but he exuded an ethereal aura. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the innate triple level, vitality plus 120. The system's voice echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes, he had finally reached the innate triple level.
This energy pool was truly amazing. On the morning of the 3rd day of training in the energy pool, Wang Hao reached the postnatal 10th level, and immediately swallowed the innate pill. The power of the innate pill directly transformed the energy seed in Wang Hao's body into a golden Dan. The golden core is a symbol of an innate martial artist. The so-called swallowing of a golden core into the abdomen means my fate is determined by me, not heaven. This describes the innate martial artist. Starting from the innate realm, martial artists are fundamentally different from humans. After achieving innate status, lifespan greatly increases. Even a martial artist with poor talent can live up to 200 years as long as they form a golden core and become innate. Thinking about living for 200 years now, Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Attribute table, Wang Hao silently thought. Name, Wang Hao.
Talent, 100 speed divine body, SSS, void shadow, S rank, extreme ice cold, S rank.
Realm, innate triple sky. Cultivation method, chi transformation greenwood skill.
Skills, blade intent, great success, enhances blade power by 150%, fist intent, minor success, enhances fist power by 80%.
Soul forging martial arts, Starforge soul technique upper part, S rank, entry. Blade technique martial arts, 9-layer blade technique, C rank, divine, shadow blade technique, D rank, perfect, heavenly origin 1 blade, U rank, divine, wind cutting blade technique, E rank, divine. Body forging martial arts, thunder body forging technique, C rank, perfect, diamond technique, E rank, divine.
Fist technique martial arts, thunderbolt fist, C rank, perfect, falling cloud palm, F rank, divine. Body movement martial arts, shadow demon step, C rank, mastery, ethereal step, E rank, perfect. Auxiliary martial arts, spirit light eyes, D rank, mastery, divine breath technique, C rank, entry.
Chi and blood, 980. Soul, 6.8. Time until next duplication, 22 days.
With chi and blood reaching 980, Wang Hao felt a wave of satisfaction looking at his panel. 98,000 kilograms of immense strength, who could withstand my punch?
During this time in the chi pool, Wang Hao had been devouring chi.
He had not practiced any martial arts. Those chi pills were all swallowed up by Wang Hao in just 7 days. Especially after reaching the innate realm, the advancement from chi pills had significantly slowed for Wang Hao. Basically, it was the chi pool that allowed Wang Hao to break through to the current realm in a short time. It's time to go out, Wang Hao suddenly thought. The Imperial Academy has already started classes. I still need to report there. Then, Wang Hao tidied up a bit and directly left the back mountain.
At the entrance of the back mountain, Guanshang was already waiting there.
Seeing Wang Hao appear to have undergone immense transformation, Guanshang was full of joy. Without Wang Hao saying anything, Guanshang already knew that Wang Hao had broken through to the innate realm. A 16-year-old innate martial artist. Guanshang's eyes were somewhat dazed, although he had thought of the possibility when sending Wang Hao in a few days ago. But when Wang Hao truly broke through and stood in front of him, Guanshang still felt a bit bewildered.
Guan Hao master, I am out.
Wang Hao said with a smile to Guanshang. Guanshang came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and patted Wang Hao's shoulder. Wang Hao, well done. Then, Guanshang took Wang Hao to the accommodation arranged for him by the Heaven Martial Association. There is no villa arranged for you here, Guanshang said with a smile, leading Wang Hao into a standalone high-end residence.
Although the residence was not as large as the villa in Jianglin City, it was indeed fully equipped with various facilities and appliances. There was also a patch of grassland at the entrance of the residence. This is quite good, living in such a big place alone doesn't make much sense, Wang Hao said. Go out of this residence, walk straight along the street for 2 kilometers, and you will reach the Imperial Academy, Guanshang said as he looked at the street outside. Wang Hao looked up and saw a spacious road outside the fence. Is the Imperial Academy this close? It seems Hall Master Guan has arranged everything for me. Cultivating in the innate realm generally uses elemental crystals, like the top-grade elemental crystals that Wang Xiong took out back at the Wang family.
Guan Sheng then started to explain the cultivation in the innate realm to Wang Hao. In the innate realm, the effective chi pills can no longer keep up with the absorption speed of the golden core. At this time, elemental crystals are needed. Elemental crystals are generally divided into 4 levels: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. Wang Hao recalled that the servant of the Wang family was indeed carrying a small box filled with rich spiritual energy from heaven and earth. No wonder the effect of the essence pill diminished so much after my breakthrough. It turns out it wasn't my fault. I can't help you with martial arts. Given your talent, teaching you these things would be like showing off my skills in front of an expert.
Guan Sheng continued with a laugh.
Take a good rest today and go to the Imperial Martial Academy to report tomorrow.
I've already spoken with your tutor. Going tomorrow is perfectly fine.
Guan Sheng then reminded Wang Hao a few more times before leaving.
Chapter 66, Imperial Martial Academy.
After Guan Sheng left, Wang Hao began to practice martial arts.
This upscale residence, though not large, did have a training room.
Wang Hao practiced his martial arts in the training room, and by evening, he was focusing on the starry body refining technique. As for why he wasn't practicing the techniques he had been practicing for 7 consecutive days and was getting worn out. Moreover, without the assistance of the energy pool, Wang Hao's training speed had dropped significantly.
A night without any incidents. The next morning, Wang Hao got up early.
After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he had breakfast and then set off for the Imperial Martial Academy. On the streets by the entrance of the academy, many students were walking together.
Wang Hao walked alone towards the Imperial Martial Academy. After a while, Wang Hao finally arrived at the Imperial Martial Academy.
At the entrance of the academy stood a huge stone tablet.
The bold and powerful characters on the tablet spelled out Imperial Martial Academy.
From a distance, Wang Hao could feel the supreme essence contained in those 4 large characters.
Wang Hao felt completely captivated by its presence.
Ding, congratulations to the host for perfecting C-grade martial arts Shadow Demon Steps. Ding, congratulations to the host for becoming proficient in C-grade martial arts Divine Breathing Technique. Sounds of martial arts levels increasing rang in Wang Hao's mind.
Is this the Imperial Martial Academy?
It's truly terrifying. Just a stone tablet allowed my martial arts level to effortlessly soar. Wang Hao took a deep breath. Having achieved such results even before entering, he couldn't help but wonder what sights awaited him inside.
Then, Wang Hao walked toward the Imperial Martial Academy.
At the entrance of the academy, besides students, there were many warriors observing the stone tablet. These are words written by the martial god, containing the supreme essence of martial arts.
Even after hundreds of years, the resonance of those characters still exists. I'm losing it. Why have I been staring at this for so long without any reaction? Plus, I feel a bit dizzy. Yeah, me too. Plus, my legs feel a bit weird.
Dude, you must have been standing too long. Your legs are numb. Come on.
Yuan percent and. But the martial arts essence up there is amazing.
Just looking at it for a bit, I could feel the rich martial arts essence in those words.
Whoa, you could actually feel the martial arts essence. Which class are you from? Take me with you, by the way. What is martial arts essence? I don't really know. Then you say Yuan percent.
Wang Hao listened to the discussions around him among students and warriors, his mouth twitching. These people seemed a bit silly.
Classmate, which class are you in? You haven't reported yet, right? Let me take you to report.
Just as Wang Hao was about to step through the school gate, a delighted voice rang out. Wang Hao looked in the direction of the voice. A young man in a white jacket was walking toward him.
How did you know I haven't reported? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Could it be that his reputation as a genius extended even here? Does he have fans? You're not wearing the school badge.
The young man pointed to the badge on his own chest and said. Wang Hao froze for a moment. Nearby, students mostly had a school badge on their chests. Only those wearing the badge could enter the school. Otherwise, they would need guidance from a staff member. This young man was specifically there to guide students to report. Some students may have a sudden matter and couldn't report on the first day of school, which is completely normal.
Classmate, which class are you in? Let me check your identity.
The young man in a jacket said with a smile.
Shenwu class, Wang Hao.
Wang Hao said directly.
The young man's eyes instantly became dull. Shenwu class. Not just the young man, but others at the school gate looked at Wang Hao with the eyes of a monster. Shenwu class?
Damn, this dude, no, handsome guy, is actually from the Shenwu class. Are you kidding? The Shenwu class is our capital city's academy's top genius class. How old is he?
No way, I bet he must have made a mistake.
I also think so. The lowest level in the Shenwu class is already innate level. He hasn't awakened for long. How could it be? Must have been a mistake. Exactly. The monsters from the Shenwu class, how could they be so good looking?
I bet there will be no record of him, then he'll be sent to the ordinary class. +1. Hearing the discussions around him, Wang Hao blinked. Is the Xinwu class really that amazing? The young man in the jacket ignored the surrounding voices and was checking Wang Hao's information on his tablet. Xinwu class, Wang Hao, 16 years old. The young man stared at the information on the tablet, and his breath paused for a moment. It really is the Xinwu class, Wang Hao. The young man took a deep breath, staring blankly at Wang Hao in front of him. The 16-year-old, from the Xinwu class, is this a joke? But the information on the tablet can't lie. Did you find it? Wang Hao asked as he noticed the young man's dazed look. The young man nodded. Classmate Wang Hao, let's go, I will take you to the Xinwu class. Then the young man in the jacket led Wang Hao into the campus. Damn, he went in, he actually went in, didn't Zheng Yang just say what? I will take you to the Xinwu class. This is too absurd, he is really from the Xinwu class, have they lowered the entry requirements? He just said Xinwu class Wang Hao. Wang Hao. Wang Hao seems to be this year's top martial arts exam winner. I remember, that something city's 16-year-old double-talent martial genius. Wang Hao, it turns out to be him. That's too ridiculous, that's the Xinwu class, how many people are in the whole Xinwu class, so many martial exam winners, why can Wang Hao be in the Xinwu class? I can't accept it. Are you the martial exam winner from last year? I was 18th in the martial exam last year. You had hashtag $% hashtag at $% asterisk and %. When did the 18th get to speak? After Wang Hao left, these people were still arguing endlessly. Guided by the young man in the jacket, Wang Hao walked towards the Xinwu class. The campus was filled with the breath of youth. Many students have left their footprints all over the school. On the playground, on the grass, in the classrooms, and the laughter and discussion about martial arts rang out everywhere. Classmate Wang Hao, my name is Zheng Yang, you can add my contact information, you can ask me about anything in school later, although my talent is not outstanding, but I know most of the school matters. The young man in the jacket said. Chapter 67, Xinwu Class. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao immediately opened his terminal and added Zheng Yang's contact information. After adding the contact, the two continued walking deeper into the school. The Imperial Capital Academy is truly the top prestigious school. Not only is it vast in area, with all sorts of exquisite buildings, but the academy is also filled with a strong martial atmosphere. Everywhere, classmates are sparring in martial arts, and the natural energy is much thicker than outside. It can even be compared to a mid-level energy training room in an extreme martial arts gym. Before long, the two passed through the teaching buildings and arrived at a fork in a small path. Zheng Yang looked at the small path ahead, his eyes full of caution. Classmate Wang Hao, ahead is the Xinwu class, Lin Dezongxi should be teaching inside now, you can just follow the small path directly in. Zheng Yang took a deep breath and spoke to Wang Hao. Wang Hao nodded, thank you, Senior Zheng Yang. This is what I should do. Wang Hao, if you need anything, you can contact me anytime. Be careful on this little path. Zheng Yang smiled and said. After speaking, Zheng Yang directly left. Wang Hao looked at the little path, this path was not simple. This little path seemed to contain a hidden power. Just now, Zheng Yang also said to be cautious of this little path. Then let me experience it. Wang Hao took a deep breath and walked towards the path. Boom! An extremely strong pressure suddenly appeared on Wang Hao's body. Wang Hao nearly stumbled and could hardly stand firm. This is gravity. Wang Hao breathed heavily, adjusting his breath. Then, Wang Hao walked inside along the path again. The pressure on him no longer affected him too much. At first, it just caught him off guard. If an acquired martial artist came in, it would probably be tough, Wang Hao thought as he felt the gravity weighing down on him. Although Wang Hao didn't know how strong the gravity of this little path was, it surely was beyond what an acquired martial artist could bear. Wang Hao continued walking ahead. The feeling of being suppressed had become more tolerable. Before long, Wang Hao heard a sound coming from inside the little path. Is Master Lin giving a lecture inside? Wang Hao thought, as it seemed that under the influence of this gravity field, the sound became unclear to his ears. After a while, Wang Hao finally reached the end of the little path. The moment he exited the path, Wang Hao felt the pressure on him lift, and his internal energy surged rapidly. Then, Wang Hao felt a terrifying gaze fixated on him. Wang Hao instantly felt a chill creep up his spine. Just the gaze made him feel as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Is this the Grand Master? A warrior second only to the martial saint. You must be Wang Hao. A steady voice echoed from afar. Wang Hao suppressed the trembling in his heart and nodded. Come in. The voice called again. Wang Hao no longer felt that terrifying gaze. Returning to his senses, he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. Then Wang Hao continued to walk inside. It was an open-air classroom. There was a special shield surrounding it tightly. The elemental energy in the classroom was much denser than in other parts of the Imperial Capital Academy. Although Wang Hao hadn't stepped in yet, he could already feel the extremely rich elemental energy.
Over 20 young people were sitting in the classroom, their eyes fixed on the podium. Grandmaster Lin, dressed in a martial arts robe, stood on the podium like a true martial arts master, smiling.
Wang Hao, you sit in that position, first row, right side. Grandmaster Lin said. Wang Hao took a deep breath and walked toward the desk.
Everyone in the classroom gazed curiously at Wang Hao.
They naturally had long known that a new classmate would join their class.
Many also held a special meaning in their eyes. Wang Hao didn't deliberately use his spiritual power to observe, but he could already feel the classmates' somewhat friendly gazes.
I just started my lecture when you arrived. This class is about boxing force, Wang Hao. Even though you may not have been exposed to this yet, it's still beneficial to listen as it will help you understand boxing force in the future. Grandmaster Lin said.
When Wang Hao's Shinshi technique reached the familiar stage, his hidden methods became even more skillful. Even the Grandmaster could not discern Wang Hao's level in front of him. They thought Wang Hao was still at the acquired level.
Wang Hao blinked. What do you mean by inexperienced?
I have already mastered the sword momentum greatly and the fist momentum slightly.
Do you think the unparalleled genius is joking with you? The classmates around couldn't help but chuckle.
Master Lin, I understand now, I will listen carefully.
Wang Hao said. He couldn't just jump out and say he had already comprehended the fist momentum, right?
Master Lin noticed Wang Hao showed no signs of arrogance and nodded in appreciation. Then, Master Lin continued to talk about fist momentum on the podium. After entering the basics of fist momentum, a momentum will be generated inside your body.
That momentum will give you when you use martial arts.
Moreover, fist momentum can not only but also. Master Lin on the podium was explaining various knowledge about fist momentum, and the other students were listening intently, their eyes fervently fixed on Master Lin. Wang Hao, on the other hand, yawned. After 7 days of continuous practice in the vitality pool, he was really exhausted. For some reason, he felt a bit sleepy listening to Master Lin's class. A young man beside him frowned.
What is Wang Hao doing? Can't he at least pay attention in class? Yawning right after arriving, looking so listless, what does that mean? Is he looking down on Master Lin? Looking down on us in the Divine Martial class?
The young man, Qin Ming, joined the Divine Martial class last year and was 21 years old this year. He was already a third-layer martial artist. Although Qin Ming was not the top genius in the Divine Martial class, he always worked extremely hard, and many mentors highly regarded him. Qin Ming was considered an inspirational figure at the Emperor Martial Academy. His talent wasn't top-notch, but he put in tremendous effort. While others practiced 10 times, he practiced 100 times. And each day, besides practicing, it was all about practice, with no entertainment time at all. He could stand firm in the Divine Martial class due to his hard work far exceeding others. Qin Ming could not stand lazy people, especially those like Wang Hao, who were top geniuses. At 16, he became a martial artist and joined the Divine Martial class that he had worked so hard to enter.
Why is it that someone with such talent yawns in the first class, looking so unenergetic?
Wang Hao had no idea that his careless action had already filled Qin Ming with rage.
Chapter 68, Everyone Present is Trash.
Master Lin on the podium continued to babble about fist momentum, seemingly oblivious to Wang Hao's listlessness. After a while, Master Lin paused the lesson. Some students may be tired, so I will stop here for now. You can digest it first, I will continue later. After finishing, Master Lin cast a faint glance at Wang Hao and then directly left the classroom.
The other students began to discuss what Master Lin had just said about fist momentum, and the entire classroom became lively. Many people kept glancing at Wang Hao, sitting in the front row. This guy really has guts, yawning in the very first lesson. After Master Lin left, Wang Hao instantly perked up. What's happening here?
Wang Hao felt like he was back in the previous world, where he would doze off during class, and once the teacher left, he would immediately come alive.
Could it be that I have a disease that makes me sleepy in class? Wang Hao was extremely worried. If an unparalleled genius got sick, what would that be?
Beside him, Qin Ming was even more furious.
Damn it! Once Master Lin left, it felt like winning $1 million lottery.
Having such great talent but still slacking off, a person like this really doesn't deserve to be in our Divine Martial class.
Qin Ming had completely lost his rationality inside. Wang Hao, what do you mean?
Qin Ming glared coldly at Wang Hao, the chill in his eyes almost turning tangible.
Wang Hao?
The classmates who were discussing around also stopped their voices. All eyes turned to Qin Ming.
Do we know each other? Wang Hao frowned.
Since coming to the capital, he had not shown off. No, he had not caused any trouble.
What is this guy up to, targeting me on the first class?
Whether we know each other or not doesn't matter.
How dare you sleep in Master Lin's class? Are you provoking our Divine Martial class in Master Lin?
Qin Ming's eyes were cold enough to freeze. The surrounding classmates watched the scene with great interest. Everyone was clear about Qin Ming's personality. Perhaps due to his experiences, Qin Ming particularly disliked lazy people. Wang Hao happened to sit next to him and was caught red-handed. He. This is going to be good. There are some things you don't know, and I don't want to explain. You come in here and insult me, even slandering me for provoking Master Lin. Are you sick in the head? Wang Hao pointed to his own head and said. As soon as Wang Hao spoke, the surrounding classmates got even more excited. Wang Hao was really bold, directly confronting him. Many classmates had already taken out their cherished sunflower seeds and snacks, ready to watch the ongoing battle. Wang Hao, do you really think you're the only genius here? I'll tell you, even though you may be a top genius in Jianglin City, here in the Divine Martial class, your genius is nothing. Qin Ming retaliated sharply. Qin Ming's words echoed through the classroom, with many classmates nodding in agreement. Clearly, they all highly recognized Qin Ming's words. Yeah, what's the big deal about being the top scorer in martial exams? Does our Divine Martial class lack these things? A classmate with bright red hair cracked seeds and said. Wu Yan, you're right, our Divine Martial class is not lacking in geniuses. This top scorer in martial exams may be impressive in other classes, but here, it's really of no use. A chubby youth said while gnawing on a chicken paw. Exactly, what kind of place is Jianglin City? Never even heard of it. A 16-year-old martial artist is nothing but a joke. Dual path divine martial arts, that kind of garbage F-grade and E-grade martial arts, what's the point of being a master? If you're capable, show us a D-grade or C-grade martial art. The classmates nearby were openly discussing without caring if Wang Hao could hear them. After all, Wang Hao was just a martial artist, and even the lowest ranking in the divine martial class was already an 8. For Wang Hao, everyone really didn't care much. A genius? Who isn't? Seeing that everyone was on his side, Qin Ming's disdain only deepened. A genius martial artist at 16, so what? At least, now in front of me, you can't even lift your head. This is what you get for wasting your talent, for provoking our divine martial class and Master Lin. Today, I'll give you a harsh lesson, so you know there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. I'm sorry. I was wrong just now. Wang Hao's tone turned icy. Qin Ming's eyes were full of delight. Did saying sorry make it all okay? The surrounding classmates were very satisfied. Not bad, this kid knows the drill. Although he has no guts, admitting his mistakes is good enough. Study hard in the future, we can still be good classmates. Then tell me, where did you go wrong? Qin Ming pressed on without mercy, continuing to ask. You guys might have misunderstood what I meant. I thought only this guy had a problem with his brain, but it turns out you bunch also have your heads filled with nonsense. Wang Hao replied, his expression calm. As soon as Wang Hao's voice fell, the surrounding classmates dropped their sunflower seeds on the ground. Did I hear wrong? What does this Wang Hao mean? He just said our heads are filled with nonsense? Qin Ming was dumbfounded, soon followed by boundless rage. Wang Hao, what do you mean? Are you really challenging our entire divine martial class? Qin Ming's roar echoed throughout the divine martial class. The edges of the protective shield seemed to tremble in an instant. Wang Hao, kneel down and apologize immediately, or you won't walk out of the classroom standing up today. Don't think we won't bully you just because you're a warrior. I'll make you regret it soon. Wang Hao, please take back what you just said. We don't want to hurt the feelings between classmates. You dare? Do you know where this is? This is the divine martial class, not your small Jianglin City. I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. You guys not only have your heads filled with, but let me say this to everyone present, one and all, you're all TM trash. Everyone here is trash, you got that? Wang Hao shouted loudly, his eyes filled with blatant disdain. Wang Hao's words clearly reached the ears of everyone in the divine martial class. The anger in Qin Ming's eyes turned into something tangible, his body shaking uncontrollably. Trash, this guy called everyone in the divine martial class trash? Not just Qin Ming, but other classmates were also boiling with rage. How dare he? Chapter 69, Battle with Qin Ming. Even eating a melon can lead to trouble for me, this is ridiculous. Many classmates were trembling with anger. These students in the divine martial class are all top-tier talents, usually, everyone treats them with utmost respect. Even the mentors of the Imperial Martial Academy would not be too harsh on them. This Wang Hao actually dared to call them trash? You. Qin Ming pointed directly at Wang Hao, his body trembling violently. The surrounding classmates all looked at Wang Hao with furious faces. If they were not in the classroom, they would have rushed up to beat him. What are you? Can't understand human language? I said you're all trash, got it? Wang Hao looked at Qin Ming with a feeling of disgust. I am your father, huh?
Daring to meddle while I am just taking a nap in class. Master Lin has no problem with it, but you do? What's the matter? In this Imperial Capital Academy, you are the boss. Wang Hao, it seems really necessary for you to experience my power. Qin Ming's internal energy erupted violently, a huge wave of force swirling around him. Qin Ming, teach him a harsh lesson for daring to call us trash. Let him experience the power of trash, no, the power of our divine martial class. You must beat him until he can't take care of himself for insulting us, damn it. Beat his face hard, don't let me hear his voice again. Yuan, and. The surrounding classmates were burning with righteous indignation. Jokingly, how could someone insult the divine martial class? They must teach him a lesson. Wang Hao looked at Qin Ming before him and sneered, getting mocked a few times shouldn't make him lose control. A genius from the divine martial class? It seems necessary to show these frogs at the bottom of the well what a real genius is. Wang Hao's internal energy also began to gather. Cough cough, what are you doing? Just as the atmosphere was about to explode as they were about to make a move, a deep voice rang out. The classmates all turned to look at the source of the voice. Master Lin, dressed in a martial arts robe, had a stern face, staring directly at everyone. I just left for a moment, and look at what you've turned into. This is a classroom, not a place for fighting. Master Lin said in a deep voice. Master Lin, it's this Wang Hao, he. Qin Ming pointed at Wang Hao, speaking to Master Lin. But Qin Ming couldn't continue. Could he say it was because this Wang Hao called them trash? This was something Qin Ming simply could not say. Qin Ming's face turned red, this damn Wang Hao, causing him to lose face completely, damn. Master Lin, it's like this, my classmates were warmly welcoming me, we got caught up in the conversation, and this student got a bit too excited, so he stood up to stretch a bit. Wang Hao said seriously, looking at Master Lin. The surrounding classmates wished they could chew Wang Hao to pieces. TM warmly welcoming, too excited, standing up to stretch a bit. Qin Ming's forehead was throbbing, this Wang Hao. If it weren't for Master Lin. Master Lin twitched the corner of his mouth slightly upon hearing this, he had sensed everything clearly just now. This Wang Hao, his courage is really too great, on the very first day, he is causing trouble with so many classmates. Master Lin was just watching in fear and trepidation. Worried that these classmates might be unable to hold back and directly KO Wang Hao right here. Alright, this matter ends here, let's continue the class. If I find anyone fighting in class, Master Lin continued to speak. Many classmates gritted their teeth, how infuriating. Master Lin, I want to spar with classmate Wang Hao. Qin Ming took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Nonsense, you are a third-level innate martial artist, and you want to spar with a martial artist? Aren't you afraid others will laugh at you? Master Lin frowned. What is wrong with Qin Ming, insisting on confronting Wang Hao? Master Lin, I am willing to suppress my level to match Wang Hao's. Please support me, Master Lin. Qin Ming gritted his teeth and said. As soon as Qin Ming said this, the classmates around him brightened up. Yes, they could suppress their level to be the same as Wang Hao. Then it wouldn't be considered bullying him. Although Qin Ming's strength isn't the top in divine martial class, his battle experience is certainly not something Wang Hao can compare to. Wang Hao appeared indifferent, sparring, isn't this asking me to show off? No, to display my divine body in front of people. Master Lin looked at the two before him. Although Wang Hao is a martial artist who understands martial arts profoundly, his level is insufficient, and relying only on those two low-level martial arts really has no advantage. Qin Ming, though not the top talent, has that desperation. Forget it, let's give Wang Hao a good lesson, it's also good to temper his sharpness. Wang Hao, Qin Ming wants to spar with you at the same level, do you have any objections? Master Lin spoke to Wang Hao. The other classmates looked at Wang Hao with threatening expressions. As if to say, if you don't dare to agree, don't go home after school. Qin Ming also stared at Wang Hao intently, weren't you just shouting happily? Now do you dare? Wang Hao appeared to be in a difficult situation. Classmate Wang Hao, we have long heard of your extraordinary talent and want to experience your unparalleled skills, just agree. Yes, you are a super genius with dual martial arts, dealing with one Qin Ming should be easy. Exactly, classmate Wang Hao's talent is the best, how can he be afraid of Qin Ming? No way, Wang Hao can't really be scared, can he? The classmates beside him looked very much like they supported Wang Hao. It seemed Wang Hao was truly their idol. These fools are really shameless, forcing me to show off in front of people. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, then I will spar with classmate Qin Ming. Wang Hao spoke with a very shy appearance. Once Wang Hao said this, Qin Ming and others instantly became ecstatic, he agreed, great. Qin Ming's mind was filled with delight, as if he could already see Wang Hao being thoroughly ravaged by himself. Since you are so cooperative, I will reward you with a few extra punches later. Master Lin's eyelids twitched, this Wang Hao really agreed. Does this guy not know how much hatred he has attracted?
Forget it, being beaten by classmates now is better than facing stronger foes later on. Alright, since both sides have agreed, I won't say much. I will only say one thing, you are all classmates, please stop before it gets too serious, and don't hurt the harmony among classmates. Master Lin then said calmly. Qin Ming quickly nodded, Master Lin, don't worry, I will take good care of classmate Wang Hao. Wang Hao just smirked, harmony? These animals would love nothing more than to devour me alive. Chapter 70, line up, one by one. Boom boom boom. A purple aura suddenly appeared around Master Lin. The power was eating at the edge of the classroom, forming a purple shield. You two go in. In this power shield, it will suppress your power to the awakened 5th level. Master Lin said calmly. The awakened 5th level. When Master Lin's words came out, many classmates were shocked in their hearts. This Wang Hao is actually a 5th level martial artist. How long has it been since he awakened? He must have only been practicing for a few months, and he is already at the 5th level. The classmates felt a heavy feeling. Now that he is at the 5th level and only 16 years old, doesn't that mean he has a chance to become a foundational martial artist before the age of 18? Everyone looked at Wang Hao with serious expressions. Although Wang Hao was a bit talkative, this talent was truly amazing. Qin Ming was filled with jealousy. This guy is already at the 5th level. When I was 16, I was still struggling at the body refining stage. How frustrating. Qin Ming's heart was boiling with anger. Why didn't I have such strong talent? I work so hard, my talent should be the strongest. Even if his talent is super strong, so what? Strength is everything. If I don't beat you into calling me dad, I'll change my name to Qin Useless. Qin Ming thought viciously. Wang Hao curiously stared at the shield. Can it suppress power? There's such a thing. Then, Wang Hao and Qin Ming walked directly toward the shield under the expectant gaze of their classmates. As soon as they entered the shield, Wang Hao felt a powerful force suppressing his power. The master is too strong, with just a shield, he can reduce people's levels like this. Qin Ming stood expressionlessly inside the shield, his eyes fixed firmly on Wang Hao. If you are knocked out of the shield, it counts as a loss. Also, you are classmates, so you should know where the bottom line is. Master Lin continued. The power within Qin Ming was already building up. On the other side, Wang Hao looked indifferent, as if he had no intention of resisting. The spar begins. Master Lin said lightly, his voice echoing throughout the classroom. Immediately, Qin Ming began to move at high speed, gathering power in his hands as he charged toward Wang Hao. Qin Ming used his specialty D-level martial art, 8 strikes punch. Wang Hao is still lost in thought. Wang Hao is in danger. A classmate named Wu Yan started excitedly commentating as he watched the scene unfold. All the classmates looked on with eager expressions, already imagining Wang Hao getting beaten into a pig's head. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, his powerful spiritual energy clearly sensing Qin Ming's speed and attack angle. Whoosh! Just as Qin Ming was about to hit Wang Hao gently twisted his body, and Qin Ming's body brushed past Wang Hao's sleeve. Qin Ming's attack arrived, but Wang Hao dodged it. Wu Yan was filled with astonishment, he actually dodged it. After missing, Qin Ming's body slid on the ground, and then he launched another attack on Wang Hao. Qin Ming launched another attack. Wang Hao still hasn't countered, Qin Ming's fist is coming again. What is Wang Hao doing? What is Wang Hao doing? Wang Hao raised his hands. What does he want to do? Wu Yan looked at the scene with growing excitement. The surrounding classmates were all tense, watching the situation unfold. Qin Ming's fist is coming, Wang Hao is in danger. Wang Hao is about to be. No. What do I see? Qin Ming is going to win. No. Qin Ming missed again. Wait. Wang Hao's hands moved. No. Qin Ming. Qin Ming. The situation on the field seemed to exceed everyone's expectations. Both of Qin Ming's strikes were easily dodged by Wang Hao. Seeing that he missed again, Qin Ming's heart sank. How is this possible? Slap. At the moment when Qin Ming missed again, Wang Hao struck back. A palm landed directly on Qin Ming's face. Qin Ming's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? Bang! A large, swollen mark instantly appeared on Qin Ming's face, followed by him being knocked out of his shield by the slap. Beside him, the excited commentator Wu Yan's face turned red. Qin Ming. Qin Ming. Qin Ming has been taken down in a second. Other classmates around looked stunned. How could this be possible? Although his realm was suppressed, his understanding of martial arts, as well as his combat skills, how could Qin Ming lose? I refuse. I refuse. Wang Hao snuck up on me. Qin Ming simply could not accept the fact that he was defeated by Wang Hao with a slap, raging helplessly on the side. Master Lin's face did not change at all, but his eyes were extremely shocked. Though he had imagined it, Wang Hao might be able to defeat Qin Ming. But this Wang Hao actually defeated Qin Ming with just a slap. His understanding of martial arts and control of battles far exceeded Qin Ming's. Truly an extraordinary genius. Lost is lost, can't you accept such a small defeat? Master Lin said lightly, looking at Wang Hao with great admiration. Qin Ming tightly clenched his fists. Why can't he even beat a 5th-level martial artist? This Wang Hao is something else. He actually took out Qin Ming in an instant, but he is really too annoying, insulting us as trash. Exactly, he has the talent, but his mouth is too foul. He's not that powerful, it's just that Qin Ming underestimated him, and Qin Ming was also in a rage, unable to show his true strength. I think so too, that damn Wang Hao stirred up Qin Ming's anger on purpose, and then. The classmates around quietly debated. Many felt that Qin Ming just let his guard down. Master Lin, however, snorted coldly in his heart. Letting his guard down? These people still had too low a realm, lacking experience. Anyone else who refuses, line up, one by one. Seeing the classmates whispering outside, Wang Hao sarcastically said, clearly sensing these great geniuses were making excuses. Not putting on a big show this time, do they really think my genius is fake? As soon as Wang Hao's words came out, the watching classmates erupted again. This guy is too arrogant, line up, one by one? Qin Ming bit his lip until it bled. If I just had one more chance, I would definitely. I clearly could have been steadier. Beside him, Master Lin was also a bit dumbfounded. This kid is provoking everyone. If I were these classmates, I couldn't help but want to give him a hit too. Damn, this Wang Hao is too pretentious, I can't hold back, don't stop me. I must teach him a lesson. I can't take it anymore either. How can someone like this exist? Is there anyone who can go and teach Wang Hao a good lesson? I'll support them in spirit. Su Jing, you go. You are the strongest among us, you can definitely defeat him. Chapter 71, for the honor of the divine martial class. The surrounding classmates all looked towards a student on the edge. That was a young man in a black t-shirt, with a fair and clean face, looking somewhat lazy. The young man was Su Jing. Su Jing also joined the divine martial class last year and was also a top genius. Su Jing pouted. Although he was also upset about Wang Hao's arrogance, he was not the kind of person who would rush into a fight just because people said a few words. We are classmates, we should care for each other, how can we kill and fight? If Wang Hao likes to shout, let him shout, what's the problem? Su Jing said, his tone calm, with no emotion at all. Although he was confident he could handle Wang Hao, what if this kid had some hidden cards? If he really faced a setback, wouldn't he end up like that foolish Qin Ming, becoming a joke? Hearing Su Jing's words, the surrounding classmates were somewhat displeased. But Su Jing was unwilling, and they could do nothing about it. Su Jing, I have a collection of black silk photos of our Emperor Wu School's goddess, Lin Shihan. If you teach this Wang Hao a harsh lesson, I will gladly give you the photos, said a chubby classmate, Chen Shou. Su Jing's eyes lit up, black silk photos of Lin Shihan? Such treasures, why didn't Chen Shou share them? How cruel. Lin Shihan was the #1 beauty of their Emperor Wu Academy. Her beauty could sink fish and scatter birds, she could make the moon shy and the flowers envious, she was the dream goddess of many classmates. Su Jing was, of course, also infatuated with her. Since there was such a great prize, why not go for it? Other classmates looked at Chen Shou with deep longing, hiding such treasures was truly wicked. Maintaining the dignity of our divine martial class, it is our duty, I will go. Su Jing declared earnestly. As soon as Su Jing spoke, the classmates around him twitched their mouths. You weren't saying this a moment ago, LSP. But if Su Jing was willing to take action, then it would be fine. Wang Hao, trapped in his shield, saw them gathering outside and wondered what these guys were plotting. If no one speaks, I'll take it that you all submit. The genius of the divine martial class, not a single one can fight. Wang Hao continued to mock, he had been waiting for so long, if he didn't put on a show, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Master Lin was completely speechless, he realized that Wang Hao was simply a human cannon, blasting anyone in sight. Wait, when he reaches the Grand Master level, will he? What am I thinking? When he reaches the Grand Master level with his current state, whether he can even survive to become a Grand Master is uncertain. Humph, Wang Hao, let me Su Jing teach you a lesson, to prevent you from reckless slandering our divine martial class's reputation in the future. Su Jing coldly snorted and spoke. Su Jing, go for it. Defeat Wang Hao. This Wang Hao is too arrogant, he must be taught a lesson. Exactly, he is provoking the dignity of our divine martial class, must be taught a lesson. Damn it, not a single one can fight, Su Jing, go up and teach him a harsh lesson. +1. Surrounding classmates cheered on Su Jing, the thought that Su Jing might lose never crossed their minds. Su Jing was also a super genius, and his understanding was extraordinarily strong. Although he had only reached the 4th level of innate martial cultivation, he had already mastered C-level martial arts at the proficient level. He was counted among the best in their divine martial class. One should know that innate martial artists usually practice D-level martial arts. Being able to enter C-level martial arts was already incredibly terrifying, let alone reaching the proficient level. As for the previous Qin Ming, despite his efforts, he was still just effort. Qin Ming silently stared at Su Jing, his heart was filled with conflict. On one hand, he hoped Su Jing could teach Wang Hao a harsh lesson for them to vent their anger. On the other hand, he hoped Su Jing would also lose to Wang Hao, so that losing to Wang Hao wouldn't be just on him. Su Jing, of course, was unaware of Qin Ming's thoughts. He walked over to Qin Ming and patted his shoulder. "I will avenge you, don't worry." Qin Ming nodded with a complex expression. What was I thinking? How could Su Jing possibly lose? Then, Su Jing, under the eager anticipation of his classmates, walked towards the shield. For the black silk, no, for the glory of the divine martial class, I must win, Su Jing thought. Master Lin watched Su Jing enter the arena and did not expect much from Wang Hao. After all, the gap in martial arts was too large. F-level and E-level martial arts, even if practiced to perfection, could not match C-level martial arts. Hope this failure can make you reflect on yourself, Master Lin thought. Wang Hao looked at Su Jing, dressed in a black t-shirt, his expression remained unchanged. Finally, he had arrived. This must be their current big shot of the divine martial class. If he takes this person down, then these guys should be quiet, right? Wang Hao, let the senior teach you a lesson, so you know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Su Jing said calmly. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow and smiled. Just you? You are still far from it. Su Jing's expression darkened. This guy really thought that defeating Qin Ming could change everything. Both sides prepare, the battle begins. Master Lin said with a blank expression. His deep voice echoed across the entire classroom area, and everyone clearly heard it. Su Jing is gathering his elemental power. If he uses his Wu. Wu Yan started his excited commentary, but Chen Shou tightly covered Wu Yan's mouth. Don't talk, you might make Su Jing lose for sure. Chen Shou said, covering Wu Yan's mouth. Other classmates also looked in agreement. This Wu Yan, better to stop talking. Just watch the battle, stop talking. Wu Yan felt wronged in his heart. Let me go, I won't talk, but you are pressing my head down, how can I see? At that moment, Wu Yan was held down by Chen Shou and a few other classmates, completely unable to see what was happening in the arena. Swish! The elemental power in Su Jing's body transformed into a golden color, surrounding him like a golden war god. Wang Hao, be careful, I'm coming. Su Jing took a deep breath. For the black silk, no, for the honor of the divine martial class. Chapter 72, Who else? Wang Hao looked at Su Jing, who was radiating golden light, and finally had a serious expression in his eyes. Hope this Su Jing is somewhat useful. Su Jing's body rapidly charged towards Wang Hao. The air stirred with strands of golden elemental energy waves. Bang! In an instant, Su Jing's body had closed in on Wang Hao. Su Jing formed his palm into a fist and struck heavily towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao's mental power was formidable, easily detecting Su Jing's attacking trajectory. But Wang Hao showed no intention of dodging. He also punched out with great force, the pale blue elemental power carrying tremendous strength. Bang! The two fists collided heavily, filling the air with a violent blast. Immediately, Su Jing's body was knocked back by Wang Hao's punch. Sizzle! Su Jing's feet firmly pressed against the ground, sliding back for a distance, leaving a clear visible mark on the ground. Su Jing's fist from the clash with Wang Hao had turned red, and his body trembled slightly. Wang Hao actually repelled him, and the force was simply outrageous. Could he also have practiced body refinement martial arts? The classmates outside all had their pupils shrink. This Wang Hao is a bit impressive. Su Jing's talent is power-based, and he has practiced C-level body refinement martial arts. This is absurd. Is this guy really only 16 years old? Even Su Jing is being suppressed by him. I feel it's over. Su Jing can't lose, right? Hiss. Is this what a super genius is like? Simply terrifying. Are we really garbage? Don't panic, the battle has just begun. We must believe in Su Jing. Go, Su Jing, you have to defeat Wang Hao. Classmates next to him were cheering for Su Jing. Qin Ming, on the other hand, had an excited look in his eyes. Could this Wang Hao really defeat Su Jing? Master Lin, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes. As the mentor of the divine martial class, he was very aware of each student's strengths. Even though Su Jing's realm was suppressed at the acquired 5th layer, his talent and martial arts advantages made it easy for him to deal with an average acquired 8th layer warrior. Why could this Wang Hao repel Su Jing? Master Lin could tell that Wang Hao relied solely on his physical strength and had not used any martial arts. Was there really such a terrifying guy, someone with exceptional training talent, comprehension, and battle prowess? On the stage, Su Jing let out a slight breath, and then his expression became extraordinarily serious. Wang Hao, your talent is indeed very strong.
I have a move that I originally reserved for the next monthly assessment, but for the sake of for the glory of our divine martial class, I have decided to let you taste it first. Su Jing said. Wang Hao smiled, feel free to use any moves you have, I will get serious too. Wang Hao also greatly admired Su Jing for being able to withstand his punches without directly losing combat power. Although he didn't use any martial arts enhancement, Wang Hao's strength, tempered by the thunder body refining technique, had already reached an extreme. Even if his realm was suppressed to the early stage of the 5th level, it was still not something an ordinary martial artist could withstand. Did you not see that Qin Ming couldn't even bear a slap from Wang Hao? In Wang Hao's eyes, Su Jing had already qualified, so Wang Hao became a bit more serious. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Su Jing's expression showed no change, only that the elemental power in his body crazily gathered towards his legs. Before long, a golden hurricane gathered around Su Jing's legs. It's C-grade martial arts hurricane leg. Wang Hao is finished. I didn't expect Su Jing to have cultivated 2 C-grade martial arts. To force Su Jing to use another C-grade martial art, Wang Hao has enough to be proud of. Even though he lost, his talent and strength have gained my recognition. This C-grade martial art hurricane leg uses the power of the hurricane. Its attack is not something an ordinary C-grade martial art can compare to. Moreover, it seems Su Jing's hurricane leg has reached the mastery level. No need to watch, I've seen this episode. Wang Hao lost. Around them, the classmates unanimously believed that once Su Jing's hurricane leg was unleashed, there would be no suspense. Wu let go. I want to see. Wu Yan was still being held down, unable to see the battle beside him. Wu Yan was furious, such an exciting battle was happening, and they were holding him down, and *% and yuan and hashtag. Qin Ming's face was slightly gloomy. Wang Hao was going to lose, and he didn't expect Su Jing to have hidden this move. Master Lin was completely focused on the battlefield, ready to rescue Wang Hao at any moment. He didn't expect Su Jing to have mastered the hurricane leg. In his view, Wang Hao should have no chance left. On the stage, Wang Hao looked at Su Jing, whose legs gathered golden hurricanes, his eyes slightly narrowed. Since it's like this, then let it come. Boom boom boom. Su Jing moved, his legs, carrying the power of the hurricane, charged straight at Wang Hao. Taking advantage of the impact, as Su Jing's legs reached Wang Hao, one foot lifted, sweeping towards Wang Hao with the power of the golden hurricane. At that moment, it seemed there were sounds of thunder flashing within Wang Hao's body. Thunderbolt fist. Wang Hao's fist seemed to carry the power of thunder, and the air was filled with rumbling thunder sounds. Su Jing's heart sank. This was Wang Hao's fist, like a thunderous roar, directly clashed with Su Jing's leg, empowered by the golden hurricane. As they collided, Su Jing's heart skipped a beat. This was boom boom boom. The hurricane on Su Jing's leg was directly shattered by the thunder. Su Jing's heart was filled with despair. What kind of power was this? Outside the arena, Master Lin's eyes widened. This was C-grade, perfect realm C-grade martial arts. Wang Hao was too monstrous. How old was he? C-grade martial arts had been mastered to a perfect realm. Although the other classmates couldn't feel it, the overwhelming momentum Wang Hao had almost crushed Su Jing. Could it be that Su Jing was going to lose? The classmates stared wide-eyed, closely watching the situation on the stage. In the instant the golden hurricane around Su Jing dissipated, Wang Hao's fist had already struck Su Jing's leg. Su Jing's eyes widened, and then, he was hit with a tremendous impact. Bang! Su Jing's body was directly blasted away by the immense force. The flying Su Jing was violently knocked off the stage. Immediately crashing into the edge of the classroom's shield, cracks surprisingly appeared. The entire classroom area suddenly became eerily silent. Su Jing lost? Who else? Wang Hao's voice echoed throughout the entire classroom area. All the classmates stared blankly at Wang Hao, who stood like a god of war on the battlefield. These 3 words reached the ears of the students, and the emotion around them vanished. Anger, shock, and unwillingness dissipated without a trace in front of such a powerful Wang Hao, leaving only deep shock. Chapter 73. We are truly trash. Su Jing lost. Chen Shou couldn't help but let go of Wu Yan's hand and was momentarily stunned. Finally let me go, you beasts, what now? Is Wang Hao brutally beaten? Wu Yan quickly broke free and hurriedly looked at the arena. Wang Hao stood straight in the center, seemingly unhurt. In the distance, at the edge of the classroom, Su Jing had already fallen into a coma. How is this possible? Wu Yan stared at the scene before him. He didn't even know what to say. Did he not just say he was using C-level martial arts, hurricane leg? How did he lose in the blink of an eye? Everyone couldn't believe it. Su Jing lost, even after using C-level martial arts. Who else could punish this Wang Hao? This Wang Hao must be cheating. Su Jing used C-level martial arts and still lost. Chen Shou looked at the unconscious Su Jing in the distance, finding it hard to accept for a moment. Wang Hao is too strong. He was right, we are all trash.
Is this what a true top genius looks like, not even able to punish with sea-level martial arts? It seems we were just frogs at the bottom of a well. Wang Hao wasn't wrong, we really are trash. Just now, Wang Hao also seemed to use sea-level martial arts, and his realm was even higher than Su Jing's. Could it be a perfect realm sea-level martial arts? This, cheating can't be this outrageous. Wow, this is perfect realm sea-level martial arts. Otherwise, how could he crush Su Jing, so terrifying? Wang Hao is simply a monster. At 16, with congenital level 5, perfect realm sea-level martial arts, I guess that's the level of a teenage martial god. This is really absurd. Around them, the students were discussing fervently, their eyes filled with some fear as they looked at Wang Hao. He is simply not human, just a monster. If defeating Qin Ming could still be attributed to using Qin Ming's emotions, then defeating Su Jing so dominantly means there was no trickery involved. Moreover, he even defeated Su Jing, who was using sea-level martial arts. Even if they didn't want to believe it deep down, the reality was that this 16-year-old genius boy gave those in the divine martial class a heavy blow. In front of a 16-year-old genius who has mastered perfect realm sea-level martial arts, to find any excuse would be self-deception. Qin Ming aside was filled with wild joy. Wang Hao won, haha. Even Su Jing lost to Wang Hao, so it's not embarrassing that I lost to him. Qin Ming felt that Wang Hao appeared much more pleasing to the eye. Good job, Wang Hao, well done. Anyone else want to come up and give it a try? Wang Hao continued speaking. The surrounding students all lowered their heads, since even Su Jing lost. What was there to try? Against such an unparalleled genius, there was nothing more to say. Wang Hao, I'm sorry, you were right, we are truly trash. That's right, we are trash, we are just trash. Wang Hao, stop showing off, we were wrong. Many students spoke to Wang Hao. Wang Hao was somewhat dumbstruck. Is this the divine martial class? Didn't they say geniuses were unruly? After I wiped out two, they became timid. This is unreasonable. Shouldn't they be defiant and come back up? At the very least, they should still fight without holding back their realms. I want to show off. No, the sparring isn't over yet. Master Lin looked on with a face full of unquenched thirst for battle. The eyelids twitched wildly. This kid was incredibly talented, but his temperament, even Master Lin wanted to step in. Alright, let's end today's sparring here. Qin Bin, you help Su Jing treat his injuries, and we'll continue class. Master Lin spoke again. As soon as Master Lin's words came out, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They wouldn't have to spar with Wang Hao. How nice. Dealing with such a freak, going up would just be seeking death. Following that, a young man wearing a blue jacket walked towards Su Jing. Wang Hao curled his lips. Since Master Lin had spoken, he would let them go this time. Everyone returned to the classroom. After Master Lin retracted the energy shield, he continued to teach. Upon returning to his desk, Wang Hao listened to Master Lin's words and started to feel a little drowsy. Soon, he simply lay down. Beside him, Qin Ming looked at Wang Hao, no longer showing the disdain he had at the beginning. A genius, huh? A bit of a unique personality is to be expected. Master Lin on the podium didn't pay any attention to Wang Hao sleeping. At 16, achieving the perfect level of C-class martial arts, whatever will be will be. Then, a magical scene appeared in the classroom. Master Lin was lecturing on stage. Wang Hao was asleep in the front row, while the other students listened earnestly. This scene looked unusually harmonious. After a long while, Master Lin finally finished speaking. That's it for this morning's class, dismiss. Master Lin said, preparing to leave the classroom. Ah, class is over, that's great. Wang Hao, who had been dozing, seemed to hear the end of class and immediately perked up. Master Lin, who had just turned around, heard Wang Hao's words. His eyelids twitched. Couldn't you wait for me to leave before jumping up? You making me look very, forget it, genius, considering your exceptional talent. In the end, Master Lin still suppressed his feelings, snorted coldly, and left. Sleeping in class, and Master Lin doesn't care. Is this really a super genius? Wang Hao is awesome. So envious. If I could have talent like Wang Hao, a natural warrior at 16, with perfect C-class martial arts. If I had Wang Hao's skills at 16, I'd directly teach Master Lin how to give a class. What's this? If I were Wang Hao, I'd just go pee in front of the principal's office. I'm not satisfied. If I were Wang Hao, I'd become the principal of the Imperial Martial Academy. I want the school beauties. I want %#% Yuan %#Yuan Yuan %. Surrounding classmates were discussing heatedly, their faces red from arguing. The entire topic turned into, if I were Wang Hao. Is this really the divine warrior class of the Imperial Martial Academy? Listening to the discussions around him, Wang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. This was simply a class for the foolish. Can I still drop out now? Wait, that recruitment teacher from the Imperial Martial Academy said there were only about 100 students, and there are only a bit more than 20 here.
Wang Hao, I'm a whiz in the Divine Warrior class, you can ask me anything you don't understand. Amid the argument, Chen Shou crept over to Wang Hao, ready to lick, no. To be friends with Wang Hao. Chapter 74, Help Me Take a Leave. Wang Hao looked at the young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes in front of him and asked his question. All of us here joined the Divine Warrior class in recent years, those with even greater talent, or who joined earlier, are no longer studying at the school. Chen Shou began explaining to Wang Hao. Currently, there are 98 students in the Divine Warrior class. Most of the students in class have joined in the past 2 years, the others are either out on missions, focused on cultivation, or have gone to the demon battlefield. So that's how it is, no wonder these guys all act like idiots. It turns out the Divine Warrior class is filled with losers. The demon battlefield, TSK, just hearing the name is extremely dangerous, I wouldn't go to such a place. I won't step out to show off until I become a martial god. Can I not come to the Divine Martial class? Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Chen Shou nodded, of course, the Divine Martial class never forces anyone to do anything. You can do as you please, but if you do show up for class, you must follow the rules of the class. After saying this, Chen Shou gave Wang Hao a complex look. But Wang Hao, your talent is unmatched, so the rules don't really matter. Chen Shou quickly realized his previous words were wrong, and then he flattered Wang Hao again. Wang Hao's lips twitched, it sounded as if he was the one running the Divine Martial class. Also, our Divine Martial class holds a monthly assessment, and the rewards are opportunities to cultivate in the Vitality Pool and the Enlightenment Realm. Chen Shou seemed to think of something and began to speak again. Vitality Pool, Enlightenment Realm. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled, this was exactly why he came to the Divine Martial class. However, how should I put this, Wang Hao, even though your talent is extraordinary, I don't think you have much hope. Chen Shou continued. Following that, Chen Shou kept explaining to Wang Hao. The monthly assessment involves many top talents from the Divine Martial class. The content of the monthly assessment is to kill monsters in the Virtual Sky Mirror. The Virtual Sky Mirror is a sacred artifact of the Imperial Capital Academy, where students can enter and battle virtual monsters. Only the top 16 students qualify to use the Vitality Pool. Only the top 3 can use the Enlightenment Realm. The Virtual Sky Mirror, there's actually something like this, it's just a virtual online game, a simulation game. I understand this, Wang Hao thought to himself. So, what's the reward? How many days of cultivation can the first place winner get? Wang Hao continued to ask. Chen Shou's eye twitched, first place? Wang Hao, in the monthly assessment, only the top 16 can receive rewards, and last time the 16th place was Wei Quan, who is an innate level 6 martial artist. Chen Shou continued. Innate level 6. Wang Hao's heart jolted, who would have thought that an innate level 6 could only rank 16th? It seems this Divine Martial class is quite impressive. Wang Hao took a deep breath. But I should be able to defeat an innate level 6. Wang Hao raised his eyebrows. That's fine then. So, who is first place? Wang Hao continued to ask. The first place is Lin Chang, a peak martial artist at innate level 10, who is basically a quasi-grandmaster. Chen Shou replied. Quasi-grandmaster. Wang Hao knew that once you reach innate level 10, you can be considered a quasi-grandmaster, just one step away from becoming a grandmaster. But that one step has blocked countless talented individuals. Although he didn't know how strong innate level 10 was, being so close to a grandmaster surely meant far surpassing an average innate martial artist. Does our class not have any grandmaster level experts? Wang Hao then asked. If someone breaks through to grandmaster, that means they have graduated from the Divine Martial class. Chen Shou replied with a sigh. Wang Hao was speechless, that made sense. Once a martial artist reaches the grandmaster level, they are already an extremely powerful figure. Even at the Heavenly Martial Conference, they are considered a strong backbone. How could they still be in the Divine Martial class? So, how many days of cultivation does the first place get? Wang Hao blinked and then asked. Chen Shou looked at Wang Hao strangely, perhaps this is what genius looks like. The first place gets 7 days of cultivating in the Vitality Pool, and 3 days in the Enlightenment Realm. Chen Shou said. Wang Hao's eyes brightened, 7 days of cultivation, and 3 days in the Enlightenment Realm, not bad, not bad. But can I get first place? Even though the assessment format is to kill monsters in the Virtual Sky Mirror, can I really outshine a quasi-grandmaster? Wang Hao felt a bit unsure. Forget it, I'll think about it later, anyway, the monthly assessment is still quite a while away, and by then, I might be stronger. Wang Hao began to sort out his thoughts. The monthly assessment is at the end of this month. Today is September 2nd, and the assessment date is September 30th. There are still 28 days left, plenty of time, I'll just copy another talent by then. What virtual heavenly mirror, quasi-grandmaster, all of them smashed. Beep beep beep. Just as Wang Hao was about to ask other classmates about their talents, his terminal rang.
Wang Hao directly opened the terminal. There was a message from Guan Shang. Wang Hao, come immediately to the headquarters of the Tianwu Association. I have prepared something for you to cultivate your 9 nether cold force. Wang Hao looked at the message and was overjoyed in his heart. Finally, he could cultivate this 9 nether cold force. Wang Hao was really looking forward to this SS-level martial art. The incomplete star forging soul technique was already so powerful, this 9 nether cold force would surely not disappoint him. Last time, after breaking through to the innate realm, Guan Shang told him that cultivating this SS-level martial art required not only strong comprehension but also other things to assist in training. Otherwise, one could practice to death and still not get started. Did they find this thing so quickly? As expected of the Tianwu Association, amazing. Wang Hao put aside his thoughts and prepared to head to the Tianwu Association to cultivate that SS-level martial art. Chen Shou, I have to leave school for something. If any teachers ask where I went, just find any excuse to help me ask for leave. Wang Hao said, then left under Chen Shou's dazed gaze. Chapter 75, Nether Crystal. God-making plan ***. He's leaving just like that? Chen Shou looked at the coolly departing Wang Hao, momentarily speechless. Damn it, find a random excuse. The surrounding classmates noticed Wang Hao's departure but said nothing. It's normal for such a genius to be independent. Before long, a young man in a white shirt, with an arrogant expression, came directly to the divine martial class. Where is Wang Hao? Get him out here, how dare he bully my cousin, Lan Ling? Before the young man arrived, his voice spread throughout the entire divine martial class. It's Zhang Wentao, who ranked 18th in the last monthly assessment. Why is he here? Isn't he training in the demon battlefield? Is he looking for trouble with Wang Hao? This will be interesting. I want to see Wang Hao getting beaten up, But how did Wang Hao offend him? Is it another story of a scumbag and a pure girl? A lot of classmates began to discuss, their eyes burning with gossip. Zhang Wentao is the top genius of the divine martial class, usually looking down on everyone. Now that Wang Hao has caught his attention, this is just wonderful. Although Wang Hao's talent made them truly admire him, that mouth was simply toxic. Chen Shou, is Wang Hao not here today? Zhang Wentao scanned the room and found only familiar faces. He did not find the so-called Wang Hao at all. Zhang Wentao felt a bit annoyed. His cousin had urgently asked him for help. If he didn't handle this matter well, how could he face her? Chen Shou hesitated, then replied, Wang Hao left for something. Zhang Wentao raised an eyebrow, left for something. Su Jing, what's wrong with you? You look pale, like a dead dog. Zhang Wentao noticed Su Jing's unusual expression and asked. Su Jing, Wu Yan began to speak. I just fell. Su Jing shot a cold glare at Wu Yan. Wu Yan shivered. These guys, one by one, didn't treat me like a person. Zhang Wentao frowned slightly. He felt that the classmates were acting oddly. Forget it, since Wang Hao isn't here, I'll head back first. Chen Shou, if Wang Hao comes, message me immediately, got it? Zhang Wentao shouted at Chen Shou. Chen Shou nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Then, Zhang Wentao also left the divine martial class. After Zhang Wentao left, Chen Shou snorted coldly, message you get lost. Following that, Chen Shou picked up his phone and sent Wang Hao a message. I told him that Zhang Wentao was looking for him. I also sent all of Zhang Wentao's information to Wang Hao. Although Wang Hao's realm is not high right now, with such terrifying talent, he will definitely be much stronger than that Zhang Wentao guy in the future. Even a fool knows who to help. The Imperial Capital. Headquarters of the Heavenly Martial Association. In a room decorated in a very ancient style. Wang Hao stared at a gray-black crystal in front of him, hardly daring to blink. The crystal emitted a chilling aura that sent shivers down Wang Hao's spine. Patriarch Guan, can this thing really help me cultivate the 9 nether heavenly cold skill? Wang Hao looked at the crystal with wide eyes, wondering if it was reliable. Guan Shang held a cup of fragrant strong tea. This is the underworld crystal, a crystal that drops only when you kill the underworld demon. It is a necessary material for cultivating 9 nether heavenly cold skill. The 9 nether heavenly cold skill was inspired by our ancestral patriarch Wang Han Wushang from the underworld demon. What? The Wang family actually has a martial saint. Wang Hao's eyes widened, feeling a little uneasy. I crippled the son of the Wang family head, and that head of the Wang family also lost his right arm because of me. If that martial saint ancestor, it would be shameless to come after me fiercely. Wang Hao swallowed hard. What if the martial saint sets his sights on me? Guan Shang looked at Wang Hao calmly. Weren't you having a great time during the martial arts exam? Wang Hao's face turned red. Who the hell knew he actually had a martial saint ancestor? No need to worry, the Wang family ancestor fell hundreds of years ago. Guan Shang continued. Wang Hao let out a sigh of relief. It's better that he's dead. A martial saint is truly too terrifying. Even if the Wang family ancestor hadn't fallen, so what? A martial saint is still just a martial saint. Our association's leader has no idea how many demon saints and magic saints he has killed. Guan Shang continued, speaking with great confidence. Wang Hao collected himself. Yeah, what is a martial saint? Our leader is a martial god, why be afraid of anything? What martial saints or ancestors, all can be killed indiscriminately. Also, this 9 nether heavenly cold skill needs to be cultivated in an extremely cold environment. You can go to the special training room of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall for your practice. Here are 10 underworld crystals, enough for you to get started. After that, you'll have to get the rest from the demon battlefield. Guan Shang added. Guan Shang clearly already knew that Wang Hao had become the spokesperson for the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, so the issue of the special training room was not a problem at all. Wang Hao blinked. Does that mean he'll have to get future crystals by himself? The demon battlefield, that sounds so dangerous. I guess I'll just use this stuff up first before worrying about that. Additionally, cultivating this 9 nether heavenly cold skill may cause a bit of pain. You can weigh your options. If it's too difficult, you can wait until you reach Master Realm before practicing. Guan Shang continued. Wang Hao snorted coldly. It's just a mere SS level martial skill, what could it possibly be? Don't worry. Guan Shang smiled and then reminded Wang Hao a few things before letting him leave. Right after, Wang Hao put away the underworld crystals. After Wang Hao put away the underworld crystals, he left the room. Not long after Wang Hao left, a black hole appeared in the room. A middle-aged man wearing a blue robe emerged from the black hole. It was the Qingshan Martial Saint of the Heavenly Martial Association. Vice President, why don't we provide Wang Hao with enough resources to help him progress quickly? Guan Shang looked at the suddenly appearing Qingshan Martial Saint and spoke. With Wang Hao's talent and that incredible comprehension ability, if he had sufficient resources, he might even have a great chance to break through to Martial God. Guan Shang continued. The Qingshan Martial Saint smiled faintly. If he doesn't experience hardship, then relying solely on resources will only waste his talent. Guan Shang listened quietly to the Martial Saint's words. Do you remember the god-making project back then? Those martial god seeds. The Martial Saint continued, a hint of regret flashing through his eyes. Guan Shang fell silent. How could he not know? When the Ling Tian martial god first became a martial god, he forcefully battled many demon gods and monster gods, plundering countless cultivation resources. Later, someone proposed a god-making plan. To find the top talents in the country and provide them with unlimited resources, all to produce more martial gods. Those martial god seeds indeed lived up to expectations, showing incredible talent and quickly rising to master and grand master levels in a short time. But lacking sufficient tempering, in battles against demons and monsters, they often fell short to fighters with lesser talents. Many martial god seeds were even crushed in their resolve by demons unable to become martial saints. Chapter 76, Cultivating the 9 Nether Cold Force. Although Grand Masters are already high-end powers among humans, the resources invested are simply far too lacking. All kinds of top-tier materials and divine medicines are supplied in abundance. These things are enough for martial saints to cultivate, but giving them to a group of martial masters and grand masters is simply too extravagant. The Qingshan martial saint squinted his eyes slightly. Our chairman, back then, wasn't he also empty-handed? With just his fists, he forged a path to martial god. Wang Hao is already incredibly lucky. Guan Shang stayed silent. Yes, their Ling Tian martial god truly rose from nothing, step by step reaching the peak. So, even if Ling Tian martial god is a newly promoted martial god, he is still the top expert on Blue Star. No martial god in the world dares to say they could defeat Ling Tian martial god. Our world does not need mediocre strong fighters, we need a super strong fighter who can stabilize the galaxy, the Qingshan martial saint continued. Stabilizing the galaxy. Guan Shang's eyes were filled with shock. Vice Chairman, do you have such high hopes for Wang Hao? For so many years, the Qingshan martial saint had never given such high praise to a junior. The Qingshan martial saint's eyes seemed to penetrate space, filled with dazzling brilliance. We don't have much time. After leaving the headquarters of the Tianwu Association, Wang Hao headed straight to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in the imperial capital. The staff at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall naturally recognized Wang Hao. After all, he was their brand ambassador and a super genius. Although there were many talents in the imperial capital, someone like Wang Hao, who could grasp divine martial arts at the age of 16, was extremely rare. Under the respectful guidance of the staff, Wang Hao went directly to a special training room. It seemed the people here were not as warm as those in Jianglin City. Wang Hao thought to himself, when he was in Jianglin City, he could spark discussions no matter where he went. Training. Wang Hao collected his thoughts and prepared to cultivate the 9 Nether Cold Force. By the way, it seemed like someone had messaged me just now. Wang Hao suddenly remembered that his terminal vibrated a few times on the way here. Never mind, let's check the message first. Wang Hao opened his terminal. Zhang Wentao? I messed around with his cousin? Wang Hao looked at the message from Chen Shou, falling into deep thought. Lan Ling, why does that name sound familiar?
Could it be that I really did something like that? No way, it can't be that my ex played with her. Wang Hao opened his eyes wide, constantly searching through his mind. No memory at all. What a big loss. Damn, now I have to take the blame. Soon after, another message came through his terminal. It was a message from Chen Shou. Wang Hao, you're so willing to give up such a beautiful younger sister, you're truly a super genius, I, Chen Shou, admire. At the end of the message was a photo of Lan Ling. A young girl with a doll-like face in a white dress, her delicate cheeks and smooth skin gleamed in the photo. Combined with the white stockings on her legs, she was absolutely stunning. So it was this little girl, Wang Hao suddenly realized. Damn little girl, just because you eliminated me in the martial exam, you send someone to deal with me. Zhang Wentao, 7th level of innate power, to 7th level of innate power, damn little girl, wait until I master the 9 Nether Sky Cold Strike, I'll hammer your cousin into a fool. But, how did I not notice before, this little girl is actually quite something. Forget it, worthless photo, ruining my mindset, just stay suppressed in my collection. Then, Wang Hao put the photo into his collection, ready to continue his cultivation. Activate extreme cold mode. Wang Hao spoke. Immediately, endless icy cold energy emitted from the training room, and the entire room became unusually cold. Wang Hao tightly gripped the nether crystal. Following the cultivation method in martial arts, he slowly operated the yuan power within his body. Hiss. So cold. Wang Hao couldn't help but shiver. The surrounding cold air and the nether energy from the crystal were absorbed into his body. Even with his S-rank extreme ice cold talent, Wang Hao still felt an icy chill deep in his bones. Is this SS level martial arts so painful to cultivate? The extreme cold seemed to freeze Wang Hao's will. The chaotic aura attached to the nether energy made Wang Hao suffer even more. Ah! Wang Hao felt his brain stiffen, his body was about to lose sensation. In his mind, a voice kept repeating, give up, don't cultivate anymore, give up, don't cultivate anymore. The golden core inside Wang Hao's body continued to operate. The faint cyan yuan power nourished Wang Hao's body, preventing it from collapsing. Give up? What a joke, I'm a proud SSS level talent holder, giving up, impossible. Wang Hao's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes bloodshot. This isn't just a little bit of pain, it's like it's going to tear me apart. Head of the hall, you've ruined me. Wang Hao gritted his teeth tightly, even though enduring immense pain, he still continued running his martial arts. As the 9 Nether Sky Cold Strike operation continued, Wang Hao's body gradually adapted to this pain. It's unclear how much time passed, but Wang Hao's body was now wrapped in nether energy, and the surrounding cold air continued to surge into his skin. Imperial Capital. Headquarters of the Shura Hall. A dim room. The room was filled with black yuan energy, and several elders with extremely gloomy auras slowly absorbed the black yuan energy in the room. On the other side of the room, a young man with blood-red eyes knelt respectfully on the ground. How's the investigation on the destruction of the Jianlin City branch? What's the progress? An elder wearing a vicious ghost mask said in a hoarse voice. While speaking, the elder continued absorbing the yuan energy in the room. The young man's body trembled slightly. Report, Hall Master, we haven't found the killer yet. Useless, a branch gets destroyed, such a big matter, and you have no results, what use are you? The elder's voice turned exceptionally cold. The young man felt like he was in the middle of a fierce storm, as if he would be crushed into pieces by the rain at any moment. Hall Master, this matter might be related to this year's martial exam champion Wang Hao. The young man gritted his teeth and said, trembling. The elder, upon hearing this, slowly opened his eyes. As the elder opened his eyes, the pressure on the young man became even greater, as if he was on the verge of collapse. Martial exam champion? Wang Hao? Do you think I'm old and easily fooled? Martial exam champion, something as insignificant as an ant, and you come to tell me this? The elder snorted coldly. Boom boom boom. Immediately, the elder's aura exploded, violently crashing into the young man's body. The young man's body was sent flying, crashing into the edge of the room, where it seemed that something tightly wrapped around him. The young man let out a heart-wrenching scream, seemingly enduring excruciating pain. Chapter 77, Breakthrough. Innate 4th level. Master, Xiaofeng has always been very steady in his work, so why not give him another chance? At this moment, an elderly man beside the Shura Lord also opened his eyes. Please, Master, spare my dog life, I will definitely, quickly, find the murderer who destroyed our branch. The young man struggled and hoarsely said. The endless black mist still wrapped around the young man, and he felt infinite pain enveloping him. Living is worse than dying, perhaps this is what it feels like. Since the Grand Elder has pleaded for you, I will give you another chance, said the Shura Lord coldly. As soon as the Shura Lord's words fell, the black mist around the young man slowly dissipated. The young man's body kept twitching, seemingly unable to recover from the pain. After a while, the young man finally stopped twitching, looking at the Shura Lord with extreme terror in his eyes. Thank you, master, thank you, grand elder. The young man kept bowing on the ground, his forehead covered in blood. Feng Hong, let me tell you, don't try to fool me with those life and death words. I only care about results, do you understand? The Shura Lord looked at the young man with cold eyes. The young man continued to bow, his eyes filled with fear. Yes, thank you for sparing my life, I will never dare again. All right, get lost, the Shura Lord said. The young man, feeling relieved, scrambled out of the room in a hurry. After the young man left, the room fell silent once again. In the Shura Hall. Boss Feng, what did the Lord say? A middle-aged man respectfully stood beside Feng Hong and asked. Feng Hong, with a cold gaze, said fiercely, these old guys deserve to live and die in that room. The middle-aged man lowered his head deeply, afraid to make any noise. Whose task did Shinchan take last? Feng Hong took a deep breath and then asked. It was assigned by the elder of Lingxiao Pavilion in Jianlin City. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and then spoke. Send someone to wipe out the entire Lingxiao Pavilion immediately. Feng Hong said coldly. The middle-aged man's body trembled, his eyes full of disbelief. Boss Feng means? Feng Hong coldly glanced at the middle-aged man. Don't you understand human words? 10 days later. Extreme Martial Arts Hall of the Imperial Capital. In the special training room. A young man stood still like an ice sculpture, his whole body wrapped in extreme cold and ghostly energy. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the young man's eyes opened, and the surrounding cold air and ghostly energy were immediately absorbed into his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for entering the SS level martial art, 9 Ghosts Heavenly Cold Force. Initially mastering 9 Ghosts Heavenly Cold Force. Ding! Congratulations, the host has broken through to the innate fourfold sky, chi, and blood plus 150. SS level martial art entry, plus a breakthrough in realm. Wang Hao took a deep breath, finally feeling that the hardships of these 10 days were not in vain. This ghostly crystal actually contained a large amount of primal power, which Wang Hao had not expected. While cultivating the 9 Ghosts Heavenly Cold Force, absorbing ghostly energy also gradually increased his primal power. Although it wasn't as fast as cultivating in the primal energy pool, it was still much faster than ordinary primal crystals. Feeling the raging primal power within him, along with the 9 Ghosts Heavenly Cold Force, Wang Hao felt an indescribable comfort throughout his body. Attribute table, Wang Hao silently thought. Name, Wang Hao. Talent, 100 Speed Divine Body, SSS, Void Shadow, S level, Ultimate Cold, S level. Realm, Innate Fourfold Sky. Cultivation Method, Zhaoqi Qingmu Ju. Skills, Sword Force, Great Achievement, increases sword technique power by 150%, Fist Force, Minor Achievement, increases fist technique power by 80%. Soul Refinement Martial Art, Star Refinement Formula Upper, S level, Entry. Sword Technique Martial Art, Ninefold Sword Technique, C level, Divine Connection, Shadow Sword Technique, D level, Perfect, Heavenly Source Sword, E level, Divine Connection, Wind Cut Sword Technique, E level, Divine Connection. Body Refinement Martial Art, Thunder Body Refinement Formula, C level, Perfect, Diamond Formula, E level, Divine Connection. Fist Technique Martial Art, Thunderbolt Fist, C level, Perfect, Falling Cloud Palm, F level, Divine Connection. Body Technique Martial Arts, Shadow Demon Steps, C grade, Perfect, Ethereal Steps, E grade, Perfect. Assisting Martial Arts, Spirit Eye, D grade, Proficient, Divine Breath Technique, C grade, Skilled. Special Martial Arts, 9 Nether Cold Force, SS grade, Beginner. Vitality, 1130. Soul, 6.8. Time until next replication, 11 days. The vitality force reached 1130, Wang Hao clenched his fists, feeling the violent power surging within him. The 9 Nether Cold Force also lay dormant inside him, ready to explode at any moment. With the 9 Nether Cold Force combined with his ultimate icy talent, Wang Hao's eyes were filled with fervor. Boom boom boom. Wang Hao launched a punch at the super alloy puppet in front of him. The elemental power, accompanied by the 9 Nether Cold Force and ultimate icy power, created a howling sound in the air, and soon after, the super alloy puppet in the distance was smashed into pieces. That Zhang Wentao, come on, I'll use you to test my skills later. You're an innate 7th level, right? If I don't beat you until you call me dad, I'll write my surname backwards. Wang Hao then opened his terminal. He had turned off all notifications while he was cultivating. Now that his cultivation was done, it was natural to turn it back on. Missing anything important would be bad. The moment he opened the terminal, 999 plus notifications flashed before his eyes. Wang Hao, don't come back now, that Zhang Wentao is waiting for you in the Divine Martial class every day. Does he really think I'm a soft persimmon? Wang Hao's eyes were filled with fury. 10 days of cultivation had already made his emotions unusually irritable due to the lingering yin energy. That Zhang Wentao actually dared to lurk around in the Divine Martial class. Don't leave after school, I must trample you hard. Chapter 78, Star Soul Forging Technique Part 2. After reading Chen Shou's message, Wang Hao began checking other notifications. Brother Wang Hao, what are you doing? Brother Wang Hao, why are you ignoring me? Brother Wang Hao, are you cultivating? Brother Wang Hao, I prepared a gift for you. Whoa whoa. Brother Wang Hao, did you receive the gift? Brother Wang Hao, do I look good in this dress? Brother Wang Hao, wait for me. I will become a martial god soon. Brother Wang Hao, are you not replying to me because you're afraid it will affect my studies? Wang Hao looked at the 99 plus messages from Lin Zian on his terminal and felt a headache coming on. Many messages were accompanied by photos, showing Lin Zian with a delicate face in a Lolita outfit, with white stockings, black stockings, all kinds of strange. This little girl, at such a young age, why isn't she studying properly and is wasting time on these distracting things? No, I need to save them well, I'll have a good talk with her later. Wang Hao murmured as he looked at the photos, ugh, this one is too revealing, it doesn't even have, this one should match with white stockings, not black. This dress is okay, just a bit long, it would be better if it was shorter. This one is taken well, it's full of youthful charm. Why is it gone? Wang Hao continued flipping through the photos and found there were no more. Damn, is this all to test my resolve? Which martial artist cannot withstand such a test? If you can't take a good photo, take more to make up for the quality with quantity. Today's young girls really are something, they have no sense. Wang Hao scoffed and quietly saved the photos. Brother, where are you? You haven't been home for a long time. Brother, why didn't you tell me when you went to the imperial capital? Oh, St. Who is this? Why are they calling me brother? Wang Hao furrowed his brows as he read this message. It seems to be my little sister. Wang Hao tapped his head. I didn't even remember I had a sister. Then, Wang Hao dialed Wang Xinyue's phone. Hello, who is it? A proud voice came from the phone. Wang Hao twitched the corner of his mouth. Xinyue, it's your brother. Wang Hao comforted on the phone for a long time before Wang Xinyue's mood finally improved. Brother, do you have a girlfriend? As Wang Hao was preparing to end the topic, his sister's voice rang out again. Hiss, from my sister's contempt for death, how are the young girls nowadays? Sister, don't ask me such questions in the future. My heart is only for martial arts. A girlfriend will only slow down my training. Wang Hao said sternly. On the other end of the phone. Next to Wang Xinyue, a girl in a delicate white dress wore a smile on her face. After some small talk, the call was hung up. How about that? I told you, my brother is not interested in women at all. You have no chance. Wang Xinyue snorted coldly. Lin Zian pouted, thinking to herself, what do you know? Brother Wang Hao is just waiting for me to become a martial god. He can only fit me in his heart besides martial arts. So that's why he didn't reply to my messages, he was training. Lin Zian seemed to remember something and became extremely happy. Brother Wang Hao should be happy to receive a gift, right? Lingsha Pavilion and the Shura Hall branch in Jianglin City have been destroyed? After hanging up the phone, Wang Hao sank into thought. During the chat with his sister, Wang Xinyue casually mentioned the destruction of the Shura Hall branch and Lingsha Pavilion. I haven't even had the chance to make a move, how could it be destroyed? Wang Hao's mind was full of question marks. Forget it, if it's destroyed, then it's destroyed, since it's gone, then it doesn't matter anymore. Wang Hao gathered his thoughts and proceeded to wash up and eat in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Mr. Wang Hao, your package has arrived. It was sent from Jianglin City. While Wang Hao was dining in the restaurant of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, a staff member respectfully said. Package? Wang Hao blinked. Could it be something sent by a crazy fan? No, this world doesn't have this kind of popularity. Then let's take a look. Wang Hao told the staff to bring over the package. Opening the package, it was a delicate box. For my dearest brother Wang Hao. There was a piece of paper stuck on the box, and a simple drawing of a heart was on it, extremely cute. Wow, it's a gift from that little girl. Wang Hao remembered that Lin Zian had texted him saying she sent him a gift. This little girl knows nothing about love, it's better to send it back. How could someone with a noble SSS level talent like me accept gifts from a little girl? Don't be ridiculous. Wang Hao snorted coldly. A little gift wants to buy me. Does she really think my heart is that weak? Since it's open anyway, let's take a look, Wang Hao thought. Just looking, and then I'll return it to her. Opening the box, there was an ancient piece of parchment inside. Wang Hao's eyelids twitched. Starlight Forging Soul Technique. Wang Hao's eyes widened, that little girl, how could she? Wang Hao looked at the Starlight Forging Soul Technique in his hand, lost in thought. Forget it, this heart, better off without it. If it were something else, that would be fine, but this Forging Soul martial arts, and I have already practiced the upper part. Hoo-hoo. Wang Hao exhaled heavily. This Lin Zian. This is a forging soul martial art. Wang Hao clenched his fist. Could this little girl be some super rich girl? I'd better call and ask, Wang Hao thought. This thing is too precious, it feels like it's hot in my hands. Before long, Wang Hao dialed Lin Zian's number. Brother Wang Hao, you finally took the initiative to contact me, woo woo woo, I'm so moved. As soon as the call was connected, Wang Hao heard Lin Zian's excited voice. I received the item you sent. Wang Hao said directly. He, as long as you got it, does brother Wang Hao like it? Lin Zian's silver bell-like voice rang in Wang Hao's ears. Wang Hao sighed with a wry smile, do you know what that thing is? On the other end of the phone, Lin Zian's lips curved up, her eyes full of smiles, I don't know, I found it on the street. It looked like a cultivation item, so I thought I would send it to you. Wang Hao's mouth twitched slightly. The thing picked up from the road. Could it be that good-looking people have such good luck? Which unlucky guy dropped something like this? That thing is very important to me, thank you. Wang Hao took a deep breath and said very seriously. Chapter 79, Don't Leave After School. Something big is happening. Brother Wang Hao, no need to be polite. What's mine is yours, just remember our agreement. Lin Zian said next. Agreement? What agreement? Wang Hao was filled with question marks in his mind. When I become a martial god, you must marry me. Lin Zian continued, her cheeks turning bright red before she hung up the phone. Wang Hao? Marry Lin Zian? With the sound of the call being disconnected, Wang Hao didn't know what to say. When did I agree to marry her? A scene from when he was in Jianglin No. 3 flashed in Wang Hao's mind. I only agreed to be her boyfriend, right? Puhu, what a stupid promise. Right, she has to become a martial god first. Wang Hao's heart suddenly calmed down. Humph, by the time you become a martial god, I'll be long gone. When that time comes, I'll consider giving her more training resources, Wang Hao thought to himself. As for what Lin Zian said earlier, Wang Hao was not worried at all, becoming a martial god is not easy at all. Let alone a little girl who hasn't awakened her talent, even I don't have 100% confidence. It's a pity it's not night, otherwise, I could try the full effect of the S-level soul forging martial arts. After putting away the soul forging martial arts, Wang Hao continued to eat at the restaurant. He hadn't eaten in so many days, relying solely on the energy in the yin crystal to sustain life. Wang Hao was already starving. Imperial Capital Academy. Divine Martial Class. Many students were discussing among themselves, and some classmates were practicing martial arts in the training area next door. The sounds of discussions and the clashes of battles filled the classroom of the Divine Martial Class. A harmonious atmosphere of martial arts prosperity. That brat Wang Hao really plans to keep skipping school? Zhang Wentai frowned, sitting in the classroom, absorbing the surrounding energy. Beside him, Chen Shou spoke, I think he's scared, after all, you're now a 7th level innate martial artist. That Wang Hao can't even run away fast enough, how would he come to the Divine Martial Class? While talking, Chen Shou was also sending messages to Wang Hao. Classmate Wang Hao, Zhang Wentai is still in the classroom. Chen Shou and Zhang Wentai continued chatting while still criticizing Wang Hao. Ding! Suddenly, Chen Shou's device received a message. Tell that fool Zhang Wentai to wait in school. Don't leave after school, I'll come over later. Chen Shou looked at the message, his heart pounding, directly turning to Zhang Wentai, bro, you can't be serious. Even though you're a super genius, Zhang Wentai is a 7th level innate martial artist, you. Chen Shou gritted his teeth. Although Wang Hao is quite arrogant, based on his performance on the first day, if they fought at the same realm, he might really be able to defeat Zhang Wentai. Zhang Wentai shouldn't be crushing Wang Hao with his realm. It seems like Wang Hao won't come today. Zhang Wentai stretched lazily, preparing to leave the school. Seeing Zhang Wentai about to leave, Chen Shou gritted his teeth. Brother Tao, I got word that Wang Hao will come to school soon. Chen Shou said through gritted teeth, since Wang Hao isn't even afraid, why should I worry? Zhang Wentai's eyes lit up. Wang Hao will come to school. The other classmates who were practicing martial arts also brightened at Chen Shou's words. Wang Hao coming to school means there will be a good show to watch. The students all stopped discussing and practicing martial arts, looking at Zhang Wentai, eager to see how he would deal with Wang Hao. Chen Shou, are you serious? Zhang Wentai's eyes fixed firmly on Chen Shou. Chen Shou took a deep breath, Brother Tao, are you questioning my identity as a master of the Divine Martial Class? Ah, good, very good. If Wang Hao really shows up later, I'll send you 10 low-quality yuan crystals. Zhang Wentao excitedly replied. Chen Shou's eyes lit up, he truly was a top genius, offering 10 yuan crystals straight away. Although they were just low-quality yuan crystals, one low-quality yuan crystal could support an ordinary innate expert's cultivation for a day.
And 1 yuan crystal required 100,000 star coins, so 10 would be 1 million.
Thanks, Brother Tao. Don't worry, my information is absolutely reliable. Chen Shou patted his chest.
Zhang Wentao nodded, calculating in his heart that he must help his cousin vent her anger.
Right, they could block him at the central fighting arena of the school. The central fighting arena was the only way to the divine martial class.
Moreover, he needed to gather more people. He remembered how many eyes were watching during the martial arts examination.
Now it was his turn to let Wang Hao experience the pain of being defeated under the gaze of the crowd.
You all immediately spread the news, saying something big is happening at the central fighting arena, and attract as many classmates as possible.
Zhang Wentao told the students of the divine martial class.
The students' eyes brightened. Zhang Wentao was up to something.
Was he preparing to defeat Wang Hao in front of the whole school? Wang Hao, oh Wang Hao, it's finally your turn.
On the first day Wang Hao arrived at the divine martial class, he had rubbed their faces in the dirt. Although they had told themselves countless times that he was a super genius.
But now there was an opportunity, they wouldn't let it slip away. Without needing Zhang Wentao to urge them, the students all acted energetically. Zhang Wentao looked at the enthusiastic classmates around him, feeling a bit puzzled. He hadn't promised them any rewards, so why? Forget it, the more people the better.
Then, Zhang Wentao sent a message to his cousin, Lan Ling.
On a small path in the Imperial Capital Academy, a stunning girl with an exquisite figure was walking along the path in a JK pleated skirt.
Suddenly, her phone vibrated. The girl looked at the message on her phone, her eyes widening. The school's central fighting arena.
Have you finally dared to show up after hiding for so many days? Watch how my cousin teaches you a lesson.
The girl was Lan Ling, who had been punched down by Wang Hao during the martial arts examination.
Lan Ling then walked lightly towards the central fighting arena.
Meanwhile, messages were spreading throughout the Imperial Martial Academy. Something big was about to happen at the school's central fighting arena.
What was this big event?
No one said, but the information was indeed very certain. Zhang Wentao was also worried that if the news leaked and Wang Hao found out, he might run away.
So he instructed his classmates to release very vague information.
Although no one knew what was going to happen, the news still spread throughout the entire school at a terrifying speed.
Many classrooms were filled with discussions. What's happening? What's happening? Even many instructors were puzzled, wondering what big event was going to happen. What a joke! How could they, the instructors, know nothing about it? Chapter 80, Did Wang Hao asterisk me?
Although the news was vague, everyone was actively preparing to wait at the fighting arena. After all, watching won't cost anything. If they really missed a big scoop, that would be a real loss. As the news spread, more and more students began to walk towards the fighting arena.
Many students who originally planned to go home after class also paired up and headed towards the fighting arena. After finishing his meal, Wang Hao quickly headed towards the Imperial Martial Academy. Zhang Wentao, you think you can hide from me?
I'm now a master, I can handle a mere innate 7 stage with ease.
Once inside the school, Wang Hao noticed that there weren't many students around the entrance.
Only scattered individuals were quickly moving towards the school center.
Many classmates were also running towards the center. Classmate, something big is going to happen at the fighting arena, why are you still hanging around at the entrance?
A voice rang out as Wang Hao was slowly walking forward. A young man in a black t-shirt looked at Wang Hao with a puzzled expression.
Big event? What big event?
Wang Hao asked the young man in front of him. The young man scratched his head and replied, I don't know either, but something big is happening.
Look, everyone is going, you should hurry up, or you'll miss out. No one knows anything, but a big group of people are pushing in? Wang Hao's lips twitched. Is this the Capital Academy? It's terrifying. You go ahead.
Wang Hao took a deep breath and said to the young man. The young man smiled and then dashed towards the fighting arena in the center of the school.
Wang Hao shrugged. These people must be too idle, they don't even know what's going on, and just...
Forget it, I'll just go beat up Zhang Wentao in my divine martial class. Wang Hao continued to stroll towards the divine martial class.
At that moment, at the central fighting arena in the school,
Zhang Wentao watched as more and more classmates gathered around.
He felt uneasy inside, wondering if Wang Hao would come. While thinking, Zhang Wentao suddenly glared at Chen Shou. Chen Shou's eyelids twitched. Now that things have blown up so much, numerous instructors were observing, and many more classmates tightly surrounded the entire fighting arena. What's going to happen? It wouldn't be a trap for us, would it? Exactly, it's delaying my training. I'm now further from becoming a martial god. Stop acting tough. You still want to become a martial god? How ridiculous. Is it meaningful to trick us all here? Something must be happening. Having so many of us gather here counts as a big event. UN percent hashtag percent asterisk and percent and. Students around were discussing what big event was causing such a commotion. Not far away, Wang Hao was slowly approaching. What are these people doing at the fighting arena? Are they here to welcome me? No way, I've only been away from school for 10 days, and these classmates miss me this much. No, this isn't Jianlin No. 1 high school, I don't have that much influence here. Wang Hao muttered to himself, he knew how things were. In the distance, the fighting arena floated in the air, surrounded by purple elemental energy. Below the fighting arena was a sea of people, creating an extremely lively scene. Looking at the scene before him, Wang Hao thought, isn't this just a big show-off event? If only I could give Zhang Wentao a good beating here. This battle would be absolutely exhilarating, but unfortunately, they seem to have some other big event going on. Considering the face of a classmate, I might as well give Zhang Wentao some face. Wang Hao gathered his thoughts and continued to walk forward. Tao Ge, look, Wang Hao is here. A classmate from Divine Martial class exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. Zhang Wentao's eyes lit up, this kid finally came. Wang Hao, you finally came. I've been waiting a long time for you. Zhang Wentao shouted loudly. His voice echoed like wild waves throughout the fighting arena. Damn, who is that? Shouting with elemental force, my eardrums are aching. Things are about to get interesting. Wang Hao, who is he? Does anyone know? The top student of this year's martial exam, he joined the Divine Martial class upon enrollment, a super genius. But it said he hasn't been to school for 10 days. Someone is targeting Wang Hao. Wow, this really is a big deal. I've heard he mastered the godly realm martial arts at just 16, a true super genius. This is interesting, someone wants to step on Wang Hao to rise up. Students around were discussing Wang Hao. Although they weren't familiar with him, his reputation was significant, even if they hadn't seen him, they had heard about him more or less. After all, he was the genius martial artist who topped this year's martial exam. He has mastered an extraordinary level of martial arts, truly a unique existence. Wait for me? Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. Could it be that Zhang Wentao? Before long, a young man quickly made his way through the crowd. Wang Hao, you're finally here. Zhang Wentao spoke coldly. You must be Zhang Wentao. Wang Hao said without a hint of fear. Zhang Wentao revealed a chilling smile and then said, how did you bully my cousin back then? Now it's your turn. In the distance, some classmates seemed to hear their conversation. That's Zhang Wentao. Zhang Wentao says Wang Hao bullied his cousin. So it's Zhang Wentao, no wonder he looks so familiar. What, Wang Hao, actually, bullied Zhang Wentao's cousin. No wonder it's causing such a stir. Turns out Wang Hao slept with Zhang Wentao's cousin. Wow, is it that explosive? I didn't expect to hear such gossip. With the news spreading again, the entire scene was in an uproar. Beside Lan Ling, a beautiful girl said, Lan Ling, I didn't expect that Wang Hao is such a scumbag. He actually slept with Zhang Wentao's sister and doesn't want to take responsibility. Humph, he's so bad. Lan Ling listened to her classmates' discussions. I was slept with by Wang Hao. How come I didn't know? Lan Ling felt her head spinning. Damn Wang Hao, it's all your fault, oh. So what do you want to do? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Zhang Wentao looked towards the martial arts arena. As a man, fight me. In front of everyone, let's have a fair duel. Many students from the Divine Martial class showed excited expressions, wondering if Wang Hao would agree. As you wish. Wang Hao said indifferently. As soon as Wang Hao's voice fell, the students beside Zhang Wentao became extremely excited. Wang Hao agreed. Good, as expected of a genius. I won't bully you. This martial arts arena can suppress levels. I will lower my power level to match yours. Zhang Wentao said confidently. Wang Hao's easy agreement surprised Zhang Wentao. He thought he would have to use threats and temptations to get Wang Hao to agree. Unexpectedly, Wang Hao was so straightforward. As soon as Zhang Wentao spoke, the surrounding students fell silent. Many students recalled the fear they felt on that day when Wang Hao dominated them. Su Jing couldn't help but shiver, as if he already envisioned Zhang Wentao being humiliated. The wheel of karma turns, Zhang Wentao, it's your turn now. Zhang Wentao, I hope you can hold on a bit longer. The students instinctively took a small step back from Zhang Wentao. Fighting at the same level. Chen Shou glanced at Zhang Wentao silently. Brother, you've got guts. Zhang Wentao and others did not tell him about Wang Hao humiliating their entire class on the first day. After all, the fewer people who know about such things, the better. Not only the Divine Martial class students were shocked, but Wang Hao was equally astonished. Did someone really make such a request? Wang Hao glanced at the other students in the divine martial class. The other students instinctively looked away. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. Someone had set the stage for him and came forward to offer a fight. He was even embarrassed to go all out. Fine, then let's go up and have a match, Wang Hao said.
Zhang Wentao's face was full of smiles, but in his heart, he secretly thought, I must teach you a good lesson later.
Do you really think that lowering your power level to be the same as mine gives you an advantage?
The lower-level divine martial arts, no matter how powerful, can't compare to higher-level ones. Immediately, a group of them headed towards the martial arts arena. For some reason, Zhang Wentao always felt the surrounding students were looking at him strangely. But he quickly brushed it aside. It's essential to focus on the scumbag Wang Hao. Zhang Wentao, go for it. Beat that scumbag, beat Wang Hao. Come on, you must teach that scumbag a harsh lesson.
Zhang Wentao, we support you. Your cousin is too pitiful, being with Wang Hao then woo. You must teach Wang Hao a good lesson.
The classmates around were filled with excitement, all cheering for Zhang Wentao.
Zhang Wentao was completely dumbfounded. What on earth happened? Wang Hao's eyes widened even more. His powerful mental ability instantly extracted key information from the crowd. Me? Slept with? Zhang Wentao's cousin? That strange and strong little girl? What a joke. When did I do such a thing?
Before long, Zhang Wentao also understood what in the world were these people talking about. When did Wang Hao?
In the crowd, Lan Ling's eyes were almost overflowing with tears. Scumbag Wang Hao, it's all your fault. You guys don't talk nonsense. Wang Hao didn't we just sparred his classmates? Zhang Wentao immediately shouted loudly with his mental power.
Zhang Wentao knew that Wang Hao didn't do that, so he quickly explained. If I don't explain clearly, if it spreads out, Zhang Wentao shivered.
My cousin's dad will probably come at me with a big sword.
The furious voice swept across the scene. Zhang Wentao's voice filled the entire martial arts arena, almost drowning out all the discussions. The entire martial arts arena fell silent for a moment, then burst into even more heated discussions.
Zhang Wentao, we all understand, we support you, beat that scumbag. No need to explain, those who understand, we won't spread it.
We know, Wang Hao didn't do anything, no need to explain, we support you. Wow, that Wang Hao is quite handsome, how infuriating. Even if he's a scumbag, he's still so good looking. So jealous, continue to be jealous. Wang Hao is not only handsome but also has exceptional talent. How about that? Is it even more jealous now? If only he could be a scumbag for me. I envy Zhang Wentao's cousin so much.
The classmates around were discussing even more passionately. Many male classmates supported Zhang Wentao to give Wang Hao a harsh lesson.
There were also many female classmates looking at the handsome Wang Hao, their eyes full of admiration, as he was so good-looking and talented. Being a scumbag was fine.
What's wrong with a scumbag?
He just wants to give more girls warmth. Wang Hao listened to the discussions around him, swallowed his saliva. Regardless of everything, today, my spotlight is. It's all Zhang Wentao's fault. Wang Hao thought secretly, I'll give you a harsh lesson later.
Zhang Wentao was already utterly speechless. What do you mean by those who understand? You all understand? What do you understand? I don't even understand.
Zhang Wentao took a deep breath. Forget it, teach Wang Hao a lesson first, then explain clearly. Zhang Wentao and Wang Hao both expressionlessly stepped onto the martial arts arena.
At the bottom of the martial arts arena, countless classmates focused on the two.
Not far away, Lan Ling was about to burst with rage, that despicable Wang Hao.
Before long, the purple shield of the martial arts arena lit up. Wang Hao, I don't want to say anything more. What you did back then, you must pay the price now.
Zhang Wentao said coldly.
Wang Hao shrugged and said casually, pay the price, you might not be worthy.
Students at the bottom of the martial arts arena clearly heard the words from both sides.
Everyone was even more certain of their guesses.
What you did back then must be paid for now, the classic scumbag plot, confirmed. This Wang Hao really slept with Zhang Wentao's cousin. Damn, this Wang Hao is too arrogant, slept with someone's cousin and still acts like this.
Zhang Wentao, come on, don't let Wang Hao get away with it, we support you.
Damn, this Wang Hao is so cool, my little heart can't hold back, but he's a scumbag, what to do?
Humph, we'll just see how the scumbag gets beaten later. Chen Shou, activate the suppression in the martial arts arena. Zhang Wentao told Chen Shou. Chen Shou's eyes showed a hint of pity. Brother Tao has a legendary reputation, what a pity, soon one more victim will arise under Wang Hao's command. Then, Chen Shou opened the force field suppression of the combat arena.
Zhang Wentao frowned slightly. Why didn't Chen Shou ask about Wang Hao's realm? Forget it, he should know, after all, the divine martial class is well informed. As the force field suppression activated, Zhang Wentao felt his own energy level steadily decreasing. Before long, he reached the level of late stage of acquired 5.
Wang Hao is actually at the late stage of acquired 5.
Zhang Wentao retracted his inner disdain. Achieving late stage of acquired 5 at this age indeed shows incredible talent.
What a pity, you have offended someone you shouldn't have. Let me, your senior, teach you a lesson. Moments later, Zhang Wentao's energy surged, filling the entire combat arena with a scorching aura. Boom! 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 Zhang Wentao charged at Wang Hao like a flame war god. The surrounding classmates watched Zhang Wentao with eager anticipation. It was finally about to begin. The violent energy surged toward Wang Hao. Chapter 82, Release of the Force Field Suppression? Wang Hao still stood dumbfounded, seemingly caught completely off guard. Zhang Wentao's lips curled slightly. This guy, who only knows how to cultivate, must be stunned by such a fierce attack. Then don't blame me for being rude. The classmates around the combat arena were filled with excitement, as if they could already see Wang Hao being brutally beaten. Blue Spirit among the crowd also clenched her fists. Wang Hao, you eliminated me back then, now. The students from the Divine Martial class had their expressions like they've seen through life. Wang Hao is doomed, he will be humiliated again. Zhang Wentao's body, engulfed in flames, lunged straight at Wang Hao. The air was filled with oppressive heat. Just as his body was about to hit Wang Hao dodged. Zhang Wentao's attack missed, and he suddenly felt an overwhelmingly strong force coming towards him. Zhang Wentao's heart sank. This Wang Hao truly has something special. At the moment the force approached, a golden energy surged within Zhang Wentao. The golden energy formed a shield around Zhang Wentao. Bang! Wang Hao casually punched the shield, instantly shattering it. Immediately after, Zhang Wentao's body was sent flying backwards. Screech! Zhang Wentao's body left a long scratch on the floor of the combat arena. A chill filled Zhang Wentao's heart. How could this be? Is this the power of acquired 5? His shield was actually shattered in an instant. Zhang Wentao felt his body slightly tremble. Wang Hao's punch seemed to carry a touch of icy cold power, making Zhang Wentao shiver. The surrounding classmates instantly fell silent. Many students were unable to accept it. Zhang Wentao is a top genius of the Divine Martial class, yet he can't outperform Wang Hao. Is this a joke? Wang Hao actually. They activated the suppression in the combat arena, now it's a battle of the same realm. So that's it, but this Wang Hao is too terrifying. Zhang Wentao may have suppressed his realm, but he can't suppress the level of martial arts. Wang Hao, is this what a super genius is like? Terrifying indeed. The scene in the combat arena gave these imperial martial students an overwhelming shock. Originally thinking that Wang Hao's talents were exaggerated, they realized he is genuinely strong. Blue Spirit gazed at the battle on the stage, slightly dazed. Is Wang Hao really this impressive? Wang Hao on the combat arena radiated a faint smile, the sunset's afterglow illuminating his face, making Blue Spirit's heart race uncontrollably. This Wang Hao looks quite, hey, what am I thinking? Lan Ling gasped and ran her fingers through her hair. The students from the Divine Martial class looked enlightened, as if they had already expected this outcome. Are you planning to lie on the ground and make me pay the price? Just this? Wang Hao said disdainfully. As soon as Wang Hao spoke, Zhang Wenta's blood surged. This guy dared to speak to him like this, truly not wanting to live. Swish, swish, swish. Zhang Wenta, ignoring the chill within him, charged at Wang Hao again. The students below exploded with chatter. Just this? Wang Hao is so arrogant, I really want to go up and hit him. Is this arrogance? Wang Hao is too domineering, turning from black to pink, no explanation needed. While the crowd below discussed fervently, Zhang Wenta had already charged up again. The elemental power within Zhang Wenta was nearly pushed to its limit. The air suddenly crackled with the sound of breaking wind. Wang Hao's expression showed no change, his gaze seemed to see through everything. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Zhang Wenta rushed forward, Wang Hao again threw a powerful punch. The strong impact knocked Zhang Wenta back fiercely once more. Wang Hao. I want you dead. Zhang Wenta couldn't hold back anymore, his elemental power erupted, his whole body engulfed in flames. Is all you know how to do is to rage helplessly? Wang Hao smiled, his indifferent tone mixed with sharp words, delivering a heavy blow to Zhang Wenta's heart. Zhang Wenta charged at Wang Hao again. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Hao was not polite, striking back for every attack. With Zhang Wenta's continuous charges, the surrounding students were speechless. This Zhang Wenta was just 2. Zhang Wenta had already lost count of how many times he had been knocked back. From Wang Hao's mocking gaze, Zhang Wenta felt like a clown. The surrounding discussion seemed to mock his overestimation of himself. Su Jing watched the battle arena, swallowing hard. It seemed that Wang Hao had held back then. Watching Wang Hao attack casually now, Su Jing understood that Wang Hao was not serious at all. Is this guy really a martial artist? How could there be such a terrifying warrior? Wang Hao, dare you to release your realm suppression? Let's fight with our own strength. After being knocked away again, Zhang Wenta's hoarse voice echoed in the arena.
At the same level, he couldn't defeat Wang Hao anymore. Zhang Wenta had completely resigned himself. His face was already lost, so why not lose it completely? He just wanted to give Wang Hao a good beating. Lan Ling looked at her cousin in the arena, awkwardly half kneeling, his clothes already in tatters, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Why? Her cousin was a top genius of the divine martial class, Wang Hao. Lan Ling's eyes were filled with confusion. Let go of realm suppression? Zhang Wenta's words reached Lan Ling's ears, and she couldn't believe her eyes widened. Is this something her proud cousin would say? Lan Ling's body trembled slightly. Was the gap between her and Wang Hao really so huge? Even her admired cousin could only be like this in front of him. Other students were even more stirred up. That's Zhang Wenta, a renowned genius of the divine martial class, and now he's making such a demand. To fight Wang Hao without suppressing their realms, after being beaten like this, he still has the face to make such a request. Many students no longer supported Zhang Wenta, instead turning to support Wang Hao. This Zhang Wenta was truly disgraceful, too shameless. Tao Gu is really losing his cool. Chen Shou remarked from the side. Su Jing looked at the situation in the arena with a complex expression and nodded. Making such a shameless request, isn't this losing it? Wang Hao probably won't agree to release realm suppression and have a warrior fight against a martial master, isn't that a joke? Beside him, Wu Yan spoke up. The other students in the divine martial class also nodded. As long as Wang Hao wasn't losing his mind, he shouldn't agree. Brother Tao has lost all face, Su Jing sighed. In front of everyone, Wang Hao casually defeated him as if he were a dog, and it happened multiple times. Zhang Wentao's eyes were fixed on Wang Hao, as if he wanted to swallow him whole with his gaze. Wang Hao's expression showed no change at all. Suppressing a realm was just like suppressing his own realm. If Wang Hao hadn't restrained the 9 abyss cold chill inside him, Zhang Wentao would have died hundreds of times already. Not restraining his realm. Ha! Chapter 83, 10 billion star coins. What do I gain from this? Wang Hao said faintly. Although Wang Hao didn't mind beating him again, if he could get some benefits, that would be even better. Zhang Wentao's heart leaped with joy. Didn't this Wang Hao know my realm? 1,000 low-grade essence crystals. Zhang Wentao declared, his eyes filled with ridicule. People from small places are just like this, always asking for benefits. 1,000 low-grade essence crystals should be enough to teach you a lesson, right? Wang Hao must be overjoyed inside. Are you treating me like a beggar? Wang Hao frowned slightly, although he could beat him again. To think he would let go of his realm suppression for just 1,000 low-grade essence crystals, ha. Wang Hao's words reached Zhang Wentao's ears. He thought 1,000 low-grade essence crystals were too little? 10,000. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, staring straight at Zhang Wentao. 10,000 low-grade essence crystals? Zhang Wentao weighed his options. This was equivalent to 1 billion star coins, but just to beat him up, was so much money necessary? Remembering his recent humiliation, anger instantly engulfed Zhang Wentao's eyes. 1 billion is 1 billion, if I don't beat you into a dead dog later, I won't call myself Zhang Wentao anymore. I said 10,000 medium-grade essence crystals. Wang Hao continued with a cold smile. Zhang Wentao's eyes widened in shock. Have you lost your mind over essence crystals? 10,000 medium-grade essence crystals, do you even have the guts to make that request? That's 10 billion star coins. Low-grade essence crystals are generally 100,000 star coins each, while medium-grade ones are 10 times that, costing 1 million star coins each. Medium-grade essence crystals are usually for masters to cultivate, containing much more sufficient and pure elemental energy. If you can defeat me, I won't want a single essence crystal. Wang Hao spoke again. As soon as Wang Hao spoke, Zhang Wentao stared at him blankly. Had this guy gone crazy? Did he really think he was invincible? The two's conversation was overheard by the students around the fighting arena. This Wang Hao. 10 billion star coins. A battle worth 10 billion star coins, is this the world of super geniuses? It's simply insane. But I think Wang Hao is saying this on purpose so that Zhang Wentao won't dare to challenge him. Zhang Wentao is really lacking class. After being beaten like this, he still dares not fight without realm suppression. It's totally ridiculous. I support Wang Hao. Without 10 billion, just step aside. If Zhang Wentao is willing to come up with 10 billion to fight Wang Hao, I really want to see how Wang Hao ends up. The words are out. If Zhang Wentao really puts it forward, I think Wang Hao will also have a hard time. The moment their conversation started, the entire arena became a boiling sea of excitement. The scene where Zhang Wentao was beaten like a dog was instantly forgotten by everyone. Everyone's minds were tightly captivated by the 10 billion star coins, eager to see how the two would end up. In the crowd, Lan Ling bit her lip tightly, watching the situation in the fighting arena. The current situation exceeded all her expectations. She originally just wanted to teach Wang Hao a lesson. How did it turn into this? Her own reputation, as well as her cousin's reputation, was completely ruined. Has classmate Wang Hao gone mad? Brother Tao is a 7th level innate martial artist, without realm suppression.
Chen Shou frowned.
I don't think Wang Hao is that reckless.
Su Jing interjected.
Su Jing had been watching the recent battle closely. In the arena, Zhang Wentao's attacks were just as fierce as those of a martial artist at the 8th level.
However, Wang Hao easily dodged, even casually pushing Zhang Wentao back.
The scene looked just like bullying a primary school student. Could it be that Wang Hao had already broken through to the innate level? Su Jing couldn't help but think, but quickly shook his head. He was really losing his mind. At 16 years old, a postnatal 5th level was already extremely frightening. If he had really broken through to the innate level, it was impossible. It couldn't be, absolutely impossible.
Su Jing hurriedly suppressed his thoughts. A 16-year-old innate level? He must be insane to think like this.
I think the classmate beside us has a point. Wang Hao just wants to use 10 billion to make Tao go back down. Wu Yan said from the side.
Other classmates nodded in agreement. This was the most likely explanation.
Although Zhang Wentao was the top genius, 10 billion star coins were not something one could just take out. Even though Wang Hao had no chance of winning, if Zhang Wentao couldn't produce it, there wouldn't be much to say.
Is this really the case? Su Jing's gaze was thoughtful, carefully watching Wang Hao in the arena. Are you serious? If I defeat you, you won't take a single origin crystal? Zhang Wentao's eyes gleamed with a cold light.
At this moment, Zhang Wentao half knelt in the arena, his body slightly trembling, unsure if it was from excitement or pain.
Did this kid Wang Hao see I was injured and think I had little combat power left?
As this thought crossed Zhang Wentao's mind, he was certain Wang Hao wanted to take advantage of his injury for a big score.
He didn't fear being overconfident. Did he really think innate martial artists were joking around? I, Wang Hao, keep my word.
If you beat me, I won't take a single origin crystal.
Wang Hao replied indifferently.
Zhang Wentao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes slightly squinted. 10 billion star coins, let's see how tough your stomach is. With a sudden fierce aura emerging from Zhang Wentao, his eyes widened. Alright, very well, I'll grant you that.
Chapter 84, The Ancient Order of Gods and Demons.
Wang Hao looked at Zhang Wentao, whose aura suddenly surged, without a trace of fear in his eyes.
As soon as Zhang Wentao spoke, the classmates around the arena became excited.
A battle worth 10 billion was simply too thrilling. Regardless of whether Wang Hao could win, it was bound to leave a deep impression on the students of the Imperial Martial Academy.
Tao Go agreed. Damn, it seems Wang Hao miscalculated.
Wu Yan murmured from a distance.
If it were me, I would agree too. If someone hurt me like this, how could I not seek revenge?
Besides, Tao Go is an innate 7th level martial artist, no way could Wang Hao defeat him.
Qin Yang chimed in.
The surrounding classmates were also discussing. It seemed it was time for Zhang Wentao to beat Wang Hao.
Su Jing had a glint in his eyes. Would Wang Hao really do something so thankless?
The discussions around the arena became more and more intense, the atmosphere almost reaching its peak. Then take out 10,000 mid-grade origin crystals first. Wang Hao continued, his eyes coldly fixed on Zhang Wentao. Zhang Wentao's face stalled. How could he possibly have 10,000 mid-grade origin crystals?
Wasn't this a joke? Do you really think you can beat me?
Zhang Wentao sneered, his eyes full of mockery.
Wang Hao furrowed his brows, then disdainfully replied, You don't have any origin crystals, what's there to show off?
Winning or losing is my business, you won't even have the crystals.
The dialogue between the two was clearly overheard.
The surrounding classmates were stunned, so this battle worth 10 billion in origin crystals.
Should we fight or not?
Damn it, even though Wang Hao is a jerk, I support Wang Hao.
You can't even come up with 10 billion, what are you pretending for? Exactly, whether you can win or not is one thing, but if you can't even present a yuan crystal, that's a whole other matter.
That's right, trying to get something for nothing is really asking too much. Wang Hao isn't an idiot.
The people from the divine martial class didn't discuss it.
With Zhang Wentao's family background and talent, 10 billion is definitely something he can produce, it just depends on whether he can harden his heart to do it.
Lan Ling at the fighting arena bit her lip tightly.
A yuan crystal worth 10 billion, even if she is the most beloved daughter of the governor of Magic City, it's not easy to take out. Wang Hao's words reached Zhang Wentao's ears, causing the veins on Zhang Wentao's forehead to pop up. This guy. I don't have 10,000 middle-grade yuan crystals, but I can use something else instead.
Zhang Wentao gritted his teeth and said. Wang Hao raised his eyebrows, then tell me, what is it? Zhang Wentao took a deep breath, and his yuan energy surged violently.
Immediately, both of them were hidden away, making it impossible for outsiders to see or hear anything happening in the fighting arena.
Wang Hao frowned slightly. What's Zhang Wentao up to, hiding both of us? The classmates in the fighting arena around them were dumbfounded. How did he hide them? Is he planning some sort of shady deal? The people from the divine martial class looked serious.
Since Zhang Wentao chose to hide, he must be wanting to talk to Wang Hao.
What is it that's so sneaky?
Wang Hao said with impatience in his eyes. Was it just something worth 10 billion star coins? Is it really necessary to act like this? This item has a huge background, I'm afraid of leaking it out. Zhang Wentao said lightly. Wang Hao squinted his eyes. Does Zhang Wentao want to pull out something big? Then what is it? Wang Hao asked again. A huge background? What a joke, I have soul forging martial arts and even SS level martial arts, can't I handle you? The Ancient Demon Order. Zhang Wentao took a deep breath and said. The Ancient Demon Order? Wang Hao was left with a head full of question marks. What is this? As if sensing Wang Hao's confusion, Zhang Wentao looked disdainful. No wonder he was a bumpkin from the countryside, not even knowing the Ancient Demon Order. The Ancient Demon Order is the key to entering the Ancient God and Demon battlefield. Possessing it allows access to the Ancient God and Demon battlefield. Zhang Wentao continued softly. Wang Hao's pupils shrank. The Ancient God and Demon battlefield? Just hearing the name sounded extremely high-end. Following that, Wang Hao quickly searched for information about the Ancient Demon Order and the Ancient God and Demon battlefield on his terminal. As he looked at the information coming from the terminal, Wang Hao's eyes widened. Godly inheritance, ancient divine weapons, ancient celestial objects, top-tier divine medicines, all sorts of terms flooded Wang Hao's mind. So, how about it? The Ancient Demon Order is worth this price, right? Zhang Wentao said lightly. Wang Hao took a deep breath. Worth it, so worth it. Although the good stuff in the Ancient God and Demon battlefield might be scarce now, if he could obtain even a single ancient divine weapon inside, even a holy weapon would be invaluable. Moreover, according to the information on the terminal, the Ancient Demon Order had only appeared once at an auction in the imperial capital over the past few hundred years. At that time, the price was once close to 12 billion star coins. 12 billion star coins for the Ancient Demon Order. Then you give me the Ancient Demon Order first, and I'll see if it's real. Wang Hao said, staring at Zhang Wentao with flames of desire in his eyes. As expected of the top genius of the divine martial class, the child of fortune, even this sort of thing is in their possession. Good, it's mine now. Let's see if it's real, as if I would lie to you. Zhang Wentao frowned slightly and then pulled out an ancient, simple token from his spatial ring. A mysterious aura wrapped around the token, on which the words divine and demon were printed. After Wang Hao took the ancient token, he continuously compared it with the information on the terminal, and finally confirmed that this thing was indeed real. Once he confirmed the authenticity of the ancient divine and demon token, Wang Hao directly put the token into his space ring. Zhang Wentao's eyelids jumped wildly. Wang Hao, what are you doing? Hurry and give the divine demon token back to me. It's safer for me to keep something like this. If you defeat me later, I will naturally return it to you. Wang Hao replied dismissively. He wouldn't give this guy the token. What if he lost and then ran away, leaving him with nothing? Losing a divine and demon token for nothing would be a huge loss. Zhang Wentao's forehead bulged with veins. This guy. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Wentao thought, I'll let you keep it for now, so you can taste the feeling of getting something and then losing it, and then I'll give you a good beating. As for Wang Hao daring to directly take his stuff, Zhang Wentao didn't believe he had that kind of guts. Zhang Wentao's things were not something just anyone could take. As for losing, Zhang Wentao hadn't even considered that possibility. A congenital warrior versus an acquired warrior, wasn't that just about having hands? Then let's get started. Zhang Wentao's eyes seemed like they could devour people, fixed tightly on Wang Hao. Wang Hao didn't care at all. He had already taken a divine and demon token worth 12 billion, so what if he was glared at? Zhang Wentao then withdrew the surrounding aura of both of them. The two figures appeared once again on the martial arts stage. Are these two still going to fight? They've been in there for so long. I think they've reached some kind of agreement. They should be starting soon. Zhang Wentao's gaze is so frightening. I can't imagine what he just did in there. Could it be that Wang Hao did something in there too? The surrounding classmates were all chattering. Chen Shou, turn off the boundary suppression. At that moment, Wang Hao's voice came from the martial arts stage. When Wang Hao's voice came out, everyone became excited. NND, it's finally starting. Wang Hao was truly blinded earlier, agreeing to such a fight. Yeah, Wang Hao is still too young. Maybe he can beat Zhang Wentao in the future, but not now. It's good to teach him a lesson to make him remember. Did you forget, Wang Hao is a scumbag? Oh, he's so handsome and talented, let him be a scumbag. Wang Hao, come scumbag me. The chatter echoed all around. After hearing Wang Hao's voice, Chen Shou walked over to the side of the martial arts stage and turned off the boundary suppression field. Not far away, Lan Ling watched the two on the martial arts stage, feeling a bit ridiculous. Wang Hao really wanted to have a fair fight with his cousin, not even using boundary suppression. Wang Hao was really too imprudent.
Well, after this lesson, hopefully, he won't come after him again. Lan Ling thought to himself. The classmates from the divine martial class also looked solemnly at the martial arts stage. Wang Hao is done for. It seems like Tao Ge is going to give him a real beating this time, Wu Yan said, seemingly already envisioning the scene of Wang Hao getting beaten up. Qin Yang also looked excited. Wang Hao had hit him hard before, and now getting to see Wang Hao get thrashed was pretty nice. Su Jing watched the situation on the stage with a blank expression, unconsciously clenching his fist. As the boundary suppression field was turned off, Zhang Wentao's aura began to churn rapidly. A huge sense of oppression emanated from Zhang Wentao's body. Wang Hao, don't worry, I will slowly trample you. Zhang Wentao's voice filled the entire martial arts stage. The innate 7th level aura surged on the martial arts stage, and Zhang Wentao charged directly at Wang Hao. The classmates around the martial arts stage tensed up. Is it finally time to start beating scumbag Wang Hao? How long can Wang Hao hold on? No one thinks Wang Hao can beat Zhang Wentao. Anyone with brains wouldn't believe Wang Hao can win. Do you think suppressing your realm is for what? It's to protect you. Wang Hao shouted loudly, and then the 9 nether cold energy and extreme cold power gathered in his right hand. As Zhang Wentao rushed forward, cold sweat broke out in his heart. How is this possible? The pressure coming from Wang Hao made Zhang Wentao feel suffocated. The classmates around the fighting arena were all staring in disbelief. How could Wang Hao's pressure be so strong? Could it be no impossible? Zhang Wentao's heart had completely lost its reason. Smack! With the 9 nether cold energy and extreme cold power, Wang Hao slapped Zhang Wentao's face hard. Boom! 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 Zhang Wentao's face instantly swelled up, then he was bombarded by the extreme cold power and 9 nether cold energy, heavily crashing down to the fighting arena, and instantly lost consciousness. The entire fighting arena fell into extreme silence in an instant. The classmates around the fighting arena all widened their eyes. How could this be? Luan Ling covered her mouth, staring blankly at the scene before her. Cousin. The classmates of the divine martial class were also in a daze. That was a martial master of the 7th level of the innate stage. No one understands better than them how strong Zhang Wentao is. Zhang Wentao, who unleashed all his energy, was taken down in an instant. Wang Hao, is he really 16 years old? Is he really a martial artist? A monster. Su Jing's eyes were filled with wonder. Sure enough, I knew Wang Hao would definitely. After the extreme silence, the entire audience erupted into heated discussions. What happened? Damn it, I just went to the bathroom and you show me this. Zhang Wentao was taken down? Impossible, Wang Hao must be faking it. Damn, I just went to take a piss, and the fight is already over. I thought Zhang Wentao was going to beat Wang Hao, but unexpectedly Wang Hao is the real god. Amazing. This is definitely cheating, Lu. Wang Hao, let's see who dares to disagree. Others just entered school and are top geniuses in the divine martial class. I'm so dumbfounded, the gap between people is really bigger than between humans and dogs. The battle in the fighting arena shocked all the classmates greatly. Wang Hao actually defeated Zhang Wentao, and it was a one-hit kill, truly astonishing everyone's eyes. Everyone looked at Wang Hao in the fighting arena. In the afterglow of the sunset, Wang Hao's handsome face shone exceptionally attractive under the sun. Plus the wild power just now. It's simply a deadly attraction. I somewhat believe what Zhang Wentao said at first. Wang Hao really hasn't with his cousin. Yeah, with this kind of strength, how could he be a scumbag? Even if he is, I'd accept it. Exactly, what kind of person is Zhang Wentao's cousin to be worthy of Wang Hao? Doesn't she see who Wang Hao is, this super genius? If Wang Hao is willing to be a scumbag, that would be great, I would be willing. Luan Ling listened to the discussions around her, and tears could no longer be held back. Tears flowed down like a river. Why, I just wanted to teach Wang Hao a lesson, why? Luan Ling looked at Wang Hao on the stage with blurry, tear-filled eyes. Under the sparkling tears, Wang Hao looked like a dazzling light, piercing directly through Luan Ling's heart. So terrifying, is this Wang Hao? It seems he really held back that day. Qin Yang murmured softly, his understanding of the situation had already been overturned. Beside him, Chen Shou, Wu Yan, and others were also silent. They thought they already knew how strong Wang Hao was. But now, the 7th level innate Zhang Wentao, in front of Wang Hao, couldn't withstand even one move. This kind of monster, it cannot even be called a monster anymore. He is only 16 years old, 16 years old. Wu Yan murmured. Chapter 86, Aftermath. The other classmates of the divine martial class found it hard to accept. They were also top geniuses of the empire martial class. But this Wang Hao is really too exaggerated, right? Chen Shou suddenly remembered that Wang Hao asked him the other day about the reward for being first in the monthly assessment. This Wang Hao, could it be that he can really get first place? Chen Shou's heart skipped a beat, connecting it with his strength today. Could it be that Wang Hao can really take the first place? On the martial arts arena, Wang Hao saw his classmates staring at him passionately, and he felt a little uneasy, wondering if he was being too flashy. Then, Wang Hao used his shadow demon steps and directly left the martial arts arena. Showing off and then running away, it's really exciting. Utilizing the shadow demon steps, Wang Hao almost turned into an afterimage in the air, speeding outwards. Meanwhile, the other classmates continued to discuss Wang Hao. Imperial Capital Academy. Principal's office. In the principal's office, several teachers were discussing plans. After a while, everyone's phones rang. The principal sipped tea beside them and also picked up his phone. Put. Looking at the message on his phone, the tea in his mouth instantly sprayed out. Wang Hao defeated Zhang Wentao, instantly killed? Are you kidding me? The principal was shocked, and then seemed to remember something. You guys, stop this plan for now and immediately suppress this matter. This news must not spread from the Imperial Capital Academy. Also, immediately notify the Tianwu Association to provide Wang Hao with stricter protection. The principal immediately issued the order. The nearby teachers also understood the seriousness of the situation. At 16 years old, he had instantly killed the top genius Zhang Wentao, who was at the 7th level of innate ability. This was simply a prodigy of martial gods. If they didn't control the news, it might attract demon saints or evil saints to come after Wang Hao. This wasn't alarmist, such things had really happened before. The teachers immediately put down what they were doing and mobilized more teachers to take action. The news that Wang Hao had defeated Zhang Wentao immediately began to ferment at the Imperial Capital Academy. Everyone who heard the news was astonished. In a short time, the entire school was completely locked down. All information and news within the school could not be transmitted out. Just when the school was sealed off, Wang Hao had already returned to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. In the special training room of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Wang Hao was fiddling with the ancient token of gods and demons in his hand, his heart full of excitement. Ancient divine weapons, top-grade divine medicines, TSK, wait for me. Ding ding ding. Wang Hao's terminal suddenly rang. Wang Hao directly opened the terminal. Guan Shang's image appeared on the terminal. You brat, what an impressive show-off. You actually defeated Zhang Wentao, who was at the 7th level of innate ability, in an instant. Guan Shang's faint voice resonated from the terminal. Wang Hao coughed lightly, wondering how this matter reached Guan Shang's ears so quickly. It really was that Zhang Wentao who bullied me too much. Wang Hao blinked and then spoke. Alright, I know everything. Don't show off in front of me. Young people, I can understand your youthful enthusiasm. Luckily, the principal of your school sealed the news immediately, otherwise, TSK. Guan Shang continued. The principal sealed the news. Wang Hao also let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want to show off, it was just that Zhang Wentao called people over and even gave him the ancient token of gods and demons. Not to smack the face served up on a plate would really be too, well, you know what I mean? With the news sealed, things indeed became much better. I hope there won't be any demon saints or evil saints coming to cut me down. Wang Hao then said weakly. Guan Shang curled his lips, although his face was serious, his eyes could not hide the joy. At 16, instantaneously defeating Zhang Wentao, who was at the 7th level of innate ability, was truly astonishing. He was simply a prodigy among prodigies. With such a genius, why fear the extinction of demons and evil? Don't worry, the news is sealed quickly. You're lucky, kid. The demon saints and evil saints are not just idly panicking. Just wait for these top geniuses to be taken down. Guan Shang continued. As soon as Guan Shang's words fell, Wang Hao showed a smile. Good, now they could play happily again. How is your practice of 9 nether cold art going? Guan Shang asked next. This kid hasn't actually succeeded in practicing it, has he? Guan Shang couldn't help but think, but then dismissed the thought. How could that be? That's an SS level martial art, he is merely an innate. I have already entered the door. Wang Hao blinked and continued. What? Guan Shang's eyes widened. Entered the door? Guan Shang's heart was pounding. Did this Wang Hao make a mistake? That's an SS level martial art, it's only been around 10 days at most. Entered the door? Guan Shang had also looked into this martial art, even the head of the Wang family practiced it. But it was said that just entering the door took 3 months. Moreover, when he learned it, he was already a grandmaster level expert. 10 days to enter the door. Even the legendary Ling Tian martial god didn't have this kind of talent, just the speed of this martial arts practice is already leagues ahead of others. Guan Shang's heart was racing, he began to understand why the Qingshan martial sage had high hopes for Wang Hao. By the way, Guan Hao master, are there any more nether crystals? I have used up all my nether crystals. Wang Hao continued to ask. It would be great if he could get more nether crystals. That thing is much more useful than the original crystal. Not only does it contain pure elemental energy, but it can also be used to practice 9 nether cold art.
Guan Sheng came back to his senses and remembered the Qingshan martial sage's instructions. If Wang Hao ran out of nether crystals, sending him to seek them out in the demon battlefield would also serve as his training. They do not need geniuses who only know how to cultivate, they need strong warriors who can stabilize the stars. Guan Sheng took a deep breath. Wang Hao, nether crystals will drop when you defeat nether demons in the demon battlefield, you need to obtain this by yourself. Wang Hao's mouth twitched slightly, the demon battlefield. Forget it, for the sake of quickly enhancing my strength. I will mail you something that can detect nether demons, it will help you a bit. Guan Sheng said next. Wang Hao's heart filled with joy, there is actually such a thing. In that case, the efficiency would indeed increase a lot. After some small talk, Guan Sheng seemed to be in a hurry and quickly hung up the phone. Ugh. Oh, I still wanted to ask about the ancient demon command. Wang Hao looked at the hurriedly hung up Guan Sheng and couldn't help but complain inside. Chapter 87, The Four Directions Stir. Forget it, I can ask next time. The ancient demon battlefield is not a place a small innate martial artist like me can enter, right? After Guan Sheng hung up the phone, Wang Hao began to practice his martial arts. Without the energy pool and nether crystals, the efficiency of practicing the technique is really too low. Still better to practice martial arts. In the special training room, the violent thunder element slowly flowed into Wang Hao's body as he absorbed it. Wang Hao's body was filled with the power of thunder. That's right, it is said that Lin Chang seems to have SS-level thunder talent, Wang Hao suddenly remembered. Previously, Chen Shou had given him some information about Lin Chang, who ranked first in the last monthly assessment of the Divine Martial class. An innate level 10 quasi-grandmaster with extremely violent SS-level thunder talent. Next time, I'll replicate Lin Chang's talent, Wang Hao thought to himself. The power of thunder is extremely suppressive against demons, ordinary demons are easily shredded by thunder. However, that Lin Chang seems to be in the demon battlefield right now. Should I go to the demon battlefield to find Lin Chang? According to Chen Shou's news, Lin Chang has already reached the innate level 10 limit, and might break through to Grandmaster at any time. If he breaks through to Grandmaster, Lin Chang might not participate in the monthly assessment anymore. Wang Hao hesitated in his heart. Demon battlefield. Then let's go. I just need to obtain the nether crystal, and if I can also copy Lin Chang's talent in the process, that would be even better. After making up his mind, Wang Hao's heart settled down, and then he continued his cultivation. Time slowly passed, and soon, the outside was filled with countless stars. It was time to practice the star-forging soul technique. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes. Then he directly arrived at the rooftop of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. The power of the stars in the sky enveloped Wang Hao. The star-forging soul technique, within Wang Hao's body started to operate on its own. Wang Hao then took out the other half of the star-forging soul technique that Lin Zian had given him. Comparing it with the other half's content, Wang Hao felt that the operation of the star power was much smoother. The complete version was indeed far better than just half. Wang Hao felt a wave of comfort in his heart, and then he fell into deep cultivation. The incident of Wang Hao defeating Zhang Wentao was still fermenting. Although the principal had sealed the news at the first moment, it was still inevitably leaked a bit. Of course, it did not spread widely, as this event was simply too unbelievable. Most who heard the news thought it was just hype. It was merely praising Wang Hao. Those students who saw the scene at the time did not say much more. The students of the Imperial Martial Arts were basically top talents selected from across the country. They were clear-headed about such matters. In the capital, the Zhang family. At this moment, Zhang Wentao was surrounded by a chilling ice, his face pale, while several master-level experts were helping him dispel the cold air. You say it was that martial exam champion, Wang Hao, who beat Wentao to this state? The head of the Zhang family frowned, his expression full of disbelief. Naturally, the head of the Zhang family had heard some about Wang Hao. He entered the school and immediately joined the divine martial class as a super genius and was also a formal member of the Tianwu Association, making waves everywhere. But he is just a postnatal martial artist, right? The master-level experts beside him all had hot vital energy continuously flowing towards Zhang Wentao. Under the nourishment of this hot energy, Zhang Wentao's complexion began to improve slowly. One subordinate spoke up, reporting to the head of the family, it was indeed Wang Hao who defeated the young master. The head of the Zhang family narrowed his eyes. Did that Wang Hao use any external forces? With his postnatal cultivation, to defeat Wentao is simply laughable. If that Wang Hao really used underhanded methods, even if you belong to the Tianwu Association, I will make you pay the price. Looking at the weak Zhang Wentao before him, the head of the Zhang family felt deep pain in his heart. Reporting to the head of the family, it was a fair duel, and Wang Hao defeated the young master. There was no, another subordinate continued. The head of the Zhang family was filled with disbelief. How could it be? But his subordinate would never deceive him. Could it be that Wang Hao really possesses such outstanding strength? Forget it, forget it.
Wen Tao has always been strong-willed, perhaps the setback will be helpful for him. In the capital, the Wang family. In the basement of the Wang family. There was an extremely secret place in the basement. A middle-aged man with a severed right arm stood in the basement. The basement was filled with various chaotic and evil energies. In the very center of the basement stood a sturdy young man, his entire body wrapped in black chaotic aura, with evil energy raging within him. The sturdy young man trembled constantly, seemingly enduring immense pain. Sure, Wang Hao is now capable of defeating an innate martial artist of level 7. The middle-aged man looked at the sturdy young man before him, a trace of heartache crossing his eyes, quickly followed by a harshness. Innate level 7. No. I endured so much pain just to barely reach the innate realm, I can't accept this. Ah, the robust young man's eyes were filled with madness, as the chaotic evil aura constantly eroded his body. Innate 7th level, Wang Hao actually managed to defeat someone at the innate 7th level. Wang Shua's mind was consumed with one thought, which was to quickly enhance his power and then crush Wang Hao with absolute strength. Dad, give me the master-level evil god aura. I must make Wang Hao die, Wang Shua roared again. Wang Shua's voice was heart-wrenching, echoing in the basement. Wang Xiong took a deep breath. Sure, I don't want to say unnecessary words, hold on, our Wang family relies on you. After Wang Xiong spoke, he walked directly towards the exit of the basement. At the entrance of the basement, a group of people wrapped in black aura guarded the place tightly. Give the young master the master-level evil god aura. Wang Xiong said to the people at the door. As soon as Wang Xiong's words came out, a glint of coldness passed through the eyes of those at the door, master level. Then, Wang Xiong left the basement. Sure, you are still not ruthless enough, don't blame your father, you will understand my good intentions later. Wang Xiong left the basement with a complicated heart. The heart-wrenching sound in the basement still echoed everywhere, like the wails of hellish demons. Imperial capital. In a luxuriously decorated villa. A stunningly beautiful young girl was slowly absorbing the surrounding natural energy in her training room. After a while, a graceful middle-aged woman gently pushed open the door of the training room. Aunt Lu, is there something wrong with you coming over so late? The girl slowly opened her eyes with a smile, looking at the middle-aged woman before her. Chapter 88, Mind Master. Xing Yan, your classmate from Jianglin City, really, the middle-aged woman's eyes shone with complexity as she said helplessly. Su Qingyan's brow furrowed slightly, then she spoke, what's wrong with Wang Hao? Lu Fei took a deep breath and said with a complicated expression, your classmate just defeated the top genius of the divine martial class, Zhang Wentao. As soon as Lu Fei finished speaking, Su Qingyan's expression was one of shock, although she was unclear about the top genius's power in the divine martial class. But except for Wang Hao, who joined upon enrollment, the others had basically reached the innate realm before entering the divine martial class. Moreover, the top genius of the divine martial class must be a strong fighter above the mid-innate level, right? Aunt Lu, you are not joking, are you? Wang Hao, Su Qingyan suppressed her shock and continued. Lu Fei looked seriously at Su Qingyan. Qingyan, do I look like I'm joking? Su Qingyan slightly clenched her fists. Lu Fei was a close friend of her mother and possessed some power in the imperial capital. Thus, Su Qingyan's mother had asked Lu Fei to take care of Su Qingyan more in the imperial capital. Lu Fei also had a great fondness for Su Qingyan, the girl. Qingyan, Aunt Lu heard that when you were in Jianglin City, you were quite close to this Wang Hao. Lu Fei continued, her eyes fixed closely on Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she weakly said, we are just ordinary classmates. Lu Fei looked at Su Qingyan and had a few guesses in her heart. Qingyan, Aunt Lu has seen many people rise and fall. How many prodigies, divine warriors, truly reach the peak? You are a wise person, now the situation in the imperial capital is too complex. Even the master and martial saints find it difficult in this whirlpool. Wang Hao, despite his talent, may not. Lu Fei didn't continue, only letting out a gentle sigh. Su Qingyan's nails nearly broke into her flesh. Aunt Lu. Su Qingyan lowered her head. I only feel a bit powerless inside. You think about it well, I have things to deal with. Lu Fei said, and then she directly left. Su Qingyan watched Lu Fei leave, and the shadow of Wang Hao appeared in her mind again. The next morning. On the top floor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. When the starry sky faded away, Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes. The power of the stars within him also completely converged. Wang Hao seemed to be wrapped in a mysterious aura. My soul power? The complete star-refining soul secret is indeed much stronger. My soul power has suddenly increased a lot. Wang Hao felt that the tiny particles in the air were clearly entering his sight. What happened? On the top floor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, under the scan of his mental power, there was no hidden breath at all. How has my soul power suddenly increased so much? Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching a soul power of 10, unlocking a new profession, Mental Master. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Mental Master.
Wang Hao remembered that the Wang family's assassins mentioned the term mental master when dealing with him.
Wang Hao felt that his mental power seemed to condense into a substance. Whoosh! Wang Hao controlled his mental power and gently grasped a stone in the distance.
The stone slowly floated in the air.
Wow, this is amazing, I won't even need chopsticks to eat anymore. Using mental power directly would be wonderful.
I, Wang Hao, am truly a genius.
Opening the attribute panel, Wang Hao silently thought. Having unlocked a new profession, there should also be a change in the panel, right? Name, Wang Hao. Talent, Quick Divine Body, SSS, Void Shadow, S-Class, Ultimate Ice Cold, S-Class. Martial Arts Realm, Innate 4th Level Martial Artist. Soul Realm, Jade Level Initial Stage Mental Master. Cultivation Method, She Creation Greenwood Secret.
Skills, Blade Intent, Great Achievement, increases blade power by 150%, Fist Intent, Minor Achievement, increases fist power by 80%. Refining Soul Martial Arts, Star Refining Soul Secret, S-Class, Entry. Blade Technique Martial Arts, Ninefold Blade Technique, C-Class, Divine, Shadow Blade Technique, D-Class, Perfect, Tianyuan 1 Blade, E-Class, Divine, Wind Cutting Blade Technique, E-Class, Divine. Body Refining Martial Arts, Thunder Body Refining Secret, C-Class, Perfect, Diamond Secret, E-Class, Divine. Fist Technique Martial Arts, Thunder Fist, C-Class, Perfect, Falling Cloud Palm, F-Class, Divine. Body Technique Martial Arts, Shadow Demon Step, C-Class, Perfect, Ethereal Step Technique, E-Class, Perfect. Auxiliary Martial Arts, Eye of Spirit Clarity, D-Class, Proficient, Spirit Breathing Technique, C-Class, Skilled. Special Martial Arts, 9 Hades Heavenly Cold Force, SS-Class, Entry. Vitality, 1130. Soul, 10. Time until next duplication, 10 days. Jade Level Initial Stage Mental Master. Wang Hao looked at the information on the panel, filled with confusion. Jade Level, what does that mean? Then, Wang Hao opened his terminal and began to search for information related to the mental master. Jade, Spirit, Mysterious, Holy, Divine. Wang Hao looked at the information on the terminal, so the levels of mental master are like this. Jade corresponds to Innate, Spirit corresponds to Master, Mysterious corresponds to Grandmaster, Holy corresponds to Martial Saint, and Divine corresponds to Martial God. So, I'm currently just the lowest level of mental master. Wang Hao thought to himself, this is just too useless. However, this powerful mental power is indeed extremely useful. Using it to sense the environment or to make sneak attacks is quite powerful. Wang Hao remembered when he used the Star Refining Soul Secret against those high-level postnatals, he basically defeated them in seconds. Though that was also because they were caught off guard. But who would be on guard against someone's mental attack every day? After all, mental masters are still quite rare. Soul power is truly difficult to improve, only when reaching Master or even Grandmaster can one enter the field. Moreover, refining soul martial arts is also extremely rare and quite hard to cultivate. Not everyone has the talent that Wang Hao possesses. Becoming a mental master requires talent and luck, both are indispensable, and Wang Hao just happens to lack neither. After collecting his thoughts, Wang Hao left the top floor. After washing up, Wang Hao went to eat. In the cafeteria of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Wang Hao used his mental power to feed himself. A fragrant chicken leg floated up from the plate, drilling into Wang Hao's mouth. If only I had such mental power in my last life, I could eat while playing games. Wang Hao bit into the chicken leg, thinking to himself. After some time, having finished the meal, Wang Hao returned to the training room. The item that can detect the underworld demons that Guan Shang mentioned had been sent over. Is this the thing that can detect underworld demons? Wang Hao's eyes brightened as he looked at what was in the package. Chapter 89, Demon Battlefield. It was an item resembling a compass. A mysterious aura was entwined around it. When the time comes to go to the demon battlefield, I will understand, Wang Hao thought to himself. After a brief inspection, Wang Hao tossed the compass into his spatial ring. Right, I can also take on a task in the demon battlefield and obtain some training resources, Wang Hao thought. Next, Wang Hao checked the tasks for the Tianwu Association on his terminal. The tasks in the demon battlefield were mostly about collecting the corpses of demons. Of course, the lowest requirement was the corpses of master-level demons. There were also tasks to find various rare materials. There were even quite a few tasks to find people. These tasks are too frustrating, Wang Hao thought as he looked at them, feeling a bit tired. Can I really handle master-level demons? And searching for rare materials when I don't even know where they are? Isn't that nonsense? How can I find time to search everywhere? After searching for a long time, Wang Hao couldn't find a suitable task. This task seems pretty suitable for me, a sudden task on the terminal caught Wang Hao's eye. Collecting Fire Spirit Mushrooms. Fire Spirit Mushrooms are distributed on the edge of the Fire Spirit Demon's territory in the Demon Battlefield, each mushroom worth 100 million star coins, and for each one submitted, there is a reward of 1,000 contribution points. Wang Hao looked at this task and recalled his last experience picking purple star grass on Xingyun Mountain. I have a shadow clone, isn't this just picking up money? Fire Spirit Mushrooms, each worth 100 million star coins. If I can collect a few thousand, won't the Tianwu Association go bankrupt? Forget it, I'll see later. This thing is so expensive, it definitely won't be as easy as the purple star grass. Wang Hao then accepted the task. After accepting the task, Wang Hao started to prepare the things he would use in the demon battlefield. After a while, Wang Hao was finally ready. Once prepared, Wang Hao went to the teleportation array of the Tianwu Association. Through the teleportation array, Wang Hao directly left the imperial capital. Demon battlefield. The demon battlefield was full of the smell of blood and a chilling atmosphere. There was no order here, you could kill at any moment if you wanted. Death and chaos were the best descriptions of this place. On the battlefield, there were many humans, as well as many demons. Whether you were a peerless genius, a powerful warrior, or a fierce demon, you could freely unleash everything here. This is the demon battlefield, where humans are not human, demons are not demons, and monsters are not monsters. Only powerful strength is your capital for survival. In the northern part of the demon battlefield, a young man in white was fighting a group of fierce demons. The battle was exceptionally intense, with powerful natural energy and demonic energy raging around. Beside the young man, there were a few companions, also fighting fiercely against the demons. Colorful energies and the terrifying auras of the demons continuously intertwined. Before long, the white-clad youth was covered in demon blood. Swish, swish, swish. Extreme flames surged around the young man in white. Then, the flames erupted from the youth and swept directly towards the nearby demons. Aoo. Accompanied by several extremely tragic cries, the demons were burned to death by the intense flames. The air was filled with the stench and the scorching heat. Brother Zhou, your flames are getting more and more powerful, I see that reaching the innate 8th level is not far away. A tall young man beside him complimented. Yeah, Brother Zhou, once you break through to the innate 8th level, you can find that Zhang Wento and get your revenge. Another voice chimed in. The youth in white snorted coldly, if I hadn't been injured last time, how could that Zhang Wentao possibly defeat me? The white-clad youth was the top genius of the Star Academy, Zhou Jin. Although he and Zhang Wentao were not from the same academy, they had always been in close competition since awakening their talents, both possessing extremely similar strengths, neither willing to submit to the other. After being defeated by Zhang Wentao in their last battle, Zhou Jin had been secretly working hard to defeat Zhang Wentao. Brother Zhou, I just saw a very funny piece of news, Zhang Wentao was defeated by a postnatal warrior. Suddenly, a big man beside him spoke while looking at his phone. Zhou Jin's eyes narrowed. Zhang Wentao was defeated by a postnatal warrior? This must be a joke. Zhang Wentao's strength is on par with his, he even defeated him last time. Let me see. Zhou Jin said to the big man. The big man immediately handed his phone to Zhou Jin. Martial exam champion Wang Hao killed Zhang Wentao in seconds using external force? Zhou Jin looked at this information, frowning deeply. Brother Zhou, I get it now, it must be that Wang Hao using some despicable means to defeat him, otherwise, a postnatal warrior defeating Zhang Wentao, isn't that a dream? The tall youth said. Zhou Jin's expression showed some confusion, then he coldly said, forget it, since he was defeated by a postnatal warrior, then he is not worthy of being my opponent. Defeated is defeated, no amount of excuses can cover up the fact of his failure. Isn't external force also a part of strength? However, after so many years of rivalry, if I can encounter that Wang Hao, I will definitely get my revenge for you. Then, Zhou Jin threw this matter behind him. After others discussed for a while, they did not bring it up again. After passing through the teleportation array, Wang Hao opened his eyes again and found himself in a chaotic place. Is this the battlefield of demons? Before he could step out of the teleportation array, Wang Hao saw many people around him dressed in various clothes, many of whom were also wearing masks like himself. The air was filled with a bloody and murderous aura. I heard that Lin Chang from the Imperial Capital Academy recently defeated the third on the talented list, Mo Tang. Wow, amazing, amazing, our humans finally have someone in the top 3 of the talented list. Who says no? This Lin Chang really brings honor to us humans, he is only 20 years old, truly a peerless genius. Chapter 90, Entering the Battlefield. Lin Chang, the talented list, what are these people talking about, am I crossing over again? The people around were all discussing Lin Chang's rise to third on the talented list. It seemed to be a very significant matter. Wang Hao slowly walked out of the teleportation array, and the moment he stepped out, he felt the surrounding air filled with violent elemental energy. The aggressive aura surged all around. Is this the place I can come to now?
Wang Hao thought as he felt the fierce atmosphere around him. As soon as Wang Hao emerged from the teleportation array, many pairs of eyes were fixed on him. Another newcomer has arrived. I don't know how long he can survive on the demon battlefield. Damn, this kid dares to come here without even reaching the innate level, he's so bold. I suspect he took the wrong teleportation array. Coming to this place at the postnatal level, is he looking to die or go insane? Listening to the discussions around him, Wang Hao's mouth twitched as he habitually concealed his actual level. So these people think he is just a postnatal martial artist. Wang Hao lightly coughed and then walked deeper into the demon battlefield. Where is that old man selling maps? I need another S-level martial arts technique. Wang Hao scanned the surroundings with his mental energy, but didn't find anyone resembling an expert from outside the world. Then, Wang Hao sighed and continued to walk deeper into the demon battlefield. Damn, this kid really went in, impressive. There are really fearless guys, well, he's just looking for death, can't blame anyone else. Explosive team is recruiting, hurry up. Axe gang. Everyone discussed for a moment but then ignored Wang Hao. After all, if someone wants to seek death, who can stop them? On the outskirts of the demon battlefield, violent heavenly energy and chaotic aura filled the battlefield. So this is the genius ranking. Wang Hao walked in while looking at the information on his terminal. The genius ranking is a list established by the mysterious force, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion is an intelligence organization in the demon battlefield, where various items can be traded. From heavenly materials and earth treasures to martial arts manuals, even divine weapons, and various creatures, including humans and demons. As long as you want it, you can exchange for it, of course. All transactions are conducted with energy crystals. Human star coins are of no use here. The genius ranking records the strength of geniuses below the grandmaster level among humans and various demons. The list records 500 prodigies among humans and demons. It can be said, those who make it into the genius ranking are basically seeds that can achieve great grandmaster status, of course, unless there are unforeseen circumstances. Before Lin Chang defeated Mo Tong, the top 3 positions on the genius ranking were firmly held by demons. Moreover, only 3 humans are in the top 10 of the genius ranking, the rest are all demons. Wang Hao looked at the information on his terminal and sighed, is humanity really at such a disadvantage on the demon battlefield? Only 3 out of the top 10 are humans. Wang Hao frowned slightly. Although the strength of the genius ranking does not represent the overall strength of humanity, it is still somewhat indicative. The war between humans and demons has lasted for so many years, and the hatred between them has become deeply ingrained. Looks like humanity's future still needs me to save it. Wang Hao collected his thoughts and took out the compass from his spatial ring. It's better to find the nether demon early and get the nether crystal. With the nether crystal, his strength can be rapidly increased. Wang Hao slowly input his energy into the compass, which then emitted a strange glow. The light guided Wang Hao deeper into the demon battlefield. This thing is so smart. Wang Hao looked at the luminous glow filled with spirituality and couldn't help but exclaim. Immediately, Wang Hao followed the glow's guidance and swiftly navigated through the demon battlefield. In a valley on the demon battlefield, several human martial artists were battling against 2 terrifying demons. The demons were wrapped in a deep black aura, their sharp claws exuding an extremely chilling air. Brother you, this nether demon is too powerful. A fiery female martial artist in a tight uniform trembled violently. Xiaoling, don't worry, this nether demon has no more tricks left. If we hold on a bit longer, we can defeat them. The strongest among the warriors spoke. The young man was just the older brother mentioned by the female warrior, Yu Jian, also a martial master of the 7th level. The woman's name was Yi Xiaoling, a martial master of the 6th level. The other 2 were martial masters of the 5th level. They were a small team, specially hunting demons in the demon battlefield. The other 2 warriors remained silent, but their yuan power was running faster. Everyone's yuan power was pushed to the limit, and their furious attacks slammed onto the phantom demons. The aura of the phantom demons slowly weakened. Seeing the aura on the phantom demons becoming much weaker, Yu Xiaoling showed a hint of joy in her eyes. Older brother Yu, these 2 phantom demons can't hold on much longer. Upon hearing this, Yu Jian's face also revealed a smile. The attacks from the group became even more violent, and the air was filled with powerful yuan force flashing. Roar! 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 Suddenly, the roar of a demon echoed not far away. Everyone's hearts tightened. Was another demon approaching? Sizzle! Just at the moment when the group was distracted, one of the phantom demons' aura surged. A black aura swept over. Bang! 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 Yu Jian was directly hit by the black aura, his body flying backward and crashing into a distant stone wall. Older brother Yu. Seeing Yu Jian being knocked away, Yi Xiaoling exclaimed loudly. At that moment Yu Jian was pushed back. Both phantom demons launched a fierce counterattack towards the remaining 3.
In just a few exchanges, Yi Xiaoling and the others were forced back, spitting blood and collapsing to the side. Yu Jian looked at the phantom demons before him, cold sweat breaking out. This was too risky. Dealing with 2 phantom demons at once. Yi Xiaoling's eyes were filled with despair. Were they going to die here? Swish! 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 Just as the phantom demons were about to launch their deadly attack, a masked boy rushed over, moving at incredible speed. Yi Xiaoling looked at the boy rushing from afar, her heart tightened, and then she sensed the boy's postnatal 5th-level aura. Did this little brother come to deliver his head? No, he should run away quickly. Little brother, these are phantom demons, hurry, Yi Xiaoling shouted. Sizzle! Before Yi Xiaoling could finish her words, the boy swiftly dashed forward and killed the terrifying phantom demons with 2 strikes. The bloody corpses fell to the ground, deep black blood flowing from them continuously. Yi Xiaoling stared at the scene before her, her eyes slightly dazed. Was this really a phantom demon? Not only Yi Xiaoling, but Yu Jian and the others were also dumbfounded. They had just been instantly killed? Chapter 91, Yu Jian's Reminder. Auntie, what did you just say? After resolving the 2 phantom demons, Wang Hao asked Yi Xiaoling. Auntie? Yi Xiaoling's mind was filled with question marks. This guy just called her auntie? Yi Xiaoling's body trembled violently with anger, her fiery figure shaking in the air, seeming ready to explode. Watching Wang Hao tidy up the demons' corpses a short distance away, Yi Xiaoling took a deep breath, calming herself. He saved her. Little brother, thank you for saving me. My name is Yu Jian, the captain of the Bifone squad. It's no problem, just a small effort. Wang Hao continued rummaging through the phantom demons' corpses. After a while, he finally found a phantom crystal in the head of one of the phantom demons. Yi Xiaoling and the other 2 warriors also struggled to get up and thanked Wang Hao. Why was there only one phantom crystal? Wang Hao continued to search the other phantom demon's corpse, finding no sign of a phantom crystal at all. Little brother, not all phantom demons have phantom crystals. Observing Wang Hao tirelessly using his battle knife to search the phantom demon's corpse, Yu Jian opened his mouth to remind. Is that so? Wang Hao scratched his head. Then Yu Jian talked to Wang Hao about the situation of the shadow demon. Only masters or masters-level shadow demons, or those with special bloodlines of shadow demons, will definitely have shadow crystals. The ordinary shadow demons have a certain chance of having shadow crystals. As for how much that probability is, it varies from person to person. But the general probability is about 1%. Damn, getting a shadow crystal is based on probability? Wang Hao was a bit stunned listening to Yu Jian's explanation. No wonder Tianwu would not provide him with shadow crystals, so it's like this probability, TSK. Brother Ma not coming to plan for the shadow demon race is truly a waste of talent. So, is this shadow demon of a special bloodline? Wang Hao then asked Yu Jian. Yu Jian shook his head. Those with special bloodlines among the shadow demons are core members of the shadow demon race. How could you easily encounter one? It seems like I'm quite lucky to have killed 2 shadow demons and gotten a shadow crystal. Beside him, Yi Xiaoling's eyes widened as she looked at Wang Hao in front of her. Little brother, it's your first time coming to the monster war battlefield, right? Yi Xiaoling suddenly asked. Wang Hao nodded. Then you must be from one of those top forces or one of the super geniuses from the 4 famous schools. Yi Xiaoling continued. Damn, how could a random person know about me? Damn, it's true that gold shines no matter where it is. Xiaoling. Yu Jian glared at Yi Xiaoling. Asking about someone's identity casually on the monster war battlefield is a big taboo. Since Wang Hao is wearing a mask, he definitely doesn't want to reveal his identity. Yi Xiaoling stuck out her tongue and playfully turned her head elsewhere, clearly realizing that she shouldn't have asked this. Little brother, you can ask me anything you want to know. Although my strength is average, I've been in the monster war battlefield for a long time, and I know a bit about general things. Yu Jian then said to Wang Hao. Then thank you, brother Yu. I do have some things I want to consult you about. Wang Hao said calmly, without being arrogant. Feeling the kindness in Wang Hao's words, Yu Jian felt much better. Then Wang Hao started asking Yu Jian about the situation of the monster war battlefield. Although there is a lot of information on the terminal, that information is all a messy jumble. Moreover, many of it is already outdated. The group slowly walked towards the outside. The air in the monster war battlefield seemed especially bloody, everywhere was filled with. After being glared at harshly by Yu Jian, Yi Xiaoling didn't act mischievously anymore. But her eyes still occasionally looked at Wang Hao. What, this monster war battlefield is so big? Wang Hao exclaimed in disbelief. Yu Jian nodded. This monster war battlefield seems to exist in another dimension, not on the same plane as our world. We humans have not fully explored the monster war battlefield yet. Wang Hao was stunned by this. He never expected this monster war battlefield to be larger than their blue star. He thought it was a small side quest, but it turned out to be a top-level large map, Wang Hao thought. We are currently at the edge of the monster war battlefield, and we are in the northern part of it. The closer you get to the south, the stronger the monsters will be. Yu Jian said. But if there are so many monsters at the edge, and they are basically innate level monsters. If it goes further in. Wang Hao swallowed hard, monsters like demon saints and even demon gods, no way. Forget it, it's better to stick to the outskirts for now. Little brother, besides the monsters and the monster war battlefield, you must also be wary of our human race. Yu Jian spoke indirectly. As soon as Yu Jian spoke, Yi Shaoling immediately opened her mouth. Yes, some people are even worse than those demons. They not only rob our own people everywhere, but even collude with demons to harm our fellow countrymen. Yi Shaoling pouted and said. Hearing this, Wang Hao was silent inside. Colluding with demons, indeed, no matter what world it is, there are always some people doing the most disgusting things. Shaoling is right. If you feel something is wrong with a person or if they have bad thoughts about you, just act or run, that's definitely the right choice. Yu Jian added. Wang Hao nodded, signaling that he understood. By the way, he could ask about the fire spirit demon's lair. Brother Yu Jian, do you know where the fire spirit demon's lair is? Wang Hao then asked. Wang Hao also accepted a task to find the fire spirit herb. Although the task mentioned that the fire spirit herb is in the fire spirit demon's lair, it did not say where that lair was. Young brother, about 30 kilometers to the east of us is the area where our outer fire spirit demons are located. If you're looking for the fire spirit herb, you should be able to find it there, but it will be quite dangerous. Yu Jian continued. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, just 30 kilometers to the east. As for danger, he would just send a shadow to look, how dangerous could it be? Then, Wang Hao asked Yu Jian some other questions about the demon battlefield, and Yu Jian answered one by one, while Yi Shaoling occasionally supplemented his words. Oh, isn't that Yu Jian? Last time you escaped by luck, this time, don't think you can run. Just as they were still moving forward, a cold voice came from behind. Chapter 92 Blazing Fireblade Technique. Wang Hao and Yu Jian slowly turned around. A man dressed in black stood before them, followed by 8 powerful warriors, coming into Wang Hao's view. Lai Kuan, what do you want? Yi Shaoling glared fiercely at the man, her tone filled with coldness. Yu Jian's face was also filled with rage, this guy just wouldn't go away. Shaoling, if you let us brothers have enough fun, I might consider sparing your dog's life. The man known as Lai Kuan looked at Yi Shaoling with a fiery expression. His burning gaze seemed to penetrate Yi Shaoling's clothes. The many underlings behind Lai Kuan looked at Yi Shaoling with equally lewd expressions. As for Wang Hao and the others beside her, they were directly ignored. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. Just a short while ago, he mentioned being careful of their own people, and now someone was causing trouble. Young brother, you better leave, these few people are coming for us. Yu Jian said to Wang Hao, his eyes filled with regret. Leave? Where can I go? None of you can leave. As soon as Yu Jian finished, Lai Kuan instantly snapped back, his cold voice filling the space. Hearing this, Wang Hao felt displeased. You can't leave, but I can. Shaoling, Lai Kuan, keep my word. If you don't want your companions to die painfully at our hands, it's best to obediently follow our commands. Lai Kuan licked his lips, looking at Yi Shaoling with a smirk. Hey, is your brain filled with asterisk? Wang Hao said coldly, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. Wang Hao's voice was like a bucket of cold water, splashing down on Lai Kuan and the others' hearts. Not only Lai Kuan, but even Yu Jian and Yi Shaoling were momentarily taken aback. Do you want to die? Lai Kuan glared fiercely at Wang Hao. This kid definitely had to die for talking to him like this. Lai Kuan's inner power erupted violently, the scorching aura making the air instantly heated. The many underlings behind him looked at Wang Hao as if they were watching a dead man. Young brother, this Lai Kuan is an innate 8th level warrior. Yu Jian opened his mouth to remind. Wang Hao sneered in his heart, innate level 8, just right to test his strength. Swish. Wang Hao's internal energy also burst out, the chilling aura made everyone around feel cold in their hearts. Beside him, Lai Kuan's face instantly changed, this terrifying momentum. Yu Jian and Yi Shaoling and others also turned pale, thinking they understood Wang Hao's strength. But now, feeling the true aura of Wang Hao, they could not help but tremble. Who exactly is this Wang Hao? His strength is so terrifying. Just the aura gives a feeling of extreme coldness. Go, kill this kid for me. Lai Kuan gritted his teeth and shouted to his subordinates. This Wang Hao is too weird, whether he is bluffing or not, he must be killed. As soon as Lai Kuan's words fell, many subordinates behind him rushed towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao's body did not move at all, he simply stretched out his right hand, and the 9 nether cold force and extreme cold power condensed into internal energy shot out from his palm. Swish swish swish. A sound of internal energy rushing through could be heard. A wave of light black internal energy shot out from Wang Hao's palm, directly pouncing on the rushing crowd. Lai Kuan's subordinates who could not catch up were instantly hit by the extreme cold and 9 nether cold force internal energy. Lai Kuan trembled all over, the scene before him almost suffocated him. Who is this person, too terrifying? These warriors, who had internal energy surging in their bodies, were all wrapped in extreme cold and turned into ice sculptures. Beside them, Yi Shaoling swallowed hard. What kind of background does this little brother have? His strength is way too terrifying. Just one wave of internal energy directly froze so many people.
Bang bang bang. Moments later, these solidified ice sculptures of warriors exploded instantly.
Frozen flesh and blood scattered in all directions. It seemed as though these people had never existed.
You, what kind of person are you?
Lai Kuan looked at Wang Hao in terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably. This is simply a devil. With one move he killed all his subordinates.
Wang Hao smiled, the one who will kill you. Sizzle.
A blood-red battle knife appeared in Wang Hao's hand, and then he performed shadow demon steps. His body flew out in an instant, knife raised and fell.
Thump.
Lai Kuan's head was easily severed, his eyes still filled with disbelief. Yu Jian and others beside him were all dumbfounded. How long has this battle lasted? In the blink of an eye, a group of people had been resolved by Wang Hao. Immediately after, Wang Hao directly collected the spoils from these people. He put all the useful items into his spatial ring.
Brother Yu, I have things to do, so I'll bid farewell now. After tidying up, Wang Hao said to Yu Jian.
Yu Jian nodded and then thanked Wang Hao. Thank you again for saving my life, little brother.
Wang Hao waved his hand and then left directly.
Yi Shaoling watched Wang Hao leave, feeling a bit lost as if something was taken away.
Brother Yu, why didn't you invite this little brother?
Yi Shaoling's eyes were a bit hazy, still seeming not to have woken up from the recent killing feast.
Shaoling, a person like this is destined not to be in the same world as us. Yu Jian sighed.
Yi Shaoling fell silent, looking in the direction Wang Hao left for a long time without speaking.
These people have quite a lot on them.
Wang Hao looked at the items in the spatial ring and thought.
300 mid-grade elemental crystals, 1,200 low-grade elemental crystals, and some miscellaneous spiritual herbs.
There was also an B-grade sword technique book in the spatial ring, the Fiery Blade Technique. Fiery Blade Technique, B-grade martial art, with scorching flaming blade techniques, exceptional lethality. Just by killing a few innate realm scum, I got so many elemental crystals and even a B-grade martial art, unbelievable.
No wonder so many people like to rob.
Looking at the B-level martial arts in the spatial ring, Wang Hao felt delighted. Just right, the C-level knife technique was already proficient, and now with this B-level one, it's perfect.
Chapter 93, Sky Soul Flower.
After collecting his thoughts, Wang Hao took out the compass given to him by Guan Shang, which could detect the underworld demons, and headed east. While killing the underworld demons, he advanced toward the fire spirit demon's base.
After last night's training in the cultivation room, Wang Hao had a good grasp of his strength.
If he only used those C-level martial arts, he could probably deal with an average innate level 7th stage expert, allowing him to fight 3 levels higher. However, once he used the extreme cold power and the 9 nether sky cold force, his strength would increase rapidly. Wang Hao felt that, under the combination of his extreme cold power and 9 nether sky cold force, even a 9th stage martial artist would have a hard time enduring his attacks.
That's why those people were instantly killed by Wang Hao. Not to mention, he could also use his mental power to attack.
Of course, this was just Wang Hao's guess. After all, he had never fought against a 9th stage martial artist.
As for the 10th stage quasi-master, Wang Hao had no confidence.
After all, they were close to being masters, and their strength surely increased dramatically. The closer he got to the east, the more Wang Hao felt the surrounding demons increasing. Many fire spirit demons roamed nearby, and he easily slaughtered them. Just as Wang Hao was heading towards the fire spirit demon's base,
the light on the compass suddenly brightened significantly in an instant. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Could there be a large number of underworld demons nearby? He quickly ran towards the direction indicated by the light.
Not far from Wang Hao, on a plain. The sun's rays poured down on the plain, and the air was filled with the swirling scent of blood and a sense of hostility. In the center of the plain was a golden herb shining with strange light. The golden herb almost attracted everyone's attention. On one side of the plain, a multitude of demons gathered, all with hideous faces and a thick black aura surrounding them. At the front of the demon crowd stood a monster with 2 magic horns, resembling a human.
The monster stood upright like a human, with its fierce face emanating a chilling aura. Emotion, you'd better hurry and get lost.
Your brother is now heavily injured by our genius Lin Chang, and no one is coming to save you. A young man in blue clothing coldly stared at the monster. Behind the young man, a large group of human martial artists also gathered. All these martial artists looked coldly at the monster across from them.
Lu Jia, do you really think I, Emotion, am just a useless person relying on my brother? This Sky Soul Flower, I'm determined to obtain. Mo Shan's claws shimmered with dark, deep demonic energy, and a chilling voice came from his throat, sharp and piercing. Brother Jia, don't waste words with this Mo Shan, let's just attack, said a slender young man next to Lu Jia. The crowd of martial artists behind Lu Jia cracked their knuckles, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Lu Jia narrowed his eyes, looking at Mo Shan in the distance, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. Let's wait for the Sky Soul Flower to mature. I have already secretly notified Chu Mengyao from the Dragon God Association. Lu Jia said softly. Lu Jia was a top genius from the Winxian Pavilion, and he was also ranked on the genius list, ranked at 87. The Mo Shan across was the brother of Mo Tang, who was previously ranked among the top 3 unparalleled geniuses. Not long ago, Lin Chang was defeated, and it seems he was even heavily injured. Mo Mountain is not very famous anymore, only having one halo, which is the brother of Mo Tang. Both Mo Mountain and Mo Tang are members of the Xian Mo clan, possessing a special bloodline, and hold a high status. Why are so many people gathered here? Wang Hao followed the compass's guidance and approached this plain. Looking at both sides of the plain, so many warriors and demons were confronting each other, Wang Hao felt a little puzzled. As Wang Hao got closer, a warrior walked over from the edge of the plain. Brother, are you also here to watch the excitement? A tall warrior asked Wang Hao softly. Wang Hao looked at the somewhat sneaky warrior in front of him. Watch the excitement? Wang Hao instinctively glanced at the situation around him, then nodded. Let me tell you, right now Lu Jia. The warrior chattered to Wang Hao about the current situation on the field. The warrior talking to Wang Hao was a member of a small force in the imperial capital, named Li Hui. Heavenly Soul Flower. Wang Hao's eyes lit up as he listened to Li Hui's talk. This thing can enhance soul power, a heavenly treasure. If used to refine pills, the effect would be outstanding. Moreover, this thing is extremely rare, existing at the same level as Insight Tea. Wang Hao wondered if using that heavenly soul flower could quickly elevate his mental master level. Mo Mountain of the Xian Mo clan, Wang Hao's eyes slightly narrowed. Yu Jian had already explained a lot about the demon battlefield to Wang Hao. Many demons with special bloodlines can even speak human language. Some strange races of demons can even change into human forms, making them incredibly difficult to guard against. The Xian Mo clan is a strong demon clan within the demon battlefield. It turns out they are here to snatch that heavenly soul flower, Wang Hao thought. Behind the Mo Mountain, there are many demons, including the Hell Demon, Fire Spirit Demon, Xian Demon, and other major races of demons gathered behind Mo Mountain. What is Lu Jia's strength? Wang Hao then asked. He couldn't sense Lu Jia's strength with his mental power. Lu Jia is a martial artist at the 9th level of innate strength, only one step away from the 10th level, and he possesses top-tier S-level fire talent. His fire control techniques are incredibly profound. Li Hui continued, also looking at Lu Jia with envious eyes. 9th level of innate strength, S-level talent, so it's just like that, huh? Not only that, he is also a mid-tier spiritual master. Li Hui added. Spiritual master. Wang Hao's pupils contracted. And this guy's rank is even higher than his own. Indeed, one cannot underestimate others. The top genius of the Fengshan Pavilion is still a bit capable. But if this strength can only rank 87, then how strong are the ones ranked 3rd or even 1st? The genius rankings consist of those below the Grandmaster level, meaning these people are all super geniuses below that level. No wonder Lu Jia wants to compete for this heavenly soul flower. It turns out he is a spiritual master. This Lu Jia is so fierce, he should be able to easily dominate Mo Mountain. Wang Hao stated. Wang Hao did not see any mention of Mo Mountain in the genius rankings. Even if he has a special bloodline, he shouldn't be too impressive, right? Hard to say, although Mo Mountain doesn't have any impressive records, any demon with a special bloodline is not simple. Li Hui replied. Brother Jia, the heavenly soul flower is about to mature. A youth beside Lu Jia exclaimed. Chapter 94, Action to Snatch. Lu Jia felt a tense knot in his heart. Why hasn't Chu Mengyao arrived yet? The heavenly soul flower is already maturing. Brother Jia, we can't wait any longer, the youth beside Lu Jia urged. The Mo Mountain facing them watched the heavenly soul flower in the center of the plain growing more and more vibrant. The depths of their eyes flashed with intense heat. The smell of blood and the chill of death in the air seemed even more pronounced. Lu Jia's eyes glimmered with determination. Let's go, let's slay all these monsters. As soon as Lu Jia finished speaking, the warriors beside him unleashed their fierce power. Then, a group of them charged forward directly. A hint of mockery flashed through the eyes of Demon Mountain, and then he commanded his monsters to attack. Bro, we should move back a bit, these guys are too fierce. Li Hui said to Wang Hao. Wang Hao blinked. Was this guy really just here to watch the excitement? Aren't we going to help? Wang Hao looked at the battle already escalating in intensity. Brother, it's not about me, we can't intervene in this level of fighting. Even if we kill these monsters, will Fengxian Pavilion share the spoils with us?
Li Hui said with a complex expression. On the edge of the plain, there were plenty of other warriors also watching the excitement, not planning to intervene.
Once Li Hui spoke, the surrounding warriors all nodded in agreement.
Wang Hao didn't say anything, he just stared at the battle in the distance. Perhaps he could snatch that heavenly soul flower, Wang Hao thought to himself. At that moment, the battle was exceptionally fierce. Lu Jia led the people from Fengxian Pavilion in continuous bloody combat against Demon Mountain and others. The plain was filled with blood and corpses everywhere. Flames constantly spewed from Lu Jia, radiating waves of heat. Monsters howled in pain amidst Lu Jia's raging flames. Demon Mountain showed no signs of fear, his demonic energy surging, every move filled with overwhelming force.
Ah, Lu Jia, your reinforcements aren't coming. Demon Mountain roared, relentlessly attacking the surrounding warriors with his demonic energy.
Upon hearing those words, Lu Jia's heart sank. No wonder they had waited so long for reinforcements that never arrived. So it was this Demon Mountain, it seemed he had really underestimated him. Not just Lu Jia, but the other members of Fengxian Pavilion also felt a chill in their hearts.
Even without reinforcements, so what? I, Lu Jia, am not afraid of you.
Lu Jia declared loudly, as his flames surged once more, instantly covering the surrounding monsters. Demon Mountain's lips curled in mockery, a brainless guy, just another one of the top 100 on the talent ranking, nothing more. Monster Wind, the heavenly soul flower has matured, come out, let's deal with this Lu Jia together.
Demon Mountain shouted.
As soon as Demon Mountain finished, a winged monster suddenly lunged at Lu Jia. Lu Jia didn't have time to dodge and was directly hit by the monster wind, his body crashing hard onto the plain nearby. Brother, we should retreat, the situation isn't good.
This is the monster wind ranked 86th on the talent ranking, Lu Jia is probably done for.
Li Hui said to Wang Hao. Then, without waiting for Wang Hao to respond, he dashed away.
Wang Hao's mouth twitched, come to watch the excitement and then run away.
He wondered how big the gap in strength was between him and these people on the talent ranking. He could first take the heavenly soul flower and see what happens next. Then, Wang Hao sent out his shadow clone, racing toward the heavenly soul flower. At that moment, everyone on the plain was fiercely battling. No one noticed that a shadow was swiftly approaching the central heavenly soul flower.
Wang Hao's main body remained at the edge of the plain. Boom, boom, boom.
Just as Wang Hao's shadow clone was about to reach the location of the heavenly soul flower, a powerful surge of demonic energy slammed through. Then, the heavenly soul flower was directly swept away by the demonic energy.
Wang Hao's face darkened, what was going on? Had he been robbed? Ha, the heavenly soul flower is mine now, Lu Jia. Your life, I will take as well.
The Demon Mountain laughed loudly, holding the heavenly soul flower that emitted a golden aura. Not far away, Lu Jia looked gloomily at the Demon Mountain. At this moment, the people of Fengxian Pavilion were almost unable to hold on.
Many warriors had already died at the hands of the demons.
In the distance, Wang Hao sighed, realizing he had to take action himself. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Hao activated the Shadow Demon Steps, his body swiftly flying towards the Demon Mountain. The Demon Mountain looked at the heavenly soul flower in his hand, feeling an endless sense of comfort. The nearby humans were also suppressed by their own kind.
This thing is mine, give it to me.
Suddenly, a voice sounded in the Demon Mountain's ear. Immediately after, a sharp flash of knife light struck over. Slash! Before the Demon Mountain's smile faded, his right hand was cut off by the blood iron battle blade infused with the 9 nether cold chi. Next, a figure quickly seized the fallen heavenly soul flower.
Ah, who dares to ambush me, ah? The Demon Mountain's right arm was gushing with blood as he screamed in agony.
The others on the plain were dumbfounded.
Someone had ambushed the Demon Mountain.
Lu Jia looked aside, and with a massive mental force, he scanned the area and instantly discovered Wang Hao's figure. After Wang Hao snatched the heavenly soul flower, he directly stuffed it into a spatial ring.
Boom, boom, boom.
The moment Wang Hao put away the heavenly soul flower, a figure rushed over. It was the demon wind from the genius ranking. Wang Hao's expression changed, and he activated the thunder body refinement technique, terrifying lightning powers swirling around his body. Then, the blood iron battle blade in his hand, infused with extreme cold power and 9 nether cold chi, chopped down. The powerful elemental force accompanied by faint black cold air charged forward. It was aimed directly at the demon wind. The demon wind's eyes were filled with scorn, and then his body seemed to turn into an afterimage, directly dodging Wang Hao's blow. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Hao's attack missed and struck the nearby group of demons instead. The demons nearby were instantly hit by Wang Hao's attack, turning into ice sculptures. Their sinister faces appeared exceptionally cold in the ice sculptures. Chapter 95, Extermination of the Demon Wind.
Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the numerous ice-turned demons exploded.
Shattered flesh and blood splattered across the plain. The heart-wrenching roar of the demon mountain still filled the plain. Nearby, Lu Jie trembled slightly on the ground, his eyes wide open, wondering where such a warrior came from. He was so powerful. Not just Lu Jie, the other members of Fengshan Pavilion were equally astonished. Then came the ecstatic expressions. This guy's power was so strong, it was truly beyond their expectations. The demon wind completely ignored the destruction of the demons behind him and instead rushed towards Wang Hao with extremely swift steps.
Wang Hao's thunder body refinement technique gave him a massive power boost.
Plus that powerful mental force, he immediately sensed the movement trajectory of the demon wind. His body gently turned, dodging the attack from the demon wind.
The demon wind's attack missed, and his pupils shrank. Was it luck? This guy actually dodged his attack.
The moment the attack missed, the demon wind moved rapidly again, darting around the edge of Wang Hao. Demon wind, catch this kid for me, and I'll give you 10,000 medium-grade elemental crystals.
In the distance, the demon mountain shouted loudly, holding his wound.
Upon hearing this, the demon wind's eyes lit up. 10,000 medium-grade elemental crystals, not bad. This was a huge fortune. Although the demon wind was a top expert in the genius ranking, demons also needed a large amount of treasures to quickly enhance their strength. Killing this kid, perhaps the resources to promote to a demon general would be enough, the demon wind thought.
Although the demon wind was a genius among the demons.
But the cultivation resources also need to be obtained by oneself. The demon general corresponds to the master level in human realms. Thinking about how he could quickly advance to a demon general, the heart of Yao Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of heat, and the demonic energy within him began to circulate much faster. Yao Feng's speed was extremely fast, and although Wang Hao's attacks were incredibly powerful, it was difficult to hit Yao Feng. Relying on the Shadow Devil step, Wang Hao could barely keep up with Yao Feng's footsteps.
The battle between the two actually fell into a stalemate.
Wang Hao, utilizing the Shadow Devil step, and Yao Feng almost turned into two residual shadows on the plain. Seeing Yao Feng was entangled with Wang Hao, Lu Jie immediately braced himself and locked his attack target on Emo Shan.
Protect the carriage.
Hurry and protect the carriage. Emo Shan noticed Lu Jie's approach and, despite his pain, continued to yell. As soon as Emo Shan's words fell, those demons surrounding other Fengshan Pavilion members directly retreated from the battlefield and tightly surrounded Emo Shan.
Boom boom boom. The flames on Lu Jie rushed forward, filling the air with a scorching heat.
Emo Shan's eyes were filled with coldness, and the demonic energy gradually wrapped around the place where his arm was broken.
Immediately, the demons around Emo Shan used their demonic energy to form a protective shield.
The shield tightly guarded Emo Shan and the others.
You all go help Yao Feng kill that little guy. Emo Shan, seeing that the demonic energy shield was strong enough, ordered again.
Emo Shan only wanted to capture the guy who had cut off his arm and torture him severely. As for Lu Jie, there would be plenty of time to deal with him later. The numerous demons who received Emo Shan's orders then leaped towards Wang Hao again. Wang Hao executed the ninefold blade technique, which comes with an incredibly strong attacking power at the godly level.
Yao Feng's expression changed from initially relaxed to extremely serious.
Wang Hao's attacks were simply too fierce. Just a moment of distraction, and being grazed by Wang Hao's attack made him feel a chill sweeping through him. It seemed as if even his soul was about to freeze.
If not for Yao Feng's astounding speed, he would have been directly eliminated by Wang Hao. Where did this freak come from? Yao Feng felt like he was dancing on the tip of a knife.
As long as he was slightly careless, he would be destroyed by Wang Hao's attack. Yet his own attacks were practically useless against Wang Hao. Wang Hao could evade countless times, but he, just one mistake away, would be slashed down by Wang Hao.
This feeling was truly unbearable.
Wang Hao, on the other hand, felt more and more at ease with each attack. Although Yao Feng's strength was average, his speed was indeed astonishing. Wang Hao was utilizing the perfected Shadow Devil step, barely able to catch up with his pace. But it was still difficult to land a hit on him. However, you won't be able to run for long. Wang Hao's vitality was operating at its limit, constantly pursuing Yao Feng. In the distance, the demons wanting to approach and support Yao Feng exchanged glances. Their speeds were simply too fast, they had no qualification to intervene at all.
Emo Shan in the distance looked incredibly grim. Yao Feng, what are you messing around with? Can't you kill a mere human martial artist?
Emo Shan shouted angrily, looking at the two fast-moving shadows in the distance.
Other martial artists were busy fighting other demons and did not pay attention to the battle between the two.
At this moment, the fear in Yao Feng's heart had nearly reached its limit. He felt Wang Hao's speed was actually getting faster, as if just a bit more and he would surpass him.
How is that possible? I am a demon with a talent for speed, what right does this human warrior have? Yao Feng was ranked over 80 on the young talents list solely due to his bizarre movement technique.
Ding, congratulations to the host. Your C-level martial skill, Shadow Demon Step, has reached the divine realm. The voice of the system echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Now is the moment, as the shadow demon step broke through, Wang Hao's ninefold saber technique also stacked up to the 9th level. Yao Feng's back broke out in cold sweat, a chilling sensation rising in his heart.
No!
Yao Feng shouted, and immediately Wang Hao's Ironblood War Saber swung down.
Bang! Yao Feng's body was directly struck by Wang Hao's Ironblood War Saber. In an instant, Yao Feng's body exploded. The immense impact force completely destroyed Yao Feng's body. In the distance, Mo Shan stared blankly at the scene before him. Yao Feng was dead? How could that be? His speed. The people from Fengshan Pavilion also had looks of disbelief on their faces. That was Yao Feng, ranked just one position below their Lu Jia, yet he was slain by that person. The moment Wang Hao struck down Yao Feng, a space ring fell from Yao Feng's body. Wang Hao immediately collected it.
Let's go, we'll deal with these guys next time. Mo Shan shouted next, as Yao Feng had already been slain by them. Now that person had freed his hands.
Mo Shan felt a deep chill in his heart.
When did a human emerge with such powerful martial skills? Seeing that Mo Shan was actually trying to escape, the others naturally weren't happy about it and immediately surrounded Mo Shan.
Mo Shan snorted coldly, and then demonic energy exploded from his body.
The demonic energy shattered the plains. Everyone felt their eyes turn dark. They could no longer see the situation on the plains.
Wang Hao also felt all his senses being obscured, even his mental power was shrouded by the demonic energy, unable to sense anything. Moments later, the demonic energy on the plains dissipated, and Mo Shan and many other demons vanished without a trace.
This Mo Shan actually had such a technique. Wang Hao looked at the corpses scattered around, the smell of blood and a murderous aura filled the entire plains.
Brother Jie, Mo Shan ran away.
A tall, thin young man came to Lu Jie's side and said. The others from Fengshan Pavilion also gathered around Lu Jie.
This brother, thank you for your help just now.
Lu Jie then looked at Wang Hao.
Lu Jie, where is the heavenly soul flower? Didn't you say there was a heavenly soul flower here?
Just as Wang Hao was about to reply, a cold voice came from not far away. A beautiful woman, dressed in a white dress with fair skin, walked over with an icy expression. The white skirt of the woman was stained with a lot of fresh blood. The blood-stained skirt paired with her stunning face gave her a somewhat bewitching look. Lu Jie's face turned somewhat ugly.
Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao, this is no longer your business, you came too late. Lu Jie spoke indifferently. Now that the fight was over, coming to talk to him about the heavenly soul flower? Wasn't that laughable?
No matter the reason, if you didn't help, you didn't have the right to talk to him about the heavenly soul flower. Even if the heavenly soul flower were in his hands now, he wouldn't give Xu Mengyao a single bit.
We are all fellow countrymen, helping each other is the right thing to do. Wang Hao waved his hand and spoke to Lu Jie.
The people around Lu Jie all looked at Wang Hao with gratitude. If it weren't for Wang Hao dealing with that Yao Feng, they might have all died here. Xu Mengyao's expression was cold, and her eyes fixed sharply on Wang Hao and Lu Jie.
Lu, in order to support you, our Dragon God Guild lost several companions, and now you tell me it has nothing to do with me?
Xu Mengyao's gaze seemed like it could devour people, as she stared fiercely at the few of them.
It's the Dragon God Guild?
Wang Hao looked at the stunning woman in front of him, thinking. It seems this Dragon God Guild was the helper Lu Jie had invited, but for some reason, they only arrived now. Lu Jie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed a faint smile. I said there is none, so there is none.
You have losses, do we at Fengshan Pavilion have no losses?
Xu Mengyao had many warriors following her, all of them staring at Lu Jie and the others with unfriendly expressions. Wang Hao frowned slightly. This situation was not what he expected. They were all top powers in the imperial capital, yet it didn't look harmonious at all. Thinking back to the warriors who were just watching the show at the beginning. Perhaps, this demon battlefield was really not as simple as he thought. The heavenly soul flower is in my hands. I don't care who you are, the heavenly soul flower is mine.
Wang Hao's gaze was fixed directly on Xu Mengyao. As soon as Wang Hao spoke, Xu Mengyao's delicate brows furrowed. Who is this person? I don't want to know what happened. I want half of the heavenly soul flower. If not, I will let you know the power of the Dragon God Association.
Xu Mengyao's gaze held no emotions, even carrying a hint of coldness. On the bloody and murderous plain, the two groups were in such a standoff.
On the edge of the plain, the onlookers had gathered again.
The Dragon God Association is clashing with Fengshan Pavilion again.
Ha ha.
Li Hui observed the scene from a distance, immediately noticing the unfriendly expressions on both sides.
No need to look any further, it's a classic case of unequal benefits distribution. These people are just dealing with this little issue. To tackle a demon mountain, they even need two groups together, it's really pathetic.
That's true, they're only capable of this much, it's really boring. Good at nothing, yet the best at internal strife, those powers are indeed sick.
They'll get used to it. The people at the edge of the plain watched the two groups in the distance with little interest. Li Hui, isn't that masked guy in the middle the little brother you just brought over? A nearby warrior rubbed his eyes and spoke. Others also curiously looked towards the center, and sure enough, it was the guy who had just been watching the show with them. Li Hui looked at Wang Hao with wide eyes. Hadn't he just told him to leave? Could it be that this guy has a significant background, managing to connect with those two big powers? Oh, then I would like to see how powerful the Dragon God Association is. Wang Hao looked coldly at Chu Mengyao. This woman, what status does she have to dare threaten me? Chu Mengyao's expression froze. Who is this person? Fengxian Pavilion didn't have someone like him. As a longtime rival of Fengxian Pavilion, Chu Mengyao naturally knew a lot about it. The masked guy in front of her actually showed no fear whatsoever. Could he be a new addition to Fengxian Pavilion? And his aura, pre-heavenly fivefold, is this a joke? Chu Mengyao's eyes were filled with disdain. A pre-heavenly fivefold guy wants to involve himself in matters of the Dragon God Association in Fengxian Pavilion. He truly doesn't want to live anymore. Next to her, Lu Jie stepped forward. Chu Mengyao, this mission was saved by this brother. If you want to touch him, you'll have to pass us first. The other members of Fengxian Pavilion beside Lu Jie also stared at Chu Mengyao and the others with unfriendly looks. Just now, when they were in danger, it was Wang Hao who stepped up to help them. What's wrong with Wang Hao taking a heavenly soul flower? Isn't that to be expected? Are their lives not worth a single heavenly soul flower? Chu Mengyao looked at Lu Jie, who was already injured, and the many injured members of Fengxian Pavilion behind him. Lu, are you really going to stand up for this guy? Chu Mengyao's gaze passed Wang Hao and directly locked onto Lu Jie. In Chu Mengyao's view, Wang Hao was just here to be a joke. She had seen so many crowd-pleasing characters like this, they merely wanted to attract her attention. Lu Jie's face was pale, but he showed no sign of fear. Chu Mengyao, I've made myself very clear. If you want to try it, I can fulfill your wish right now. Chu Mengyao's gaze was exceptionally cold. The Tiantong flower was extremely important to her, yet the person in front of her, Lu Jie, spoke so insensitively. Do you want the Tiantong flower? Have you asked for my opinion? Wang Hao's vitality was rapidly circulating, an immense aura being released from his body. Everyone present felt a jolt in their hearts. Chu Mengyao felt as if a prehistoric beast was staring at her. The overwhelming sense of pressure almost made her suffocate. Chapter 97, The Overwhelming Wang Hao. Wang Hao's gaze was extremely cold, with icy power and the chilling force of Joyo seeping out from him. Beside him, Lu Jie, Chu Mengyao, and others felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. It was clearly a hot midday, yet they felt a penetrating chill. Chu Mengyao felt uncomfortable under Wang Hao's gaze, her entire body uneasy, and then gritted her teeth, saying, Do you know who I am? Smack. Wang Hao extended his hand and directly slapped out. The heavy slap landed squarely on Chu Mengyao's face. In an instant, her cheek swelled significantly, and then her soft body was sent flying by the sheer force. Chu Mengyao fell onto the plain. Chu Mengyao was completely stunned. What just happened? This guy, he hit me, and slapped my face? The people around felt their minds buzzing. This guy actually slapped Chu Mengyao directly. Lu Jie swallowed his saliva. This brother was too ruthless. Such a direct slap in the face, especially to a stunning beauty. Even though Lu Jie didn't have much interest in Chu Mengyao, he really felt he couldn't do something so direct. Moreover, this was Chu Mengyao. Forget it, it's done now. No wonder he could kill the demon wind, so impressive. At the edge of the plain, many martial artists watching the spectacle were also dumbfounded. Wow, your brother is impressive. He just gave Chu Mengyao a big slap. He has really offended her to the extreme. Hitting the person is one thing, but hitting the face? Your brother has no manners. Isn't that brother at the acquired stage? Chu Mengyao is a congenital 9th level martial artist. I've disliked that woman for a long time. Those fans of Chu Mengyao will probably be really happy if they knew she got slapped. No way, we must record this moment. This scene is too exciting. I want to know what Chu Mengyao feels like. That woman really looks too amazing. I want to know too. +1. The crowd at the edge of the plain was buzzing with discussions. Many people took out their phones, recording this sacred moment. Li Hui was also staring blankly at Wang Hao in the distance. He was too ruthless. After this slap, the pain didn't matter anymore. Given Chu Mengyao's temperament, she was likely to come after him fiercely. Moreover, Chu Mengyao's popularity in the imperial capital. Brother, I hope you can hold on. Li Hui silently mourned for Wang Hao for 3 minutes. Then he too took out his phone to capture this scene. You're seeking death. What are you all standing there for? Capture this guy. Chu Mengyao touched her face, sternly ordering the members of the Dragon God Society. Her tone was as if she wanted to tear Wang Hao apart. The members of the Dragon God Society looked at Wang Hao with rage. How dare he slap their goddess's face? He simply didn't want to live anymore. If you all want to die, I can send you on your way right now.
Wang Hao's vitality surged wildly. The powerful pressure made the members of the Dragon God Society not dare to move an inch.
Brother Lu, will there be any problems if I kill all these people? Wang Hao suddenly turned to Lu Jia and asked seriously. Lu Jia's heart skipped a beat. Kill them all? That would be poking a hole in the sky. Although they usually had many frictions with the Dragon God Society. But this kind of killing everyone has never been done before. Fallen beside him, Zhu Mengyao heard Wang Hao's words, and her body didn't even dare to move. He's joking, right? He wouldn't dare. He wouldn't dare. But looking at Wang Hao's calm and indifferent eyes, Zhu Mengyao couldn't help but tremble inside. This guy, clearly a master, is still pretending to be a mere practitioner. How ridiculous. He wouldn't really want to kill me, would he? The people from the Dragon God Association beside them were even more horrified. Kill everyone? Is he joking?
Brother, although these people are annoying, after all, they are from the Dragon God Association, and...
Lu Jia spoke. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Can't kill them? Even if they can't be killed, they need to learn a lesson, Wang Hao thought.
Immediately, Wang Hao's energy surged out wildly.
Swish swish swish. The members of the Dragon God Association were all violently knocked down by Wang Hao's energy.
Wang Hao did not use the 9 Nether Sky Cold Fist, only his S-rank Extreme Cold Power. Under the impact of this Extreme Cold Power, these people from the Dragon God Association were all sent flying across the plane.
If you provoke me again next time, I won't care what you are, you'll all die. Wang Hao's cold words echoed in the ears of the Dragon God Association people.
Everyone felt a chill all over. Zhu Mengyao, who fell beside him, also didn't dare to speak, deeply bowing her head, her fists tightly clenched, not knowing what she was thinking.
Lu Jia breathed a sigh of relief. If Wang Hao really wanted to kill these people, Lu Jia also had no way. After all, he couldn't beat Wang Hao. Moreover, if those from the Dragon God Association died here, it would definitely cause an uproar.
Dying at the hands of monsters is one thing, but dying at the hands of one's own is another.
Brother, I don't know what to call you. Lu Jia, seeing the members of the Dragon God Association were intimidated by Wang Hao, then started to chat with Wang Hao. Just call me Wang Hao. Wang Hao smiled, feeling that Lu Jia was quite good. I wonder how brother Wang Hao plans to handle that soul herb.
Lu Jia saw that Wang Hao's attitude was quite friendly, then asked.
A group of people walked out while chatting casually. The many onlookers at the edge of the plane were completely stunned.
This Wang Hao actually flipped over the people from the Dragon God Association directly.
That guy is too ruthless. Look at those people from the Dragon God Association, aren't they usually so arrogant? Now they look like dead dogs.
Exactly, that brother did a great job. I know some of those from the Dragon God Association, although their strength is indeed good, but they are too disgusting, always looking down on others. The most satisfying was the slap to Zhu Mengyao. I was really thrilled to see it. These martial artists at the edge of the plane were extremely excited. It had been a long time since they saw the Dragon God Association suffer, especially the beautiful girl from the Dragon God Association.
I plan to find someone to refine a pill. Wang Hao spoke while walking out. I wonder if brother Wang Hao has heard of the Soul Essence pill. Just as Wang Hao finished speaking, Lu Jia immediately spoke up. Chapter 98, Soul Essence Pill. Soul Essence Pill.
Wang Hao's eyes lit up. He seemed to have seen this item before when buying vitality pills at the martial arts market. One of them is worth 1 billion star coins, and they are often in short supply, selling out immediately once they are on the market.
This Soul Essence pill can be used to enhance energy and mental strength. The effect is extremely remarkable. What does brother Lu mean?
Wang Hao's eyes moved, then he asked.
Lu Jie spoke. The soul herb is precisely the main material to refine the Soul Essence pill. I can find someone to help brother Wang Hao refine it. I will provide the materials, and as long as the pill is done, you can sell me one for 1 billion star coins.
Wang Hao's eyes lit up, unexpectedly finding out that this Tianhan grass was actually the main material for creating the Soul Yuan pill. No wonder those from the Demon Mountain and the Dragon God wanted this thing so badly.
Alright, no problem. As long as you can make the Soul Yuan pill, you don't need to pay me any star coins. Since you are both finding someone and providing materials, how can I take your star coins? Wang Hao smiled, then spoke. Then I won't be polite. That alchemist is at the Martial Alliance's base in the Demon Battlefield. Let's go there now. I have all the materials ready. Lu Jia replied excitedly. Wang Hao nodded. Since it was in the Demon Battlefield, let's go now. It's best to quickly convert such rare materials into one's own strength.
Immediately, the group rushed towards the Martial Alliance's base in the Demon Battlefield. Along the way, many demons they encountered were easily defeated by Wang Hao and Lu Jia.
Lu Jia also shared a lot about the events in the Demon Battlefield with Wang Hao. including the powers of various demon and devil clans. You said the first on the talented ranking is a guy from the ancient demon clan with SSS level talent. Wang Hao's eyes moved, and he asked. SSS level talent, how exciting it would be if he could replicate it. Wang Hao's heart raced. He had deeply experienced the power of the 100-speed divine body. Not only was the cultivation speed extremely rapid, but learning various martial arts was also disturbingly fast. The only downside was that it consumed a massive amount of cultivation resources. If he could replicate another SSS level talent, Wang Hao's heart couldn't help but thud hard. By the way, can I replicate the talents of the demon race? Ding, host can replicate the talents of any race. Just as Wang Hao's doubts arose, the system's voice sounded. He could replicate any race's talent, and Wang Hao's eyes brightened. That was truly wonderful. Yes, indeed, he has SSS level talent. The ancient demon clan's Molo is just one step away from becoming a demon general. It is said that he can already slaughter some master level experts. Lu Jia continued. Slaughter masters? Wang Hao swallowed. Even though he had great confidence in his strength, he might still be far from being able to slaughter masters. What is his talent? Wang Hao asked, wanting to know if he could replicate that Molo's talent. Double SSS level talent. Feeling Wang Hao's interest in Molo, Lu Jia continued speaking. I don't know what this Molo's talent is either. Lu Jia said with a wry smile. Wang Hao's mouth twitched slightly, but upon thinking, it was normal. His own talent had always been hidden. This news came from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. It was obtained at a great cost by our human experts. Lu Jia continued. Is the Heavenly Machine Pavilion that powerful? They can even investigate others' talents? Wang Hao asked in surprise after hearing Lu Jia's words. Could the Heavenly Machine Pavilion even uncover his talents? With so many talents he possessed. What if more talents appear in the future and are exposed? Wang Hao could imagine with his toes that not to mention the Demon Sage and Devil Sage, even the entire demon and devil race's gods would probably want to kill him. Even perhaps, the human race's martial god would want to capture him for research. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion is an extremely mysterious organization. No one knows where they come from. It is even rumored that this organization existed before demons and devils appeared in our world. Lu Jia said. Is that so? However, they shouldn't have the ability to investigate others' talents at will, otherwise, wouldn't they be able to capture super geniuses from various races at any time? Lu Jia continued. Wang Hao nodded. That was indeed the case. Ancient demon clan, Molo, he must replicate his talent at any opportunity. This is the only SSS level talent that I know of, although I don't know what it is. Since it shares the same grade as the 100-speed divine body, it certainly cannot be a useless talent. Not to mention, I am now capable of slaughtering masters. Brother Wang Hao, up ahead is the stronghold of the Martial Alliance. Lu Jia said, his eyes brightening. Wang Hao looked at the heavily guarded stronghold, where powerful warriors patrolled everywhere. Around the stronghold, there was a faint golden shield tightly wrapped around it. Inside was a large complex of buildings, and a bustling atmosphere filled the stronghold. Then, following Lu Jia, Wang Hao paid the Yuan crystals and directly entered the Martial Alliance stronghold. Inside the stronghold, many human warriors were scurrying around. On the streets, many people had stalls selling various medicinal materials and treasures. Shouts and lively sounds filled the entire stronghold. It was like two worlds compared to the bloody battlefield of demons outside. Brother Wang Hao, it is absolutely safe here. There is a holy grade formation protecting us. As long as it's not a demon god or a divine demon making a move, they basically cannot break in. Lu Jia said. No wonder we have to pay so many Yuan crystals. Wang Hao looked at the faint golden shield outside and said. When they entered, each person had to pay 10 low-grade Yuan crystals. You should know that 1 Yuan crystal is worth up to 100,000 star coins, so 10 low-grade Yuan crystals are equivalent to 1 million star coins. And these 10 low-grade Yuan crystals only allow you to stay inside for 10 days. After 10 days, if you want to continue staying, you will have to pay more Yuan crystals. In other words, in this stronghold, even if you do nothing, don't eat or drink, you will still consume 100,000 star coins every day. After a while, Wang Hao followed Lu Jia and others through the streets and the crowded flowing people until they reached a very simple shop. The door of the shop was made of wood and appeared to be somewhat old. As soon as they entered the shop, a faint medicinal scent wafted over. Brother Lu, are you sure there is a master here who can refine soul source pills? Wang Hao looked at this simple shop, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 99, A Remarkable Master? Lu Jia smiled and said, Brother Wang Hao, don't judge this shop by its appearance. Inside is a truly remarkable master. Wang Hao blinked. A remarkable master made him think of the old grandpa who had given him that starry soul refinement technique. Maybe there really was a remarkable master here. Lu Jia then went straight over, carefully knocking on the almost decayed wooden door.
After a while, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, wearing pajamas and holding a bottle of rich-smelling wine, appeared. He seemed a little dazed, rubbing his sleepy eyes.
Oh my. If this isn't a remarkable master, I won't believe it.
Wang Hao looked at the middle-aged man, who looked just like a drunkard.
Truly a remarkable master. Uncle Jiang, I am little Lu from the Fengshan Pavilion. I've come to find you to refine pills again.
Lu Jie seemed already accustomed to this and directly helped the middle-aged man inside the shop. Lu Jie gestured at Wang Hao, signaling him to enter the shop as well. Inside the shop, there were jars of all sizes filled with medicinal materials, along with wine bottles scattered everywhere. On the shop shelves, there were many strange herbs. Maybe this is what a remarkable master is like, Wang Hao thought as he looked around at the chaotic scene. As soon as he entered the shop, Wang Hao felt an extremely rich medicinal aroma in the air, mixed with the smell of alcohol, making it particularly pungent. Meanwhile, Lu Jia helped the middle-aged man sit down on a recliner in the shop. Then, he brought over some hangover soup for the middle-aged man. The skill of the man taking care of him was astonishing. It seems that this Lu Jia has an unusual relationship with the middle-aged man. By the way, I seem to have obtained that Tianjiu list's Demon Wind space ring.
Let's see what is inside it first.
Then Wang Hao began to check the Demon Wind space ring.
Wow, is this the genius of the Tianjiu list? Just this? Wang Hao looked at the space ring, which contained only a few hundred medium-grade spiritual crystals and some miscellaneous herbs. It seems that the demon clan is quite poor. A renowned genius from the Tianjiu list is even worse than those little thieves I killed before. If the demon wind knew Wang Hao's thoughts, it would definitely come back to life and be enraged again. The demons also need a large amount of resources for cultivation, not to mention those with special bloodlines. The consumption of cultivation resources is equally immense, and the demon wind has lived a life where it survived by the edge of a knife, taking whatever it could find. What it doesn't need is sold to the Tiangong Pavilion in exchange for things that can be used. The rules among demons are simple and brutal. Unlike humans who have many restrictions, the fist is the only truth. Leave the things after 2 hours. Come over, said the middle-aged man drunkenly. Lu Jie showed a look of joy and then asked Wang Hao to take out the Sky Soul Flower. Wang Hao then collected his thoughts and directly handed the Sky Soul Flower to Lu Jie. After placing the materials for refining the Soul Origin pill on the nearby table, Lu Jie took Wang Hao away. After leaving, Lu Jie introduced Wang Hao to the various places in the base and then found a place to rest. In the rest room. Wang Hao was not idle. Instead, he took out the fiery blade technique and studied it carefully. After reading it for a while, Wang Hao began to circulate his inner energy according to the route outlined in the martial arts. The pale blue energy flowed through Wang Hao's meridians, and he felt a slight burning sensation in his body. Is this how it feels?
Wang Hao sensed the faint warmth within him. As the energy moved rapidly, Wang Hao's body temperature increased. Then, following the fiery blade technique, Wang Hao began to practice. Wang Hao also immersed himself in the fiery blade technique. After a while, Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes. This fiery blade technique indeed deserves to be a B-level martial art. I have practiced for over an hour and still haven't grasped the basics. Wang Hao gently exhaled. Although he was now extremely skilled, he still felt that he was one hurdle away from getting started. Forget it, I'll go get the Soul Origin pill back. That's a good thing for quickly improving my strength. Before long, a knock sounded at the door of Wang Hao's restroom. Wang Hao went straight to open the door, and indeed, Lu Jie was already waiting at the door. Brother Wang Hao, no wonder your strength is so impressive. You still practice martial arts during such a short break.
Lu Jie couldn't help but exclaim.
At this moment, there was still a faint fluctuation of energy around Wang Hao. And this energy gave a sense of warmth, clearly indicating he was practicing martial arts. Wang Hao smiled and then said, "My talent is too low, there's no choice but to practice more."
Lu Jie's mouth twitched, talent low.
Although Wang Hao was wearing a mask, Lu Jie wasn't foolish. Wang Hao was definitely not old, in fact, younger than him by quite a bit. Wang Hao was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime genius. At least his talent was far more powerful than his own. He couldn't deal with the demon wind himself, yet Wang Hao managed to kill it. That also means if Wang Hao wanted to kill him, he probably wouldn't escape. The two then headed towards the rundown shop.
How come I haven't heard of a genius named Wang Hao?
Lu Jie, being a genius of Fengshan Pavilion, naturally knows quite a bit about the geniuses of the human race in the demon and monster battlefield.
Could it be that this Wang Hao is a wild genius from Magic City or another place?
The entire territory is so vast, although the Imperial Capital and Magic City are the most prosperous places for martial arts. But there are still quite a few exceptional geniuses and even top martial artists from other places. No, if Wang Hao is a genius from another place, then he wouldn't have come to this area. The areas that reach the demon and monster battlefield differ, depending on which teleportation array one comes through. The entrance from the Imperial Capital is in the northern part of the demon and monster battlefield, while Magic City is in the east. Shiyuan, Jinling, Beihai, each city has completely different entrances to the demon and monster battlefield. Forget it, it doesn't matter as long as he's not an enemy, Lu Jie thought to himself. After a while, the two returned to that shop. Lu Jie knocked on the shop door again. A man dressed in a white robe walked out directly, holding a white jade bottle in his hand. Uncle Jiang, is the pill ready? Lu Jie's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly asked. The robed man smiled and replied, with me, Jiang Danshi on the job, how could it not be done? Is this the same drunk from before? Wang Hao's mouth twitched. This change is just too great, he was just tipsy, and now he feels like a successful master. Is this what a supreme expert is like? Chapter 100, Saint-Level Mentalist. Uncle Jiang, this is Wang Hao, the heavenly soul flower belongs to him, and he even saved my life outside. Lu Jie introduced Wang Hao to Jiang Danshi. Jiang Danshi stared intently at Wang Hao, his eyes filled with brilliance. Wang Hao felt as if he was seen through completely, even when he desperately operated the divine breath technique, he could not resist at all. This truly is a top-tier big shot. Wang Hao was surprised, Jiang Danshi's feeling of pressure was even stronger than Wang Xiang's back at the Wang family. Could this be a martial saint? Wang Hao swallowed hard, to encounter a martial saint just to refine a pill is simply outrageous. This demon and monster battlefield is just too dangerous. Fortunately, this guy isn't from the demon or monster race, otherwise, I would really be pressed down here. The strong sense of pressure lasted for a moment before dissipating. Beside them, Lu Jie felt a bit strange. What are these two doing? Daydreaming? Greetings, Jiang Danshi. Wang Hao took a deep breath and politely greeted Jiang Danshi. Since you are Little Lu's friend, come in and have a drink. Jiang Danshi immediately invited the two into the room. Wang Hao obediently walked in front of this possible martial saint elder, there's no need to act tough, just do as told. After all, there's no way to run, and besides, he's a human martial saint, so why panic? Lu Jie was extremely shocked. Usually, when he brought other friends here, Jiang Danshi wouldn't even look at them. Now, he directly invited us in for tea. Could it be that Wang Hao has a significant background? Lu Jie stared intently at Wang Hao, as if trying to see something from Wang Hao's eyes. Wang Hao ignored Lu Jie's gaze and confidently walked inside. In front of him, Jiang Danshi's gaze was filled with admiration. The talents and character are so strong, I wonder which old friend's disciple this is. After re-entering the shop, Wang Hao found that it seemed completely different. Although the surroundings were still a mess, the entire air was filled with an extremely gentle power. This power seemed to strengthen the elemental energy within Wang Hao. Then, Jiang Danshi arranged for Lu Jie and Wang Hao to take their seats. I went to the side and brought over a pot of tea. Lu Jie felt a little uneasy. What was happening? This was his first time enjoying Master Jiang Dan's hospitality. Little brother Wang Hao, have a sip of this tea. Master Jiang Dan poured 2 cups of tea for Wang Hao and Lu Jie, then spoke up. Is this enlightenment tea? Wang Hao's eyes lit up, he recognized the scent immediately. Master Jiang Dan nodded, and then he also held up a cup to taste it slowly. This enlightenment tea tasted much like juice. Lu Jie opened his eyes wide, they were actually being treated to enlightenment tea. What kind of treatment is this? Lu Jie carefully lifted his teacup and sipped it slowly. Gulp gulp gulp. Wang Hao, however, did not hold back and gulped it down in one go. Lu Jie widened his eyes as he watched, he too gulped it down. What is going on? Am I out of the loop? Not to mention Lu Jie, even Master Jiang Dan was shocked. What a waste. Does this kid know what enlightenment tea is? Well, he knows. Master Jiang Dan's mouth twitched, although this enlightenment tea was only of average value to him. But for a congenital martial artist, it was still quite precious. Even the masters would savor the profound rhythm within it. Forget it, today's young people are too wild. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have entered the B-level martial arts technique, Blazing Fireblade technique. A surge of scorching energy exploded from Wang Hao, a fiery will that seemed to want to burn the entire space. The effect of this enlightenment tea was getting weaker. Wang Hao noted the blazing fire that had already formed inside him, feeling a mix of emotions. Brother Wang Hao, have you broken through in martial arts? Lu Jie asked, his eyes wide, staring straight at Wang Hao. This guy treated enlightenment tea like water, and he actually advanced in martial arts. This is unreasonable. I refuse to believe it, it must be fake. Wang Hao nodded, I've made some progress. Lu Jie drew a sharp breath, is this the correct way to use enlightenment tea? Master Jiang Dan looked at Wang Hao with admiration, this kid is truly talented. Little Lu, you go out first, I want to talk to brother Wang Hao alone for a while. Master Jiang Dan said to Lu Jie. Wang Hao's heart trembled, could it be that this Master Jiang Dan is impressed by my striking good looks and wants? No, I, Wang Hao, will never yield. Lu Jie gave Wang Hao a complex glance then left.
Master Jiang Dan, may I ask what you want to discuss with me? Wang Hao took a deep breath. This might be a martial saint, so he had to be cautious. Master Jiang Dan smiled. Brother Wang Hao is from the Tianwu Association, right? As soon as Master Jiang Dan said this, Wang Hao was startled. What the heck? I didn't say anything. The light azure energy on you is precisely from the Zhaoqi Qing Mu Ju. I, Jiang Hong, wouldn't mistake it. Moreover, Zhaoqi Qing Mu Ju is unique to the Tianwu Association. Master Jiang Dan continued, sensing Wang Hao's anxiety. That's right, I am from the Tianwu Association. Wang Hao replied, cautiously eyeing Master Jiang Dan. Let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Yuanbua, a pill maker from the Xiandan Holy Land, and I am also a mid-level spiritual master. Master Jiang Dan said lightly, his immense spiritual power enveloping the entire room. The whole room felt exceptionally mysterious under Jiang Yuanbua's spiritual energy. Wang Hao felt as if he was in an ocean of spiritual energy, with the surrounding environment vanishing from his sight. Xiandan Holy Land, a holy-level spiritual master, Wang Hao took a deep breath. Wang Hao knew about the Xiandan Holy Land. It is the top force in the country, filled with pill makers. Almost all the country's pills come from the Xiandan Holy Land. It could be said that Xiandan Holy Land is the wealthiest force in the entire country. Any industry, once it forms a monopoly, can be extraordinarily profitable. Not to mention the extremely specialized industry of pill making. Truly, a money-making machine. The spirit cultivators of the sacred grade need not be mentioned. Although their martial arts skills may not surpass those of warriors, the top-tier spirit cultivators are by no means inferior to warriors of the same rank. That strange spiritual attack, the mysterious and unfathomable methods. Regardless of what warrior encounters a spirit cultivator, it is extremely troublesome. Chapter 101 Soul Fire Pill Technique. No wonder this Master Jiang gives me such a strong sense of pressure, and can see right through me at a glance. It turns out he is a sacred grade spirit cultivator from the Xiandan Sacred Land. May I ask why you have come to see me, senior? Wang Hao spoke up. In front of a sacred grade spirit cultivator, any little thoughts are useless. I wonder if young brother Wang Hao is interested in becoming my disciple and joining the Xiandan Sacred Land. Jiang Yuanbua said directly, his eyes fixed tightly on Wang Hao. Why me? Wang Hao asked directly. The selection of disciples in the Xiandan Sacred Land is extremely strict, and they are basically cultivated from a young age, with most being chosen internally. They never openly recruit disciples from outside. Jiang Yuanbua smiled and said, you have the potential to become a divine grade spirit cultivator. The most important thing in pill refinement is to have strong mental power. Without sufficient mental power, one cannot control the intricacies of pill refining. Wang Hao understood. No wonder there are so few spirit cultivators. It turns out powerful spirit cultivators have all gone to refine pills. Don't warriors reach a master level where they can enhance their mental power? Wang Hao asked in confusion. Though it is difficult to enhance mental power, it is not impossible. Once reaching the master level, mental power can increase with martial arts cultivation. There are even some precious materials and miraculous pills that can boost mental power. Relying on cultivation or external forces to grow mental power has its limits, and this method cannot raise a person's mental power to a very high level. Master Jiang smiled as he spoke. Wang Hao nodded. Now he understood. As long as you become my disciple, I can teach you supreme pill refinement techniques and help you become a sacred grade spirit cultivator. As for whether you can break through to divine grade spirit cultivator, that depends on you. Master Jiang continued. Upon hearing Master Jiang's words, Wang Hao's heart soared with excitement. Pill refining skills, sacred grade spirit cultivators, and the chance to achieve divine grade spirit cultivators. Wang Hao's heart raced. The Xiandan Sacred Land. Is it fine if I am currently a member of the Heaven Martial Association? Can I join two forces at the same time? Wang Hao asked. Jiang Yuanbua's lips twitched, wondering what he was thinking. Of course, that's not possible. If you want to join the Xiandan Sacred Land, you must withdraw from the Heaven Martial Association. But rest assured, as long as you agree, I will handle things with the Heaven Martial Association. You just need to follow me back to the Xiandan Sacred Land to train your mental power. Jiang Yuanbua's voice sounded again. To withdraw from the Heaven Martial Association, Wang Hao's brow furrowed. Guildmaster Guan and the Qingshan Martial Saint have always treated him well. They offered SS-level martial arts as soon as he asked, and the vitality pool was generously provided. Should he really give up the Heaven Martial Association to join the Xiandan Sacred Land? Senior, I refuse. I do not want to withdraw from the Heaven Martial Association. Wang Hao took a deep breath, resolutely rejecting. Jiang Yuanbua's expression froze. He rejected? This was unexpected for Jiang Yuanbua. This is the Xiandan Sacred Land. Becoming a pill refiner, a sacred grade spirit cultivator, and he rejected such opportunities. You may not understand the benefits of becoming a pill refiner. Once you become a sacred-grade pill refiner, even martial gods will treat you with courtesy, and you will enjoy the admiration of countless people. Jiang Yuanbo continued. Wang Hao looked at Jiang Yuanbo with a serious face. Senior, I have thought this through clearly. Thank you for your kind offer. Jiang Yuanbo's expression immediately darkened significantly. I thought I could meet a super genius here, and then, never mind. Jiang Yuanbo, as a spiritual master of the holy rank, naturally has his own pride. Wang Hao's rejection was a rejection, he wasn't desperate to pursue further. Senior, isn't it impossible to become an alchemist without joining the Xiandan Holy Land? Wang Hao continued to ask. If I can become an alchemist, my invincible path will surely broaden considerably. Jiang Yuanbo looked at Wang Hao with a complex expression. Learning alchemy takes a lot of time and effort to study. The alchemy techniques are incredibly profound, and the methods for refining each type of elixir are all different. The complexity and intricacies cannot be expressed in words. Let me tell you, when I refined my first batch of body strengthening pills, I simulated the practice for half a month. Jiang Yuanbo said proudly. Wang Hao was dumbfounded. Half a month, and it was just the body strengthening pill. Is this a world of high martial arts? There isn't even a production line? Is this the result of thousands of years of development? I was 5 days faster than the lord of our Xiandan Holy Land. He simulated for 20 days before he succeeded. Jiang Yuanbo continued. Jiang Yuanbo's talent is considered top-notch even in the Xiandan Holy Land. It seems that this alchemy is indeed very difficult. Wang Hao took a deep breath. Jiang Yuanbo looked at Wang Hao, not knowing what he was thinking. The air seemed to fall silent for a moment. Such a good seedling, but unfortunately, he belongs to the Heavenly Martial Association and is such a stubborn guy. In that case, let me show him this ancient alchemy technique and hope it helps him a bit. Wang Hao, how about this? I have a book called the Soulfire Alchemy Technique. It's not a transmission of our Xiandan Holy Land, I obtained it from an ancient relic. If you are interested, I can give it to you for study. Jiang Yuanbo then said. Then, a glimmer appeared in Jiang Yuanbo's hand, and an ancient book appeared in his grasp. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. The Soulfire Alchemy Technique. Although it's not from the Xiandan Holy Land, so what? It doesn't hurt to take a look. Thank you, senior, for this teaching. Wang Hao quickly stood up and respectfully bowed to Jiang Yuanbo. Alchemy techniques are incredibly precious, and Wang Hao had never seen anything like this in the Warriors' Mall or even in the Heavenly Martial Association. This thing might be even more valuable than the soul strengthening technique. Wang Hao carefully took the Soulfire Alchemy Technique. If you have anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me anytime. Although I haven't studied the Soulfire Alchemy Technique deeply, alchemy leads to the same outcome through different paths, so I can still offer you some advice. Jiang Yuanbo continued. Wang Hao nodded with gratitude. No matter what the reason was for this person from the Xiandan Holy Land, he clearly felt Jiang Yuanbo's kindness. Also, the Soulfire Alchemy Technique is incredibly profound, so it's best to wait until you reach the realm of a spiritual master of the Xian rank to study it, otherwise, it may be harmful rather than helpful. Jiang Yuanbo's words echoed in Wang Hao's ears. With the Soul Source Pill, I believe breaking through to the realm of a spiritual master of the Xian rank is just a matter of time. Wang Hao nodded heavily, firmly remembering Jiang Yuanbo's words in his heart. Then, after some small talk, Jiang Yuanbo asked Wang Hao to leave, handing him the Soul Source Pill before he left. Chapter 102, The Xian Demon Clan. The Demon Soars. Brother Wang Hao, what did Uncle Jiang tell you? As soon as Wang Hao came out, Lu Jie couldn't wait to ask. Wang Hao casually brushed him off with a few words and didn't say anything more. After all, he had rejected Master Zhang's invitation. Look at this. Wang Hao took out the Soul Source Pill and smiled. Soul Source Pill. Lu Jie's eyes lit up, staring intently at the Soul Source Pill. Lu Jie took the Soul Source Pill from Wang Hao, looking extremely excited. Brother Wang Hao, thank you so much. With this Soul Yuan Pill, I can break through to the mid-level of Jade rank and achieve the high-level spiritual master realm. Who knows, I might even reach the innate 10th level and become a quasi-grandmaster. Lu Jie spoke with gratitude on his face. Wang Hao chuckled, feeling fulfilled with his own gains this time. Not only did he obtain the Soul Yuan Pill, but he also got the Soulfire Pill formula. If he could become a top-level alchemist, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. After that, the two of them parted ways. They both found a cultivation room in the Demon Battlefield, preparing to take the Soul Yuan Pill. Demon Battlefield. In the cultivation room of the Martial Alliance base. Wang Hao held the Soul Yuan Pill in his hand, carefully observing it. The surface of the Soul Yuan Pill had special patterns. Moreover, the Soul Yuan Pill seemed to emit an extremely pleasant fragrance.
Wondering how effective this Soul Yuan pill was, Master Jiang had given Wang Hao a total of 5 Soul Yuan pills in his pill bottle. After giving one to Lu Jia, only 4 were left. Wang Hao took out a considerable amount of elemental crystals from his space ring and placed them beside him, hoping that using the Soul Yuan pill together with the elemental crystals would yield better results. After preparing the elemental crystals, Wang Hao directly swallowed the Soul Yuan pill. The moment the Soul Yuan pill entered his body, Wang Hao felt an immense amount of heaven and earth elemental energy wildly circulating within him. At the same time, a surge of power was rushing straight towards his forehead. The huge stars in his mind began to absorb this power. The effect was astonishing. Wang Hao was extremely shocked inside. Then, Wang Hao's breath of the verdant wood continuously operated, and the elemental energy in his body nearly condensed into a liquid state. So damn refreshing. Wang Hao felt his golden core spinning at high speed, as the heaven and earth elemental energy was being devoured by it at an incredible speed. The elemental energy from the crystals beside Wang Hao was also slowly being absorbed into his body. The entire cultivation room was engulfed in a wild storm of elemental energy. Wang Hao fell into a deep state of cultivation. Demon battlefield. Inside a mysterious demon cave. The cave was filled with sharp stones, and all around were many white bones. The air was thick with the scent of evil and blood. Inside the cave, a monster with a hideous face squinted slightly, lying in a blood-colored magic pool. Lord Mo Tang, there are many demons outside who are extremely discontent with you. A panicked voice echoed in the cave. The monster in the magic pool slowly opened its eyes. Oh, what do they want? A cold, icy voice filled the cave. They want you, Lord Mo Tang, to give up this blood demon pool to Lord Mou. A demon beside the blood demon pool said timidly, with a slightly weak aura. Mou, that useless Mou, he is not even worthy to touch the blood demon pool. He isn't even qualified to give me shoes. Mo Tang said coldly, his extremely harsh voice making the kneeling demon feel a chill throughout his body. The entire cave seemed to tremble under Mo Tang's imposing presence. Lord Mo Tang, Lord Mou, he just killed the 4th on the talent ranking, Yao Zong. The kneeling demon trembled constantly, feeling like he might die at any moment. As soon as the words left the demon's mouth, Mo Tang's gaze became even colder. The 4th on the talent ranking, Yao Zong, was just another useless being. A useless person killing a useless person, that's all there is to it. Thinking of taking my position just because he killed a useless person? He truly overestimates himself. Let me show you, not everyone is worthy to use this blood demon pool. Roar! Mo Tang roared, unleashing a terrifying hurricane that swept towards the kneeling demon. The kneeling demon was instantly torn to pieces by the surging hurricane. The flesh and blood were forcibly devoured into the body by Mo Tang. After Mo Tang's body was replenished with flesh and blood, it seemed to grow a bit stronger. Mou, I will show you who is the true pride of the 9th bloodline of the Xian Mo clan. Mo Tang murmured softly, then prepared to walk outside. Knock knock knock. Just as Mo Tang was about to leave, hurried footsteps echoed through the passage of the demon cave. Mo Tang's eyes narrowed slightly. Couldn't they hold back already? The pressure around Mo Tang slowly gathered, as if it was about to burst out at any moment. Big brother, someone is bullying me. Before the person arrived, Mo Tang already heard the agonized cries of pain. Mo Tang frowned slightly. Is it his useless younger brother? Soon after, Mo Shan, with only one arm left, crawled out of the demon cave's passage, rolling and stumbling. Mo Tang looked at his brother, who only had one arm left. The anger in his heart grew even more intense. I only experienced a small failure, and yet so many people want to step on us. These people really want to die. Who did this? Mo Tang said coldly, his aura surging out. Mo Shan's face was twisted with rage as he gritted his teeth. Big brother, it was a lowly human. He ambushed me. A human. Which human did this? Does he not want to live? Mo Tang snorted coldly. Before he was defeated by Lin Shang, who would dare openly attack his brother, especially with an ambush. This was clearly a disrespect to Mo Tang. Big brother, it was a human. Mo Shan then explained the entire incident. It had something to do with Lu Jia from the Phoenix Mystic Pavilion, and the human had even slain the demon wind? Mo Tang listened to his brother's account, his brow furrowed. Although the demon wind was only ranked in the 80s, his speed was extremely fast. Most people could not deal with him. If this person was able to slay the demon wind, then they must have at least the strength of someone in the top 60 of the genius rankings. Big brother, you must avenge me. That guy is truly despicable. Mo Shan said viciously. Go find Mo Chi from the Night Demon Clan. I saved his life back then, and now it's time for him to repay that debt. Chapter 103, Who Struck the Goddess? Big brother, aren't you going to take action personally? Mo Chi is ranked 35th on the genius rankings. Mo Shan said. I have other matters to attend to. Mo Tang's eyes seemed to be burning with blood. In the imperial capital. The divine martial class of the Imperial Academy. Just after class, Chen Shou was about to leave the divine martial class. Suddenly, his phone rang with a series of beeping sounds. Not only Chen Shou, but many other students in the divine martial class also had their phones ringing. Chen Shou immediately felt that something was wrong. Something big had happened. Damn it, my goddess has been beaten. Su Jing cried out, his eyes filled with pity. You pervert, how many goddesses do you have? First, clarify. Exactly, and what do you mean by beaten? Maybe it's the master's task. Yeah, right, it's definitely the master's task. As Su Jing spoke, everyone started discussing. They all knew Su Jing's true nature. His mind was filled with, and if only the thing could be removed, Su Jing might even become a quasi-grandmaster now. Chen Shou ignored his classmates' chatter and opened his phone. What appeared in front of him was an image. In the image, a stunningly beautiful girl lay on the ground in shock, her expression, her movements, and her posture evoking the pity of countless people. This is Chu Mengyao. Chen Shou widened his eyes. The Chu Mengyao from the Dragon God Association? Next to the image, there was a detailed description of the scene at that time. My goddess, who would do such a thing to such a beautiful girl? Damn, this is really too despicable. I just don't know how Chu Mengyao feels. Damn, even the way the goddess fell looks good, I have to save this photo. The one next to her is Lu Jia from the Phoenix Mystic Pavilion. Could it have been him who struck her? The classmates nearby all noticed this incident that had spread across the internet. Chu Mengyao, as the top genius of the Dragon God Society and a high-level martial artist at the innate 9th level, was just one step away from reaching the innate 10th level, the quasi-master. Under the dual halo of top genius and stunning beauty, Chu Mengyao's popularity remained sky-high. She was even more popular than some established master experts. Not to mention, she was a member of the Dragon God Society. It could be said she was the face of the Dragon God Society, and that wouldn't be an exaggeration. It's over. I don't know who it is, but... Chen Shou looked at this increasingly popular post. After this post appeared on the forum, it directly topped the trending searches. Countless supporters of Chu Mengyao voiced their opinions on the forum, calling for the person who hit Chu Mengyao to be punished. Chen Shou shook his head, this matter was hard to discuss. Fighting between martial artists was originally a life-or-death matter, although Chen Shou didn't think the person who hit Chu Mengyao did anything wrong. However, once such things sparked heated discussions on the forum, it was no longer just about martial artists fighting. You could say, so what if you hit her? Did you really have to post it online and show off? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Moreover, Chu Mengyao herself was a high-profile figure. To hit her face and act so proud. Hey, the forum says it wasn't Lu Jie who did it, but the guy wearing a mask next to him. Chen Shou clicked on the photo and zoomed in, looking at the outline that seemed a bit familiar. It seemed he had seen it somewhere. Oh crap, could it be Wang Hao, the guy with the mask? Qin Yang exclaimed nearby. As soon as Qin Yang spoke, everyone was shocked. It really seemed to be. It's actually Wang Hao. Then it's fine, Wang Hao did a great job. Yes, beat that shameless woman, she must have provoked Wang Hao. I also think so, what goddess? Just a asterisk. When the classmates from the Divine Martial class discovered it was Wang Hao, their attitude immediately did a complete 180. Although Chu Mengyao was indeed very nice looking, Wang Hao was their classmate. Chen Shou's mouth twitched, these classmates were just too cute. However, Wang Hao was truly bold, that was Chu Mengyao, he directly confronted her, impressive. Just as Chen Shou was ready to look at the post again, he suddenly found that all posts and discussions about this incident had disappeared from the forum. What the heck, how come it's gone? I haven't seen enough yet. Exactly, why is it gone? I wanted to see how Wang Hao beat the goddess, no, that woman. Fortunately, I saved it, hee hee. The posts on the forum had only existed for a few minutes before completely disappearing. It was obvious that someone from above had intervened. But it was unclear whether it was the Dragon God Society or from Wang Hao's side. Chen Shou immediately began to analyze the situation in his mind. Let's keep the fact that it was Wang Hao who hit Chu Mengyao a secret for now. Chen Shou continued to speak to the surrounding classmates. The other classmates nodded, this was indeed too high profile. Chu Mengyao was a martial artist at the innate 9th level, and she was actually hit by Wang Hao. These classmates were all smart, plus, ever since Wang Hao had taken out Zhang Wentao so easily at the fighting arena, the school had already prepared them with ideas. These people were well aware. However, Wang Hao is truly ruthless. He is only 16 years old, and Xu Mengyao is a top 100 expert on the genius list, yet she was slapped in the face by Wang Hao. Yeah, but how did Wang Hao end up on the demon battlefield pretending to be cool? No, doing righteous deeds. Maybe that's what it means to be a genius, but Wang Hao is really something. I respect no one but Wang Hao. The classmates around were whispering to each other. Wang Hao was just too amazing, it was impossible not to talk about him. Although that post was deleted within just a few minutes, its impact indeed made a mark, as many martial artists remembered that masked guy. He slapped the face of the Dragon God Society's goddess, which was incredibly ruthless. Time slowly passed like this. Many people shouted for that guy to pay the price. But in these days, that person seemed to have evaporated from the world and never appeared again. The Dragon God Society also made no statements and didn't show any unusual actions. It seemed that this matter had come and gone without a trace. Demon Battlefield. Martial Arts Alliance Base. Training Room. At this moment, Wang Hao was surrounded by surging heaven and earth energy. The energy in the air had practically turned into liquid. Chapter 104, Breakthrough. Innate 7th Layer. Wang Hao felt that the golden core inside him had reached its limits. All the energy crystals on his body had been completely absorbed. Violet energy surged through Wang Hao's body. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the golden core within Wang Hao erupted with a tremendous pulling force, as the heaven and earth energy in the training room was continually being drawn into his body. The energy and mental power from the soul energy pills in Wang Hao's body were also completely devoured. After a while, Wang Hao's body finally fell into calm. Once all the power was absorbed, Wang Hao felt that his golden core had seemingly undergone a transformation, almost becoming a little bigger. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the innate 7th layer. Vitality plus 200. A notification sound from the system echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Wang Hao felt that his physical body instantly became much stronger. Finally, a breakthrough. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes. A light blue energy surged around him. How long have I been cultivating? Wang Hao felt a bit dazed. Then, Wang Hao opened the terminal. September 20th. I actually cultivated for 7 days. Wang Hao took a deep breath. Wang Hao arrived at the demon battlefield on September 13th, which means it took him 7 days to fully absorb 4 soul energy pills. This is truly a great treasure. 4 pills allowed him to break through 3 layers of realm in succession. Unfortunately, the soul flower is just too rare, otherwise, if he could acquire a large amount of soul energy pills, his cultivation would surely grow rapidly. He opened the attribute panel, Wang Hao silently thought. Name, Wang Hao. Talent, 100 Speed Divine Body, SSS, Void Shadow, S rank, Ultimate Ice Cold, S rank. Martial Arts Realm, Innate 7th Layer Martial Artist. Soul Realm, High Level Jade Rank Mental Master. Cultivation Technique, Qi Constructing Qingmu Technique. Skills, Blade Force, Great Accomplishment, enhances blade technique power by 150%, Fist Force, Minor Accomplishment, enhances fist technique power by 80%. Soul Forging Martial Arts, Starry Soul Forging Technique, S rank, Beginner. Blade Martial Arts, Blazing Blade Technique, B rank, Beginner, 9-Layer Blade Technique, C rank, God Conveying, Shadow Blade Technique, D rank, Perfect, Heavenly Origin 1 Blade, rank, God Conveying, Wind Chopping Blade Technique, E rank, God Conveying. Body Refining Martial Arts, Thunder Body Refining Technique, C rank, Perfect, Diamond Technique, E rank, God Conveying. Fist Martial Arts, Thunderclap Fist, C rank, Perfect, Cloudfall Poem, F rank, God Conveying. Movement Martial Arts, Shadow Demon Step, C rank, God Conveying, Ethereal Step Technique, E rank, Perfect. Auxiliary Martial Arts, Spirit Enlightening Eye, D rank, Mastered, Divine Breath Technique, C rank, Proficient. Special Martial Arts, 9 Nether Heavenly Cold Force, SS rank, Beginner. Vitality, 1650. Soul, 70. Time until next copying ability, 3 days. Not only had his martial arts realm broken through to the innate 7th layer, but his mental master level also reached high-level Jade rank, just 1 step away from the mysterious rank mental master. Violet energy surged within Wang Hao's body, he felt that his current state was unprecedentedly good. With immense vitality combined with his terrifying mental power, a quasi-master might no longer be a threat. Wang Hao gently exhaled. In 3 days, he could copy a new talent, perhaps he could try finding the Demon Luo. Demon Luo is an SSS rank talent, and if he could copy it, his strength would surely increase again. If I can't find it, then I'll just have to reluctantly copy Lin Chang's talent. Wang Hao has already asked Lu Jie. At this moment, Lin Chang is in the Demon's Heart Jungle on the Demon Battlefield, honing his martial arts realm, wanting to step into the Master Realm there. The Demon's Heart Jungle is an extremely dangerous place on the Demon Battlefield. It's filled with a large number of illusory demon flowers. Illusory demon flowers are a specialty of the illusory demon clan, and staying too long among them can induce hallucinations, tearing apart one's martial will and spirit. However, if one can successfully pass through the demon's heart jungle, it offers incredibly powerful benefits to one's martial will. It is truly a place where danger and opportunity coexist. Many talented individuals from the genius ranking often go there to hone their martial will. Many die, but quite a few can also pass through the demon's heart jungle. Lin Chang has already reached the innate 10th level, on the verge of becoming a master, making it quite normal for him to go there. I'll take a look first. If I can find Mo Luo, that's best, but if not, I'll just have to go to the demon's heart jungle to find Lin Chang. A plan quickly formed in Wang Hao's mind. After resting briefly, Wang Hao left the training room directly. After leaving the training room, Wang Hao arrived at Lu Jie's training room. Lu Jie had also been in closed-door training at the same time. Now that Wang Hao had completed his training, he was unsure if Lu Jie had finished as well. Soon, Wang Hao reached the door of Lu Jie's training room. There was a special magic array at the entrance of Lu Jie's training room, which still emitted brilliant light. It seems Lu Jie hasn't finished digesting the soul origin pill. Forget it, it doesn't matter, I'll just go about my own business for now. Then, Wang Hao left a message for Lu Jie and departed. Wang Hao found a lounge, washed up, ate something, and quickly headed out toward the Martial Arts Alliance's base. First, I'll go to the Fire Spirit clan to pick Fire Spirit mushrooms and kill the Nether demons to obtain Nether crystals. Then, I'll look for news about Mo Luo. The demon battlefield. It was filled with the air of blood and slaughter, and the violent natural energy filled the entire demon battlefield with a brutal aura. It seemed that just being here gave people an extremely hot feeling. The blazing sun in the sky seemed to never tire, constantly casting its scorching heat onto the demon battlefield. Under this brutality and heat, conflict and bloodshed seemed to become the most ordinary occurrence. Wang Hao rushed quickly towards the Fire Spirit Demons station. Along the way, he easily slaughtered many demons. Among them were plenty of innate 8th and 9th level demons. But under Wang Hao's overwhelming power, not a single demon could withstand even one round. Sizzle! In a hollow, a group of innate level demons with sharp claws fell under the slaughter of Wang Hao's bloody war knife. It was completely a one-sided massacre, with painful howls echoing continuously. Not far ahead was the Fire Spirit Demon Station. After dealing with these demons, Wang Hao looked toward the nearby area. Fire Spirit mushrooms, here I come. P.S. Thanks to Wei de Dian, the Liverpool FC, and everyone for the gifts, very grateful QAQ. Chapter 105, Sky High Bounty. Around, the air gradually filled with a scorching aura. It seemed that extremely hot fire elements were permeating the surroundings. The closer he got to the Fire Spirit Demon Station, the more Wang Hao could feel the rising demonic energy. There seemed to be some people up ahead. Wang Hao's powerful spiritual power instantly sensed the presence of others. By the hot rocks up ahead, a group of people was sneaking a watchful eye on the Fire Spirit Demon Station. Did they also come to pick Fire Spirit mushrooms? Wang Hao slightly sensed their auras. They unexpectedly discovered that most of them were innate level 9, and several were innate level 10 quasi-masters. There was one person whose aura was extremely sharp, giving off a feeling that it could pierce through everything. Could it be a master's stronghold? Wang Hao looked at the slim middle-aged man, his heart filled with deep apprehension. Wang Hao squinted his eyes. These people. Just as Wang Hao hesitated whether to approach, he suddenly felt a slightly painful aura lock onto him. Wang Hao's heart sank. Have I been discovered? Swish, swish, swish. A series of whistling winds came from ahead. Immediately, the middle-aged man with the sharp aura charged over directly. Who are you? The middle-aged man furrowed his brows, looking at Wang Hao with vigilance. With the arrival of the middle-aged man, the remaining 4 martial artists in front quickly surrounded Wang Hao. In an instant, 5 people had surrounded Wang Hao. I came to collect the Fire Spirit herb. Wang Hao said lightly, his internal energy slowly circulating. A powerful sense of oppression radiated from Wang Hao, unexpectedly able to match the middle-aged man's momentum. The people surrounding Wang Hao had subtle expressions. This one person dared to act here, he really had some guts. The middle-aged man chuckled, surprised that Wang Hao showed no fear of him whatsoever. Brother Tang, this guy seems like the one who slapped Xu Mangyao before, he's wearing the same mask. Suddenly, one of the martial artists beside the middle-aged man spoke in disbelief, carefully scrutinizing Wang Hao. As soon as that martial artist spoke, everyone was focused on Wang Hao, as if they were looking at a priceless treasure. Wang Hao frowned slightly. What do these guys mean? Slapped Xu Mangyao? Is he talking about that asterisk woman? It really seems to be him, this mask, no doubt, it's him, it's our. Another martial artist beside chimed in excitedly. Moreover, he killed the beast Tide who ranked 86th on the genius list, and is now ranked 58, Mask Brother. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, so it's Mask Brother. The middle-aged man's momentum dissipated instantly, and his gaze became much friendlier.
Wang Hao's mouth twitched slightly. Mask brother, what a silly name. I made it to the genius list? Hiss, just casually killing a beast race guy gets me on the list, this is too easy. Mask brother, I'm your fan. How does Chu Mingyao's face feel, is it smooth and soft? The middle-aged man said, looking at Wang Hao with enthusiasm. Can you stop calling me Mask brother? When did I get that nickname? Wang Hao replied. Okay, Mask brother, how does Chu Mingyao's face feel? The middle-aged man continued speaking to Wang Hao. Wang Hao sighed, fine, Mask brother it is, as long as my identity isn't exposed. I didn't pay attention when I slapped, if you want to know, go try it yourself. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow and said. The middle-aged man muttered softly, but she's Chu Mengyao, a treasure of the Dragon God Society. If I dare. The middle-aged man seemed to think of something, his eyelids twitching wildly. Wang Hao smirked, such a coward. Mask brother, if you want to pick the fire spirit herb, do you want us to cooperate? The middle-aged man's eyes brightened as he spoke. Before Wang Hao could reply, the middle-aged man introduced himself and his companions. The middle-aged man's name was Tang Yangji, and he was the captain of their Qing Tang team, often operating on the outskirts of the Demon Beast battlefield to gather resources. Moreover, Tang Yangji was also a 9th rank master. Masters are divided into 9 ranks, with the 9th rank being the lowest and the 1st rank the highest. After breaking through from an innate level 10 quasi-master, one's golden core transforms into a Yuan mansion, becoming a 9th rank master.